Hello, hello. Okay, we good? Oh my goodness. There's a lot going on. Sometimes I feel like there's no content, then all of a sudden there's like way too much. We've got Supreme Court allowing Trump to cancel like 300,000 deportations. Badempanada versus Hasan. Tim Pool versus Adam Conover. Former president has fucking cancer. Bernie on Colbert. Then Pisco debated these people that think Hassan's lying about the like being detained or something. There's a lot of stuff going on. Okay, let's get into it. I'll probably do Hassan versus Badempanada first, but let me see what the Supreme Court thing is. So Supreme Court lets Trump end deportation protection for Venezuelans. U.S. Supreme Court, I mean, this is no surprise. It's like a stacked court. Let Donald Trump's admin on Monday strip temporary protected status from Venezuelans living in the U.S. that had been granted under his predecessor, Joe Biden, as the Republican president moves to ramp up deportations as part of his hardline approach to immigration. The court granted the Justice Department's request to lift San Francisco-based U.S. District Judge Edward Chen's order that halted Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's decision to terminate the deportation program conferred to Venezuelans under the Temporary Protected Status, or TPS, program. And this happened at the end of March. Judge says officials' descriptions of Venezuelans smacks of racism? No way. Racism in the Trump admin? Couldn't be. The court's brief was unsigned, as is typical when justices act on an emergency request. The court, however, left open the door to any challenges by migrants if the admin seeks to invalidate work permits or other TPS-related docs that were issued to expire in October 2026, which is the end of the TPS period extended by Biden. The Department of Homeland Security has said about 348,202 Venezuelans were registered under Biden's 2023 TPS designation. Liberal Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson was the sole member of the court to publicly dissent from the decision. That's fucking bleak. Not even like Hagen or Sotomayor. The action came in a legal challenge by plaintiffs, including some of the TPS recipients in the National TPS Alliance advocacy group, who said Venezuela remains an unsafe country. I feel like these are the types of programs that, like, I mean, one, they immediately get challenged, but they're fine until somebody throws a case, throws shit at the wall to see if it sticks. And then it's deemed unconstitutional, but was like previously would have gone under the radar if this weren't the opposition. Trump, who returned to the presidency in January, has pledged to deport records numbers of migrants in the U.S. illegally and has taken actions to strip certain migrants of temporary legal protections, expanding the pool of possible deportees. The TPS program is a humanitarian designation under U.S. law for countries stricken by war, natural disaster, or other catastrophe, giving recipients living in the United States deportation protection and access to work permits. I feel like people see a humanitarian designation and it reminds me of that meme. It's just a photo of a guy walking into like somebody's apartment and he's like giving them shit about like spending irresponsibly. And he holds up like a box of cereal called like Crunchy Nut and he was like, isn't this kind of expensive? Like they see this humanitarian designation and we're talking about people like fleeing poverty and abject circumstances in their home countries, but people just think they have it all. The U.S. government under Biden, a Democrat, twice designated Venezuela for TPS in 2021 and 2023. In January, days before Trump returned to office, the Biden admin announced an extension of the program to October 2026. Noem, a Trump appointee, rescinded the extension and moved to end the TPS designation for a subset of Venezuelans who benefited from the 2023 designation. Chen ruled that Noem violated a federal law that governs the actions of agencies. The judge also said the revocation of the TPS status appeared to have been predicated on negative stereotypes by insinuating the Venezuelan migrants were criminals. See, with this in mind, like this makes it all the more damning that there weren't more justices that dissented. Hello. Hopeful Melody, how are you? Generalization of criminality to the Venezuelan TPS population as a whole is baseless and smacks of racism predicated on generalized false stereotypes. Chen wrote, adding that Venezuelan TPS holders were more likely to hold bachelor's degrees than American citizens and less likely to commit crimes than the U.S. general population. You can shout these stats until you're blue in the face and it like won't matter to the people who want them out, because the basis is if somebody calls them out on this stuff being untrue, then it just pivots to, well, they're not Americans. Well, they shouldn't get this sort of protection. Well, we need to take care of our own. San Francisco-based 9th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals on April 18th declined the admin's request to pause the judge's order. Justice Department lawyers in their Supreme Court filing said Chen had wrested control of the nation's immigration policy. Away from, it's just like, okay, he's one judge away from the government's executive branch headed by Trump. The court's order contravenes fundamental executive branch prerogatives and indefinitely delays sensitive policy decisions in an area of immigration policy that Congress recognized must be flexible, fast-paced, and discretionary, they wrote. It's like stuff like this. It's like that could mean anything, which they are using to their advantage, obviously. The plaintiffs told the Supreme Court that granting the admin's request would quote, strip work authorization from nearly 350,000 people living in the U.S., expose them to deportation to an unsafe country, and cost billions in economic losses nationwide. The State Department currently warns against travel to Venezuela, quote, due to the high risk of wrongful detentions, terrorism, kidnapping, the arbitrary enforcement of local laws, crime, civil unrest, poor health infrastructure. The Trump admin in April also terminated TPS for thousands of Afghans and Cameroonians in the United States. Those actions are not part of the current case, but I'm sure they're next. In a separate case on Friday, the Supreme Court kept its place in block on Trump's deportations of Venezuelan migrants under a 1798 law historically only used in wartime, faulting his admin for seeking to remove them without adequate legal process. It's like there's no wins. It's like this doesn't matter, you know? And really, what would the outcome of, like, does anyone actually think that this administration would have meaningfully conducted themselves any differently if the Supreme Court had unanimously ruled the opposite way? Fuck no. Fuck no, it would have been just different ways of doing the same shit. Different arguments for how to get around it. Different ways they misunderstood something. This is the largest single action stripping any group of non-citizens of immigration status in modern U.S. history. The people who are in favor of this, they hear this and they like cream their pants. They're like, that's awesome. That's how you know it's working. The humanitarian economic impact of the court's decision will be felt immediately and will reverberate for generations. When you try to point out the economic impact that this is going to have, you know, which is secondary in my calculation to this, these people could be to me like a net negative on the economy and I wouldn't give a shit. Just because I think the humanitarian reasons outweigh that, obviously. But you'll try to point this out and they will deny that this is any negative economic impact is the result of this decision. Even though these are the types of workers that like prop up the US economy. See, and this stuff, this is like US Court of Appeals and all of that, like these other courts that I don't want to say colluded, but you know, Trump got like a lot of federal appointments in his first term, and like you saw the effects of that and fallout in the Biden admin, and now you're seeing it here. A provision of the law said that there was no judicial review of any determination concerning the designation or termination or extension of a designation of a foreign state. The court ordered the admin to facilitate the turn of Kilmar Brigo. Is that going to happen? Probably not. Slavery economy without slaves can't function. Yeah. That's the thing. That's what people don't get when they're like, they're taking our jobs. It's like, one, that's not even true, but two, to the extent that they do, have jobs in the United States. They're like the jobs that Americans don't want to do. Like working in factory farms and shit like that. Okay. Let's see what these two yapped about. And let's do them on 1.25 speed. So, Hassan Bad Empanada. These two came together to speak on I don't know what. I'm assuming tactical differences when it comes to like Palestinian advocacy, because Noah Samson is doing this like, I think he might even be like live now. He's still doing his Palestine fundraiser. He's already raised $330,000. And so, wait, does Noah Samson have the same background as me? Oh my god, we have the same. We have the same background. Okay. For his thing, I never noticed that.
Okay, back in live, I believe. We're at 245,000 plus 20,000 plus 12,000.
I'm vegan, so yeah. Hey, another vegan. I've been vegan for like a decade, and I feel like I never see any vegans in this space. I did watch this. They agreed on a lot. It's funny because like, I mean, I haven't really seen Hasan make too many like condemnations of Badempanada, but like Badempanada got like this boost from Hasan because he started watching his videos. And my understanding is that he had already started growing because he was doing a bunch of content on Ethan Klein. So people that are like discrediting Hasan with like kind of making his career, it's like, no, he's been around for like years and he probably would have seen that uptick in viewership. You would have seen that that uptick in viewership, but the second he gets it, like, didn't he like started making videos like talking shit about Hasan. Okay. Badempanada. I don't watch either of these people. Something tells me like this is a criticism of him. Like he gets the bump because they were talked about in the debate between Ethan and Hasan, and then he was immediately like, okay, now that I have your attention, you should stop following Hasan and start following me.
Hell yeah. Get
It's a
everyone
lot.
here.
It's a lot of money. Okay, I think we're back. Hello, people.
Yeah, you're live again.
We just all agreed to support each other and agree with everything that each of us say always, and we're best friends and we're moving in together and we're roommates.
Yeah. I'm going to the Argentinian prison that you guys are streaming out of.
Jail.
You should just leave the US by
Most people felt that they should have a leftover style podcast. I doubt that's going to happen. Hasan wouldn't even have this conversation. I noticed that when they were talking, it was like right before I was about to go to bed, and Hasan wasn't live on his stream. So I think he's still like, I could be reading too much into it, but he seems reticent to really like expose, like share his platform with Badempanada. So I don't see them do it. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
I don't know why you don't just do that. I mean, I'm sure you have like 100 friends who you all love there, but you should just leave the US. It makes everything way easier. You can't get sued by Ethan Klein, for example.
Go to Israel.
No, I was just talking about this earlier because there was like a prominent liberal academics who study fascism are leaving the United States, and here's why. There was like a New York Times article on it, but it's like I'm stubborn. I'm a very stubborn person, and I feel like I'd rather stick it out and see where it goes rather than to leave the United States of America.
And they're like, this is starting to happen. I mean, people joked about it the first time that Trump got elected, but this second term is already shaping up to be like far more disastrous than his first term was, if that's even possible. And I saw like, it was the New York Times, like fascism, I know I misspelled that, experts leaving for Canada or something like that. Canada. Yeah, we study fascism, we're leaving the US. I mean, the first thing that they cite is like legal residents of the US being sent away with no due process, people detained for just voicing their opinions, like protesters and whatnot, federal judges threatened with impeachment. You know, they're like, everything that we're studying shows that you need to get out early.
Well, I used to think that the US actually was probably the best place to be because it's one of the few countries where you basically can't get arrested purely for speech unless you're like threatening someone. But now, no, obviously not.
Yeah, no. Now it's
I don't really buy it when people say that they're going to leave. I mean, no. Most people don't want to leave. Most people have difficulty moving, even when it's like from one state to another, even one city to another, let alone like talking about overhauling their citizenship and going to like Canada or Mexico, where of course, like an American is not just going to be satisfied with like going to Mexico. I don't even know why I said that. They want to go to other developed countries. And it's like, you think developed countries are going to be interested in like taking in like US immigrants? No, you're not going to get to skip the line just because you're an American.
resembling more and more Israel every day. It's wonderful. My favorite country, the most moral nation. Am Israel high?
Yeah, so I hear you're a liberal Zionist, Hassan, and I hear
I'm a liberal Zionist. But
So
going
how do I
back to
get
going back to what we were talking about. Going back to what we were talking about. The point I was
You said
trying
a
to
whole
make
thing.
is
I
that,
never got the chance to respond.
yeah, exactly.
what it
Like
was at
with
this
Chris
point.
Van Hollen, do you understand my perspective or like the framework that I operate off of? Like
You're
where
saying
I
that one individual thing they did was a good thing, basically.
Yeah. I don't shy away from politicians unless they're like insane. You know what I mean? Unless they're unless like Marjorie Taylor Greene, I guess, and I'm gonna look like a fucking clown ass. I don't shy away from giving credit to politicians and offering positive reinforcement to politicians.
Chris Van Holland. What did he do? Something like anti-Israel? Oh, this guy. Yeah, this is the Maryland Democrat who went to go visit Comar in El Salvador, saying like, yeah, wants to try to get him returned home.
Is when I feel like they're doing something that I think is appropriate, like moving the needle in the direction, because it's the same framework that I operate with within the Democratic Party, where like these are the available platforms of influence, and I will always go there because as long as our interests align, I have no issue going.
Frankly, I'm getting ready to move back home to Mexico as soon as I finish the citizen process here. Yeah, we have family there, so that makes sense. But if Americans like don't have family, they want to go to another like mostly English speaking country because I think most people would like live under fascism in the United States under Trump or the Republican Party before that they try to move to a country that doesn't have like English as one of the main languages. Even though a lot of people in Mexico speak English.
Going to those platforms because at the end of the day, they are giving more legitimacy to myself than vice versa, in my opinion.
I mean, giving you legitimacy, like what?
Is this like? There seems like we missed something. I guess they just started it live without, and they had like already started talking behind the scenes. But if I had to guess, his argument was that he moderates his positions and compromises his rhetoric, his values, etc. Because he, in order to get in with Democratic establishment figures, because I know Hasan has spoken to like AOC and Bernie while they're on the Stop Oligarchy tour, that he is compromising too much and he is helping legitimize the American Democratic establishment, but it's like it's going the other way because Hasan does not have the power to legitimize the Democratic establishment. The Democratic establishment really only has power to legitimize him.
What's the point of that, really? What is the point of them giving you legitimacy if in the end you do kind of demonstrate support for them in many cases?
Stream was stopped in the middle due to the time limit.
That's the thing. I think people see you very much as a Bernie Sanders guy, even though that is sort of contradicted by what you said earlier. Maybe it's erroneous. But people very much see you as like a big Bernie Sanders supporter. I wouldn't say I see you as like a big Bernie Sanders supporter. I think I see you more as someone who maybe doesn't like what he says, but is a little iffy on making that clearer, which I think you sort of did just a second ago. I think you preempted everything I've said about you and you were ready with that. It's cheating.
No, I actually have talked about this quite a bit, even before and after your statements, as a matter of fact. But you know how it is with clips. You probably don't get that from...
I mean, I do watch what you say sometimes.
Yeah.
Like I don't click... I don't go to any place that posts like a clip saying, I don't think some place would even exist. Like Hassan Piker says positive thing about Bernie Sanders. Here's a 20-second clip of it. I don't know. What place would that be?
But I talk for 8 hours a day. It's very hard for you to in any, like, unless you're watching 8 hours a day, you're probably not going to see the exact same thing that I told you just now. I've spoken about probably 25 to 35 times whenever some chatter comes in and annoys me. And then I go on a fucking long and convoluted rant about
you should stop reading your chat, by the way.
Yeah, that's part of the puzzle. That's part of how I do this this back and forth. But
I like
it's
just
difficult
right
for me to
now,
grab...
real quick.
What's up?
like Badempanada, you made like 1 or 2 or maybe 3 videos talking about the AOC Bernie interview, and then I don't know how much you watch of Hassan talking about it, but like just talking to each other now and clearing that up.
I mean, there's no way he actually cares about the content of what was said between Hassan, AOC, Bernie. He just feels like he should be there as like an antagonistic force, and if there is, I'm not gonna say any, but like too much rapport between them, then Hassan's not doing as much as he could be doing with this platform and like leveraging it, because there is a symbiotic relationship going on. The Democrats do have a lot to gain by strategically engaging with these like huge Twitch figures, you know, like they're starting with these political types, but like I think Kamala Harris was like trying to reach out to, what's his name? Fuck, like young Zoomer streamer that's huge, but he's like it's not iShow, it's the other guy. Can't think of his name, but that's who they really want to break into. Because like if they can get it with like like, you know, getting it with one of the largest political streamers is one thing, but like getting in with like the normies is like who they want, you know, who they want purchase from.
Do you feel like that clears up anything now that you see that he's kind of
no, not really, because I think a lot of that like there was.
But you know, like if he goes too hard on them, like are they going to stop being willing to engage? You know. And to me, if that's all it takes, then we're fucked. If the fact that like him asking kind of like hard hitting questions to politicians, like a Twitch streamer asking Bernie and AOC uncomfortable questions is enough to make them like shy away from ever going on his platform, then that's a problem. And I do think it should be exposed, you know, and you should be asking those sorts of like challenging questions. But, you know, given that I haven't watched his reaction to it. I haven't watched that interview. I have a hard time imagining it was like just a puff piece, you know, given how like, you know, he makes his criticisms of Democrats like vocally known, you know.
Initial reaction to the interview, and there was like responses to people who want Hassan, responses to people like who want Hassan but were defending sort of like the whole idea of like engaging with the mainstream Democratic Party and like sort of trying to pull people to your side from them and stuff like that. And yeah, that was basically the whole thing there. It wasn't so much like I said something, Hassan said something, and I responded to it. It was more like that. What I would say is that Americans are way too optimistic with their former politicians. And if there is something you should preach, it's that these people are ultimately fucking useless, and you're gonna have to do shit yourself.
Yeah,
So what does that look like?
Here's the thing. I
Heard of
I
Mario's
understand.
brother?
What?
Sorry, go ahead, Hassan.
No, I understand that like the modern Democratic Party is entirely useless. The Democratic Party is well, it's not entirely useless. They can be put to good use on select issues or across the board. Maybe one day it could, in a totally idealistic world, they could be a functional working labor party. Obviously, we're not there, and we might never get there. And I don't disagree with that. But this is.
I'm already waiting for him to lay out the case, like why that could never happen, because Democrats, unlike both parties, are like too captured by corporate interests. But we'll see.
I just wanted to offer clarity on the framework that I operate off of, because I
know is gorgeous.
I think that you and I both will
in his cat made uniform for the cause
recognize that Americans don't have a semblance of class consciousness. And I feel like at this stage, the most important thing you can do is to pull people back from reactionary discourse, pull people back from reactionary ideals. And the best possible way to do that is by constantly reasserting the position over and over again that the Democratic Party has to have a class first politics. And also that, you know, these people that have been targeted as like vulnerable populations, marginalized identities that are presented as your enemy are not actually your enemy at all. It's simply a red herring, a distraction that the reactionary forces uses, and the Democrats are wholly incompetent at dealing with because they don't have this class first politic.
Okay, first thing here is that the whole.
Before he even responds, it's like the Democrats to me are the only viable alternative to MAGA and the Republican Party that currently exists, which is why you should support them. Not out of love for them, you know, but because it is far easier to organize under a Democratic-led administration than it is under Trump, where you're seeing people's free speech and due process being trampled immediately. And that makes it very difficult to push for anything more radical or this sort of vision that he's talking about when you're like now basic constitutional protections are under threat, and that ends up being the priority. And it's like no one's going to want to, like, no voter, the average voter is not going to be interested in hearing out like why we need to do something drastic related to like climate change or you know, increasing the minimum wage. Like all of that stuff is going to be seen as like boutique issues when it comes like as soon as like basic constitutional freedoms are protected, as opposed to the Democrats, where I'm not saying you don't have to worry about those things. Because Democrats also are willing to like concede on issues that they shouldn't be. Like when it comes to immigration, they're obviously not as bad as Republicans in a lot of ways, but you know, you have to hold the line on certain things as well. Like privacy rights under Obama, you know, like Patriot Act related things. But to me, that is like, I never really think of it as like voting for Democrats so much as I think about it as like voting against Republicans.
Whole reason why.
Really wish Democrats would grow a spine. Yeah. Like to me, I'm seeing like 2 points of divergence. You're seeing some party elites like Gavin Newsom feel like, even though, you know, voters are clearly indicating that they want aggressive Democrats to fight the current administration, protect their rights, and be a stopgap to the excesses and worst of Trump's agenda. And you see people like Gavin Newsom who seem interested in like cozying up to the right, thinking that that's going to be the way to win over voters, is like, again, more moderation rather than, okay, let's offer these people an alternative because clearly people are hungry for something and it's not what Republicans have to offer, you know?
Why you have this idea that you have to like, you're sort of stuck into working with the Democratic Party. It's not your fault, obviously, because you aren't.
Oh yeah, and that's the other thing, is that for years, since like Ralph Nader, you know, like over 2 decades ago, there has been a push from third parties saying that we need to grow, like the Democratic Party is a dead end. We need to start organizing and growing outside of that. But, you know, 20 years later, and how many congressional seats does the Green Party have? Or the Working Families Party? Or like any of these, you know, or like the Forward Party? It's a fucking joke. They think that's Andrew Yang's third party. You know, it's like I realize that the way it's set up, it's hostile to any third party coming in. It really favors like a 2-party duopoly. But I think in the meantime, there needs to be an emphasis on getting rid of the Electoral College and making third party candidates more viable, at least at the state level. And then you start pushing for the federal. But how it feels like now is that the Green Party, like, only, like, you know, kind of sticks their head out of the window to say, hey, vote for us. We exist every 4 years, and then they disappear. You know, they don't have enough of a national presence to like keep them going and keep them in opposition to both the Democrats and the Republicans outside of like electoral cycles. And to me, it just seems like unserious, because like I'm here for like a third party alternative or whatever, but you know, like what was it like? Like I was excited when Cornel West was running, not because I actually thought he was going to win, but because I was like, well, it'll be good to see like mainstream opposition from a public intellectual like him. But then he ended up taking like PAC money from like a Republican group, and that kind of stuff like throws me off, because I'm like, how are you going to take moneyed interests and then go out and say like we need to be defeating like Democrats and Republicans when you're taking money from like one side, you know?
Every single person in the fucking United States of America. But this is sort of like a self-perpetuating circular logic. And I mean, I'm not blaming you for having, every American has it. It's like, we have to work within the Democratic.
This is, okay, I was like, did I dream this? No, I didn't. Paid operatives linked to GOP firm are helping Cornel West in Arizona. After Republican operatives were discovered working for West in North Carolina, someone is paying to help get the progressive candidate on the ballot in another battleground state. And it's like, okay, see, this freaks me out. When Republicans are willing to help you because they see that like the only effect you could be having is to like peel off Democrats in like major swing states, you know, I don't like that. And I don't like that he's like taking their money. He should not be taking their money.
Party, because it's the only thing that's there. And then you do not do anything, or you don't build an alternative to that, and you just keep reinforcing the initial premise over and over again. So Americans are stuck in this sort of rut where it seems like it's completely unrealistic to ever challenge the 2-party system, so they don't try. And that's just sort of a self-perpetuating cycle. Because doing something like that...
Doesn't it make sense to win over centrists since left-leaning people already support you? How do you mean, Elijah?
Takes a long time, takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of people.
It's like my immediate answer to that is that I feel like this kind of mythical moderate voter is increasingly disappearing, and there's kind of like diehard Democrats and there's diehard Republicans. You know, they should be doing more to reach out to non-voters, not to the tiny sliver of voters that go back and forth between the parties, because that represents like a very, very marginal amount of voters anyway.
But this whole Democratic Party upright, people like Bernie Sanders as well, very much reinforce this, even if perhaps at some point he didn't mean to. Perhaps at some point he was really genuinely trying to challenge the status quo, and he only joined the Democratic Party because he thought he had to win the primaries. It's the only possible way. You know, as an independent, he had no chance. He probably didn't in that moment. But then there's also the fact that logic gets you into this rut where you never ever try to do anything else. And there are many other countries where that had very strong two-party systems that in some cases lasted for like hundreds of years. The two-party system in the USA is younger than in some of those countries that broke it. And they very slowly worked from the ground up, like starting with local politics, building up to like the state level, building up to like the national level, building alternative structures, using the political capital they got from that, you know, not like immediately running for president, nothing else like the fucking Green Party or something. What a fucking joke that is. Like they do nothing but run for the main office. But what I mean is like, you have to start small, you have to build up from that until you can eventually challenge on the main stage. Now, the issue of this logic from me now is that it's too late. Honestly, I'm not sure that we have time for this sort of thing before the consequences of climate change basically take over the agenda entirely, and whatever political system we're trying to get into in this way just totally breaks down. So, I mean, I guess people should still do it.
The truth is, being more centrist gets you more votes, which is why politicians tend to stray away from extremes. Okay, you say this, but Republicans are the more extreme than they've ever been, and they currently have the Supreme Court, the Senate, Congress, and the executive branch. So to me, like I take away the complete opposite conclusion. I don't see voters clamoring for more moderation. I see voters clamoring for politicians that are going to go out there and say, this is my vision, you know, just like put their dick on the table, show the American people that this is my agenda, this is my vision for the country, take it or leave it, you know. And if you don't like it, fuck you, you're an enemy of this country. And they win, you know. Because I think a lot of people, even if they don't agree with some of the Republican agenda, if not like when you look at the Republican agenda and how it pulls, it's actually incredibly unpopular. But it's like one of those, I don't like what you say, but I like how you say it. And voters actually believe it's like, this person seems like they have my interest in mind, that they're working on my behalf or whatever, even though it's a total farce. And I don't think Democrats do a good job of like pointing it out.
But what I'm trying to say is Americans have like this circular logic, and that very much serves the Democratic Party as well. It is so good for them. And I think that by sort of working with people like Bernie Sanders, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, irrespective of who they are, as individuals, of whether they are genuine or not genuine, and whether they are great people or not, whether they truly believe in some of the shit stuff that they perhaps forced into advocating for, just to stay in line with the Democratic Party, all of that doesn't really matter, because ultimately what they do is they serve this purpose where they give people this idea that you have your voice in the party. You have your voice here in the party already. AOC is there for you. Bernie is there for you. They're already fighting for you. You don't have to do that much yourself. You know, maybe you can go to the protest yourself. Maybe you can do something like that. But by golly, you do not try to make your own party. You don't try to do something independently. You don't try to like build an apparatus.
Then why did Hillary beat Bernie in the primary? Well, there was multiple reasons. One of them is like super delegates gave the impression to a lot of voters that Hillary Clinton was a lot further ahead in a lot of primary races than she actually was. Hillary had more media coverage than Bernie did in 2016. Bernie also explicitly said in 2016 that he was not running as a serious opposition candidate to Hillary. It was like he was there as a counterweight to be on the Democratic debate stage and push back on the things that she said and try to move the party's agenda and platform further left and be more progressive. But he didn't actually take the run seriously in the sense that he was actually thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to be able to actually have a chance at like capturing the nomination for the party. So he ends up getting a few states surprisingly. And then it was like, oh shit, we have momentum. So they started to like build it. But you know, you're going up against someone like Hillary who had a lot more name recognition, a lot more endorsements from like, you know, mainstream like Democrats. And so I just felt like in 2016, it started too late for them to get the campaign off the ground in the time that they needed to actually compete against Hillary Clinton. And then 2020 is like a whole other bag besides like, that's not even factoring in COVID. Like Bernie ended up having like a heart event that took him off the campaign trail. Like there's like lots of different reasons, but it's not as simple as voters like rejecting Bernie's message. Because if that were true, why is it that when it came like time for the Democratic primary race for the 2020 nomination, all of these Democrats were basically trying to give their version of the like Bernie light platform, you know?
It's entirely independent of the party, not like the DSA, but entirely independent of it, where you actually build it into something that can meaning.
Thank you for the raid, Majority Report. Nice to see you guys. We're just starting the Badempanada v. Hasan. They are arguing over whether or not the Democratic Party is actually going to be a viable party for the left in the United States.
Meaningfully threaten them and the two-party system, and thus meaningfully start putting pressure on your government to actually really do something internationally as well. And Americans have really failed at that more so than any people in the world, which is, I think, like people say like the US is the belly of the beast, it's hard to do this. I don't think that's true at all. For one, until Trump, the US had the best free speech laws in the entire world, pretty much. You can say basically anything. You could support Hamas, it doesn't matter. Like, that's a great environment for that sort of thing. It's a really good environment for that sort of thing, if anything. Obviously, the electoral college is fucked. That makes it a lot
Everybody
harder.
like the stream.
But
like
I mean,
and donate.
Americans never even really tried to get to the steps before that, which is like
No,
the Senate
it's so
and Congress.
right.
Where
No, it's so right. If you're currently watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me. And if you're currently watching on YouTube, go ahead and give my stream a like and subscribe to me.
those things are less bad. So I feel like there is absolutely a failure in the US for whatever reason. You know, obviously people like and fucking Twitter Marxists would tell you that's just the way it is. You know, it's a bourgeois controlled political system, whatever. But whatever the reason is, the US is the country, and the people of the US have the most power politically as a bloc of anyone in the world to get shit done for people in other countries. But paradoxically, they do nothing. And
I by the way,
I mean, he's not wrong in the sense that, like, yeah, the US ends up dictating the agenda of like far more countries than just ours domestically. But the concern of American voters is like first and foremost domestic policy. Foreign policy is always kind of like just in the background, you know?
I agree with everything that you said, and it is also a part of my vision. That's why I talked about class consciousness and instilling class consciousness, and also working on building movements outside of the party, and not like community organizing, even though that can be valuable as well, but specifically labor unions and building a network of pressure that could actually that actually creates maybe even down the line a third party. I'm not against this at all. And this is not something that I stand in opposition to, with the exception of what you just mentioned, the Green Party, obviously, because I think the Green Party is they're jokesters who only come around every 4 years.
Yes. As far as I can tell, this is my impression of the Green Party.
And I mean, I think this is yet another point of, it's just another point of like not knowing the full scope of my perspective on this.
No, like I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to argue with a clip of you or something. I'm talking to you.
No, exactly. And I'm telling you, like, I agree with you completely. And that's a part of my framework.
In what I was responding to there was what you said about making the Democratic Party more class conscious specifically. I think,
I think that's impossible. It's virtually impossible. That's why I said it would happen only.
Did he say the Democratic Party more class conscious or the voters more class conscious? Because if you can get the voters and the constituents, then there's a chance that they actually press and hold their politicians to more account and force more concessions, you know?
In an idealistic society, but my goal is to use the platform that I have and expand on it so that I can, once again, move people away from reactionary politics and help them focus on a class first politics. And wherever that goes, if there is a mechanism that can push the Democratic Party into actual submission to class first politics, then that's great. If that doesn't work and there's an alternative, if there's an alternative third party out there, the only way that they will reach viability if it's backed by a strong labor movement that actually engages in labor militancy. And even then, I'm not entirely confident that like this can happen in.
As a European, I thought the Green Party was more cool, but as they point out, we only hear about them every 4 years. I mean, yeah, if you look at the Green Party's platform, most people are going to be on board with it. But if you look at their action and their political efficacy or whatever, it's like the fact that another indication that they're not super serious is that they ran Jill Stein yet again. You know, not even like a change of like who the face of the Green Party is. The same woman.
In the United States of America.
Sorry.
But the reason why I speak on my perspective in the way that I do is because I'm speaking to Americans. And unfortunately, you got to make a lot of burger analogies if you want to get Americans on board. You have to give them hamburgers. Americans are either
We love our treats.
repulsed by what they perceive to be left politics. I'm not even talking about like revolutionary stuff.
Like really the thing is like the priority to me as far as like the most egregious thing that should be pointed out when like midterms come around is like they are trying to strip rights, like due process away. They're from Americans that have a legal right to be here, from immigrants. They are ignoring the Supreme Court, et cetera, like these sorts of things. But in reality, a better pitch to most voters would be, did you like the tariffs? Like, I'm sure like people seeing like costs go up and stuff like that, which they're going to see. Like when it comes to Walmart, to me, it's like, it doesn't matter that Trump's like, oh, I'm watching you. You better not shift the burden to, thank you for subscribing. You better not shift the burden to the consumer and you better just eat these tariff costs or whatever and do more business domestically. It's like, yeah, voters are going to notice the inflationary pressures that are going to occur and yet another hike in their standard of living, like how expensive it's going to be.
Socialism. I'm talking straight up like basic bare minimum social democratic functions that are afforded by every other comparable OECD state is seen as like radical in this country. Socialism in and of itself is seen as a pejorative in this country. That's why people say like Nancy Pelosi's the worst thing imaginable. She's a socialist. Like obviously that kind of stuff is really stupid, but I think it's indicative of the average American's perspective on this stuff, considering that, America won the Cold War and this is the imperial core. And therefore, most of our working class is just either completely oblivious to class politics in and of itself, and utterly confused by the notion of class consciousness, or they're incredibly angry at even the thought of it. Like they are repulsed by it, they get mad about it, which is why I have to temper my commentary on this front.
Well, I think you got to be careful with this.
Like I was about to say, like, should tempering be the like when in the face of that, should tempering be the way that you go? Shouldn't it be more of like a confrontation?
Of class politics in the US, and for a completely different reason to what you said as well, because there is an element to the present system where Americans benefit greatly from doing things to other countries, or they could at least. They in many ways they don't, because Americans are too dumb to even advocate for getting their own fair share from imperialism. But
I talk about that all.
They had no choice after Cornel dropped out. Oh yeah, that's right. Like Cornel, before he moved over to like the Working Families Party, Working People's Party, he ran with the Green Party.
There's two options here, which is like you can appeal to Americans as in like, I'm going to get you a bigger share. That's Bernie Sanders. I'm going to get you a bigger share of the spoils.
Yeah.
Or you could appeal to Americans in a way where like they perhaps see beyond national lines and understand themselves as part of a broader whole of the world. And I think if you like what you were talking about with unions, for example, the average American labor union is like, it's basically like I wouldn't even call it a union, like in terms of like,
Race calls them pig unions, which is not like cop unions, but like corporate unions or unions that are completely servile to the interests of the Democratic Party under the AFL.
Depends on what we mean by disappear, though. We have Green Party here in Phoenix. IDSA chapter does a hell of a lot more. It's like, yeah, like this stuff has to be built up at the state level first before they try to like launch federal and national campaigns.
Not even just that, like unions of themselves in general, obviously narrowly focus on the interests of their members. So that's why you get things like the American...
Like, should they already be putting them on the ballot? Yes. But they should be putting the majority of their resources behind the races that they have a chance. And that is like, you're seeing it, in New York in some areas where like city council, has a better chance of somebody from the DSA getting in there than they do like to Congress.
Big tent labor unions being like, oh, like, let's get the Lockheed Martin float at a parade or whatever. A huge victory for the Lockheed Martin employees. 10% raise.
Yeah. You're mixing and matching a couple different things, but yes, I know what you mean. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying here is that
as a European, isn't the problem for the Greens that they aren't visible local, or what am I missing? It's like partially that they're not. Yeah, they don't put enough effort into like local races first, and it's also that they still. I think most people kind of regard the Green Party as like woo-woo hippie cranks. So when they see them on like local races and they haven't done enough like ground game, they haven't been doing like canvassing efforts, and like if the voters' first knowledge of a Green Party candidate in a race that they're voting in is literally when they're on the voting booth seeing their name and they're like, oh, who is this person? I had not heard of them until this moment. That's an issue. And I realize that the constraints of that ultimately in a lot of times just come down to like, they don't have volunteers, they don't have money, you know, what can they do? But, you know, that's the work that has to be done.
What you were going on about there was about class politics in the USA. I need to get people on board with this idea that socialism isn't bad. I think you're looking far too much into the future with that rhetoric, because I'm not even thinking about fucking socialism right now. And people think I'm like a radical communist terrorist. Like, I'm not thinking about any of that shit right now. There's so many more immediate concerns that we have to work with, the systems that we have now. Ultimately, I have no faith in Americans ever doing anything, unfortunately. Like, if you ask me, what are your solutions? I don't have solutions for you, buddy. We have a limited amount of time before she hits the fan. I would have thought previously that something like what is happening in Gaza would cause like a Vietnam level like cultural like schism in the US. It hasn't. It hasn't actually caused it anyway.
Okay, here's the thing though, is that one, a lot of Democrats could not even get, like Democratic voters could not get the Democratic establishment to move on this particular issue. So what are the chances that they're going to have of getting the Trump administration or Republicans to move on this issue? So you have people that were previously mobilized, completely demotivated, and they're looking in the news and they're seeing people get literally disappeared and get in trouble for the things that they're saying, and them speaking out against Israel and advocating for Palestine. So that has this massive chilling effect, you know. And then even with the Vietnam War, when you had more outspoken critics and protests and whatnot, it still took 10 years for the Vietnam War to end, you know. I think he sometimes sometimes it seems like he doesn't get just how much like moneyed influences really mitigate like a ton of activism and mobilization.
Not even in Europe, where places
20 years. And also there was direct involvement with Americans actually going there to fight, which I think is the reason why there was a lot more resistance.
Wait, did you just say it took 10 years?
Involvement with
doesn't actually cause it anyway. Not even in Europe, where places
20 years. And also
yeah, like 20 years. Okay. By the time I would be 10, but yeah.
So there was direct involvement with Americans actually going there to fight, which I think is the reason why there was a lot more resistance. Americans are inherently very selfish people. And until they're drawn into the fight themselves.
It was the same for the Greens in Norway 20 years ago. They were seen as weed-smoking farmers, anti-vaxxers, anti-authoritarians. They changed a bit. They're not conspiracies anymore. Sadly, not anti-authoritarian. Yeah, that last word's bleak, but like, yeah, they're seen as like the hippie party, you know? And it's filled with a bunch of people. Like, honestly, it's a party filled with a lot of boomers, surprisingly. And to the extent that they were like cracking the mainstream, it was them, yeah, being anti-vax, or the fact, like, I remember Jill Stein saying that, like, pandering to like just like, oh yeah, we could do like an investigation into like what really happened on 9/11. And I'm like, okay, see, when she feels the need to say stuff like that and pander to people like that, I'm like, you're talking about like so like absolute fucking cranks, you know? You know that they're watching you, and that's not good to me.
In a way that is more meaningful with a draft, not just like the poverty draft, or not just necessarily like a bunch of people that want to get a communications degree for free going out there and getting their dicks blown off while defending some fucking poppy field in the Karengal Valley, but like literally a draft. Only then will selfish Americans actually get up to aggressively protest in a militant fashion, in a way that would truly harm the overall interests of the American State Department.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. It's the whole thing. It's the whole reason why we're in the place where we're in. The US does not have a rival anymore who needs to compete with that much in terms of geopolitics. China, I mean, I don't know what your stance is on China, but China doesn't do shit. China doesn't want to do shit. China just wants to mind its own business, and that is a huge problem, really. You know, if China tried to do something meaningful regarding what's happening in Gaza, it would probably happen. Like,
they need more Vine boom sounds.
They would be able to do something about it very easily.
I talked about this just yesterday. I 100% agree. There was like a fake TikTok of like Americans dropping in aid that actually killed Palestinians, ironically enough. But they were literally recycling the American aid being dropped into Gaza, but this time like saying China was doing it. And they were like, oh my God, how wonderful that China's dropping aid into Gaza. And one, that was fake. China didn't do that. But two, if China wanted to, it's Israel's second largest trading partner. They could literally fucking say, hey, we are going to bring in our military and our NGOs to distribute aid on the Gaza Strip. What is Israel going to do? Say no to that? They can't fucking do that.
China could do way fucking more than that. Like, we saw with the tariff shit, how quickly Trump folded in the face of actual economic consequences from China. They could do something like that to the US if they wanted to. They could do it.
Yeah, he's talking about the tariffs being not completely reversed, but like, you know, Trump fucks something up, fixes it, quote unquote, and then doesn't even restore it back to the previous status quo and claims victory.
To Israel. Obviously, it would come at some sort of cost to themselves, but Trump would fold in 2 fucking seconds if China was like, hey, we're going to sanction Israel, or we're going to put tariffs on American goods or something like that. We're going to make your shit cost more. But
One
China
example-
does not do that.
Yeah.
And the USSR was in a position, it wasn't in an economic position, but it was in like a military position and a geopolitical position where it could put a ton of pressure on. So now we have a situation in the world today where the US is, it's not totally uncontested, but it is way, way more uncontested than it ever has been before. And we're looking at that in Gaza right now, and I can't tell you what to do about it at all. I can tell you what individuals could do. It would get me banned, so I'm not going to.
Yeah.
But still, even if we all did that, I don't think it would change that much in the grand scheme of things.
I don't disagree with you on anything. And also, like I said, this is the exact same shit that I say on my stream for the most part.
And like, this is just even talking about like, what can America do, right? This is not even talking about like the fact that, you know, he wants to see more pressure like more action taken against the Israeli state. But you have millions and millions of people in the global south that have and their governments that have unfavorable views and relations with Israel. And it's like they can't move the needle on it either. You know, I realize like the extent to which those nations are as like democratic as the United States is like heavily curtailed and different. But it goes to show that like a lot of it comes down to like capital and military strength, you know, because all those countries and all those constituents and in the global south, like they have all of this negative sentiment. But, you know, is there any like stick that they could use to actually, you know, realize that? No.
I'll take it one step further. As far as like China's lack of interest in undermining American footholds in its own backyard in the Philippines. I feel like if China operated in the same way as like America did, or even the fucking USSR did for that matter, they could just like arm the Philippine Maoists instead of working with the Duterte government as they did to disarm them and to actively work against them. That's a real destabilizing force in the country, and China doesn't even use it. Instead, they're just doing water spraying operations with their Coast Guard while simultaneously trying to set up an ASEAN security partnership where the Philippines are the only fucking party that refuses to sign on. Why do they refuse to sign on? Because they're comfortable being a unsinkable aircraft carrier for the United States of America. So they like, I'm not, you know, I live in America. You live in Argentina, as far as I know. So obviously, I'm not going to sit here and be like, Xi Jinping should do this, but that is my assessment. But clearly, whatever they're doing has worked so far, at least in terms of like positioning China as a global hegemonic power. But yes, I do recognize that they're being self-interested to a degree where no one seems to care about doing anything to stop the Nazi Israel government from conducting its live-streamed child Holocaust.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's just materialism in the end.
They're already doing that, but they don't want to turn to the next Ukraine, much like Taiwan will be. Yeah.
And China is extremely good at using the global system that the US set up, so why would they want to challenge it? That's how it is with everything. The Arab states, half of them are US puppets, the other half, they would probably get annihilated if they tried to do anything uncoordinated without the US puppet states helping them. In many other cases, like, I feel like Israel has become something of an inconvenience for its allies at this point. But they're sort of too far in to really do anything about it. At this, like, you know, it's been like 50, 60, 70 years of nothing but full support for Israel. So at this point, you know, what are they going to do? Especially given that they would have to be, like the US would have to be the one to really pull the plug, and that's not going to fucking do it, is it?
Well, the thing is that like, and he's not talking about the lobby specifically, but he's not wrong that there is consensus between Democrats and Republicans with respect to Israeli policy for the most part. But it's not possible that it's impossible, or it's not true that it's impossible for that consensus to go against Israel at times. Like, AIPAC lobbied hard against the Iran nuclear deal, and the Iran nuclear deal still came to fruition. Obviously, when Trump got into office, in his first term, he like ripped it up. But that's an example where there are times where, like, if American geopolitical interests are not served by being aligned with Israel, America will exert pressure or go against consensus. The consensus that exists between these two countries. It was possible. Democrats need to start doing that when it comes to Palestine and Gaza and whatnot, though.
So, I mean,
you know,
it's probably
like even the modest examples of like Biden sanctioning the settlers, you know, the end. I think like Biden sanctions West Bank settlers, you know. Like that was terminated as soon as Trump gets into office. He rescinds it. Let's see. Yeah, Biden admin sanctions Israeli West Bank settlement orgs. Biden admin on Monday imposed sanctions on Israel's largest settlement development organization as part of the latest U.S. actions targeting those fomenting instability in the occupied West Bank. You know, is it the right move? Yes. Is it too late? Yes, in a lot of ways. Like it was like why wasn't that happening under Obama? You know,
I feel like the bleakest situation that I could imagine right now.
Especially like when the settlements are the large reason why like the carry lines or whatever didn't come to fruition. Like a boss was not happy about the settlement encroachment.
Obviously, like Americans theoretically, as a block of people, like average Americans have a decent amount of.
AIPAC Netanyahu is interested in keeping the U.S. and the Middle East for as long as possible. Yeah. See, the thing is that like the Democrats, anytime there has been like disagreement between what moves they want to make versus what Israel wants them to do, you know, Democrats face opposition from Republicans. They face opposition from AIPAC. They have some coordination with J Street, and they face opposition from Israel. So they get attacked on those flanks, and they have ceded to pressure from those different groups and lobbyists, you know, just general pro-Israel lobbyists. But when it comes to, you're seeing some volatility, not a lot, but some volatility between Trump and Israel in the last couple of months. I think people have been like too hopeful about the volatility that they're seeing between Trump and Bibi. But you're seeing that because Trump, like AIPAC largely agrees with with MAGA. Israel agrees with the MAGA agenda. Israel likes Trump, and Bibi agrees with Trump. So what pressure is really being exerted on Trump at that point, you know?
Of power to challenge.
Because like unlike Democrats, unfortunately, will listen to those interest groups when they lobby and clamor against them. Republicans, not so much. They mostly just listen to the donors, and the donors have a hard time. You know, they clearly pick their battles with Trump.
This, but they also themselves have no real reason, no real motivation for doing so, because ultimately, you know, what you said about Vietnam probably rings true. It does not affect them that much. It affects some of them psychologically, and that is about it. They don't see any.
I have an ad break coming up in like 2 minutes, guys. 3 minutes, and then we'll be back.
Material consequences from it. You know, there has not been like a massive adverse reaction that could.
So if you want to subscribe, you can avoid these ads.
Turn them against it. Like,
But I'll pause the content so you guys don't miss anything.
For example, like the IRA, for example, did a lot to like instill like fatigue in the British public on their government to try and look for some sort of solution to the troubles.
Yeah.
There's nothing like that. There's nothing like it anywhere. Not at all.
Well, there's no situation historically that has existed where the captive population has been this thoroughly, at least in contemporary history that I can think of, where the captive population has been this thoroughly ethnically cleansed in broad daylight without any sort of material support to offer from other countries, right? Like you have no Cuban example, you have no USSR example, and the role that they might have played in the ANC's efforts to resist against the apartheid structure in South Africa. And you certainly don't have American congresspersons doing arms trafficking to Hamas in the way that they did to the IRA. You had American conservative politicians of Irish background doing arms shipments to the IRA at a certain point. You could fundraise for the IRA in American bars, right? So very, very different set of circumstances here. And this coming also after the expanded surveillance state in the aftermath of the war on terror, with a shit ton of social conditioning that Americans totally signed off on, in terms of like Muslims and Arabs being worthy of only death and destruction. And they're all, you know, rapist, barbaric hordes. They're all ISIS. This kind of attitude is reflected broadly in American society or in Western society in general. But that's the silver lining that I see, because in spite of all of that, I think there's only so much dead children that the average Americans can look at and go, this is completely unacceptable. Like, this is fucked up. Now, you're not wrong when you say there's not enough.
Like, he's not wrong that, like, he was like, there's instances where the United States, let me see. United States Arms IRA. Where's this? Yeah, this is like in the 70s, right? This is in the 70s. Now we're in, 2025. Do I see something like that happening from the United States to Hamas? No. The other thing is that, like, even though the United States doesn't care about Human Rights Watch's report, like human rights groups and their reports and whatnot, like Amnesty International has called for there to be a comprehensive arms embargo against Hamas because it's a frequent violator of human rights. I could see that being cited as a reason why they're not, like, the United States would never support like any sort of Palestinian militancy group, Hamas or not, because they violate human rights. But those same groups call for comprehensive arms embargoes against Israel, and then they'll ignore that, But as far as I understand, there's nothing in international law that prevents the United States from allotting money for them to build up like defensive systems, like arms. No, but defensive system, like if the United States wanted to like provide Palestinian authorities to like build more tunnels or things like that, they could do that.
Enough mobilization happening.
Will it happen? No. Could they do it? Yes.
People are not fucking shit up in an effort to make this costly, this undying allegiance to Israel costly. And you're not wrong on that. But I do think that
oh wait, we're in an ad break. Okay, I'll give it a second before I hit play. But in the meantime, appreciate all you guys watching this with me. We've got some other content we're going to go over. I'm going to do Tim Pool versus Adam Conover after this. But if you're enjoying the content and you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and hit subscribe. Please go ahead and give the stream a like. It helps boost the stream out to other viewers so I can get more chatters. And if you're watching this on Twitch, if you want to avoid ad breaks in the future, like my lovely 10 subscribers are already doing, you can go ahead and give me your Twitch Prime subscription. You could subscribe if you want. Follow me. Chatting just helps. And if you want to support the stream, my Streamlabs dono link is pinned in chat. You can also buy me a Ko-fi. My Ko-fi link is in the description box of my YouTube. And if you want to follow me anywhere else, I'm at straighterate or straighterate_ on basically everything. Might want to update the title. Oh my god. It's because I go live from Restream and it like changes it. But thank you. Yeah, I need to update that.
Given how much the public sentiment has shifted in such a short period of time, even though it was incredibly costly in terms of the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians at this point.
Thank you, Led Vitamin, for pointing that out.
Even though the numbers say, 63,000? I think that's a severe undercount. There is still... I think that there is still always, like, it's something that I will always push for, regardless of how hopeless I feel, is to mobilize Americans.
You can try your best. It is absolutely true that in an ideal world, like the number one way to fight this would be to mobilize people in the US, Europe, Australia, Canada, these places which are Israel's primary backers. And, many of us have mobilized. Many people have tried to do stuff, protested and stuff. But clearly, these governments are immune to this sort of pressure at this point. They don't give a shit about it. Like it's because really almost nothing has really changed. Like Israelis is literally under investigation for genocide.
I don't want to say that they're immune to it. I don't want to say that like protests are completely pointless, but like the extent to which you need there to be like mass mobilization and sustained pressure, it needs to be overwhelming before you start to see a shift in politicians' attitudes. And the other thing is like the demographics of a lot of these rallies and protests tend to be young voters, and young voters just don't vote as consistently. So Democrats take everything that they say with a grain of salt, even when they are voting, like the uncommitted movement, when you actually see the uncommitted movement get 700,000 votes or whatever, they see it more as like a PR thing, or like a thing to be handled, and they'll make rhetorical shifts because then Kamala Harris started calling for a temporary ceasefire. But then you look at their actions and you just don't see that change reflected in the updates to their rhetoric. So, The first thing is getting them to like seeing them change, being forced to change their rhetoric tells me it's like, okay, they're responsible. They are responsive to some pressure, but what does it take to actually convert that into action and see it at the like legislative level?
The ICJ, for example.
And that is where I kind of like share more of his hopelessness.
Well, I would say at this point, they are probably actually going to, like, it's going to be ruled against them. They're actually going to be found to have committed genocide in Gaza. And that is a huge fucking deal for a UN court, because they've done nothing to convince the court that they aren't doing that, ever since the case started. But I mean, I might be wrong there, because it is still a UN court. It's still a court that is ultimately run by the US and all of this, that even though pretend it isn't. But I mean, a lot of that is going to be in, a lot of these people on the court are like very prominent judges who would not want to sully their name by making an intentionally stupid decision just in the name of politics. So we'll see what happens there. But my point is, like,
yeah, the ICC, like some people call the ICC the International Caucasian Court, because I think with the exception, like the arrest warrants that are out for like Galan, Netanyahu, and Putin, these are some of like the first exceptions, like the first instances of like white leaders being called before like the ICC.
When you have basically like both of the most important judicial bodies in international law have serious cases against Israel, and you also have like hundreds of thousands of people in the street protesting in almost every single one of the countries that is supporting Israel, in some cases like week after week, it's clear that something has shifted here, and like from how things were 30 to 40 years ago especially. Yeah. And the number one thing that I can think of is somehow the internet has made it easier to ignore this shit. I can't exactly articulate how exactly, but it's obviously the most...
The ICC is a joke. Well, it feels that way, but they're enough of a threat that the United States feels the need to like sanction them for their actions. So I'm not like completely ready to kind of jettison or see these institutional bodies as like, completely, because like if that were the case, you wouldn't see the US responding to their arrest warrants, but I feel like the ICC knows that like if they don't start varying the war criminals that they pull before it, they are going to lose. They're just going to continue to lose international legitimacy.
It's a prominent change in the world aside from the fall of the Soviet Union, which is probably...
like if the ICC were to issue an arrest warrant for like Blinken or people in the Biden admin for, cutting blank checks to Netanyahu, you would see they would take action. The United States would like be threatened by that.
Bigger, I forgot where I was going with that, actually. I'm a fucking moron.
Well,
but what I was going to say was like, no, I don't know what I was going to say.
Okay. Well, what I was going to say is
perception.
I recognize all of that. And part of why I try to communicate these issues in the way that I do, even though I say almost the exact same things that you have said so far in this conversation, not signing off on
I can't get over those
everything that you say off stream or on social media.
You disagree with?
Ooh, yeah, that's a good one.
We can get to that, but we're having a productive conversation right now. But
we have to yell at each other. I have to speak. I have to play video clips over you like Ethan Klein did.
Yeah, I'll move into that in a second. But the reason why, for example, why did I broach the subject of Israel with Bernie on First Amendment grounds and the unlawful detention and possible deportation of Mahmoud Khalil? Because I understand Bernie Sanders' position. I don't agree with it, and I think it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous position to have. It's repulsive to maintain the idea that Israel has a right to defend itself. 19 months into Israel's...
Have you seen the videos of how Bernie talks to...
What's Bernie's position on Mahmoud? Let's see. Bernie Sanders, Mahmoud Khalil. Let's see. So fucking depressing when you try to look up stuff like this, it's like these types of websites are the ones that come up. Not that there like maybe anything wrong with it, it's just the fact that like it doesn't end up being covered by like MSNBC or like mainstream outlets. Slam the illegal U.S. detention of Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. No, Mr. President, you cannot illegally arrest and detain U.S. residents because of their political views or opinions. In America, we have a little something called the First Amendment, he wrote on X. Throwing protesters in jail is yet another step on the path to authoritarianism, he added. Sanders' remarks came right after U.S. District Judge Jesse Furman on Wednesday extended a ban on Khalil's deportation from the U.S. Green card holder.
Palestine protesters?
Yeah, I have. From like 2000 and there's like one from like
some of them are recent.
There's one that's more recent where people come up to him while he's walking, but he's an old
He
curmudgeon.
really gets.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would call it that. I think it's the topic
You know what I think it
specifically
is?
that he knows he can't talk about.
You know what I think it is? I think it's what Bernie did to the average Democrat and the resentment that the average Democrat feels when Bernie is mentioned, because it shows their hollowed out nature of their politics. Pro-Palestinian protesters do to Bernie. I think he recognizes that deep down inside that those people are right and he's fucking wrong, and it pisses him off. Or maybe he just genuinely sees them. Yeah. Or he just genuinely sees them as a hurdle, and that he has the right mind on this. But what I will say is this: when you go to those rallies where he has 32,000 people showing up, right, in red states, blue states, all around the country, the people at those rallies are far closer to the truth on the issue of Israel and Palestine than Bernie Sanders himself is. Which is why I see that as an opportunity to talk to those people there. I see that as I see Bernie Sanders as simply a person that is capable.
Yeah, but Bernie doesn't bring it up on the Stop Oligarchy tour, as far as I understand. Even the statements that he makes, it's like he talks about Palestinian suffering sometimes as though it like falls out of the sky. Like he's not, and he'll talk shit about Netanyahu, but he won't like confront Israel directly.
Of bringing all of these people together, and with the exception of American foreign policy, which is very significant for someone like myself, obviously. Bernie, I see Bernie as a uniting figure that can be used to build a more robust movement to actually.
And even then, like this, it's not that it worries me because I don't disagree with him. It does fall out of the sky in the form of U.S. funded Israeli arms. Yeah, exactly. I don't disagree with him that Bernie is a useful vector now, but like it does scare me when you have like figureheads of what is understood as like the left movement in the United States. And Bernie Sanders is old. He's not getting any younger. And I worry that like too many young progressives hitching their wagon to Sanders and his message, his movement, and then he dies, like that momentum being like killed.
Actually get more Americans that are liberals on board with some of these other ideas. And I think imperialism plays a formative role in that politics, in the politics of the socialist left, of course.
See, it's like this. It's like this.
The United States are doing is being complicit in the slaughter of the Palestinian people. Over 50,000 are dead. There's massive malnutrition taking place right now. Children are starving to death. And that is all backed up with U.S. military aid to Netanyahu. As you will remember, I tried to stop that military aid. I think the United States should simply say tomorrow to Netanyahu, you're not getting another nickel, not only until there is massive humanitarian aid coming in, but until you start treating the Palestinian people.
See, to me, it's like, you know, I already know the argument. The argument is you need to use kind of like the least inflammatory language to attempt to draw attention to this issue and yield the best results. But the thing is that this is not like, you know, previous operations that Israel has conducted that led to like the slaughter of like 2,000 Palestinians by the end of it anymore. Like we're at a point now where like American views on Israel, Pew. We are at a point now where, for the first time, a slight majority of Americans now express a somewhat or very unfavorable view of Israel. This marks an 11-point increase in unfavorable views since March 2022, when we last asked this question. The share of U.S. adults who voice very unfavorable views of Israel has roughly doubled over this period, from 10% in 2022 to 19% in 2025. Democrats, which that's who is listening to him, are much more likely to express unfavorable views of Israel than Republicans, 69 versus 37. In 2022, 53% of Dems and 27% of Republicans had a negative view of Israel. So to me, it's like, we're already past the tipping point where you can say this. Obviously, the actions alone and the genocide alone should be that tipping point. But it's like, they'll start to argue on like pragmatic grounds, but it's like, no, there is momentum building for you to have this sort of like vocal opposition. And it's not going to cost you electorally, or it's not going to be as risky electorally as you would have been able to claim a few years ago.
Because, I mean, the argument, the alternative argument to the labor aristocracy, like Americans recognizing their class position, but then also recognizing their class position on an international scale and how much they benefit from the unequal exchange globally, The alternative to that also is that
You said being centrist doesn't get more votes, and later you admitted that young radicals don't vote. How do you square those two thoughts? No, that's not what I said. I said you had claimed earlier, Elijah. I believe I'm getting sunlocked. What did you claim earlier? You said the truth is being more centrist gets you more votes, which is why politicians tend to stray away from the extreme. And I pointed to the fact that the Republicans currently control the Supreme Court, Congress, Senate, and the executive branch. And they didn't do it by using centrist messaging. You know, they used inflammatory partisan rhetoric to excite their base and get them out to vote. As opposed to Kamala Harris, that up until the election, she started moderating more and more and more. She started pivoting right on immigration. Even at the DNC, she made what Ezra Klein called the most conservative speech that he had ever heard from a Democrat at the DNC. You know, they started attempting to, pander more to the center, and the Democrats had a huge number of people stay home. So I just don't see, I feel like the centrist, that strategy is what the playbook that they've been doing, and it's not helping them win. It's not even helping them win down ballot races.
Every dollar spent on global war and the extraction of natural resources and all of that endless.
Trump isn't that different from a neocon policy-wise. No, he's not. But yet he enjoys so much more support in his party. His base absolutely loves him, and they think he's fighting the deep state and that he's some outsider when, one, this is a second term, and two, he really is continuing the legacy of Bush-era Republicans and neocons. He's differing from them on stuff like, oh yeah, I'll cut USAID. More establishment Republicans don't like that stuff, but they agree on 90% of things, But my point is, it's people have voters, especially Democratic voters, have the appetite for aggressive opposition, and Democrats should be responding to that and meeting the moment.
Bounty that doesn't even translate to America's material conditions improving could be a dollar spent directly on fixing the roads, fixing the potholes.
People get tricked into accepting centrism because of the myth of enlightenment, but it actually requires a voter base to not know or ask for anything better. If people just don't know, Bernie pointing to what other developed countries have or whatever, that was part of the reason it felt like there was a media blackout when it came to talking about his platform in 2016 and 2020, because he was not really even saying anything radical, but to the American media and press, yeah, it is radical,
A dollar spent on a bomb.
But his platform is just talking about bringing the United States in line with the majority of the developed world. That's it.
Could be spent on educational material for children, better schools, a better ISP system, more robust welfare state. So this is it's such an easy flip once you get Americans to that point, I think. And that's why I, regardless of my disagreements with Bernie Sanders, still hold some respect for him for being able to put this kind of politics in the forefront in a country like the United States of America, where I feel before his 2016 run, positioning himself against the establishment.
Corporate media got scared about a man who could catch the right wingers on a rhetorical standpoint. Yeah, the other thing that people don't talk about is how much free media from free media. Wait, 2016. Didn't you get $2 billion worth of free media for Donald Trump in 2016? This is because there would be times where they would opt to show a Trump, CNN would show a Trump podium before they would show Bernie Sanders speaking at rallies. And they thought, the media incorrectly assumed that what he was saying was so insane that if they kind of shed light on it, it would alienate voters, but it actually just made them more excited for him. Matt Taibbi talks about this in his book, Insane Clown President, which he wrote about the 2016 campaign trail.
Democrats, it seemingly was a rudderless ship heading down the same, I guess, necro state that we have become regardless of Bernie running. But at least now.
So a lot of polling that shows progressive economic policy is popular. That's why down ballot measures always pass, even in red states. I know, when you see the average voter, when it comes to the down ballot races and stuff like that, the issues that they vote on, they're left. And then as far as who they want in the White House, they're voting in fascists.
Now there is more
Matt Taibbi. Yeah, this is pre Matt Taibbi, going off the deep end.
Leftist organizing in the country, whether it be a more robust PSL movement, DSA, and even more unionization, even though our labor union participation rate is pretty fucking low.
Okay, let me grant. Let's just. I don't care to argue like a lot of the stuff that you said because honestly, I don't think it really matters. But
One point to
okay,
Hasan.
the left movement in the U.S. is bigger now. Let's say that's the case. You know, the PSL and all these other things. It looks really positive, bright for the future.
The PSL, the Pumpkin Spice Latte Party, obviously.
Does it though? Has this changed anything? Has anything meaningfully happened as a result of this? If anything, things have probably gotten worse, I would say.
Okay, it stands for Party for Socialism and Liberation or something like that.
So, maybe me and your idea that the US is the place where something meaningful could happen is completely, utterly, and just totally wrong in reality.
I mean, yeah, that's definitely a more pessimistic attitude, and there are definitely days where I feel that way, but I try not to succumb to that feeling and still push on, knowing full well that like, look, this movement is still marginal, it's still tiny, but it grows every single day, and that's ultimately a good thing because who knows where we might be at. And at the end of the day, the least that the American left could do is like try to get concessions and to try to get America to step away to the best of our ability from the global stage when the decline of empires.
I'm sure he's thinking like, is this that he thinks that like that's so naive that could happen.
The best thing to do is to immediately, each and every one of you, break with the Democratic Party already now and get to work. You've had decades to do it. It's probably too late, but why not try? Because what you're doing right now isn't doing anything anyway. So what's the difference? You want a great example
I'm not
of
against that.
precisely? I'm not saying you're not. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying it doesn't have to be an argument. Everything doesn't have to be a yelling match.
Yeah, I think Bernie probably.
If he was more in tune to like American domestic politics, like the ins and outs of it, he could be pointing to things like Democratic establishment opposition to David Hogg just saying he's going to primary ineffective Democrats in safe blue districts and how much they're working overtime to prevent that from happening. You know, as like an example of like why there needs to be change and movement outside of the Democratic Party immediately. And like, I would be interested in hearing like what he has to say about that.
Is the best possible option. We had to do that too.
I mean, there was in 2016, I even thought like, you know, he might be something special.
Because like, to me, like if he posed that to him, if he posed that to Hasan, then Hasan, like the argument typically is that the Democratic establishment is something that should be infiltrated and like taken over because they have all of the state apparatuses, they have all the power structures necessary. They just need to be like co-opted by the left, and then socialism. No, I'm kidding, but that's typically the argument in response to that. That it shouldn't be ceded to corporate interests.
He might have been, if he had been elected, he might have been different. You know, he had the balls back then to call out obvious shit like, you know, there was a coup in Bolivia, basic shit like that.
I'm a staunch anti-American. Still, I can see the value of some of the USAID. Yeah, because the USAID stuff was just like, it was performative bullshit, and all it did was curb humanitarian efforts for the most part. Like now you have kids dying of like HIV and AIDS that wouldn't have died otherwise if they hadn't have cut that stuff or whatever. You know, like it wasn't some like, you know, principled anti-imperialist action from Elon Musk. It was like literally what they thought they could get away with, like cutting with the least amount of opposition.
That literally no one else in the US was saying.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. And since then, he's just sort of become a shadow of himself. I mean, he's old as well.
Or even running as a major party candidate, running to
like the Democrats chose to lose rather than let him win. It's just a shame that after that, he didn't really do anything. Like, if anything, that experience turned him into more of an establishment guy than he was before. And that's just sad. But I mean, what I was going to say is that...
I mean, it's like, but what is that? I kind of wish Badempanada would interrogate that more. That like, what does it tell you about the way that you're forced to maneuver within the Democratic Party? That someone like Bernie, who has been like an outspoken critic of American domestic policy and some foreign policy for like his entire 40-year tenure, and now he finally has like mainstream attention, you know, and how much it forces him to, I don't think like entirely, he's not like completely kneecapped himself or anything like that. I think he's largely continuing to stay consistent on what he believes, you know, but he recognizes he doesn't want to be cut out of mainstream outlets when he's reaching more people than ever. So it makes you cautious, you know, and I'm not saying that I like that. I'm just not, I almost don't even see it as this like personal failure. I just see that as kind of like this is what the American political establishment kind of does to people that attempt to work within it, unfortunately.
Look at the Luigi Mangione thing.
And its age also plays a role. Yeah, that's another thing.
Recently, that is an issue that very directly affects many Americans. Many. That guy, I haven't seen polls on him, but I would assume that a majority of people who know who he is and what he did probably have a favorable opinion of him. But it still hasn't resulted in anything. Like, nothing is.
Bernie won't say the word genocide. And the thing that bothers me about Bernie not saying genocide is that you can point to Human Rights Watch and Amnesty and different groups that are willing to call it genocide and have been for over a year. So it wouldn't be Bernie Sanders kind of like spearheading it out of nowhere. It's like, no, South Africa forced Israel to go before the ICJ. Now you have trusted human rights and respected human rights groups saying the same thing. So Bernie could be like, it's not me saying this, it's these organizations that we should take seriously saying this, and mainstreaming information that is already out there. It wouldn't be him just like saying that out of nowhere.
Come of it at all. There was like a week period where like conservatives and liberals met together in parks and talked about how cool Luigi was and like how the healthcare system is really fucked up. And then everyone just went right back to what they were doing before, and nothing has fundamentally changed. Nothing has really fundamentally been inspired by what was an act that I would have thought would inspire that sort of thing in a country where people, or at least a time, maybe it's not even the US, maybe just the time period that we live in, where people were ripe to actually take risks to try and seek meaningful change. This isn't happening anymore. And it's not just the US where this isn't happening. I mean, I live in Argentina, as you so astutely said.
And he's also saying, like, how does this not have a bigger impact or whatever? And it's like, I think it's also hard to just understand the sheer like size and scale of this country and how fractured it is and how many like individual states could be their own. California could be its own country. California could be 3 countries because of how many people and how big the economy is. These sorts of like this kind of events happening like with Luigi in one state or whatever. Like he's like, how does that not have the effect? It's like, because they're not in a country that's like, the size of Israel, for example. It's like this, it's seen as like the other side of the world for some Americans.
People in Argentina just sort of do the same thing now. They just let shit happen. This is a poor country where people in general have less to lose, and they just sort of let themselves be experimented on like a pack of lab rats. There are people.
Thanks to the lobby, the G word won't make the light of day. I also think it's that like most Democrats, you could like a lot of these establishment Democrats, like they're older. You tend to see more Israel support among older Democrats anyway. It's not just that they're captured by corporate interests; they agree with it. Like they themselves are not open to these arguments. They're not. They think these groups are biased against Israel, and they won't hear them out.
Protesting against it. Those people are trying to do stuff, but most people are sort of happy to just sit back, relax, and see what's going to happen as someone tries to do to that country the same thing that has already been done to that country 50 times before and never worked in those times either.
I think part of that is also because of the treat economy. Like Americans are pacified by the bountiful treats that they have at their disposal. So
yeah, I mean, and part of those treats
like,
is the internet and social media as well.
Here's that too, for sure. That's also a treat. But what I was going to say is this, okay? I fear that if the only alternative is socialism or barbarism, right? I fear that without proper political education, without any class consciousness, without any mechanisms of pushback, without any sort of like structural organizing on the labor front, that when all of this crumbles inevitably, and I do think it will, all we will have is a fascist movement, and that's already kind of happening anyway. So that's my big fear, and that's what I try to. That's why I try to do everything in my power to, one, talk to international leftist movements, regardless of how social democratically aligned they are, or even people like Mélenchon, in an effort to try to get people to organize and move in the positive direction, even if change doesn't seem immediate.
Well, I think I'm not specifically accusing you here or anything, but if there's one thing that you could do with your content that might maybe help you use the position that you're in to do something that might actually matter, it is really actually start encouraging people to work outside of the Democratic Party and lead by example as well. Like, If you're going to talk to Bernie Sanders again, scream at him in the face. Scream at him. Scream. Use that one opportunity. Like, I mean, how many more chances you can have to talk to Bernie Sanders, really, right?
He's very old. He is very old.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't
Kill
think
him
I'll.
by screaming at him.
okay, I don't mean like literally scream at him, but I mean get combative. Put on a public spectacle of it.
I think.
You know?
Well, see, that's what
give him a Kanye West. George Bush doesn't care about black people. Why not?
I think Ash Sarkar had a really productive conversation with Bernie that people use all the time.
Yeah, this is the interview with Navarro Media where she asked him if it's a genocide and he wouldn't call it a genocide.
Where she presented some of these questions because she had a longer, like an opportunity to have a longer conversation with him. If I'm not
have that with you, you're way bigger than her.
Yeah, I think because he's had that conversation once already, he's probably a little bit more worried. Or I mean, I don't think he would run away from having that conversation with me either. It's just that I guess the planets haven't aligned. But
I also think the other thing is that like Bernie's making the calculation that he knows that he has a lot of favorability with the left. He is attempting to reach non-voters, disaffected voters, other median Democratic voters and move them further left, trying to convert some people that took a chance on Trump, but they're not they're like a Trump voter versus like a true dyed-in-the-wool Trump supporter. Like, you know, they bought Trump's bullshit. There are these kind of like low information voters that were willing to give him a chance. Like that's who he's trying to reach. And so I'm disappointed, of course, but I'm not surprised that like he's rebuffing these calls for him to be more outspoken about this about the genocide, because he's like, well, I already have favor with these people and I'd only be losing a little bit, you know, but I could potentially be alienating a lot of people that I could reach. And he's like scared to offend the sensibilities of these people in the middle, you know?
But yeah, no, I think that it's important to ask these questions. I don't think it's unproductive.
So he sees it as like, I call it a genocide and I get back some favorability with the left. There's a lot of people that would be mad at me because it's too late, which is true. Like for a lot of people, they'd be mad because they'd be like, okay, cool, you're calling it that, but you should have done this a lot earlier. Now you're like doing it when it's like way too late, you know? And what he would get in return for that is potentially alienating people. But again, I think people overestimate the extent to which Americans are like, especially younger Americans, like millennials, Gen X or whatever, are like still like are like ideologically committed to like Israel or see it like supporting Israel, or, you know, calls of like calling it like the only democracy in the Middle East is like Bibi's consolidating power within the judiciary and they're trying to like, you know, throw him out due to corruption.
I don't think it's that important to talk to him about Israel specifically, because obviously he's steadfast in that.
Well, I did bring up
the most
the
important
third party
thing to do
thing.
would be the third party thing. And
No, I did ask him that.
Did you?
Yeah, that was the other. Because those are my two main questions. Was like, what kind of initiatives does he want to? The three questions I have for Bernie and for AOC in general, but like especially for Bernie, were do you think that, you know, we could build a robust third party movement in this country, and like what are the steps to take to do so? And then the other question was obviously going to be about like what are the direct actions that they want to engage with in terms of tackling the issue of like how this administration is using Israel as a way to undermine the First Amendment, because that is precisely what's happening. Like I am trying to frame it I'm trying to frame these questions or try to get people to ask these questions within the framework of American understanding, like recognizing the selfishness of the average American, recognizing American exceptionalism and American individualism. I think that those are areas that bear fruit. That's something that creates a lot of resentment for average Americans, because like other than that, they're like, okay, Israel's killing a bunch of Muslims over there. Sure, it seems kind of fucked up, but the way to get Americans, the way to engage Americans on this issue, the best possible way to do that is by, one, talking about tax dollars being spent there because they're very selfish, and that's something that pisses them off. And two,
yeah, that's the other thing, is that even if it's not like a full-throated condemnation of the genocide, there's other ways that you could reach voters on this, because clearly the sort of like anti-interventionist strain of thought and policy that Trump gestures at with his rhetoric is something that is resonating with Americans, because it goes both ways. If they don't care about Israel, if they don't care about Ukraine, if they don't care about Taiwan, if they don't care about China, etc., then the case could be more easily made. It's like, okay, then why is there so much money and conversation around countries that are not our own? You know, why isn't there more focus on an American domestic agenda.
Talk about how this foreign nation has an incredible amount of power over American politics, and that the current administration is using defending Israel as a way to erode civil liberties that Americans enjoy.
And like, it's not, again, it's like not just the Israel lobby. It's like what is going on in Israel is also beneficial and supported by like weapons manufacturers, like huge other like sectors and moneyed interests that have a vested interest that transcend ideology with respect to the United States being involved.
So that's what I'm trying to do.
You know, like that is also something that Bernie could call out.
I feel like if you appeal to people on the basis of their selfishness, then you're going to have to keep engaging with them on that basis. And,
no, that's just to broach the conversation, to open up the door to.
Okay, but you broach the conversation, right? So it's kind of like you're intentionally approaching.
But he's gonna say like you're gonna set the terms there, and then it's gonna be hard to like get it off.
Approaching it from a position that you yourself don't really believe.
Like I think he's like very skeptical of like pitching it to America as like, let's do like leftist version of America first, you know?
Believe is the right way to do it. And I think that makes things more difficult for you down the line as well. Or at least maybe not you specifically, like, you know, this is how you engage as a broader movement, like as a intentional strategy among many different people and groups, engaging people in this way. Like, hey, Israel is bad because we spend a ton of money on it and we don't get enough back in return. You know, okay, then what happens if there is another instance of imperialism? Well, yeah, I know that's not what you mean, but that's sort of the message that you're saying to people when you're like, okay, we send these tax dollars to Israel. They could go to Medicare. In the USA, we could have universal healthcare instead of that, or whatever. Okay, it's that sort of thing. Like you're appealing to the innate American selfishness that all of them are born with due to their innate Americanness. I agree with that part. So, like you engage with them on that level, and I feel like you're starting from a position that makes it a lot more difficult for you to get through to them from there and get them onto like a right path where they might actually do something meaningful. And this is ultimately why you should give up on Americans and leave.
I'm not going to do that until.
Who
knows what'll happen? Who knows what'll happen?
Where's he from? Isn't it like that he's from Australia? He's like, hey, if I left Australia, you could leave the United States.
If my former podcast co-host gets his wishes, I'll probably be in fucking jail. I'll probably be under the jail expeditiously.
They're going to be looking for you in the satellite images of Cesar.
Yeah, he's hell bent on sending me to CCOT for sure. But look, even the very fact that like. The disgusting ways in which like many people here look at this issue from the framework of drama, like oh, grievances between content creators, like that shit destroys my soul. It's soul destroying. Seeing that and seeing all these like right-wing reactionaries join in on the fun as well after spending years and years of like.
Conversation was fascinating. You could tell Hasan respects B. Well, I think he's not really ever in the position of actually being challenged like from the left, you know? And I don't mean people on Twitter like screaming at him. I mean like somebody who has like both some ideological divergences and like much larger tactical disagreements than with him.
Like, saying anti-Semitic shit about Ethan and calling Gila Klein a horse.
Like for the most part, the people that he gets the most shit from are like libs and fascists.
They've all now seemingly united.
She is a horse, though.
All of the okay. See, this is what I mean. I don't do that. Okay, this is the.
Maybe you should. Maybe you should be mean.
No, I don't. Well, first of all, I am mean, but not as mean as you are, and I don't think that's productive. Oh, you want to talk about disagreements? We're both communicators, and our goal is to get people on board. Right? That's your goal.
My goal is to make money.
Shut the fuck up.
He's not joking. This is the goal of every single content creator. Become
transphobic and become like a fucking right winger.
Oh, I have a niche. I'm expected to. It's like you have a nice bakery. You bake more bread. You don't branch out. Otherwise, you end up like Elon Musk with 5,000 different companies that all fucking blow.
Okay, but at a time when no one is fucking eating bread and everyone seemingly wants to eat donuts, if you already had the equipment, then you would make donuts. And I think you and I both know that there's a reason why you don't make donuts and you keep baking bread.
Hasan just disagrees with B tactics and troll behavior. Like, dude, that's the thing is like this guy to me. I don't watch Badempanada, so like this is some of like my first reviews into his content, But he's so polarizing. It just seems like people either love him or they hate him. And what I do remember is like Like, I just wondered to what extent he is basically viewed as like the leftist Nick Fuentes. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not talking as far as like moral equivalency. Obviously, Nick Fuentes is far worse. But I'm talking about like optics, you know, talking about like just perception. Because like he's like calm and reasonable here, but it does not seem like that's the way he's made the majority of his audience.
I don't know. I mean, I am honest about the things I say, and people for some reason want to see me say them to some degree. So it's like, okay, I already got it. I don't need to branch out. I don't need to start screeching about the gangsters.
I think you and I both know where this line of questioning is heading, and that's why you're saying what you're saying.
Where is it heading?
I think. Look,
I wasn't thinking that far ahead.
Okay, well, I think we
don't think that far ahead. We don't have.
You're very smart, and I think you're very well read, and I really like a lot of the YouTube videos and the thought and effort that you put into crafting your YouTube essays. I think they're incredibly well sourced.
Son, you're actively saying no, I know you're acting out of moral principle. But it's like he does want to make money, you know. I don't want to ignore that, like, these people, these creators or whatever, like, you know, they want to be able to work remotely and do the stream job. So that is the first line of like protection and defense, you know. And that's why, like, other times where I've seen his like him get criticism for like calls to action that I don't know that he's even willing to engage in himself, I can find like those sorts of directives kind of like reckless, you know.
And
no, say thank you first.
But
well, no.
Badempanada also does not care about optics in the slightest, which Hasan argues doesn't win over new people. You know, there's arguments for and against.
There is not even a but. It's just that I think sometimes, as someone who's also in the same in the same sphere as you, okay, I think you sometimes get in your own way by presenting yourself a certain way, especially considering that our worldview is something that people, especially in the Western world, are very hostile towards. I think sometimes you get in your own way a little bit with the way you act. You act like a left book guy in a world where.
Can I have an example?
So many examples. I think you are.
You act like a what? A left book guy. What does that mean?
So many examples. I think you are. You take a tone sometimes that is perhaps a little too mean for the uninitiated, that most likely shuts them off from actually seeing your commentary. You troll a little too much. I think a lot
of those people are already not open to being initiated.
See, I think that's defeatist.
You have too much faith.
I think that's defeatist.
Well, I don't think it's defeatist at all, because I think
he's trying to reach far more people, and he sees like there being strength in numbers. I think Badempanada is like if anyone's ever seen The Boys, he's like, there's that thing that Stormfront says where she was like, yeah, you don't need like 1 million people on your side. You just need like 1,000 that are like diehard for you, and that'll be enough.
Perhaps we can win without them. I think we do not need to appeal to like Burger American, Asmongold viewer, number 8,002 million. Asmongold, by the way, I think his audience is way more indicative of the average American than yours, sadly. But
for sure. Yes,
like
and no.
I'm also not American. I'm not really trying to like appeal to a specific audience at all. You know, I boot up my
Left Book is a group of Facebook groups that are run. Now I get it. Okay, Left Book like Facebook that are run by very left-wing left-wing admins and moderators. Got it.
I stream or whatever, or I write a script or whatever, and it's just whatever I feel like talking about, really. And this has sort of generated an audience, and I talk about these things out of interest more so than specifically like trying to appeal to, like, say, Westerners and get them to my side or whatever.
See, like, this is the thing, like, that's reminding me that, like, with Hasan saying, like, no, it's possible to capture, like, aspects of the Democratic Party. Maybe he's looking at, like, the MAGA playbook and the fact that, like, MAGA has been, like, the Republican Party has been captured by MAGA, QAnon types, like, the most insane people. But the thing that gets left out is that the right has far more money going into these groups, because like the father of like MAGA and QAnon is basically like the Tea Party movement, and the Tea Party movement was like astroturf to shit and had like Coke money behind it. On the left, if you're trying to disrupt, if you're advocating against like American imperialism and hegemony and like moneyed interests, like who's interested in funding that message? No one, you know? So it really does come down to like it lives and dies by how much people are willing to be involved.
I think in a lot of cases, like, given the fact that I am not actually that big of an internet personality, I'm very niche in reality. I think that exposing people to, like, even if it is by accident, like exposing people to, like, sort of uncompromising, just tell them what I really think about something, and like be a cunt about it sometimes, might be more effective than you give it credit for. Because ultimately, when everyone else is walking on eggshells, maybe having someone who can cut through or is more willing to, like, just be blunt about it is needed sometimes.
For sure. I don't even think that you and I are in disagreement on any of the major points that you've brought up. I guess maybe the only one would be like the framework of like I work with like liberal Zionists or something, which we can talk about, but let's shelf that for a brief moment. The thing I'm thinking of is like they say what I'm saying to you is so silly for me to say, because that's exactly what people say to me all the fucking time, right? But I don't think the people that say that to me are
anything you've heard about me, throw it at me. I love it. It's fun for me.
Yeah,
Getting
no,
the
I know.
specifics is good. I feel like because I've talked to him about it before, and I'm like, I heard this thing, and then he's like, well, this is what happened, and I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, no,
I think Noah is more likely than I am to take Badempanada at his word when it comes to like drama that he's been involved in.
I guess like some
What's
of the
worst
stuff.
thing that someone has told you about me?
No, I know like the fucking the pedophile stuff is like fake. I know all that shit. I know that's not real. Like the
Not a pedophile.
tweets, the fake
That's
tweets.
an endangered.
Like the worst thing that comes to mind to me is like somebody said that he was a guest on someone's stream and he tried to play like anti-TOS or like porn while he was like talking to them to try to get them banned. But when I looked at, and I'm not saying it didn't happen, but like when I tried to look into it, I couldn't find receipts for it because like he's saying he is more niche. So I don't even know what I would need to search to like find the Reddit thread or tweet or like Twitter thread that like talks about where he did that.
Species.
Or like when this was years ago, like I remember he like threatened this guy named Sockton Left. Maybe I could find that one.
Days.
The fake first of all,
Threatened in the sense that he was like, I have receipts on you. If you like keep going after me or something, I'm gonna make a video on you and I'm gonna use your full name.
pedophiles are not an endangered species. Holy fuck! There was
not
apparently
a
I mean,
pedophile.
someone who's not a pedophile. I mean.
Oh yeah. Okay. But this is also like somewhat of an unproductive conversation to have from my estimate, from the way I see it. Because like,
we're here to fundraise. We're not here to have productive conversations.
No, I
Ultimately,
know, but
whatever you
it's
say,
still,
you'll be
I don't want to ever come across like I'm just like scolding you. Like, do whatever the fuck you want to do. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care.
You can scold
Ultimately,
me as much as you want.
No,
Go
because
for it.
I'm not scolding you. I just want to make that clear that because I think a lot of people get parasocial, even in your audience or in my audience as well, and that fucking annoys me to no end when people are like, Bad Empanada said this, or I'm sure my fans will come into your chat and be like,
I mean,
fuck
I hate it as well, where it's like, I don't know, like I was streaming the other day and people were like, yo, Hassan's talking about you, and I'm like, who fucking goaded him into doing that?
Yeah, it's just it's annoying because like you're not someone that I consider to be an ideological enemy at all. Which is why I don't even think it's like productive to be like, you did this, you did that, because it comes across as scoldy and silly, and then people will use that against you or use that against me in the future as well. But I guess like it's shit. Like I understand the point that you were making when you were doing the
I mean, if he's done like if he's done fucked shit, I don't think that he should like hold back on criticisms in the name of like leftist unity, especially if like he's willing to talk shit about him or whatever. Shouldn't it just go both ways?
the Alexa Flood game on Steam that you were playing. Like I understand the broader point that you're making.
Look at this. Here, I found it. It's not from the actual account, it's from this. Just starting to dox me if I don't reply to one of their tweets. This was like apparently like a Twitter account that he had. If you don't respond to the tweet about your opinion magically changing, I'm going to use you as the prime example of a faux concerned liberal on my video on Xinjiang. I have the tweets you deleted archived, calling them concentration camps explicitly, plus the clips of you calling it a genocide. I'm guessing this has to do with like the Uyghur genocide. Doing flip-flops based on which team is in power is not a good look. I'll also file it under your real name and put it in the metadata to make sure it's easy to find. I think everyone should know about your genocide denial. This is an incredibly extensive video that will likely get hundreds of thousands of views due to the interest in the subject matter, so choose wisely. Just informing you in advance. It's like, I don't like this like e-gangster shit, you know?
This game was something that my chat wanted me to play a long ass time ago, like far before October 7, because I think it was out, or a different version of that game was out in the past, where it's flipping the script on Call of Duty.
Hasan says Badempanada is an unhinged psychopath on Twitter. I'm not like when I see stuff like that, like I agree with him.
Duty, right? Because like it's totally fine when you play Call of Duty.
Like, but I think his argument is that like, look at Asmongold going on, you know, he got banned or whatever, but that was only after Backlash. Like he goes on his stream and he like literally calls for the genocide of a group of people and he gets like a slap on the wrist. So he's thinking like, why don't we do that? Why don't we act as insane or whatever?
Duty, nobody even thinks it's political. They think it's apolitical unless there's a woman operator. But when you flip the script and you give the guns in the hands of like Hamas operatives or Palestinian resistance groups, and all of a sudden it's
unhinged. Well, so to me, it's like, I mean, I don't think that he's not here to like make friends, you know? So I'm not saying like he ought to moderate so he can be more favorable. To me, it's like, you shouldn't do stuff like that because you shouldn't do stuff like that. Not because it's like, oh, you're losing people or like some strategic thing, you know? Like, because even if there were a strategic advantage to doing stuff like that, to me, it's like, you shouldn't be threatening people or like saying that you're going to like use their full name and stuff.
Considered to be completely,
when you like if you know that they go by like an online alias, and the reason that you know that is like not because they actually shared that personal information somewhere, but because like you found it
unacceptable and very dangerous. But like doing the doing the Al-Aqsa flood thing while also like looking for Hila Klein by name specifically, you have to understand
that didn't happen. That fight didn't happen. I never mentioned her name.
Secretary.
Let me explain what happened there. Okay. So Ethan he misconstrued a clip where I was in that game, and the AI in that game is it's either the AI is very good or it's very bad. And by that I mean I don't know if the designer intended for the opponents to be really stupid or not. So like my first experience in that game is like I walk up to 2 Israeli soldiers right next to them and they don't react. And I said, are these a bunch of Ethan Kleins on an Ozempic binge? Like as in, are these fucking morons? Are they high on like drugs? And Ethan Klein took that and was like, he was saying this is me. He was saying this is me and simulating killing me. That's the sort of thing that he was referring to in that.
I think you can understand how that could be misconstrued, considering that the entire thing that you're engaging in
This is what happened. See, this is what I mean when like I don't take him at his word with this stuff.
and is already considered like.
I think it was hilarious. You're laughing, don't lie.
Okay, here's this. Okay, what did Ethan say?
Was recently banned for 7 days for playing a video game in which you roleplay as Hamas on October 7th. And he went to a military compound in that game and said he was, quote, looking for secretaries to kill. He was looking for Ela, who was a secretary in the IDF, to murder her in a game where you play Hamas. This is the type of person that is being elevated.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism. Zion is a slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter. Anyways, are these Israelis? They're just standing there? I mean, is the Israeli army a bunch of Ethan Kleins? Like, they're all on a fucking Ozempic binge? They don't understand what's going on around them? They haven't noticed me? How do I win? What's my objective? I don't actually know. Where do they keep the secretaries? In here? I'm hunting for secretaries right now.
Like, isn't that like a veiled thing, threat against her or whatever? Because wasn't she like claimed to be a secretary when she was in the IDF or whatever?
Secretary got, on behalf of Ethan Klein, I give this game my seal of approval.
Okay.
Well,
No, I'm just saying that like when you do that, people are going to, so many people that would otherwise like listen to the bountiful information that you are presenting on your normal YouTube essays are going to be like, this is a scary guy, and I don't even know if I can.
To me, it's like, is this my type of humor? No. But I recognize that it's like a lot of people's types of humor. And what I remember thinking from Ethan is that like, I'm like, isn't this the guy who like, hold on. There. Come on. Like, this is who Ethan was at one point. You know, edgy boy. But now he doesn't like the edgy comments when, like, they pertain to, like, him and his wife. You know? Because he'd never been on the receiving end. But... you know?
Entertain this at all. And
I feel like that's like a hypothetical guy, though. Like you saying so many people. I'm like, yeah, maybe some, but like how many?
I think, look, if someone is put off by me playing a video game where you kill IDF soldiers and they think about like, they see Ethan Klein saying some shit about me like, oh, he tried to kill me in the video game or whatever, and they just take it at
Ethan's
face
response
value and
sounds
write
kind
me
of
off
funny,
forever.
but that's what I'm
They just
smiling about.
write me off forever because of that. Like, honestly, I don't think I had any chance of reaching
That was on the left. Are you serious? I didn't realize that.
those people ever in the first place.
That's not true.
That
You're
sort
wrong.
of person is not going to sit through a Bad Empanada video essay.
No,
They will see
you're
one
wrong.
source
You're
on the screen
100%
and they
wrong
will
about that.
immediately tap out.
Here we go.
You're 100% wrong about that.
I think
I
it's just true. Like, there's a lot of people who I think, like, the average Asmongold viewer, for example, that's millions of people. That's a way bigger audience than yours, sadly. Why are you flexing, Noah? Jesus.
I was stretching.
I don't have guns to show off like you. It's not fair.
No, I don't.
But-
No, I've been doing push-ups for my stream, so it's okay.
That's impressive.
The,
work
the,
you made
the
out.
average Asmongold fan is either a fucking rabid neo-Nazi, as I found out earlier today, or the absolute dumbest person you've ever encountered. That's not.
But like on the video game thing, it's like he's like intentionally trying to like trigger those people. So like, if you already agree with Ethan Klein, you're gonna be like, oh, that's terrible or whatever. But I feel like it has Ethan Klein's content, especially related to this controversy, reaches more than just their subscriber base. So if you show it to people, that's sort of like edgy humor. And it's like, again, they just agreed that like the average like Asmongold viewer is like closer to the average American than like one of their viewers or like one of Hassan's viewers. It's like, how many people are going to see that and like actually think it's funny and that Ethan's being sensitive, you know?
How I'm talking about. And I'm not even saying like, oh, engage in like civility politics. I'm just saying that there's, I think, a broader audience that you absolutely could inform and potentially even radicalize if you were to soften your approach a little bit more. That's all I'm saying. But then again,
Maybe, but
that's why I always say, like, look,
I've also
Bad
grown
Empanada
a
and I
fucking
don't.
ton recently, so I'm not
And
sure.
also,
Thank you,
I always say, Bad Empanada and I don't disagree on our ultimate goals. We just disagree on methods, and that's it. So I'm just telling you, like, that's I would.
I think in
maybe not
response
do
to
some of
that
those
one
things.
specific point, I think when you water down your rhetoric in a way where you were kind of talking to people and advocating for things that you might not actually believe in yourself, just
There's an ad break coming up in 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes.
as a way of getting their foot in the door, you are sort of bringing people into wrong ideas and the things that you yourself know are wrong as well, in hopes that maybe later on you'll be able to get through to them with something that is right. And maybe that isn't the right way to go about things.
I think what he's saying is that like if you're already out the gate misrepresenting your opinions or like moderating it to the point to like get people in or whatever, like you're gonna lose them when you actually try to introduce the more like radical, fringe, or progressive aspects of your politics. So there's no point in misrepresenting from the start to get like your foot in the door, you know?
Not necessarily. I think you and I think you're. I think you.
Although people like, especially with like, I think you're seeing it more in this conversation. I've always felt like people overstate the extent to which Hasan is like this like socialist, you know? I'm not going to say he's some moderate or anything like that, but he just comes off to me like a Bernie Sanders progressive. You know, there are many people to Hasan's left.
You can make a much more coherent and clear point about how, like, I'm not even saying don't play the game at all. I'm simply saying that, like, you're not broaching
The game isn't like actionable on YouTube. You're allowed to play this game totally.
No,
fine.
I understand.
What happened is Ethan literally sent an email to his own personal YouTube rep and got the video taken down. That's what happened.
Yeah, he definitely is not the biggest free speech defender, as we've found out.
In general, though, I just want to say this like on stream. Don't be afraid of him, because I can tell you he has been doing that with every single one of my videos, every single.
I'm not afraid of him at all.
Other
You're
people's
gonna pay my
videos
legal
on,
fees,
not
right,
you,
Hasan?
not you. Just in general, to anyone watching who might make content about Ethan or
Hasan?
this. Ethan complains about your videos to his YouTube rep
Hasan?
every time. And the only time it's ever worked was that one video, and it just got taken down. I didn't face
Why do
any
you think that
consequences.
video? Why do you think that video worked?
Because like he made the argument that I was simulating violence against him. That was why. And
that's
and,
my
like,
point.
That was the one case where his YouTube rep was like, okay, we'll give you this one, man.
Like, I think you'd be a beneficial voice to have on Twitch or even on other platforms. But there's a reason why
Dude, he'd like probably be banned off Twitch real fast now.
you can't get unbanned on Twitch, even though
Honestly, I think your attachment to Twitch is erroneous. You should be on YouTube primarily. It's way bigger.
yeah, but that's a different subject. I mean,
It's also better for free speech. You can say Zionist here.
I know. Well, shouts out to the ADL for that one.
Okay, well, can I just pause here what you were saying to make that
But to be
argument
fair,
for
like they did withstand a fuck ton of pressure, and I wasn't banned. If we're
YouTube
being
can't
real,
be pressured. YouTube can't be pressured like that. That's the difference. YouTube is not vulnerable to that sort of pressure because YouTube is a way more international platform than Twitch is. Way more. It's like they have actual business operations in most countries in the world. They have financial, like their financial departments are more independent in different continents and stuff. So they are, you know, if the ADL runs a campaign against you for YouTube to do something to you, YouTube will just ignore it. Twitch really can't. Twitch is in a position where they have to.
No, I know. And then they run it up the chain of command too. I know that they pressure Amazon directly. Yeah. It's really gross. Like the shit that like Ethan and the sex pest community that he's like aligned with have done in terms of like mass brigading and email campaigns and like literally running it up the executive branch all the way to Amazon is completely and utterly psychotic.
To the point where border agents are now asking you Ethan Klein talking points.
Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is.
The content,
that's a byproduct of living in the United States of America.
The border, yeah. The customs agent watched the content new.
And I am aware of this issue, and you know, YouTube salivates at the prospect of me going there to live stream there. Trust me, I know. So
have they contacted you? Or you probably don't want to talk about that if they did.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. I talk to YouTube. I have a YouTube rep.
Do it.
I have a
way
YouTube
more
rep.
effective on YouTube. You'll be way more effective streaming on YouTube. Come on.
I mean, I think the community
People
element
get
of
hundreds
Twitch
of
is
thousands of views on YouTube instead of just like 50,000 on
They
Twitch.
take views from us though, me and you. Hassan came over.
Okay,
that's true.
Maybe that's true. Yeah. Okay. Don't come to YouTube.
No.
Yeah.
Fuck off to Twitch.
Yeah. You gotta think about that. But where were we? What were we talking about? Oh, just like
I think I don't see him leaving Twitch anytime soon. I think he likes being like the top leftist streamer on Twitch. And like right now, Asmongold's like he's not even like the top political streamer anymore, you know? Isn't
Okay, let's do challenge number 4
no,
then.
it's not that. It's
I'm ready.
Zach.
I'm loading up this world.
You're going to want to see us and move on before others.
You've
Yeah,
got
no.
like
If I
56,000 people watching him versus 31K.
You know, we have disagreements here and there. I ultimately don't care what you do. I understand it. I have also a lot of people whose commentary I enjoy that say a lot more insane shit than you do, even, you know.
That's the thing though. Like I have this image where I'm like a wanted international criminal, and to be honest, I find it really funny. So I kind of
no, it's because you have a old left book ass attitude. You're like Mr. Troop Exploder. You know what I mean?
What is
left
like
Troop?
Didn't Hasan say he wanted the streets to run red with the you know what of landlords or something? Yeah.
Exploder.
I've only ever heard that term used by
Facebook. Old comments on Facebook and Facebook groups.
All time classic live.
Would just like post the type of shit that you post.
Well, I mean, do you think that you?
Although again, like the standard is not just like against the worst people on the platform. The standard is like obviously their TOS, but that ends up being enforced based on like it's not equally enforced, but it's like it almost seems cute that that's like a controversial clip given some of the other shit that's gone down on that website and barely have been met with any resistance.
US troops should be a protected class who, you know, like actually an interesting thing about YouTube rules is you're allowed to call for the deaths of soldiers.
Yeah, you can't do that in Twitch either. Twitch, that's part of the reason why I got banned initially with the 9/11 stuff. It wasn't because I said America deserved 9/11. It's because I shit on Dan Crenshaw, who's a veteran and therefore was a member of a protected class.
Oh,
isn't that crazy? A fucking American congressperson who was advocating to, at the time, continue giving weapons to Saudi Arabia, which that's the other side of this conversation that's so funny. Because
that's not surprising to me. They don't want to, like, Twitch doesn't want to lose. Twitch is not growing. They don't want to lose advertisers.
That was me yelling at Dan Crenshaw because he was telling Joe Rogan, like, we got to keep giving weapons to fucking Saudi Arabia, actually, you know, because these guys, these terrorists, they hate us because they hate us. And I was like, bro.
I'm not letting him say this because I got him banned last time.
Fucking onset all out with the Houthis. So it was a mind-boggling situation.
So was that the America did 9/11 context? Was that the America deserved 9/11 context?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a context.
Makes more sense now. Like you were saying, they caused it because they gave the Saudis the weapons, basically.
But he added right after the sentence in a video game, so it's all red bright.
No, it was just basic blowback. Like that's what I was saying. Not that you know, Americans deserve to die in the fucking.
Who do you think did 9/11?
What?
Who do you think did 9/11?
A little bit here, a little bit there.
I have a button.
I think it's extremely disrespectful to him.
I do think people pro clutch over the 9/11 comment a lot, though. Like, to me, it's clear he was just talking about blowback or whatever. He's just making some edgy point.
To imply that Al Qaeda and Osama bin Laden didn't do 9/11. I feel like it's taking a lot of credit away from them in their operation.
Well, no, I think that. Well, I think it's a joint partnership. You know, I don't think you get to fucking work inside. I don't think you get to literally be a known CIA operative and also get to learn how to fucking fly a plane and tell your flight instructor you don't need to learn how to fucking land the plane. And then also then end up doing 9/11 without a little bit of government oversight or lack thereof, I guess.
Like when you put it that way, the world like from before is totally unthinkable. Like I would like get black bagged if I tried to enter the US. Probably it's probably been like that for like the last 5 years. No, I mean not that I want to. That's the best thing about it is like people make fun of me.
You would get
I think you get arrested if you try to enter the US. It's like why would I want?
I know he was making a joke there and Hasan missed it. I feel like that gives some insight into like where he kind of thinks he's at different like with his politics or whatever. I mean, for a second I was like, wait, is he kidding? So
to enter the US, do you guys think you're like the place that every single person wants to go to?
Why would I want to go there? So does my family now, so it's a little bit harder.
Yeah, I'm talking about me.
Yeah.
When he was saying this about landlords, I mean, he added in a video game. Yeah.
No, I understand.
People in the US think that.
Are you a Cypriot, by the way?
Are you asking this because of Drew Pavlou?
Are you a Cypriot Australian?
As far as I know, no.
What is your
family history?
What's your ethnic background?
Greek something? Why am I asking?
What kind of Greek?
Greek Italian.
Oh, what? No. Which islands?
As far as I know, Anatolia and then Athens.
Okay, so you're not Cypriot.
What are you asking?
Like Drew
your people did to us in Anatolia. What did you do?
Am I unlocking epigenetic memories right now?
Yeah, right. I have intergenerational trauma, just like the Israelis. That's why they get to do genocide. So I get to do genocide too. And you're Turkish. So
wait, what is the joke? I don't know this. Is like are Cypriot Australians like really privileged or racist or something?
Yeah. I know the reason why I say this is because like you got two sides of the same coin. You got the Drew Pavlov and you got Badempanada.
Drew Pavlov is hilarious.
Oh, Turk beef. Got it.
By accident.
Turk,
that's the problem. He thinks he's
Turk
funny, like
Greek
not by
beef.
accident. I can't let that stand.
Yeah, no, he's repulsive. He's disgusting.
I don't know. You've been over his story on your stream, haven't you? Is it worth going over it again?
What, his dad yelling at him?
Like the Drew Pavlou origin story? No, not that. The Drew Pavlou origin story. Like he was like a pathetic. Like he actually contacted me 4 or 5 years ago. Like, hey man, I really like your videos. Blah blah blah. He was trying to frame himself as like a left critic of China during the Hong Kong protest era. And I was actually I wasn't like against the protest.
I know what they're talking about, but I have him muted on like Twitter, so I never see tweets.
You know, let them protest. Why not? You know, there's no need to do this. You know, the Chinese system is strong enough to withstand protests. You shouldn't react in this way, was my sort of criticism of it. And Drew Pavlou saw me as like an ally because of that, which disgusts me. And he started DMing me. And then like within a couple of years of that, you know, the anti-China grift, when that's your whole personality, inevitably leads to just the far right, basically. Because where else is that going to go when that's the only facet of your personality? Like the big Western enemy, I'm against that.
Firebomb the Chinese embassy or something?
Well, allegedly, he was in the UK. I don't know why. He was in the UK for some reason. And a bomb threat was called on the Chinese embassy from his email. And he got arrested for that. And then I don't know what happened after that. But, from his email.
How do you get out of that? Damn, the Atlantic Council has incredible connections.
So Drew Pavlou is someone who has, to be clear, Drew Pavlou is the one who originated the claim that I was arrested for like child rape, okay? So what I'm going to tell you here is with the amount of charitability that someone like that deserves. Drew Pavlou was arrested because he's the one who called in the bomb threat and he was planning to bomb the Chinese embassy. But the Met Police heroically thwarted his plan. So Drew Pavlou is a terrorist. Thank you, Met Police. They didn't even need guns to do it. They were unarmed there.
Yeah. He would have, you know, they're horrible. They have a horrible track record of stopping pedophilia and sexual assault. But apparently, this one guy was so incompetent in his in his actions that they were able to make short work of it. How did he get away with it? This is what I'm saying. Like,
there's actually multiple videos and images of Drew Pavlou actually being arrested that I could easily work with if I was as petty as he.
Oh, that's true. I'm surprised that you don't do that. But in any case, I mean,
he's not big enough. Like he's the most ignorable guy in the world. He's
that's true. He's gonna nut that we just talked about him. He's
gonna do an entire stream about this. It's gonna be 8 hours long.
Yeah.
Like the last time I heard about Drew Pavlou was a couple of weeks ago. Hey Drew, like he's the sort of streamer who is so inexperienced and like amateur in what he does that he opens random links from his chat and it's just porn all the time. Every stream, it's the same thing.
No way. Like with Mia Khalifa, isn't that what happened?
Honestly, I appreciate having him around. It's so funny.
Yeah. Oh,
Tom and Jerry, they call you too.
here's one point of contention. React-gate. The reason why I had a blockade implemented on Bad Empanada videos for the longest time was because you were one of the YouTubers that was like, fuck this guy. This guy is stealing other people's labor. How dare he fucking do this? And maybe I'm misremembering, but
I'm speeding through their like heart to heart here.
I think that's what you said initially. So I was like, I'm never gonna watch the fucking dude's videos. Like I was watching your videos at the time.
Do you
but
actually
not on
want to talk
stream.
about the React-gate stuff? Because it might go bad for you.
No, I
I
think
mean, the issue of React content, when you look at React content, do you think it has been a positive? Look at Asmongold, this beast that we have, this dragon. Okay, is it a filthy fucking dragon covering cockroaches and
Stinky
shit?
dragon.
But it's still a dragon. That's because of React content.
I think I think that's fair for sure. You're not wrong. I think that like it's the lowest form of content for sure, where you just like sit there and you go, yeah, but
I mean, I'm not even talking specifically about you.
Not wrong.
Like maybe I did like. I think the reason I responded to you on that is because you were arguing with people who use you as an example of it, and the arguments that you were making weren't that great. Like, but when I react to someone, it benefits them. For example, is an argument that I remember you making, which
Badempanada correctly called Pablo Guy made 20 or more tweets about Hasan and their conversation stream. Watch their convo. Yeah, I mean, it's a big day for him. I was gonna say, I was like, they spent way too much time like talking about that dude.
Can be true. Okay, sometimes.
We have someone here that can speak to it. Not to like pull you in, Noah.
I think like the breaking point for me, like I always found him annoying, but I think the breaking point is that he was like downplaying like how bad Trump was going to be in the second term. I was like, okay, you're like off the deep end, dude.
You were at default. Well, when people react to my videos, what usually happens is I gain, hundreds of subscribers. I gain like a few thousand views maybe, and that's really it. And the people who watched, especially like on Twitch, I don't really care. I don't care if someone reacts on Twitch, but if you react and you actually upload the clip, it should be enough of like a criticism or like so you add enough to it that at least constitutes legal fair use. Asmongold does not do that, for example. Like maybe you're a bad example of this. Maybe not the best example of this. You actually talk about stuff. I mean, there's always something to criticize when it's political. Yeah,
I react either mostly to political stuff, or if it's like bullshit content, like I still try to make the most of it. But I think here, this is a Noah exclusive. Okay, I'm about to say something that I don't think I've ever said on YouTube or in public even.
I got the button.
I think that the initial response, the first ever React game, when people were getting mad at me because like I would have the chair on, and while the videos are playing. Totally fucking fair and valid. And for the past multiple years, that's not happened on my broadcast. Like there are instances where I get up to pee, but it's usually during a video
that's the other thing is like my impression of Hasan was negative for a long time. And I still view him negatively for the way that he handled this, but he got into a fight with this guy. Is it JXC Empress of Milk? It was this, like, I think he called JXC like a fucking Nazi or something like that because he like criticized him for his like lazy React content, and there being times where he felt like these creators are just like restreaming people.
Playing that's like from a friend or from news and commentary, and it's only for like 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, I mean the examples that I did see them use, like there was one, like the initial video that I think started that thing. I don't remember who it was.
Hasan is portrayed negative by literally everybody. His clip chimped a lot. Yeah, but he also says like, he says things I disagree with, but like nothing comes to mind off the top of my head.
But you reacted to his video and you just sort of left. And it wasn't a political video. It was like a little video. And I think
I let it play, they would have gotten to it.
His point was valid. In that
and I apologize. By the way,
he's reactionary on animal rights. Yeah, that literally everyone will be.
Another thing, I literally apologized to that person instantly, and then they basically like quintupled down and like did this like 8-hour broadcast with a bunch of like random fucking slop tuber commentary people, and I was like, what the fuck? I think this guy's just like trying to farm drama out of this. But yeah, I mean, that person, actually, I don't know what their preferred pronouns are, but that person was totally valid, and I immediately apologized to them, which got lost in the sauce. And then after I saw the 8-hour back and forth, I was like, oh, this is just like a farmer.
Well, maybe it was in the end. Maybe that person.
I think that person was a farmer.
I think ultimately, regardless of them or any other shitty people who are on their side, like you kind of see it.
Yeah, but people will always farm stuff on the internet, so I never feel like that's a good reason to not engage with some of the criticism if it's valid.
Like to me, like you were on the wrong side of that because of I don't know, you seem really hostile to, maybe it's because you saw that and I was getting off that, but like you seem pretty hostile to it initially. I don't know, maybe it sounds like you've thought about it more since then and sort of realized that.
I think there were a bunch of stuff that I did.
They were kind of right, at least initially.
There was a bunch of stuff that I did initially that I changed. I don't do anymore. Like I don't cook food while on stream. Like I order. Like there's a bunch of stuff that I used to do that I don't do anymore. That in an effort to like, you know, reduce the chair time. The thing that I was frustrated by is that people were just like saying that all I do is just like put the chair on and fuck off. And that was annoying to me because it's like before the Reactgate shit, I was known for being a person who paused all the time and like added way too much information to the fucking video that like people lost the plot of the video. So
there's a reason Xanderhall hates him too. Hasan is too defensive sometimes. Yeah, for real.
much so that casually explained how to like a very
like that was the other clip. Yeah, the other clip that comes to mind. That was the thing. Like he did not do very well in his debate against that Walker kid. I can't think of his name. Christoph Walker or something like that. And somebody was like, oh, you made our side look bad or something like that. And he was like, he like just yells at them for that like very, very light bit of pushback. I guess being charitable to him, it was like, it's obviously not just that one comment that he got criticizing his appearance. It was like just the one that kind of like broke the straw that broke the camel's back. But I think you have to like try your best to remain composure, you know, like remain composed in the face of that much criticism.
Very famous viral meme about it where he goes, thanks for unpausing the video, Hasan, knowing that I was going to react to it. And very quickly that like flipped.
Christian Walker. I always want to call him Christopher Walker or something like that. I'm thinking of the actor, but yes, it's Christian Walker.
That attitude flipped and everybody basically turned into like, there are still people who think that I just sit there and play YouTube videos and like the fuck off. Like they unironically think like there's just a chair for an hour for like a 15-minute YouTube video.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure like in your case, you're right. It's just that in that one specific instance, you know, that guy did have a point. And I think...
Wait, no, I searched Christian Walker in like a baseball... Oh, wait. Yeah, it is Christian Walker. Okay. I was like, what? A baseball player came up. It's this kid. He debated this kid and like he did not do very well. No. His dad like ran for office or something and like in Georgia or something.
I think maybe that negatively polarized you a bit to the point where like you saw me talking about it and you're like, you know, fuck this guy, whatever. But I think fundamentally a lot of the people who expanded on that, even though some of them are cunts, like Dark Viper AU, he hates
Herschel Walker, right?
you. He's a huge cunt. But his video series on React content, he's right. He's really right about it. Like
I think he's
he's a weirdo. I mean, he's weirder than me, okay? Weirder than me.
Yeah, what's up with the Australians?
Yeah, what's going on down there? What a shithole. But like
the fucking Maoists are the most insane YouTubers I've ever encountered.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is just like I don't think your content is like the level. Like React content is totally fine as long as the person reacting or criticizing or whatever actually adds like something to the video that is beyond just making a face in the corner like Asmongold does, and then re-uploading the video and getting the money off it. And that's basically the whole message of it. Like Dark Vibe AU has an entire video series where he talks about that. I think he uses you as an example in that too much and unfairly, but I mean, it is what it is. It doesn't really take that far.
Oh yeah,
that was a bit much. But ultimately, I don't like when people focus on one little thing about the argument to discredit the entire argument. Because that guy made like 10-hour long video series about it, and everyone just focused on that one little thing. And
I feel like it's a crazy argument, I think.
Yeah, it's a crazy argument. It's a crazy argument. It's not. It's, you know, it's a dumb way to make his point. Ultimately, he's still ultimately in the broad strokes.
Yeah, I also, like I said, I've taken the notes from all of the people.
Badempanada at the point where he was like, oh, he made a crazy argument or whatever, but people shouldn't dismiss it or whatever, because he knows that like if that's enough to dismiss somebody, that he'll get dismissed out of hand. But isn't this an argument that people should be more conscientious about these types of things, more, you know, not kneecap themselves or moderate their message or anything like that, but just like be more measured and communicate in a way that people can understand if you're trying to confront them with a viewpoint that you know is going to be provocative or they're going to already be defensive about hearing.
That shit on me for years over that, which is part of the reason why you don't really hear too much about people saying that I'm like reacting unfairly or whatever. I rarely ever react to like an unknown channel anyway nowadays, and it's mostly just like news and commentary that I'm adding additional commentary over. But that's just something that I wanted to explain, because I was like, that was the initial reason why there was a blockade on Badempanada videos on the broadcast, because I heard you were like,
I mean, I've said that before as well. Like, it's so insignificant. Like, Ethan keeps bringing that up. Like, oh my god, you said you wouldn't watch Badempanada, and you did. Like, okay, to be clear, even if you didn't used to watch me for the reason that he tries to claim, like he tries to claim you said I was anti-Semitic or something. Obviously, that never happened. But even if that was the case, it's so insignificant. Like, what a ridiculous talking point. Like, you watch a YouTuber who I don't like? How dare you? But the actual reality of it is like it was basically.
What made you go vegan? For me, it was learning about philosophy. It was about animal ethics, and the video that made me go vegan was actually not one that I find very good today. I'll try to find it.
Dumb little discussion about something that compared to the genocide in Gaza doesn't matter at all. Yeah. And for him to keep bringing it up, it's just so crazy.
I want to bury the hatchet. I want to bury the hatchet with what's his face, the Aussie guy that you were, Dark Viper, and also JXE.
You should invite him on. I mean, he's a smart guy. He's a weirdo, but he's a smart guy.
Yeah, I don't know. He's probably he's a liberal though, I assume, right? Or maybe like a
Labour
guy
or
something.
He's like a radical liberal, I would say. He's like a social democrat. He mostly just hates dumb right wingers, and I mean that's generally good enough for a YouTuber.
Yeah, I mean I think there's, you know, I respect that. That's fine. That's a good entry point into the conversation.
You should get him to watch this and get him to come on your stream, get some content.
Yeah, no, I don't really
Do
care
a
about that.
fundraiser
but-
like ours. We just hit 300K. Just so you're aware.
Doesn't that mean you have to like shave your mustache or something?
Yeah, 300 is I think.
I can't believe that.
275 was shaved mustache. 300 is I don't even remember.
How much is that? How much is that? I haven't been looking at the stream because
268 was the main one, and then there's two others. One of them's 12,000. One of them's about 20,000. So added together,
Damn.
that's somebody do that. I think it's
And
300.
Badempanada is profitable. They're definitely not here for Hassan. Don't tell me otherwise.
Of course not.
So,
Controversial figure, man.
Yeah.
I was
This
going to
is
say, like,
Badempanada
what do you think about the
redemption
fact that Ethan Klein made 30 minutes of your debate, like, to be just asking you random questions about me?
Yeah, I mean,
condemn
somewhat expected, I guess. I assume that he did not want. I mean, it was very clear that he did not want to talk about like the main point of contention, which was that he was doing propaganda at the behest of Israel and also trying to deplatform pro-Palestinian advocates, which is what he was doing and has been continuously doing. It was very interesting that he conceded. What?
A staunch advocate for the Palestinian people.
Yeah, no, stalwart allies. He said. I still haven't even watched the second half. I know you made a reaction video that was
you
like,
should,
how long?
once I'm gone, you should stay on here and do it here.
How long was your? Well, I have to pee and go to sleep, but I'm planning on reheating the second part of it. But how long was your reaction to YouTube to context nuke?
I don't know if you watched on your stream. I don't think you watched like the main one that I did, but it was like 4 hours long. And I mean, that's long, but a 4 hour long response to an hour and a half video is extremely short. That's really short.
Because mine on the first hour, because I ended it at like 1 hour. Mine was 8 hours long. Because
I mean, it's also because like
you didn't do. I
skipped over the personal
Is it about the content nuke? Was his reaction to it really that
stuff
long?
about you. I assume you have to deal with that. So it makes it way
it's
longer.
not even just that. It was also 8 hours and 51 minutes long. Sorry, 9 hours long. The reason why mine took much longer than yours is also not only did I, dismantle a bunch of the silly ahistorical approaches that he made, but I also would come in with like additional context. So I would just like add, because it was a bunch of clips that were like 15 seconds long, mysteriously. So I would just like expand the clips a little bit, like go directly to where he got the clip from, expand it a little bit, and show that the context actually was like virtually the exact opposite of the thing that he was presenting.
That's also the average thing with the average
Oh
anti-UB
my god, that's just part one. Disarming the content nuke. This was 9 hours.
video that I watch from these right wingers, and yeah, Ethan's a right winger, obviously. Like the main way that they argue is they just play a clip of you, and then I watch the clip, it finishes, and they don't actually tell you what's wrong with it.
Yeah,
and they just do that over and over again. Ethan did that a lot. Like most of the clips that he played of you were like 3 seconds long. This, obviously, the worst one was like, doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th, and what you were saying is completely different to what he implied as. And now like you have fucking like Barry Weiss's media outlet writing articles about you.
Yeah, that wasn't. If people misunderstood what Hasan was saying when I saw that debate, he was saying that Israel needs to conduct an investigation, and they don't have that. UN report didn't actually claim that there was like mass R's.
You saying that,
like that.
and sourcing the Destiny wiki.
Yeah,
interesting, right?
It is. I mean, I guess it's not that interesting. It just, I think it shows that there is a real devolution of like the Hasbro machine, because like in the previous years, I think that it would be like real journalists at the New York Times writing that article, and they wouldn't be fucking sourcing it off of like a sex criminals Wikipedia page made by like autistic stalkers online. So I think on that front, I think it's like the only
Hasan ableism.
Places that have any sort of motion on this stuff is like the New York Post, the Daily Mail, and like Free Press. Like these are Hasbro rags, right? So they don't like that. That in and of itself, I think, shows that like discourse around this issue has changed quite a bit as well.
It has.
I mean, not just that. Like the Daily Mail sucks. The Daily Mail. If you read any Daily Mail article, it's like it's a tabloid, and there's a reason why I don't even think it can be cited in like Wikipedia articles, because the information on there is so unreliable.
It really has. The only thing is that like I totally agree with you on that. Like I feel like Israel's PR has gotten so bad in just the last year and a half that it's never going to be able to recover. But on the flip side, I have as of yet not seen any fruit from that fact. It's like people are aware, people know, and nothing has changed.
I understand. I know. The other, what else was I going to say? There was another thing that I was talking about the context nuke, or at least like the debate, the back and forth. Oh, I found it really cowardly that he just like immediately conceded on the main point of contention to be like, oh, it's a genocide. And I know he doesn't believe that, because like it doesn't make sense. If he believes that, then like so you're like, what I was trying to draw home was the argument that I was trying to present is like, okay, so if you fucking believe it's a genocide, like why are you spending all of your time talking about like my bleach sword that you have decided is the most anti-Semitic thing that anyone could ever do?
I mean, Ethan is doing like the internet equivalent of trying to start the proletarian revolution in Britain in 1999. I
mean, it's almost like that debate was not really about hashing out their differences on Israel-Palestine. It's almost like it was just a smokescreen for them for their personal beef to be hashed.
1944. It makes no fucking sense. Like it's that's the sort of thing that you would do if you want the Nazis to win, you know?
Like I don't know if he's pretending not to realize that like, yeah, Ethan didn't intend to actually discuss that topic. It was more important for him to talk about like the personal stuff, or if he's just he genuinely is that naive.
And all he's doing is talking about how bad pro-Palestine people are. Like he's a stalwart advocate for the Palestinian people.
He knows
You know,
that.
he thinks
Okay.
it's a genocide, and then all he does is talk about how people who also think it's a genocide and who also conceive of themselves as stalwart advocates of the Palestinian people are all extremely bad. And also Israel is a great place. I mean, no, he doesn't believe the shit that he says about himself, obviously.
Yeah, and obviously, like, I mean, in an effort to like basically present himself as like intellectually consistent, I got him to concede that his wife was a terrorist. So like the things that
That's so insane.
I think ultimately it doesn't matter though. My point is, as you brought up Asmongold and as you brought up,
That was why Ethan was stupid to be conceding points when it came to like Gaza, Israel, Palestine, like that entire conflict. He was just like, yeah, we agree. Yeah, we agree. So we could like move on to what he actually wanted to talk about. But then it got him into pickles like that because now you've agreed to this. So what's going to naturally follow from it, dude?
up Ethan Klein as well. Like a lot of people don't give a single shred of a shit about real issues and trying to make an impact and go out and protest and go out and apply pressure to their governments. A lot of people don't give a shit about organizing. A lot of people don't even care about learning about the historical relevance of certain militant movements or understanding like resistance against settler colonial enterprise and why it's a necessity in an academic context. And even when you try to talk about the nuances of these sorts of things, especially within an 8-hour live stream broadcast, especially when you do also crack jokes along the side, people will just like clip you and to be like there was one thing I saw like from the context where he was like, he said, I had like an 8-hour conversation with Nick Pollum. He doesn't know anything. It was very instructive about like a refresher of like all the things that have happened since October 7. He took a clip of that where I said like, I don't have a problem with Hezbollah. And that conversation was specifically about like with relation to the resistance that Hezbollah is engaged in against Israel. And you can see it in the clip, but he fucking clipped it to be like Hasan.
Who made the video? I probably know them. Her name is, if you're asking me, this is a vegan video. I can't like, my brain's all over the place. The vegan creator's name is like Anastasia or something like that.
Nasrallah and I don't have a engaged in against Israel. And you can see it in the clip, but he fucking clipped it to be like Hassan Nasrallah and I don't have a problem with Hezbollah. Like this is really fucked up that he's saying that without even ever.
Okay, I haven't seen the content nuke in its entirety, but I do feel like Hassan's trying to like backtrack a lot. I feel like what he wanted to do is say he was being like, or like be edgy in the moment. And then when he saw it got clipped, he was like, oh, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying this or whatever. And then to me, it was like, no, you need to not say stuff like that and then back off of it when people see it, or you need to, hold firm, one or the other. But I didn't like the weaseling. I felt like he was weaseling out of it. Is there a Discord? Yes. Let me link it. I'm going to make my own at some point if I get more viewers, but for now I hang out in the Pond Scum Discord.
Providing an argument as to why that's fucked up that I'm saying that. So it's both disingenuous in its framing, and it's also
that's the thing.
There's no counter to it.
Yeah, I mean, when you come from like the default status quo position of these guys are terrorists, you have the benefit of not having to actually argue for why that is. They just are. That's the way these people operate. And like, I'd love to fucking debate any of these slut-tubers, but they don't want to. I'd relish in that. I've challenged all of them. They're all afraid.
They're all scared. Talk to me now. He won't. He just like he uses me as like the public enemy on his as like the leftist soy woke guy.
I don't even understand how that fucking happened. This is a guy who was like a shit World of Warcraft player, and now he's talking about like deporting people and how great it is that they get deported. Where did
he already said it? Because the React content is the lowest form. Like he just like reacts and nods. So
where did that happen? He lives in like the fucking woods. What does he care? What the fuck is happening?
Because he has 50,000 people watching him every day, and all he has to do is click play and go, yeah, based, and that's it.
Do you know about like his history? Like, has he gained viewers from doing this shit? I assume he has.
Yeah,
because he's like a video game. What the fuck happened?
Yeah, he. I think like there's ups and downs in the streaming space, but I think like
because he knows his audience won't take it seriously. He wasn't serious when he admitted it. He cares about what his audience thinks, while Hasan does the miserable job of trying to reach Ethan's audience.
He saw that he was getting a lot more.
I know, but it's like that's why you always have to be aware that like again, when you have the reach that he does, just because you're not on your own stream does not mean that, you're not being watched. And he knows this. So to me, it's like, either don't play with that. Like, if you don't want to get shit for it, don't say it, don't be edgy. Don't gesture at it or stand by it. Pick one or the other.
More prominence doing this, like a lot more.
For sure, but I was talking about Ethan. I got you.
Relevance doing this because he doesn't give a fuck about money. He lives in shit. Like he lives in filth. He lives in his own fucking rock. Like that's not even. I'm not even exaggerating when I say this. It's like a fucking insane thing.
It's actually weird to have that much money and then not do anything with it.
Yeah, no, it's like way weirder than.
For sure, was for saying his wife is admitting terrorist. Pretty sure he stands by it.
Fucking, I always used to get mad at Berkshire Hathaway, the guy that owns Berkshire Hathaway.
It's weirder than Ethan Klein's suing everyone.
It's what? It's weirder than what?
It's weirder than Ethan Klein using his money to just sue everyone.
Oh, sue.
Yeah, I mean that's also gross in a different way, but I think
kinda
Asmongold
dirty too,
wanted
right?
he wanted to sue me as well. I think Asmon did or something. I heard these guys love. They're such Amerifats. They love immediately hitting the fucking litigation button.
It wouldn't even hurt you. Like, you would just pay someone to do all the work for you, and ultimately, like, both sides, like, you know, everyone involved is rich, so it's like it wouldn't do anything to either of you. What's the fucking point?
Yeah, I think it I have
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the lawsuits over YouTube videos.
become, unfortunately, like a
Like it's even silly to me that Ethan would try to like bring a lawsuit against Noah Sampson. Like what Noah said was unambiguously protected speech.
beacon of what it is to be left online, all the way from like being pro-democratic.
You could argue that somebody is like pro-genocide in America just because they're an American taxpayer. Like that would be if the argument in his video, I know it's not this, I know it's like longer, was literally just Ethan backs like these YouTubers back a genocide because they pay American taxes, and Ethan tried to like say, oh, this is defamation. It's like, no, it wouldn't be.
Like party all
It's an opinion.
the way to like
And it's true because Ethan pays taxes or whatever. You can make that argument and have it be protected speech.
scary, radical, revolutionary
it's
socialist
people
policies.
who like have learned that making videos about you gets them more views than normal, and there
Yeah.
are so fucking many of them.
Yeah,
Like, I
and
get
it's a never
recommended
ending
so many of
cycle
them
because
for
like
those types of videos.
yeah, and that's literally what it is. And unfortunately, because the average person's interest in political affairs is resembling someone with a brain of a walnut, they eat that shit. They eat that garbage and they believe it.
Brain
Like,
of a
How
walnut.
sad. Everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've long lost faith in humanity if it's not obvious. So I'm sadly not super
You are a bit of a nihilist.
surprised by any of this. Am I a nihilist? I
think
think
so.
the human race is superior. We should all unite and go
Which
to the
one?
stars, like in Star Trek. The human race is superior to all the other races on Earth, like the dogs,
Oh,
like the
yeah,
cats,
yeah.
or the
Gotcha.
dogs. I'm a human supremacist. And you can't say this shit on YouTube. You're gonna get like negative comments from someone like anti-species people, and they're gonna be very angry at you. But
Vegans.
like I think ultimately the internet and
I mean, this is like not that triggering. This is like what the average any vegan who tries to talk to people about it. This is like even if people don't say it as explicitly, this is what they're thinking. Like humans should be able to abuse and eat animals because we're superior. That's it.
social media has been weaponized by like the whole concept. Like this is so far away from what you're just talking about, but it's still relevant. Like I think social media very much in a way democratized the dissemination of knowledge, which is why we can see the Gaza genocide, for example. But at the same time, it created like this massive arena that every single person in the world is always constantly using. Not every single person, but most people always constantly using, and it makes it so much easier to reach them with shit that turns them.
I feel I think it's way too charitable to say it's like completely democratized. Like there are so many moneyed interests when you have things like Elon Musk attempting to like chew on the wires of Grok so that it spits out that white genocide is occurring, even though there's like in South Africa, even though when there's no proof of it, you know, it's democracy in the same way that like US democracy is democracy. It's like, yeah, but there's a lot of like money that's going into like funneling people in particular directions. Here's a video on it. Veganism is correct. You're just a baby. Yeah, but in some way those people are more aggravating because I'm like, you know it's right and yet you don't do it or advocate for it.
Into a horrible person. And that second option is winning out.
Is why vegans are more frustrated with vegetarians and non-vegans because like vegetarians like kind of like it's like, okay, you clearly have a somewhat of an understanding of animal ethics, so how do you not just go all the way
over the first one ultimately, which is how we get like literal beasts like Asmongold.
Yeah, it's the state of affairs is certainly dire. But I think like one of the things that always gives me hope. Like it's hard being optimistic around you because you have such a dire outlook, which is crazy because people say that about me all the time. But I think like I think solidarity is a fantastic way to reinstill some sense of confidence in yourself and in your fellow man. Like the conversation I had with Jean-Luc Mélenchon in France was incredible.
I think you can sue for obvious lies, like when you say that someone or it's someone, but as I understand, even then you need to prove that that person knowingly spread a lie and not just said something because they thought that was true. Yeah, there's like, you know, I'm obviously no fucking lawyer or anything like that, but one, it's almost incredibly... The other thing that makes Ethan's case very, very difficult is that it's like hard to prove defamation against a public figure, you know, and the United States takes that into account when they've like constructed these laws. The other thing is that like, I think the standard is like reckless disregard. So if somebody was, you know, repeating a lie or a mistruth, you have to prove that like they did not do their due diligence before repeating a lie of that severity or something like that.
Incredible. Like it's so eye-opening to see someone who I might not fully agree with in terms of his worldview, but like it's like seeing a major politician that was the leader of the Popular Front and it was still undermined by Macron, but seeing someone like that have such similar opinions to myself, it really is galvanizing. Like I felt awesome about that. Like it was just it's a demonstration of solidarity, and I think that that's something that we shouldn't lose sight of. Maybe it's difficult for you, Badempanada, because you live in fucking the ashes of the former Peronist Argentina that is now controlled by a fucking literal pedophile anime character dressing psychopath.
We can talk about that as well. That's
and the IMF's very own dog.
I mean, you look at Melanchon in Latin America, though. There's 20 Melanchons, so there's that.
No, I know.
Like, Latin America, ultimately, in terms of domestic politics, is fortunate somehow, which is very weird, given that the USA killed all of the good politicians in the 70s and the 80s. That's why we ended up with Lula. I'm not going to elaborate, but like Latin America is like, it's kind of a beacon in the darkness of the world.
Begging for Lula right
it's also
now,
not very powerful. It's also geopolitically irrelevant. I mean, Milei is an exception. Milei is on the continent. He's largely an exception. He might inspire people like him, but Argentine politics, especially in the last 20, 30 years, have not been very comparable to that of other countries in Latin America because the Peronists are so weird. And everything in Argentina is dictated by anti-Peronism, which is weird because Peronists aren't that radical, but you would think they are, given the way they talk about them. So that's just very different. But, you know, in Latin America, not just from the pink tide, but even now, like the Overton window is very different to in other places, at least in South America. Mexico, not so much. It's certainly not Central America right now. So there's that at least. Like, yeah, Mélenchon, he's obviously, like, in French electoral politics, he's very good. Compared to the American guys, he's like God. But still, like, even with, it's so weird, right, that even with someone like that in France, like, if he was in power in France, I would have faith.
Interesting to know, though, that, like, Peronism is still, if I'm taking him at his word, that it's still, like, a mainstay in politics, because it's usually those types of, see, like, once Trump is gone, it's not clear to me that there is kind of a natural successor to the MAGA movement. Like, it obviously was not Mike Pence even before Trump turned on him because of January 6th. And it's not clear to me that, like, JD Vance is picking up the mantle either. So I feel like it's going to evolve once he's gone. But I wonder if, like, Peronism is that way. Like, if it resembles what it originally started as, now that, like, Macron is dead.
And he's someone who's almost won elections before, you know. He's almost won actual elections. If he was in power, I would believe that he would try to do something for Palestine and stuff like that, you know.
Oh yeah.
But even with someone like that so close to power in France, they still do so little. So I don't know. I think in a way, like, you think I'm a nihilist. I don't think I'm a nihilist. I think right now I'm a realist. I used to be a lot more optimistic.
Informed Macron even. Like, Macron right now is domestically so fucking unpopular that he has tried to reposition himself as this, like, guy that's going to have an impact on the global stage. And of course, on the one side, he's doing this, like, militant posturing against Russia, saying that he's going to send French troops into Ukraine, stuff like that. But also, even on the Gaza side, he has gotten his notes from the Mélenchon side that previously would have been considered radical, but he's like saying he is, I would say, out of all the major leaders in Europe, he's one of the, with the exception of like Spain or Ireland, Macron, surprisingly enough, is one of the more, I guess, radical on the issue of Gaza.
Yeah, he definitely has been. I mean, he's not great still. Like, the French government has been so contradictory. Yeah. Like, Macron will say one thing and his foreign minister will say another. But still, yeah, you're right. Like, they're definitely the third best in Europe on the matter. But yeah, I mean, certainly, like, Mélenchon's ideas have certainly had some level of influence on Macron trying to win back popularity, especially given that the only reason that, like, he's still there is because he had to make a deal with the devil to avoid losing. Like, what was that, like a year?
Oh, yeah. Macaroon calls for more pressure on Israel over Gaza actions just for 5 days ago. Netanyahu slams Macron over criticism of Gaza aid blockade.
A year and a half ago now. But, like, yeah, I mean, it just, like, we got this whole thing because it was like, I'm a nihilist. I'm not naturally a nihilist, okay? I have gotten, my outlook has gotten less and less rosy as time, my outlook has gotten less and less rosy as time has gone by. If you watch, like, videos that I made 5 years ago, like, I made a video like, the world needs Bernard Sanders. What a fucking moron I was. What an idiot.
I don't think you were wrong to make that assessment. I think you were right.
Maybe I wasn't wrong.
At the time, I think it was a necessity.
Maybe I wasn't a moron. Maybe I was right at the time. But now it's like, we're here 5 years later and everything's only gotten worse. It's so fucking funny that Trump is the president of the US again.
Why is that stupid? You would be dumb to see the rise of somebody, an independent like Bernie Sanders, into the American mainstream and think that it was a bad idea to, like, get excited. You know, Bernie was the entry for a lot of people to more left and progressive politics.
I'm sorry, that's so it's especially funny because it's like,
you know, like, even if you don't like where he is now or whatever, that is just, like, not gonna change.
Now is what they said Trump was last time. He's doing all the shit they were fear-mongering he was going to do. For me, last time Trump was like a regular Republican who didn't know how to say the right things properly. Like, he was way too unfiltered. Now Trump is what they were saying Trump was before. He's totally disconnected from American politics before. Well, he's not totally disconnected, but he's very different. He's like just not pretending to give a shit about the Constitution and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's on a vengeance arc.
So it's like,
but they still fucked him up though, because like he's been on this tariff tip for since like the 80s. And when he started, in the words of Felix Biederman, molesting the money, he got that boss call from Jamie Dimon, and he backed away. Like I think that played a big role in him not even trying to completely undermine global trade in a way that America had envisioned, which was so stupid. I mean, it was so incredibly stupid of him to do that, especially without like a robust manufacturing base. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? But you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's nonsensical. Even if there is some sort of reason between his economic strategy, like trade strategy, it's a stupid reason. But I just think things have gotten like bad enough to the point where a little bit of pessimism is certainly warranted. And a lot of my pessimism, I don't say it comes from climate change, because we don't talk about it enough, and it doesn't matter if we talk about it at this point. I made a video on climate change, like honestly, what was it, 3 or 4 years ago at this point? And in that video, at the time that I made that video, it was like, okay, we do something literally right now that is so absurdly radical that it'll never happen, or we're fucked. You know, obviously that hasn't happened, and shit has only gotten worse. That's just like the most pressing, greatest, like most existentially bad example of why one might rationally be a bit pessimistic now. And then, you know, there's Gaza, there is the inaction in the Western world against that relative to previous imperialist wars. Even like, I feel like in a way, at least in Europe, there was even more opposition to Iraq, for example. And it's like, it's hard not to be pessimistic. I think it's kind of realistic to be pessimistic. It's realistic to look at things and be like, man, shit is kind of bleak right now.
Right, but it can only get, the only way to make it get worse or prevent it from getting any worse is to, you know, try.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't try.
Right, no, you get in there. I'm going to pee real quick. You can watch my chair for the time being.
Yeah, like things are as bad as they have ever been, but doesn't that feel like an argument? That doesn't feel like an argument against trying, you know? Not that you're necessarily making that.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely do not. I never ever have and will never tell people to give up. Yeah, I mean, I never will. I feel like there was
Noah in his cat outfit being like, we should try.
one argument I made a couple years ago where, like I said, I like sort of jokingly said
against Badempanada, I was like, yeah, I'm basically a nihilist. I'm blackpilled.
like, if you're American, just fucking leave, you know, just leave and go try to be Che Guevara somewhere. I mean, I don't actually think that, but you know, sometimes it does feel like you could maybe do more elsewhere if you're American. Particularly now, like honestly, recently, like to bring up one recent example of what this is not American, but it's another country that has already long had a sort of repression of free speech that the US is now getting. In Germany, Red Media, this media company that was pro-Palestine, literally got like judicially harassed into shutting down because they reported on like multiple journalists, like links to Israel and Zionist outlets and stuff. And as a result of that, like they got reported to the cops, they got sued, all this stuff, to the point where like the founder is now facing like a 3-year prison sentence for literally just like calling out German journalists for supporting like Zionist propaganda. And you know, when that is the sort of environment that we're in right now, and that is also where the US is going. I don't even remember what I was initially talking about. I just really wanted to shoehorn that in there because I forgot to talk about my stream this week.
Pessimism versus optimism, I suppose.
Yeah, like I used to, like the US used to be so much better on that sort of thing. Now it's, man, what do you even say about this?
Yeah,
but
it brings a lot more context. Like, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, that sort of thing is a great reason to be pessimistic, because like the crackdown on pro-Palestine speech is not just a crackdown on pro-Palestine speech. I feel it's in not everywhere it's happening. It's going to be extended to other things as well.
Yeah, it's an entry point into the conversation, because Israel and Israel advocacy groups are they have a stranglehold. Like, they have very powerful advocacy groups. They have a really powerful influence peddling operation that's very sophisticated.
You're gonna get clipped.
Wait, why?
Anti-Semitism.
Well, it's just okay. Yeah,
I know. It's just true. I'm just saying.
Yeah, and I think that because of that reason, like these are all advocacy organizations that masquerade as like Jewish advocacy organizations. They act like they are entirely predisposed with combating anti-Semitism, and they have a lot of institutional prowess. They have a lot of institutional prominence, and I think Trump recognized that, or at least not Trump necessarily, but the Heritage Foundation, American Enterprise Institute, like the guys that did Project 2025, also had a write-out for this called Project Esther. The New York Times actually reported on this.
Yeah, it's like I don't think he's meaning to do it, but he's like downplaying the extent to which, again, like American geopolitical interests overlap a lot with Israel's. You know, I don't mean objectively. I mean as far as within both parties, that is like sort of the consensus opinion. And that's reinforced by these advocacy groups. But let's pretend there's like no AIPAC, there's no J Street, there's none of that. Like, again, there would still be like arms and weapons dealers pressuring the United States to be taking the same policy positions as they did.
Surprisingly enough, the other day, which was weird to see.
And this is talked about in the book Brokers of Deceit by Rashid Halidi.
they detail this. They talk about how the goal is to basically undermine the First Amendment by using the pre-existing liberal adjacent and firm liberal organizations to make this point of attacking the First Amendment for non-citizens and then potentially citizens alike, and create a new legal precedent. The starting point is Israel, but it won't stop there. It will turn.
Like when Biden is like calling out in 2024, I believe, talking about the Columbia protests, you know, calling out anti-Semitism, and he does not, I don't believe he like mentions any Islamophobia or whatever. It's like, that's not just because Biden was paid a lot of money to have that opinion, because Biden is the recipient of more AIPAC money than I think any other congressional representative in America. But I think that's because he genuinely just was like an ideologically committed Zionist.
Turn into
he had like a massive blind spot, and part of that is because of like the lobby's influence, and part of that is also just like his personal politics.
Whatever they declare is a terrorist, whatever they declare is like material support for terrorism, and that could be something as stupid as like fucking saying Teslas suck. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly like just this is sort of not 100% in response to what you're saying, because I don't disagree with it, but like you can see like I don't think Trump cares much about Israel. I think Trump
yeah, if Israel didn't exist, America would have to invent one. Yeah, exactly.
Cares about Israel insofar as he sees it as useful to the USA. Not you know, he's not like an ideological Zionist or anything.
No, like Joe Biden was an ideological.
Wait.
Useful. I don't think Trump cares much about Israel. I think Trump cares about Israel insofar as he sees it as useful to the USA.
Yeah.
Not, you know, he's not like an ideological Zionist or anything.
No, like Joe Biden was an ideological.
Yeah, I don't think Trump cares about people in the USA being anti-Israel that much, but I think he sees it as a good excuse to.
Biden is old enough to watch Israel grow up like one of his kids. Yeah.
Like rile his base up against immigrants. Like we have these immigrants here who are pro-terrorists, blah, blah, blah. And also as a way to like sort of demonstrate without actually really doing anything that like, look, we're harder on these pro-Palestinian fucks than the Democrats were. Look, we're actually arresting them. We're questioning them at airports.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, it wasn't me. It's their stream.
You're muted.
And this other stuff. That's the Tesla stuff that you mentioned is a great example of that. Like you're attacking Tesla, somehow you're attacking the government. I don't even think Elon Musk is like part of the government anymore.
Oh,
Hold on one second.
You're back.
Yeah, I can't even hear Noah. Can you hear him?
Wait.
Oh, I can hear you now, Noah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I turned my headphones off and then the whole thing exploded. Keep going.
Okay.
Okay, what
Badempanada was saying a bunch of anti-Semitic stuff, and I bravely defended Israel.
Yeah. Hassan actually called the ADL, the ADL cop cars on the way to my house. I won't be seen again soon. Just like the South African activists who they helped disappear back in the 70s. Look it up.
Yeah, in the 90s they got prosecuted for it. In the 90s they literally got prosecuted for it because they were caught. They were caught spying.
So they got prosecuted as in like they got convicted, or there was just like an investigation?
I think there was an investigation. I remember reading about, but in the 90s they were like outed as directly spying on black protesters. Of course, that's par for the course. That's.
Trump cares about money for his family and the applause that said he was willing to talk to Hamas. Yeah, I mean that also explains like his you know, Qatar offers that fucking plane and he's willing to hear them out.
That's a double Monty. Both Israel and also apartheid South Africa hate black people. But what was funnier is they were also spying on
like you know, jingling keys in front of a baby.
Jewish student groups that were also against apartheid in South Africa. So the Apartheid Defense League, as I like to call them, was spying on Jewish Americans at the behest of apartheid South Africa. Fantastic stuff.
This is, it's you know, because of the like South Africa-Israel similarity and alliance, they just can't hide it, can they? But yeah, there are a lot of like organizations in Western countries that have like this veneer that makes them like say untouchable sacred cows of, you know, we fight anti-Semitism, and sometimes they do, you know, sometimes they do actually, like the ADL does actually have like a, for example, like resources on its website like that accurately describe a lot of stuff in regards to anti-Semitism and like just in general Nazi stuff, like look at this like Nazi symbol or whatever. Okay, useful, great, but that is not the primary function of this organization. The primary function of this organization is the Israel advocacy.
They have to do that so they can do the nefarious Israel advocacy. Because if they were just doing Israel advocacy, they would come across as ridiculous. Like people would be like, the fuck? Aren't you supposed to be like commenting anti-Semitism? What are you doing? And I think that's or maybe it was initially in its inception. I think it was because of the famous incident.
It was like a guy got lynched or something. So they
exactly. But I think in its
inception,
somehow
became this.
Yeah, in its inception, it was like a genuine. I suspect it was a genuine like a genuine way to combat anti-Semitism, and then it very quickly got swept away by Zionist interests. And that's why you had the former president of the ADL shitting on the current president of the ADL recently. And I was like, bro, you guys are, you know, I can't believe that there's like internal conflict within the ADL on this.
Yeah, just in regards to like the contradiction between like the ADL and the anti-hate speech image and then Israel advocacy. I don't know if you've ever seen the Tucker Carlson clip where he calls them out on that, and he's like, the ADL says that Israel
It actually doesn't surprise me that there's infighting in these groups. You know, there's not one way for people to be critical of Israel, and similarly, like there's going to be disagreement on how best to go about supporting them.
should take measures to maintain the Jewish demographic majority to make sure that Palestinians can't take over. I agree. So why is it that Jonathan Greenblatt, who at the time was the leader of the ADL, why is it that he says that in the US we need to have this flood of migrants to make it so that we are no longer a demographic majority, and then they vote us out? And it's like, Tucker Carlson is a piece of shit, but he's not wrong in that.
He's a fascist talking to another fascist, and he's saying you're being a little hypocritical to the other fascist.
Yeah, it's like, so they have like two faces. Clearly, it's like one face is like we are an anti-hate speech group. Yeah, you know, Black Lives Matter, and then the other face is
I want to go back and see this.
In the US, we need to have this flood of
I'm always super skeptical of like Tucker Carlson praise.
migrants to make it so that we are no longer a demographic majority, and then they vote us out. And it's like, Tucker Carlson is a piece of shit, but he's not wrong in that.
He's a fascist talking to another fascist, and he's saying you're being a little hypocritical to the other fascist.
Yeah, it's like, so they have like two faces.
Yeah. Okay.
Clearly, it's like one face is like we are an anti-hate speech group. Yeah, Black Lives Matter, and then the other face is, but no, Israel. We're going to do all the shit that we rally against in the USA in Israel, and we support it 100%.
And you can't say anything in the United States of America against that, or else you will face severe repercussions.
I feel like at least this is one of the
right-wing infighting is kind of coming. Ben Shapiro is already exhibiting that. Oh no, you guys are anti-Semitic. I feel like he doesn't really care. Like what he cares about first and foremost is like criticism of Israel. And so as he sees that strain pick up in the right-wing space, whether it's legitimate or because it is a smokescreen for more anti-Semitism, then yeah, for sure he'll call it out more. He won't be silent on that.
Reasons why I said that like you got to be a little bit harsher is because this sort of thing, it is actually kind of eroding. Because a lot of the Zionist harassment, not all of it obviously, because they do actually have institutional power where they can do real shit to you that is not just interpersonal, but a lot of the Zionist harassment and doxing.
He was commenting on Kanye West's song. How come he's not commenting on Bleach Sword?
Apparatus. Only reason it really has its power because of the social pressure. Like, social media harassment of an employer, and the employer's like, look, they come up to you one day and like, look, you're not a bad worker, but I have 200 people sending me messages on Facebook. I don't know what to do about this. I have to fire you.
The Ethan Klein method.
Yeah, and then I think it's absolutely possible for us at the very least to fight against that to the point where it no longer has any power, to just laugh in their fucking face when they try to do that sort of shit, and try to educate other people on like, how like equating anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism shouldn't.
These are like, he has to know about the laws that exist in different countries or in different states in the United States. Maybe he doesn't. Like if you want to be a public servant or like work in the public sector, like in Texas, for example, you have to sign basically like an allegiance to Israel to say you're not going to like participate in any like BDS movements. I'm not kidding.
Should not be allowed to work anymore. And
or like didn't Congress pass congressional anti-Semitism bill? This was a thing that like, let me find it.
And a part of that is pushing back against what I
yeah, just make it third party, Fivehead.
Called Jewish exceptionalism, which sometimes sadly you do engage in on your broadcast.
Oh great, this is a good point of contention. I don't think so.
You disagree with me, or you think
it was
back against what I call Jewish exceptionalism, which sometimes sadly you do engage in on your broadcast.
Oh great, this is a good point of contention. I don't think so.
You disagree with me, or you think you don't engage in it?
I disagree with you.
Okay, so you think like pointing to like specifically Jewish people is like something that's like that we should be doing in the pro-Palestine movement?
I don't think that they should be the primary focus, but I think it's important to do that because Americans are so fucking stupid that they literally need to see like a Jewish person to be like, oh, I guess this isn't like, I guess, yeah, people are stupid when they say this guy is anti-Semitic, because it is a big focus. And also Jewish people that play a role in.
I agree with Hasan on this point. I mean, Palestinian advocates have literally talked about how it is more, they get more eyes and more views when their cause is legitimized and propped up by Israeli activists and American Jews. People lend those perspectives more legitimacy than like Palestinians and Arabs in the United States and in the West generally. So like I'm not
these
surprised.
protests, in the organization of these protests. also recognize that role that they play as well.
And the other thing is that, like, you know, I think it's important to. I understand why people point to anti-Zionist Jews and even Jews that don't consider themselves anti-Zionist, but they're highly critical of the Israeli government and their actions in apartheid and the West Bank and the occupation, etc. Because I feel like Israel wants to give the impression that, like, their country is and their constituents are like 100% in lockstep with what they're doing, and kind of try to marginalize dissent, because then it makes it more difficult for people to speak out, because it's like, you know, you feel like you're one voice against millions, you know, but it's not true. You know, these Israelis and Jews are not a monolith.
Because that's an important part of,
you know, like, should you ever like defer to somebody, to a demographics like majority opinion on things to form your own conclusions and opinions? No. But I think they're important to like listen to and hear out.
Decoupling Zionism from Judaism, which I think should happen, because I think it's the truth. I don't think it's like, it doesn't matter to me that like Israel claims is the case, but it's very clear to me, at least from all of the all the Jewish anti-Zionists that I've read the works of and am very good friends with, that it's not a monolithic force at all. And I think it's not necessarily to shelter the feelings or place the feelings of Jewish Americans ahead of like the death and destruction that Palestinians are facing. But I think when I'm doing this argument, when I'm doing Hasbara.
See this. This is going back a bit about, like, this is an op-ed in the New York Times, right? Senators need to stop the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. Like, this act passed very easily. An unfortunate symbiosis has developed between pro-Israel culture warriors like Republican Representative Elise Stefanik, who herself is like literally promoted like the Great Replacement at different points, and the most self-indulgent fringe of pro-Palestinian campus protesters. Together, they are wittingly or unwittingly shifting attention from the urgent emergency in Gaza, where Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu is poised to define the United States and invade the southern city of Rafah, to the much smaller problem of campus anti-Semitism. See, the thing is like this fringe could literally be one person, but there will always be the amplification of this one person that exists in the pro-Palestinian movement, you know? It doesn't matter if it's like you have 1,000 people peacefully protesting, if there's just like one fucker shitting it up, that's who gets the attention, unfortunately. But yeah, Jamie Raskin, a House Democrat and former constitutional law professor, wrote a statement explaining the problems with the bill at length before justifying his yes vote with a kind of defeated shrug. See, like, why did he vote yes? You know, at this moment of anguish and confusion over the dangerous surge of anti-Semitism, authoritarianism, and racism all over the country and the world, it seems unlikely that this meaningless gotcha legislation can help much. But neither can it hurt much, and I disagree with them on this. And it may now bring some people despairing over manifestations of anti-Semitism a sense of consolation. There are a few people in Congress I admire more than Raskin, but I don't agree that the bill is harmless, and I hope someone in the Senate will stop it. The bill relies on a definition of anti-Semitism adopted by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance in 2016, which lists several examples that could, accounting for a quote-unquote overall context, constitute anti-Semitism. Among them are applying double standards to Israel, claiming that the country's existence is a racist endeavor. Like, this is now incorporated into like a formal understanding of anti-Semitism in America. Or using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood libel, to characterize Israel or Israelis. Even if you agree that all of these things are signs of anti-Jewish animus, there are serious First Amendment problems with trying to classify them that way legally, which I agree with. But yet, this passed nonetheless. You know.
When I'm telling the truth to Americans about the situation, I think it's important for them to also recognize and to decouple Zionism from Judaism, because I think the other scary side of this is that there is truth to the canary in the coal mine, regardless of the fact that Canary Mission has like bastardized that term, that anti-Semitism is like a primary marker of fascist ideology for the most part in the West. And I worry that the only thing that will come about this is the death and destruction.
I was saying we're not a fucking monolith to anybody who would hear me. It's the religion to a state committing apartheid against a group they already committed a genocide against. Not so good.
Of the Palestinians, and then the resentment towards Israel will not stay towards Israel, but will just simply turn into hating Jewish people and attributing them to the actions of Israel. And there will be no progress there.
All those guys get so big.
Yeah,
this active process.
And it's also something that the ADL and all these other like Zionist groups in the United States of America actually benefit from. Like, because I always say this, like, there's a reason why they come after me more than fucking come after Candace Owens. Why don't they come after Candace Owens? She has a massive audience. I'll tell you why they don't come after Candace Owens.
Okay, ads. We got an ad coming up in 30 seconds, guys. Be warned.
What?
If you subscribe to me, you will not see any ads.
Because it's about Israel.
Because of what?
Because it is about Israel.
No, Candace Owens also is anti-Israel, but she's also anti-Semitic.
She's not anti-Israel in the way that they care about.
No, it's because she's anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. So they can always point to Candace Owens and say, you see, this person is anti-Semitic. That's why she doesn't like Israel. Or same with Dan Bilzerian. This person is anti-Semitic. That's why he doesn't like Israel. But someone like myself, who combats against anti-Semitism with regular frequency, am a major threat to groups like the ADL or any kind of Zionist organization because they can't pin me down as someone who is simply anti-Israel because he's anti-Semitic. And that plays a big role in getting young American Jews to also move away from the...
I mean, ultimately, like, this is all... This, you know, we can't prove either way why they come after you, but I think the reason they come after you is totally different. The reason why they go after Candace Owens, they don't go after Candace Owens so much, is because she's not going to call Israel what it is, because ultimately she's someone who upholds the sort of structure behind what Israel is, which is, you know, like a settler colonial ethno state. She doesn't really give a shit about that. You know, she's an American nationalist. She's that sort of person. She's never going to call out like the superstructure. She's never going to call out what is at its base.
Didn't Candace Owens say something like Hitler's mistake is that he was like an expansionist or whatever? You know, it's like such a cancer to have people like Candace Owens or whatever, like critical of Israel.
I think that is way more. That is way more important as to why you are targeted deep down than just this. But you also denounce anti-Semitism thing because they have no problem hiding that part. Like they never even talk about that part. Honestly, like
the thing is though is that like anybody who would try to like disingenuously lump Hasan in with somebody like Candace Owens or the Dan guy, Dan Blitzerian, I can't think of his name. It's like these people like obviously don't agree on anything, you know.
You would never know the way they talk about it. They say anything about it. Yeah, but I mean, the point that I'm making here is that you are more of a threat to them because of that than it is because of, you know, you also couch your denouncements of Israel with announcements of anti-Semitism sometimes. And what he said was
a corollary point with what was being talked about earlier.
And I feel like that's good. You know, I think that people that consider themselves like pro-Palestinian advocates sometimes shy away from denouncing anti-Semitism because they feel like they're conceding on a point that they don't want to, which is that like you're giving ammunition to critics to say like, see, it really is not just anti-Zionism, it's also like anti-Semitism and stuff like that. But I think it looks better. One, it's the morally correct thing to do to like call it anti-Semitism, one. And two, it provides the movement with far more legitimacy than trying to look the other way or whatever. Because then you actually will be proving critics right that you're willing to overlook anti-Semitism if it means that, you know, you're accomplishing your goals relative to Palestinian rights or whatever.
Earlier in regards to...
And like, of course that happens. There's, you know, I have a tiny platform, but I have received a ton of like misogynistic harassment before. It was like, if I'm like a nobody on the internet and yet I've received misogynistic harassment, there's absolutely no way that what's coming the way of people towards like Israel, like Ethan, for example. It's like, I don't doubt that Ethan has gotten more anti-Semitism now than he ever has in his life, you know? What I disagreed is that you can like trace that all back to Hasan, you know? But I know it's happening.
Couching anti-Israel rhetoric for the average American in their own material interests in something that's going to be more digestible by saying, well, it's your money that's going to Israel to bomb these kids. It's like, oh, okay. In the same way that if you bring up the fact that some Jews are against Israel, it's like, oh, okay, that must mean something, right? Even though that's not the center of the conversation and it shouldn't be. It's a tactical decision, right?
You could respond to them in a different way. If someone says to you, hey, people tell me that pro-Palestine people are anti-Semitic. What is the better response to that? Is it to say, my friend here is Jewish and he's pro-Palestine? What are you talking about? Or is it better to say, well, I'm against states like Israel, which is states that are run by one group for one group.
Yeah, it's not mutually exclusive. It can be both.
Regardless of who they're for. And this is why I'm against Israel. It's nothing to do with
I also think it's important to expose people that are trying to just use arguments from majority as their substitute for, because that's not even an argument. It's literally a fallacy. But to try to justify or explain their beliefs, which is that I'm simply deferring to, you know, the majority opinion of people, you know, and like force them to contend with like, no, there is like a growing you know, one, it's never been monolithic, but two, there is a growing group of like young Israelis and young American Jews that are becoming more and more outspoken about Israel. And like, how are you contending with that? You know, at what point can you not, are you not going to be able to say, oh, those are just pick-me's, or those are just, you know, the exception to the rule or whatever? Like, at what point are you actually forced to confront them and not just try to write them off as like the Blair, as tokens?
Anti-Semitism or Jews or anything like that. And I think fundamentally you should understand that's the problem here.
No, I do that as well.
Nice and quick.
Yeah, you do. But when you also
point to Saudi Arabia,
and my friend told me it's okay, then the implication there is that what if enough of your friends, of people of the group that your friend is a part of, have the opposite opinion? Would that mean that there is, you know, something legitimate to this? Obviously, you don't think that. So why do we keep making this argument?
I told you it's only complementary. But the reason why I also make that argument is to make sure, because like, look, the reality is, if I were to, one, I care about anti-Semitism and not spreading it and making sure that like people understand that this is an issue.
I just interject here for a second with something that will get me clipped on the H3 podcast subreddit. Yeah. I think you care too much about it. Too much.
I don't think so.
Think about, okay, what are Jews in today's Western society? They are basically slightly less white people.
They're white. Jews are, for the most part, firmly a part of the white class.
The like incredible like singular focus on anti-Semitism as the special kind of racism that is above all else specifically exists to legitimize Israel. Specifically exists to put a chilling effect on anti-Israel speech. And you are sort of legitimizing that idea by putting such an emphasis on it as well.
No, and here's why.
Even that, it's like, this is kind of true, but it erases the fact that like, even in Israel, there are Israeli Arabs, you know, there are Ethiopian Jews, there are Black Jewish people in America, there are Asian Jews in America. They're the minority, of course, but you know, they exist. And I don't think that should be disregarded. I think people have a very kind of superficial understanding of like what constitutes a Jewish identity.
A big part of the advocacy for Israel revolves around constantly tangling it with Judaism. That is what I'm targeting. That is what I'm also trying to dismantle. Because I don't care about just simply saying like, I don't give a fuck if, I mean, there are
the reason why that has so much power.
Like, I feel like this argument is overstated by VE. Yeah, I don't agree with him on this. The other thing is like, what is it? There's a stat regarding like how Jews are the target of hate crimes. Hold on. Jews, hate crimes, US. Like, well, I can't use the ADL because the ADL incorporates things that I probably wouldn't count, you know? But I'll try to find out.
Is because of this idea of anti-Semitism as some ever-present, like singular, special kind of racist threat that's always there, no matter what the social position that Jews actually do have at the present moment in time is. And what I was trying to say is that like you legitimize that idea when you talk about it so much and you always make sure to like put disclaimers in your speech about it, when ultimately, for one, not only does it not matter that in regards to like whether Israel is right or wrong, whether, you know, Jews support it or not, but two, when you sort of play into that terms there, which is that, oh, there's always this endless threat of anti-Semitism in the USA, which is something that they specifically play up so much nowadays, especially because they don't really have another angle to defend Israel, and the best thing they can do is to act like, you know, pro-Palestine people are causing this great anti-Semitism crisis. So when you legitimize the idea, but I'm not saying you do it on purpose or whatever, I'm saying maybe by accident, but like when you sort of...
There are literal Nazis around now. Yeah, exactly.
Play into that yourself by constantly denouncing anti-Semitism, by being a crusader against anti-Semitism singularly. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be against anti-Semitism. I'm against anti-Semitism. I call out actual anti-Semitism way more than most people on the left do, which is worrying. But I don't think it's like this super singular issue that we always need to be conscious about. I think it's something that once you learn about it, you know, you can spot it, and we don't need to like always be couching what we're saying in like disclaimers and all this sort of thing to make sure they don't think we're anti-Semitic. Because by doing that, we very much legitimize the Zionist framing of the issue, which is specifically that anti-Semitism is super important. The problem here is not that we are not against anti-Semitism because we aren't. The problem is...
But it is, and I don't think that you should attempt to take like the opposite posture just because there are a lot of Zionists that also emphasize it, you know?
It's that very idea.
Like sometimes genuinely, most of the time cynically, in my opinion, you know?
Anti-Semitism is present.
But that doesn't mean it's not an issue.
This massive, like, overbearing threat that we all should be super concerned with, because that idea legitimizes Israel, and it's not true.
Both. I do both, and that's the reason why.
And like especially like his arguments, especially like they're not going to like land well among like American Jews in particular, because it's like when you look at how like Jewish acceptance, even like pre-World War II, there was a very, very quick drop off in the Weimar Republic between like there being, you know, more cooperation and integration of Jews in what was considered to be like a more progressive society, and then all of a sudden you have the Holocaust and like less than two decades later, you know. So I understand that fear of like, even if like, let me grant that like things are as perfect as Badempanada is saying, or like overstated as he's saying, which I don't think. It's like that could always change though, you know. And like you see that with like immigrants as well. You know, immigrants are the renewed like scapegoat. And that's like, how long did it, in just 4 years, you see, you know, the Biden, let's use Biden as like the metric, Biden shifting pretty far right and pivoting pretty far right on immigration, when just 4 years earlier, these were things that that prominent Democrats were willing to unambiguously say, this is racist and this is not the way forward with respect to like immigration policy. Badempanada is ironically conceding to a Zionist framing here in a subtle way. Anti-Semitism can be a serious issue without it having anything to do with Israel. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I said,
and with Trump in office, it's like obviously on the rise, you know?
I don't agree with what you're saying, is because I don't know if you see this or not, but I spent a great deal of time talking about precisely what you just mentioned, as far as like how this is weaponized, or how this is like classified as like a specific form of bigotry that is oftentimes bastardized. You're saying like Jews, by and large, in the United States of America, like are classified as white and are in an exceptionally privileged circumstance in comparison to like the Palestinians, right? That's like, you're saying, so like therefore.
I'm saying in comparison to other Americans, for example, as well.
Or even in comparison to other Americans. Sure, fine. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. Having said that, it's still a real bigotry, which is why I think that it's important to make sure that people are not taking their eyes off the ball. And I worry that because Americans are so wired towards bigotry, that the only way to make a convincing argument for them is to literally entertain anti-Semitic conspiracies. And that is why I think it is not a mistake that some of the largest voices that are seemingly anti-Israel in mainstream political discourse, including but not limited to, is the likes of Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens or Dan Bilzerian, all of these people who are basically they're incredibly popular, partially because they don't necessarily care about Palestinians. They don't give a shit about Palestinians.
One thing we could say is we shouldn't portray anti-Semitism as more serious than Islamophobia. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that like that is just left out of the conversation entirely. Like how quickly people jump to saying that like pro-Palestinian advocates, which obviously there's going to be a large like Muslim and Arab contingent, to just like, oh, they're terrorist sympathizers. And it's like, are they terrorist sympathizers, or are you just like primed to see them that way because they wear hijabs?
Palestinian emancipation at all. They're just using this as a popular,
and because they're brown.
They're using this as a way to drive home more nefarious discourse about you know, the ways in which Jews are controlling American media or whatever the fuck. And I think it's wrong too. And I know you agree with me on this, especially on the front like of the whole Israel controls America. Like there is an incredibly sophisticated and very expansive influence peddling operation from Israel into the United States of America that has solidified its like favorite client nation state status. But ultimately, America still, if they wanted to, could just as easily make one fucking phone call and stop this in its entirety.
Yeah,
and
I think people that lobby is allowed to exist more so than anything else.
Yeah, exactly. So you and I both agree on that front. And so I'm not necessarily doing this as a way to say like Jews have this special status in America. Let's only care about them. Their opinions are more important than the opinions of like Palestinian Americans, for example, or anything like that. The reason why I actually, I never entertained that. That was a big point of fucking contention that actually led to the Leftovers podcast ending. Was I was like, the fuck out of here with the Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free, is anti-Semitic. What are you, insane? Like that was the major point of contention that me and Ethan had that led to literally this podcast ending. So I have obviously these red lines, but having said that, it's important for me to at least consistently address that for a couple different reasons. One, because there are people, especially in like progressive liberal spaces, that do fall into this propaganda that like, this is a product of like anti-Semitism. And two, I don't want to give any credence to the right-wing anti-Semitic rhetoric that revolves around Israel, because it's just wrong. It's a wrong solution, or there won't be any fucking solution whatsoever if their desires are.
Like, if you listen to Badempanada on this, he would be saying that, like, Hasan has wasted his time calling out any anti-Semitism, when it's like, that would have been, not only would that have been used against him in the, like, content nuke and stuff like that, but it also would have been a valid criticism. Then in, like, 2 years, something that he never thought to call out, especially now that Trump's the president of the United States. Like, he had not spent any time calling out anti-Semitism in the United States. That would be crazy.
Are followed on.
I think you have actually, you might not have noticed it,
Henry, free from what? What do you mean free from what?
but you have actually sort of become harsher on this recently. Maybe it's because of me, maybe not. No, you definitely have. You definitely have the like, you know, the dog walker comment, the local dog catcher, or whatever it was. That was exceptional from you, and that is progress. You might not see it, but it is. I believe recently you also said something. What was it? I was thinking about it there, but I forgot what it was. But you said something in a similar vein to that, regarding like support for Israel or whatever and stuff. And like, no, what you said was, I think it was definitely you. It has to have been you. It was that you outright said that in the context of Israel, Palestine.
Anti-Black racism is not treated as seriously as anti-Semitism is treated, even though Black people face more racism than Jews. What BE means is that they should be treated the same. But to me, if that's his analysis and his prescription is then don't talk about anti-Semitism, to me, it's more of an argument to draw more attention to other forms of discrimination than to not talk about them. That makes sense.
Like, Jews are like, you know, white people owning slaves, basically. You know, not exactly, but like Jews in Israel are in that sort of social position. And that's true. So like,
I've been saying that. I've been saying that since day one. I have time and time again mentioned that like what Israel has done is far worse than like a Jim Crow. Like what?
Okay, but you're saying what Israel has done. I'm talking about the social position of Jewish Israelis.
Yeah, that's another major part of my commentary. Is like I always.
He was not making that point exactly. Yeah.
Talk about how like the different the ways in which like in the Western world someone can claim that there's an anti-Semitic attack happening when you have a Jewish person who gets the Star of David painted outside of their house. This happened in France. I think like immediately after October 7. But when the Star of David is painted outside of the house of someone in the West Bank, that means something entirely different. This is a way to explain the dynamic of like what Judaism looks like in the region and the power position that Jews hold in Israel in particular, but certainly across the board as an expression of American imperialism. This is a very important part of my commentary from the jump. I've always talked about this.
Okay,
like
well, my point here
there is no like I don't think there's any marginalization of Jews.
I'm sure you agree with. And I think, you know, maybe you think that you've been saying this all along. I don't think you have. But, I agree to disagree on that. I'm not specifically here just to call you out. You know, I'm not here to like hold Hassan Piker to account. I'm not even inclined. But my point here is that in the context of Israel-Palestine, like,
why? Fuck it. Call him out.
Like, talking about anti-Semitism is a fucking joke.
How often does he have conversations with people where there's an opportunity to do that?
It's so worthless. It's pointless. It's like talking about anti-white racism. It is.
Palestine will be free from what? Oh, I got you. I've never felt like, I don't think From the River to the Sea is anti-Semitic. And the ADL did not consider From the River to the Sea anti-Semitic until after, like, I think by the end of 2023. But if I notice, I don't think it's effective. So when I saw how quickly From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free, discourse started coming up about like, well, what does that actually mean or whatever. Then to me, it's like, okay, now the slogan has become like a distraction instead of something that's like yielding results.
All lives matter.
Literally what I told Ethan.
So it should either be like tweaked or they should, you know, come up with other slogans.
Yeah.
In our first conversation,
like 4 years ago, I don't know. When I saw you, like, come on, Ethan, don't call Jewish voice.
You know, because the point of these slogans is to help communicate and explain the issues very quickly, you know, and if you have to, Norm Finkelstein agrees with you on tweaking the slogan. So, I mean, yeah, because you just don't, you know, you want it to be effective. The whole point is to help people that their like entry point to this issue is something like that. And if you're already like confusing people or scaring people or like losing people who may otherwise be allies if they just had a little bit of information, you don't want that to be something that like already closes off people that would have otherwise been interested, you know, or been willing to hear you out.
The capos. What you should have said there,
that was what I said before that.
Hassan Piker, what you should have said to him in that situation is, Ethan, in this case, the Holocaust victims are the fucking Palestinians. They have capos, not the fucking Israelis. Shut the fuck up, you moron.
Okay. You have to understand something. You have to understand something. I literally told him verbatim what you just said, not the Holocaust thing, but I should have. You're right, and I have made this comparison on numerous occasions since then. But I literally told him verbatim exactly what you said. I was like, what are you talking about? You're doing like all lives matter shit, like a white supremacist to someone saying Black Lives Matter. Like, why would I listen to what you have to say on this issue? Like, I'm telling you what the Palestinians are saying in this emancipatory slogan, and you, on the other hand, are presenting your feelings on this issue when, if you are at odds with this message, like you are a part of the party, you are defending the party that is doing these actions. It's the same as listening to someone like a white Christian right-winger say all lives matter to Black people that are saying Black Lives Matter. That was literally the conversation that we had on October 17th, 2023. So yes, I have been saying this.
Right the well, I mean, I'm happy to take your word for it.
You can go back and watch it.
I'm not going to go and relitigate your.
I'm like currently looking to pull this up to see what they said. Because I saw that debate, but it's been so long.
3 years ago. Okay, it's not 3 years ago, but you know what I mean. I'm not here to do that. I mean, I don't even know why I'm here. I'm here to make money for UNRWA so they can give people food so they don't die. That's why I'm here, honestly. So,
Yeah. But yeah,
I'm glad at least now we seem to agree on that. And I will have my entire harassment Discord server permanently watching your streams to make sure that you stay in line. So be very careful.
Yeah, listen, the Turk does not concern themselves with the opinions of the Greek. Okay,
Yes, Ottoman.
the Ottoman does not concern himself with this. You are a very powerful janissary, though. I will admit.
You are literally a fucking like living room ornament. Shut the fuck up.
No, I'm the Sultan. Okay, I'm the Sultan here. I'm the
I've said
Padishah.
for years, okay. Like the first
You are
video I
the
ever made in that
you are the nubile boy that my soldiers brought in and were like, this boy right here, he's going to be a good warrior.
Drew Pavlov's son is going to be the janissary, not mine.
No, he's a terrible janissary.
No, Drew Pavlov recently made a video. He recently made a video where he like it was like a Bad Empanada denouncement video, and it's just totally like random and it's out of nowhere. But he made a video. It's like Bad Empanada tried to sue me and I won. And it's like I sent him a legal letter because he was publicly accusing me of like raping children. Okay. And I decided not to go through with it, and I ended up raising money for charity for UNRWA instead. This was like a year ago. And in his video talking about this, Drew Pavlov, like he made like a counter accusation against me that what he had accused me of was true. And part of his evidence of this was a tweet where I posted a poll that said, should Drew Pavlov's children be conscripted into janissary duty? And I shit you not, when the time came for him to put evidence on the screen for his allegations against me, that was what he put on the screen. And the best part about it was that was attached to a poll, which was like 99.9% yes. And he edited the poll out of the screenshot as well. And this is specifically relevant to our discussion about the Ottoman and the Greek. So I thought that was funny.
Well, I think he would make for a horrible janissary. I would never allow him to be.
We would need to get to him very early before Drew destroys his mind.
Yeah. You, on the other hand, you have the gumption and the intensity necessary to be in the fucking front lines.
What do you think about the Armenian genocide? You're Turkish. I hold you collectively responsible.
You know what's really interesting?
Don't ask Cenk that.
You know what's really interesting about that?
Armenians wait for Hassan Piker.
So what's really interesting about that is like, well, first of all, in Turkey, it's not even like in school, like I learned it as though it never happened, or like people were lying about it. And I always thought it was like interesting because like something just didn't add up. You know what I mean? What?
So they just don't talk about it at all?
No, I don't know what it looks like now in like current curriculum, but yeah, when I was growing up and I went to middle school and high school, all the way up into high school in Turkey, it's like kind of embarrassing to kind of admit this, but like System of a Down kind of played a role in me going.
Okay. I want to see this point where they talked about like from the river to the sea.
The shit people say is crazy, man. That is a Garth Brooks reference. I'm reading chat now, by the way.
Okay. All right. You were talking about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And
so like at worst, the worst interpretation of that would be like someone like Hamas or Hezbollah or like terrorist organizations who are like, yeah, we want to actually kill everybody there. That's the worst interpretation of it. I know that there's a lot of people, obviously, vast majority of people who do say that don't want to kill all the Jews there, right?
From the river to the sea was the election manifesto of Netanyahu's Likud party in 1977. So for them to claim it's anti-Semitic is disingenuous and insult to injury. No one ever brings it. Trying to bring up the Likud charger, it's like it will immediately get dismissed.
But like, so at the best interpretation of it, it basically means, as I've said, this one state dissolution of the state of Israel. And a lot of people also see that. I would say the vast majority of people in Israel see that as a genocide. So that if it's viewed in that scope, there's another interesting thing that I've noticed about this. I mean, the thing is, like, that phrase does have a long history of being used by terrorists. And so, hold on.
Wait, can I do something though? Because like the terrorism designation here. Okay, go ahead. Make your full point.
Let me make my full point here, and then you can respond. There's an interesting phenomenon going on here where
That's why I don't think changing the slogan will do anything. The amount of conditioning to internalize your freedom means my death is beyond changing a slogan. I go back and forth on this. To me, I'm like, I am exhausted by like arguments over slogans. So to me, I'm like, just change it. But I also know that this was something that like Iraq war activists have talked about, that like the whole support the troops thing, you know. And if you weren't willing to say that, it's like, oh, does that mean you don't support the troops or whatever? And it was just like, no, like you should not pick up the mantle of like letting your opposition kind of define the terms of engagement or like put parameters of what you should be saying and stuff like that, because you'll just end up muzzling yourself, and it won't actually end up improving your message or matter to the people criticizing you, you know. But I think in this case, it's like there is a lot more like the Iraq war. You're talking like the Iraq war. I can see it's not worth it conceding the framing, because it's like that was a thing that was happening right then, right now. And like, yes, there's a history between the United States and Al-Qaeda, but it's not the same as like Israel-Palestine, you know, a conflict that's like 100 years or older, depending on who you're speaking to. you know? And there are people that I like, if somebody is offended that you're not saying support the troops, it's like you're probably not reaching that person. With people not liking from the river to the sea, it's like a toss up, you know? There are people that don't like that phrase, but are open to hearing other things, you know?
Minorities tell you they're offended by something, usually, especially liberals and leftists, they'll listen because it's not their place, right? They'll say, it's not my place. If you say it, then that's what it is. I mean, Jews make up 60% of all hate crimes in America right now.
Mm-hmm.
So when Jewish people look at that and they say, listen, it makes me uncomfortable the way that that's used. I find it interesting that people see that as an opportunity to argue instead of listen. Especially to me, it's like you can make the same argument about the Confederate flag, where Southerners will be like, listen, it's just about our heritage. You know what I mean? That has nothing to do with racism. And maybe, and some people do believe that, right? But at the end of the day, if a black person is like, that Confederate flag is offensive to me, you're not going to argue with them and say, no, it's just heritage. It's like, not everybody who you
see, like, he's making arguments that it's like, there's like assumptions in his arguments that like I wouldn't make, you know, or like I wouldn't, I don't agree with. It's like, I don't know if he means to argue it this way, but it comes off like, oh, the only reason why people are opposed to the Confederacy, like white leftists or something like that, is because black people say they don't like it. And it's like not as simple as that, you know? Like, I don't doubt that there's this like this caricature of a leftist that he's talking about exists, where somebody is basing their opinions literally just based off of like polling data from minorities, you know, but that's not very serious to me. And I don't think most people arrive at their understanding of issues by a lens that simply, you know,
uses it is racist. So then, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't seem fair.
I know, but so one, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
And the other thing is that like pro-Palestinian activists are trying to advocate on behalf of Palestinians. And ultimately, you know, I think the mindset for a lot of people that are pro-Palestine is like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, basically. So yes, you're advocating, it's like primarily about Palestinians, but it will also be on behalf of like Israelis, you know, because you will be solving a political conflict that should have been solved a long time ago. But when he's talking about like Black Lives Matter and stuff like that, you know, or like the Confederate example, this would be, to me, this is like a different example, because it's like the group of people that you're primarily trying to advocate on behalf of would be telling you like, I'm uncomfortable by that or something like that, you know?
Its origination is
when it's like Hasan does not come off to me like he's trying to do activism for Israelis. He comes off like he's trying to do activism for Palestinians.
Inception comes from the PFLP, the Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine, which you're right was considered a terrorist.
Existed before Nazis.
Okay,
you know,
hold on. I understand. I'm going to describe it.
Go ahead.
In its inception and in its broader context, historically since the 60s, it has always been utilized.
What percentage of people chanting that slogan are against Israel's mere existence, against the land being divided even before the Nakba? I mean, fact of the matter is, like, Israel exists. There is no slogan that could be chanted by any number of people in the United States that is going to change the fact that Israel's a country under international law. Israel has nukes. Israel's backed by the West. Israel is being armed by the United States. Like, there's no undoing that dynamic, you know?
Is a slogan for emancipation and never for anti-Semitism. The reason why Hamas adopted it, the reason why Hamas co-opted it when they had 3% support as opposed to the PLO, which had 83% support, right? Alongside the PLO was because it was the slogan that was the slogan for Palestinian emancipation. This does not mean that like that slogan changed at any given point to mean killing all the Jewish people just because it was co-opted by a marginal militant faction that in and of itself has never reached a similar level of popularity to even a two-state solution has historically amongst Palestinians. They've never pulled anywhere near 52%
so where do in which part of this do you think it's fair to argue with a group that makes up 80% of all hate crimes that happen in America, or not 80, 60%?
Because
that you can argue with them and say, no, it's fine.
I'm going to tell you.
He's like, this is more of what he said to Sam Cedar, which is like arguments from majority, where it's like, just because, could you imagine if Hasan told him, you know, a majority of Palestinians support suicide bombings, therefore I have to. Otherwise, I would be putting myself at odds with Palestinians. You know, like Ethan would be like, what? That's stupid. You don't need to, just because the majority of a group think a thing, that does not mean that you have to agree with them, or that you disagreeing with them is antithetical to them, or in some way like racist towards them or xenophobic. But it'll argue like the opposite side of this.
Because, well, two reasons. One, because Palestinians are the oppressed party in the structure against the state of Israel, not Jews, the state of Israel, which does not, I think you and I both agree, does not represent the interests of Jews at all, and will falsely conflate the interests of Jews with the interests of the state of Israel, specifically so they can continue to engage in this argument sometimes from a disingenuous framing, a disingenuous conflation. Jewish people themselves say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Jewish people are at the forefront of the anti-apartheid, anti-Zionist activism, Jewish Voice for Peace, Jews for Economic.
And the existence of Jewish people doesn't, I don't, at that point is not very persuasive. I mean, of course there is.
What do you, of course it's, I think it's very important.
Because there's Israelis that say it, and therefore minority or Jewish people shouldn't be offended by it because some people say it. I mean.
No, I think because Jewish people.
See, this is the thing. And then it will always turn into, it'll always turn into cherry picking, you know? Either we'll kind of like say this blanket statement of like, you should listen to Jewish voices. But that's going to, then the question that naturally follows from that is like, okay, but which Jewish voices? Whose voices and which Israelis? Like, whose voice do I prioritize? And that's always going to be arbitrary.
I'm not going to talk about this as...
Or arbitrary in the sense that it's going to be based off of what your preconceived notions are and biases.
Like Jewish people in general. The reason why I brought up...
So Ethan obviously thinks that he should be deferring to like Israeli Jewish opinion. You know, Hasan disagrees.
Jews for Jewish Voice for Peace and other groups using this as well, like Jews themselves in America using this anti-Zionist slogan, indicates that this slogan isn't one that is about the evisceration of Jews. If that was the case, then they wouldn't use it.
I'm telling you that the mere existence of Jewish voices it's not a leg to stand on. I don't understand that.
But you're failing. But the most important component here,
it's like you're tokenizing a few Israelis. It seems silly. You're like, here, check out my Israeli. He says it.
I will explain to you why it's not a comparison, because I think you agree with me on this as well, that Palestinian emancipation is just, right? It's just.
And he's not like tokenizing Israelis, you know. Again, like there is a growing number of like American Jews and Israelis that have like varied opinions on these things.
As the Confederacy is not. The Confederacy was there to...
Yeah, any suggestion for Israelis to be displaced other than the settlements would create a possibly worse situation. Yeah, of course.
Preserve, they said states rights, but it was there to preserve the maintenance of slavery. Palestinian emancipation is not, or has not ever been broadly defined at any moment throughout its history, the evisceration of all Jews living in Israel or the forcible expulsion of all Jews living in Israel. Other militant factors that were never, ever as popular as the broader Palestinian emancipatory movement have taken on this slogan alongside slogans like Free Palestine in general.
That's why no one advocates to expel the Israelis. That would be ridiculous. No, I see it, but it's not serious. It's like those people have no international support, you know? They've no, like, there's no chance that that's happening. Right now, the current conversation and option that's on the table is that Palestinians are about to be ethnically cleansed, you know? Like, that is being openly discussed between the United States president and Bibi Netanyahu. So, but people will bring up, like, where are Israelis going to go? It's like, dude, Israel, like, that is not, that's not on the table. And, like, thank God, but it's like, to even bring it up or whatever is, like, some realistic thing. It's like, that's not happening.
Same exact argument to say from Free Palestine from the river to the sea can also be applied to Free Palestine as well. It's just a matter of where the motivations lie. You have to look at
how Israelis view it. Is that you're saying that Israel,
I don't care about how Israelis view it. I will admit that I don't.
And Jews at large. I think I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
In what position are you to even say that?
Well, I'm in the position of almost entirely getting. I know.
See, this is why Badempanada probably saw this interaction. He was like, see, he could have not gotten into this, because then if you just argue from a matter of principle, and it's like, my opinion on this is informed by anti-Zionist Jews and Israeli opinion, but it's not like the only thing that's factoring into what I believe is right or wrong.
Perspective is not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against...
Because this argument will always come off to somebody if this is like the lens it's being looked at as, like, the I have a black friend type argument.
No, seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Well, I don't speak for your entire ethnic group.
And, like, I didn't think that he was trying to do that.
How many Jews have you polled about if they find that offensive or not?
It doesn't matter if Jews find it offensive.
Hasan did say that even if all Jews are Zionists, it would still be wrong and it would still be fascist. I know that's, but, like, does he make that point in this?
Ethan,
doesn't matter if a minority group finds something anti-Semitic?
Yes, of course, because we're not talking about Jews at all. We're talking about Israel. This is there's a conflation between Israel and...
No, in this case, the perception is, because that phrase has been co-opted by terrorist groups and it's been used widely by terrorist groups, and the idea that's being communicated, although we've talked about the one-state idea today, and the way that we've discussed it definitely seems like more realistic. But people don't think about it that way. They think about basically the state of Israel disappearing.
Israel is the party with all of the power in the structure. Palestinians have no power in the structure. I'm going to listen to the Palestinian voices and tell you the historical reference points as to what from the river to the sea Palestine will be free when talking about it. Just like
at what point can a phrase be co-opted by a terrorist, and then you'd be like, maybe we'll back off that one.
The swastika and the Nazi comparison is actually a wonderful one, and I do not think that the Hamas or any Palestinian group has ever actually reached the machine of ethnic cleansing that the Nazis have. Making that comparison, in my opinion, is like diminishing the impact of the Holocaust.
It's not what they've done or can do. It's about the meaning of it, you know?
Yeah, Hamas also says free Palestine. That doesn't change the meaning behind free Palestine. It doesn't mean anything. What you have to look at is what the broader Palestinians, what the Palestinian movement believes, what the Palestinian movement implies when they're saying this. And it's important. It's important because, like, what are people to do, Ethan? What is the solution here? We say Palestinians can't say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. There's people claiming that even saying a ceasefire is actually against Israel's best interests, or even anti-Semitic, as a matter of fact. At a certain point, you have to realize that, like, maybe it's a little disingenuous, and that it's more so to just like squash any amount of any amount of sentiment expressed towards Israel.
At any point, should you think about maybe I should ease off this because it is offensive to the vast majority of Jews. Interpret it in a not nice way, despite what people's intentions are, and that maybe it's counterproductive.
I wish Hasan would say that this is like the equivalent of, like, this is where he was coming from with the All Lives Matter thing. That imagine if you're like in the Jim Crow South and you're trying to advocate for integration and on behalf of like the rights of non-white people in America, Black people primarily, and you have like white allies within the movement being like, those slogans are offensive to like white people, you know? That's, I feel like that's how Hasan sees it, but he like won't come out and just say that to Ethan.
Double, triple, quadruple down on it.
No, because I'm not going to.
How does that help the cause of Palestinian freedom? When people go,
because I'm not going to make concessions that I don't that hold no historic weight. That I'm actually listening to the Palestinians when they say what they mean. Because I don't have this like secret like secondary assumption that Palestinians actually are sneakily meaning something else. Like they're like actually talking about the destruction of Jews. I know that's not what you said. I know that's not what you said. You're not saying that. You're not saying that at all, but there are plenty of people who are implying that. And even then, I'm simply stating the historical precedent for this sentiment. And of course, I'm going to combat misinformation, and I'm going to continue combating misinformation in a country that is outright hostile towards Muslims and outright hostile towards Palestinians from the actual state. Right? There's anti-Semitism. This is absolutely true. Anti-Semitism is a gross hate crime. It is completely.
And like the position that Ethan is outlining here, he's like, oh, I'm just like talking about this perspective. I'm not endorsing it or whatever. Like, okay, I'll take him at face value for that. But there's no shortage of that perspective in American media or in the West generally. You know, like how many Israeli Americans and Israeli Jews are like media correspondents in the United States that are able to get their voice out and talk about their perspective on this issue, you know, as opposed to how many Palestinian Arabs and Palestinian Americans are there that exist as like news or like news or like bureau correspondents at like major media outlets. You know, like I can't name a single one.
Unacceptable. You and I are in agreement on this. I've combated anti-Semitism nonstop for the past 10 years.
There's any people that hear that and they think, you know what, that means no, we got to get rid of all the Israelis. Do you think there's anyone that believes that?
That we have to get rid of all of the Israeli Jews in that area?
Of course,
I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. There are anti-Semites. There are anti-Semites.
And obviously, like, this perspective is not only outlined by like Israelis themselves, like this perspective is echoed by Christian Zionists in the United States. You know, people like Joe Biden, who's like a Catholic Zionist.
In the pro-Palestinian movement.
You think that it could be potentially misconstrued?
Can it be potentially misconstrued? Absolutely. Anything can be misconstrued. Any slogan can be misconstrued.
All these things, if it can be misconstrued, if it is believed by people to mean it that way, then I don't think Jews are outside of their right to say, hey, this phraseology makes me uncomfortable.
The conversation revolves around Palestinians, which, you know, Muslims are a minority group in general, Palestinians an even smaller minority.
He is right. He should have said, I don't care if Jews think that, but also point out that a lot of Jews don't think like him. But I think in Hasan's case, that's not true. You know, I feel like if enough people told, like, I can't know this for sure, but something tells me that like Hasan's decision to not say like the N-word casually or something like that is partially, not entirely, informed by the fact that like it would be offensive to the vast majority of like Black people, you know?
Minority group against Zionists, specifically Zionists who are maintaining the.
Did we just get raided? Maybe we just got raided. Thank you, raids. Thank you for the raid, Ponscom. I'm guessing it's Ponscom.
The violent nature of the apartheid state in Israel. So in that structure, there are significantly more Zionists in America than there are Zionist Jews. And
You missed loaner donors like just shattered.
then there are anti-Zionist Jews. Zionist and anti-Zionist Jews are marginal because of the number of Jews in general on the planet, right? The much larger conversation is...
Hello, Raiders. We got sidetracked because I was watching Hasan versus Bad Empanada, and he was like, stop caring about what the majority of a minority or demographic think or whatever. And then I was like, what did they even say at this point?
Being had
and they're like arguing over from the river to the sea.
Between Palestinian activists.
But if you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and give the stream a like and subscribe over there.
Which feature anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionists alike, some of which are anti-Semitic. I'm not going to say that they're not, okay? Versus the much broader, much larger Zionist community that is comprised almost entirely of Zionist evangelicals, Zionist Christians in general. That's the conversation that's being had about the state of Israel. You can criticize Saudi Arabia and do it from an Islamophobic perspective, but many people are never going to turn around and say you're being Islamophobic when you criticize Saudi Arabia. But when you criticize Israel, because the foreign ministry has maintained this position and this posture for a very long time, propped up by the likes of the ADL, this conflation is the immediate counter. And I think it's cynically deployed. In the grand scheme of things, throughout the history of Palestinian emancipation, which I will reaffirm my support for, I do believe it is
Eddie Berlia versus lol. I know. I went in blind.
But
they mostly agreed.
Throughout that history, Hamas is but a mere blip. Hamas is but a mere blip, and even to this day is not has never reached broad popularity. The mantra itself predated Hamas and will continue to exist as long as there's an occupation. So having a conversation about the optics of a slogan when 11,000 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered by that same state is ridiculous to me. I think
this characterization is super unfair. I mean, you're making it sound like I'm a fucking the concern for it has nothing to do with what the Israeli government is doing, the ethnic cleansing and murdering of Palestinians. It's got nothing to do with that. Invoking that is not fair. 57% of Gazans, by the way, and I'm not criticizing them. I understand why people would support Hamas during all this and who are in Gaza, but you say that, I mean, they have...
Yes, in 2017, Hamas changed its charter in order to gain international recognition.
It has white support in Gaza and the West.
In 2017, Hamas changed its charter in order to maintain its civil governance factions and also gain international recognition, as had prior terror cells like the ones that you mentioned that Ben Shapiro still considers a terrorist, like Yasser Arafat, as they try to do the exact same thing. You might not believe them. I do think that there are certainly still anti-Semitic people inside of Hamas, of course, but ultimately, Palestinian people saying that they support violent emancipation.
Hamas people that are secular and cool and don't hate Jews?
Do I think there are Hamas militants? Absolutely. Yes, 100%.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, do you think there's Hamas people that are like chill and secular and they don't hate Jews?
Oh, 100%. Well, yeah, you can yell at me all day for that. I 100,000% believe it. There are fucking 18, 19-year-olds. They don't know anything except fucking bombs being blown up in their heads. That is simply a means of violent retaliation. I don't think people operate on being bad and being good. I think people operate on, holy fuck, there's a bomb blowing up in my...
This says, here's what a Hamas training camp for teens looks like. Abu Hamza says that there are more than 2,100 Palestinians killed in the summer war with Israel. Quote, we have plenty who want to join. They want to retaliate. They want revenge, especially those who lost a family member.
In my face that killed my fucking family. I hate this fucking state, and I'm going to join whichever faction will allow me to continue fighting against this state. Not every single person is like motivated by like.
Why do people join ISIS? Here's what they say when you ask them. Intends on improving their status seekers, identity seekers. They feel isolated. Revenge seekers. Redemption, responsibility, thrill, ideology, justice, death.
Cleansing every Jewish person in Israel. If that was the case, they would not have tried to make a. They would not have tried.
Went from loner to Ponscom to straighter aid, the pipeline.
Okay, if that was the case, they would not have tried to change their charter and become more and recenter their posturing so that they can get international recognition. Whether it was going to happen or not is one other thing.
We do not blame victims of a genocide for not being perfect doves. No, but I think you should be willing to say that, like, yeah, there are obviously going to be anti-Semitic feelings among Palestinians or whatever, but then contextualize that.
The original one was like insane.
Yeah, I agree.
Open this link. I mean, this was just happened last week. If you'll pull this up, it's one
Memory
of the
reports. What the fuck is this?
Oh, it's just a clip of a Hamas.
Oh yeah, this is the Lebanese guy. Okay, so Hamas, just like every other.
Okay. Now this is getting into the weeds or whatever. I just wanted to see the point on from the river to the sea.
Maybe there's more to this, like to this narrative, which is such a strange thing to admit now, like, decades later. But yeah, that was my first introduction into perhaps the overarching narrative that the state was presenting as true was maybe not true. It's really interesting though, because I've never denied the Armenian genocide, and yet that's the number one thing.
It's literally just the first thing they think of when you're Turkish. It's
Andrew Tate has claimed that
No, isn't it because Cenk denied the Armenian genocide at one point? I know he's retracted it since then, but if people bring that to Hasan, I assume it's partially because he's Turkish, but also because Cenk was straight up yeah, it's fake.
He's which is weird because he's a fucking horrible monster. But
Isn't he like? He's been arrested.
Like I swear these old statements from Cenk and like him being like misogynistic or something was what sunk his like congressional run.
In like every country in the world.
Yeah, he came to America and did a rape. Like he squeezed in a fucking rape in America while he was here for like 2 weeks. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Did he get out? Like, did he escape before?
Yeah, he just like lives in Dubai.
Okay, we're going on like a Cenk rabbit hole for 2 seconds. I want to see what he said to Lex Friedman about this.
I think. I don't know. I don't know how the fuck that works. Yeah.
But yeah, like, so what like
maybe
what is like the narrative? Like they just don't even mention anything in Turkey regarding the Armenian genocide. It's just totally gone. Or
they say it's a lie. It's similar to Israel, ironically enough, another state that also I think does not recognize
they left voluntarily.
Does not recognize the Armenian genocide. No. The narrative is at the time when I was learning about it was like during World War I.
I've heard the Mossad had a tendency of killing off moderate leaders or just any head of any increasingly extreme faction taking hold among Palestinians, especially in Gaza. Yes, if you read the book Rise and Kill First by Ronan Bergman, he talks about the secret history of the Mossad and how that was a thing that happened.
One of the controversial things you've done in the 90s as a student at UPenn,
I'm going to put them at 1.5 and it's going to sound normal because of how slow Lex speaks.
Publicly denied the Armenian genocide. So
this was, it says, column, historical fact or falsehood. Armenians claim that there was another genocide in the century. They claim that the Turkish government between the years of 1915 and 1923 carried out a genocide of the Armenian people. They claim this every year. The Armenian Club takes out a full-page ad in the Daily Pennsylvanian making its claims of a genocide. Then they proceed to try to block a similar ad showing the other side, claiming that their version of history cannot be questioned. Well, I question it.
Which is the mass murder of over
Cenk was wildin'.
1 million Armenians in 1915 and 16 in the Ottoman Empire. You have since then publicly and clearly changed your mind on this. Tell me the process you went through to change your mind.
Yeah, so when you're a kid, you're taught a whole bunch of things. That's the software that we talked about earlier, right? So cultural software is media, family, friends, social media, etc. And so growing up in any tribe, whether it's a religious tribe or an ethnic tribe, you're going to get indoctrinated into that tribe's way of thinking. So you take a Turkish person who's super progressive, loves Bernie, believes with all their heart and peace, and you tell them something about Kurds, and they'll say, oh, no, not those guys. They're terrible and evil, and we have to do what we do to them. You see, that's the tribe taking over, right? And so you tell any religious person what's wrong with the other religions, they're like, oh, yeah, that's totally true. You get to their religion, tribe takes over. No, how dare you, I'm offended, right? So I grew up with Turkish propaganda. So I'll tell you a couple of funny instances of it. When we were kids, we'd go to Turkish American Day Parade. I'm like 10 or 12 years old. It's in the middle of New York because I grew up in Jersey. That's why I got to know those fights. And we would chant in Turkish, Turkey is the biggest country. There's no other country that's even big. And I was like, this is crazy. I'm like, Dad, isn't this crazy? America's big, China's big. Why are we chanting this nonsensical chant, right? So that's the beginning of beginning to realize you're indoctrinated. I'm in college, and I read about some battle that the Ottoman Empire lost. And I'm like, that can't be right. The Turks have only lost one war, World War I, right? And I was like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. I got taught that in 3rd grade in Turkey. Of course that's not true. That's ridiculously untrue, right? All those thoughts are in your head. You don't even realize it. And so on the Armenian genocide, I read the Turkish version, right? And the Turkish version has all of this evidence, right? So it's real in that it exists. But here, I'll give you a great example of it. I think it was Colonel Chester, some random American military guy after World War I. And he says about the Armenians after the mass march, the forced marches. He says they returned to the area fat and entirely unmassacred. Okay, I'm like, hey, that's an American colonel that's saying that. So that's obviously true. You see, they didn't happen, right? Or at least in the way that the Armenians say. Now, as a grown-up, I look at it and I go, are you kidding me? That guy's obviously trying to get a contract with the Turkish government, right? Nobody returns from a forced march fat and entirely unmassacred, right? So that's propaganda. And so, and that one was so indoctrinated that it was tough to let go. So at Penn, I write that op-ed, etc. And then over the course of time, and so Anna and I disagree on things from time to time, and we've been co-hosting now she's been at Young Turks for 18 years and co-hosting for almost 18. And so she's Armenian.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Anna's Armenian.
And by the way, I love America. I mean, look, we came to America because we love this country, land of hope and opportunity. That's part of why I fight so hard for the average American, for the American idea.
Cenk has lots of American friends.
So here's a Turk and an Armenian doing a show together, and it becomes the #1 online news show. That's the beauty of America, right? So she's telling me things, and we're having some on-air discussions about it, etc. And then it just dawned on me, like, no, this too was obviously propaganda. So at that point, once you realize that, it becomes easier. That's why I'm trying to unplug people from the matrix, because once you realize it's propaganda, oh my God, it gets infinitely easier to start telling what's true and not true.
I didn't realize that Cenk uses that sort of like rhetoric, unplug people from the matrix.
Well, maybe by way of advice, how do you know when you're deluded by propaganda? How do you know you're not believing?
Okay, well, I don't want to see this whole clip. I just wanted to see that, but I feel like there's him just being like, oh yeah, I started to talk to Anna Kasparian and it was obviously fake or whatever. I feel like some details are being left out, but okay.
The Armenians, by way of being like Orthodox Christians, I think, were aligning with Russia on the Russian front.
In a lot of places, it seems like you need to believe certain things to be down. Well, sadness, it's like not questioned, you know? It's probably not something that's really explored. If I'm taking Cenk at his word that that really is the way that it's just taught, it's just something, it's the same way that there are people in the South, you know? It's like, I grew up on a street in Texas where people had Confederate flag bumper stickers on their trucks, you know? Like that is like openly celebrated where I'm from. And these are adults. They're not just like young people either, but it's never questioned. And they're surrounded by family members that reinforce it, that don't question it. And it's not something that you would ever think to interrogate further than what you're told, you know? Like I was told, like growing up, I was told that like the Confederacy and the South, like that had to do with like sectionalism. It was not taught to me that like it was primarily slavery.
Like
I didn't realize that until like, I didn't learn that until like high school, unfortunately.
Russian Empire. And so they were collaborators with the Russian Empire, and therefore they were killing like Turkish villagers, like they were killing their own villagers. So they had to be transferred. It was a population transfer into Syria. And that like along the way of said population transfer, you know, accidents happen, mistakes happen, and some of the Armenians died due to the horrible conditions. But ultimately it wasn't a genocide is what they say. And they claim that it's a population transfer or something. But the other interesting part about this obviously is that like this right here is also part of the reason why I'm so frustrated all the time with like people that believe that the Nakba didn't happen or people that deny Israel's ongoing genocide, where it's like, well, if I can fucking understand after having this beamed to my consciousness from an early age that like the Armenian genocide is real in spite of like what all of the things that I trusted, all of the institutions that I trusted.
Bruh, fucking red state education, LMAO. Yeah, and that's because I'm from an area that's like mostly blue. But, you know, the state curriculum is what it is. And I was taught by a lot of like a mix of white teachers and Hispanic teachers, you know?
Telling me that it's not real, then you can
but all of them Texan, so
fucking figure out that Israel is also a genocidal state, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to understand as well, a lot of Zionists do not believe the things that they say. That's simply true. Like a lot of Israelis do not believe the things that they say. Like in terms of these people are indoctrinated. I think a lot of the time it's not that they're indoctrinated, it's that they recognize a system that benefits them and they will lie to, you know, try to legitimize it or maintain it. I think Israelis overall know what happened during the Nakba. You know, I think in Turkey it's kind of different because there was not like a sort of there's not like a conflict afterwards that they have to benefit from denying it, so they don't really need to think about it that much. Whereas in, you know, Palestinians are literally still there right now claiming the land from Israelis, so they need to continually reinforce their narrative, not so much as the Turkish do.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I mean, it's like in America, once a long enough time passes, like no one talks about or cares about the indigenous genocide of the Native Americans.
Biden literally like went and just apologized to Native Americans, and everyone forgot about it the next day because like now they're comfortable talking about it because there's no consequences for talking about it.
Yeah, exactly. And I
don't even remember this.
That's my biggest fear, is that like this will be relegated to the dustbins of history, and then like.
But he's wrong that people don't care, because like there was what some American viewers may remember is like the Obama apology tour. This is where Obama was like trying to create inroads diplomatically with countries that we have like strained pasts and presence with. And this was dubbed like the apology tour. So he's like, oh, it's not controversial when they do stuff like this. It's like, there are times where it is.
Israel will do like fucking disgusting land acknowledgements 100 years in the future. You know what I mean? I just like thinking about that makes
the more crazy thing that goes unacknowledged is that there was a point where Joe Biden brought up like, oh, we should have like the Equal Rights Amendment ratified in the Constitution, and then like that never happened. Like from one day to the next.
So angry.
I don't know. I don't even know if Zionists would do that. I don't know. Zionism seems like a particularly bad settler colonial ideology that might even reach that stage.
Probably not. Yeah, because I hope that there will be a dismantling of Zionism across the board, and that there will be a.
See, this is from there's 2012 and 2016. Okay, so like more than a decade old, sure. CNN fact check: Obama went on an apology tour. Romney and others say during his acceptance speech at. Oh, wait, this is the contention that President Obama apologized to other nations for American behavior has been mentioned repeatedly by his critics, including Mitt Romney. During his acceptance speech at the RNC in August, Romney said, I will begin my presidency with a jobs tour. President Obama began his with an apology tour. America, he said, had dictated to other nations. No, Mr. President, America has freed other nations from dictators. At last week's debate, that President Obama's policies throughout the Middle East began with an apology tour. Then again, during Monday night debate, the president began what I have called an apology tour of going to various nations in the Middle East and criticizing America. Romney also said, the reason I call it an apology tour is because you went to the Middle East and you flew to Egypt and to Saudi Arabia and to Turkey and Iraq. And by the way, you skipped Israel, your closest friend in the region, but you went to the other nations. Romney said, in those nations and on Arabic TV, you said that America had been dismissive and derisive. You said that on occasion, America had dictated to other nations. Obama said the apologizing claim, quote, has probably been the biggest whopper that's been told during the course of this campaign. The facts, TM. Obama began his term. He made a number of speeches in the Middle East and elsewhere, all designed to forge better ties with Europe, the Middle East, and Latin America. Obama did indeed mention past U.S. flaws in speeches, but in those addresses, Obama never uttered an apology for the United States. Those statements were snippets, part of larger and grander narratives about repairing ties, building friendship, and working together. During an address in France in April 2009, Obama did utter words Romney referenced in the debate. He said, there have been times where America has shown arrogance and has been dismissive, even derisive. But in the next sentence, Obama called out the Europeans for, quote, an anti-Americanism that is at once casual but can be insidious instead of recognizing the good that America so often does in the world. There have been times where Europeans choose to blame America for much of what's bad. It's like, this is the type of discourse to me. It's like unambiguously like pro-America, and yet it is being questioned.
A single solitary secular state.
Yeah, I mean, on its own, Israel will collapse probably. It's probably unsustainable. However, clearly,
you have to live with Ted Cruz, yeah, John Cornyn.
Israel is presently trying to just get rid of all Palestinians. Like they're trying to do that. The problem is for them, they are kind of a small country without basically no geopolitical leverage anymore. Like whatever usefulness they used to have in terms of fucking up all fucking around in all the politics of their neighbors. They're kind of beginning to outweigh that in their just blatant and overt genocide that now everyone can see, and even their own people are having trouble denying. So I don't know. Maybe there is some case for optimism there in that, you know, Israel is not going to be able to carry out their goals as much as they would like to, and they might try, like they might like explode under the weight of trying to, because, you know, Israel is not like the colonial United States where they could just do this shit with literally zero consequence at all without any help from anyone. It is a country that is totally dependent on the rest of the world to even have a slight chance of existing. And for it to do what it wants to do, while its allies can also...
We need to make SOG and COG a thing. Saudi-occupied government, Qatari-occupied government.
Somehow sell
I mean, if he takes that plane, sure.
All that sort of stuff. I don't know. It seems untenable, but they're definitely trying anyway.
You know, I mean, we'll see. I think they have a grand design in the region, and Israel plays an important role in this. And I think that... there's going to be more. Israel's going to play a major role in going against Iran as well, because I think the ultimate goal for America is to go and decouple the rest of the world from trading with China, move them to like India or other secondary markets for manufacturing, only so they can more easily go to war with China.
I mean, I think Israel has been super important to Middle Eastern strategy for the US in particular. I mean, you can see the result of that right now. The reason the Arab countries don't do anything about Gaza is in large part thanks to the role that Israel played in just totally fucking up regional geopolitics to the point where the US was able to capture their governments. It's
for sure
amazing at that. But then there's also like even though like there's a normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia and Israel are like going to be rivals at some point because their own interests in the region is kind of conflict. The Saudis want to be the hegemon. Israel also wants to be the hegemon. And at some point that's going to come to a head as well. So the US like aligning with Saudi Arabia also sort of puts I feel like a time limit in Israel's existence, honestly. Because
and I mean Saudis don't care about the state of Palestine. I mean, like Mohammed bin Salman is like, I don't really care, but like my people care, so continues to be like an issue.
The US can't control Saudi Arabia.
There was a point in I think it was in maybe 2018 where who was he talking? Okay, so he was talking to the Saudi prince's father, Mohammed. Like, let me see. So bad with remembering these names. Who at this point had advanced dementia. But all of a sudden, this guy who's like literally approaching 90 was telling Trump like, yeah, there needs to be a 2-state solution. And then Trump literally started talking about it within the same week.
They want you to think they can, but they don't. They support it. Saudi Arabia is way more powerful than Israel will ever be. And I think that creates a situation where eventually Israel and the Saudis will get into a spat about something, and that will probably balloon into a conflict between the two. It's just, will the Palestinians be dead before then? I hope not.
I mean, I think if the Saudis were thinking that far ahead, they would already also have a foothold in the resistance to a certain degree, in the resistance against Israel, at least to make sure that there's like decent relations if that time ever comes.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're too cucked. I mean, the Saudis are cucked to some degree. I sound like a serious political analyst, don't I? By
no, they are servile dogs to American interests because primarily they want to diversify their investment portfolios. They want to get a stronger foothold in Western capital. They want Western capital to come into the country, and they care about those things, and they know that. And also, they like the weapons and possibly get a nuke. So
this was okay. I didn't make this up. Okay. Yeah, Saudi Arabia tells U.S. it wants fair solution for Palestinians. King Salman, again, at this point, he had dementia, spoke to Donald Trump on phone following UAE's decision to normalize ties with Israel and U.S. brokered deal. This was September 2020, not 2018, 2020. Saudi Arabia's King Salman told United States President Donald Trump that the Gulf countries want to see a fair and permanent solution for the Palestinians, which was the starting point for his 2002 Arab Peace Initiative, the Kingdom State News Agency reported on Monday. The two men spoke by phone following a U.S. brokered accord last month, under which the United Arab Emirates agreed to become the third Arab state after Egypt and Jordan to normalize ties with Israel. King Salman told Trump that he appreciated U.S. efforts to support peace and that Saudi Arabia wanted to see a fair and permanent solution to the Palestinian issue based on its Arab Peace Initiative. Under the proposal, Arab nations have offered Israel normalized ties in return for a statehood deal with the Palestinians and full Israeli withdrawal from occupied territories captured in the '67 Middle East War. Saudi Arabia does not recognize Israel. Yeah, Trump told King Salman that he welcomed the decision and that the two also discussed regional security. And then he brought it up. Let me see.
And all of those
if they
things
wanted
Donald
to,
Trump
they would already have it. No one's stopping them.
I think Donald
They
Trump
might already have it, honestly.
I don't know. I don't know if they already have it or not, but by the end of Trump's presidency, I don't know how long that'll be. They probably will have one.
What do you think the world will look like at the end of Trump's presidency?
Nah, dude, I have no fucking idea. I don't know. He's the great peacekeeper.
Did you see that Dan Saltman? This is totally unrelated. Did you see that Dan Saltman called you out because it's possible that your interview was 50 minutes instead of 2 hours? What do you have to say to that, Hasan?
It comes out.
Yeah, dude, that was really funny because like I think he openly admitted that he's like lying, and it doesn't matter that he's lying. And what matters is like the narrative.
This is your entertainment, okay? I'm a CBP officer. I'm Iraqi. Saddam was a lion, and also Saddam was a lion.
Yeah, he was a Baathist.
Every Iraqi I've ever met has told me that Saddam was a lion. And also, so how long was the interview?
Oh, I don't fucking know, dude. I have no idea. He's I think they did a.
I mean, you probably weren't counting.
I mean, Trump very likely has dementia. I mean, probably.
They did like a timeline assessment, and I think they like added some time to like when the plane landed or something. I don't fucking know. Like, who gives a shit?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it's like Hassan Piker was only interviewed for 30 minutes. Okay, so what? I mean, they
like
interviewed you like in the place where they take the non-citizens.
Yeah, the point of contention there isn't like the length of my interrogation. The point of contention there is the fact that they asked me about like what my loyalty is to Donald Trump or Israel.
People were trying to frame it like this is normal. Like, this is something that happens to you, everyone when you internationally travel. No, when you internationally travel and they ask you questions, like they were comparing this to like, oh, you get asked when you give them your passport.
Trump might have cognitive failings in 2 years. I feel like he already is having cognitive failings. It's just going to be more obvious in 2 years.
This is business or pleasure. They think it's the same fucking thing.
Yeah, no,
you were literally pulled aside for like an interview that they usually only give to like foreigners.
Yeah,
to ask about basically whether you're a terrorist.
But also, what's funny about it is that like the Department of Homeland Security admitted that it happened. So I don't know why they're like still running this narrative that like this did not happen actually, because like the DHS openly was like it did happen, but it's routine. He's lying for likes for saying he was.
You want to know who did lie about something? You ever hear of Ethan Klein's skulls?
Yeah, that's what the interviewer asked me, and I was too afraid to admit that. Yes, he was. He said, "Hey, it says here that you have a sword that Ethan said was a swastika, but also admitted wasn't a swastika. What do you have to say about this sword? Where did you purchase the sword?"
At least the DHS guy was 10 times smarter than these motherfuckers, and he just immediately recognized that Rashid wasn't a hoofy.
Yeah, that's why I thought I lucked out with the fucking Iraqi agent.
But I think that someone who works for them would at least know that sort of stuff anyway, even if they want Iraqi, no? Or maybe not.
No, I think the reason why they gave me the Iraqi guy is because I assume. I don't know too much about
They
the
thought you were an
background.
Arab.
No, not because I'm an Arab, but the line of questioning was going to pertain to like Middle Eastern stuff because he asked me if I traveled to the Gulf and shit too. So I think they have like different agents that are more knowledgeable on certain issues. So they were like, oh, like we'll give the Iraqi guy to question this dude.
Yeah,
because
probably
like because I was coming back from France. I wasn't coming back from the fucking Gulf. Like I
Maybe.
was coming back from a family vacation with from France. But that was the other reason why that was suspicious. Why are you asking me about Israel Palestine? I'm just traveling back from France with my family. Interesting.
I mean, they just saw an opportunity to like potentially get you. That's really all there is to it.
Yeah.
Like if you had said the wrong thing, then I don't even know. Like, how would they arrest you though? Even if you had said, "Yeah, I love Hamas," it's the USA. Like, there's no way that would fucking fly in the court. So what was their plan? That's the scary part.
See, that's the problem. So I talked to a couple journalists about this,
I mean, it's just intimidation.
including Jeremy Scahill, and I think
like even if they don't lock somebody up or whatever, it is disconcerting to be stopped at customs and being asked about your opinions, especially when he's a United States citizen.
The thing that they're trying to do now is, and they have done this in like previous court cases where they claim that like offering legal counsel to someone of a known terrorist organization is considered material support. And that's an expansion on what previously used to be considered material support. Because speech in the past was not considered material support, but they say this is like speech, but also services at the same time. So I think what this administration is trying to do is basically muddy the line between material support and speech in an effort to claim that like, if you actually interview a member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or like the Houthis, you're doing material support, which I think is really fucked up. And I did not want to be the precedent-setting court case in that regard. So
They knew who he was before doing a background check on him. I mean, maybe if they're asking him as specific a questions as he says that they were, then yeah.
And luckily I had not at the time interviewed.
And I mean,
someone,
there was no legal basis for that anyway, because the Houthis weren't a terrorist group on the list yet when he did that. So it doesn't sound like a very sound case.
That's not my fear. Yeah, I think. Well, I'm worried because in general, I'm worried that like there are so many fucking journalists. Like Jeremy is not in America right now, but like, what's up? Is he gonna come back to America and they're gonna fucking make him a precedent setting?
They're basically doing like European sort of laws in the US now.
But no, not even in Europe. You can still, as a journalist, interview members of terror groups.
Oh, yes, there is that. Yeah. You can't say like I like Hamas though. You get in big trouble for that.
Yeah, I know. That's why fucking Kneecap had to apologize. And
just on that point, by the way. Yeah, like that. Oh my god, they were begging. They were on their fucking knees, man. Please don't arrest us.
Well, they really fucked them over, dude. They really fucked them over. Like they scoured through thousands of hours of concert footage to find one time where they said like up Hamas, up Hezbollah, to be like, you're going to fucking prison. Which
he was the only citizen that was stopped. Yeah, I mean, at some point I have like a debate later today where Pisco is debating people that are very skeptical, and I just want to hear them out to like, what evidence do you have that this didn't happen? Because this was already corroborated by the State Department, as far as I know. The only disagreement was like the length of time.
Which is so psychotic. And I totally understand why in that situation, be like, oh, that's crazy. We're not doing that.
And like when there's these unprecedented crackdowns on like speech, people being disappeared, like why is this out of the realm of possibility?
We didn't do that.
Like, yes, I trust Hasan over like Kristi Noem's Homeland Department.
You misunderstood us. We meant up yours.
What I was going to say to you is I heard this from random people in my chat, so it might not be true. But I heard you say, like, Badempanada doesn't know what can happen to us in the US when you speak out against Israel because he's in Argentina. You know? Do you know what happens to you in Argentina when you speak out against Israel? You think we don't have an ADL? We do. It's called DAIA. Okay?
I don't know what happens. I actually don't know the Argentine speech laws. Didn't they fucking disappear like an insane number of Jewish people in Argentina?
Yeah. Oh, they disappeared Jewish people. Like this was like the U.S. back dictatorship that did it, and they took like a bunch of Jewish people, and the ones who got released, like who were gave testimonies. They were asking us if Israel wants to colonize Argentina, because like this conspiracy theory in Argentina, because like Herzl and that Zionist movement initially thought about Argentina as like a possible place for the Jewish colony, and because of that, there's a conspiracy theory in Argentina that.
So, DAIA is the umbrella organization of Argentina's Jewish community. As such, it represents the community at official events and conducts all contact with authorities. Argentinian affiliate of the Latin American Jewish Congress and World Jewish Congress, the worldwide umbrella organization of Jewish communities. During the Cold War, the org expelled Jewish communist groups from its umbrella. Interesting.
Israel still wants to take over a part of Argentina. So the dictatorship, geniuses they were, kidnapped a bunch of random Jews and would ask them, like, electrocute their ballsack and be like, what do you want in Patagonia? What do you people want in Patagonia?
Yeah.
So that's a fun little tidbit for you.
I think
aside from that, though,
I think it was the Ottoman Sultan that initially, when asked by Theodore Herzl to purchase Israel, historic Palestine, he said, "Fuck off! That's not going to happen. Go to Argentina or something." I think that was the initial.
About it. And then, but like in the end, like Herzl, at least I don't know what the rest of them for. I haven't like read the minutes of the meetings and stuff, but like Herzl.
There's only a little bit more of this, and then I'm going to move on to Adam Conover versus Temple.
Decided on Israel because he thought it would like unleash nationalist sentiments better than a random place. So.
I don't think this is equivalent to the ADL. No, but it's like they're I don't know that he was saying it's his equivalent as like, or was he? And like, I didn't capture the specific verbiage that he was saying, because like obviously the ADL has more influence.
So
yeah, there was also what was the other? There was another place in Africa. There was another
Uganda, yeah,
Uganda. And the irony is they were like, we can't do Uganda because like the native.
But it's their like equivalent. But I don't think he was saying it was like the same as far as like scale or anything.
Will kill us if we do Uganda. That was one of the big reasons why they didn't want to do Uganda, from what I understand.
Yeah, they thought they were too combative, probably.
Yeah.
But what I was getting at, like at the beginning of this little segment here, is like, so in Argentina, guess what the legal definition of anti-Semitism is under hate speech laws? Guess what definition they use?
Critical of Israel, or like
IHRA.
Double standards.
You know
IHRA? Is it IHRA?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It's
Classic.
like comparing Israel to the Nazis is anti-Semitic, or saying that Israel is racist is anti-Semitic. This is the legal definition of anti-Semitism under Argentina.
What happens to you when you say stuff?
He did say we have our ADL. Oh, okay.
I don't know. Why haven't they reported me? Why? Where are they? I'm here. Come at me. But they mostly go after like politicians, as far as I know. Like, so about 6 months ago, there was a politician who said like Israel is Nazi Germany, Israel is racist. He literally just said that sort of thing.
Who's
And
the truth?
our ADL, our ADL took him to court, and he got sentenced to a 6-month suspended prison sentence.
What?
So yeah.
So what's gonna happen if they come after you? You're gonna go to jail?
Maybe then I'll actually stream from jail.
Yeah, no, motherfucker. You're gonna be like, "I'm Israel High, sir. I'm so sorry."
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry, sir.
Yeah.
Please don't come after me, Mr.
Just like me at the fucking the DHS when they were like, "Do you like Hamas? Do you think it's a resistance group?" And I just kept repeating, "Hamas is a recognized terrorist group by the U.S. State Department." That's what I just kept repeating over and over again after every question. I was like, "The Houthis are recognized as a terrorist group by the U.S. State Department." And then whenever they kept asking me about Israel, my opinions on Israel, I was like, "I am on the side of peace."
You sounded like fucking.
Okay, so it was like the landmark ruling: Argentine politician convicted of anti-Semitism under IHRA definition. Criminal court in Buenos Aires convicted left-wing politician Alejandro Bedart last week for violating the country's anti-discrimination law, which is based on the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Bedard of the Workers' Socialist Movement received a suspended sentence of 6 months in prison following the ruling on December 30th, 2024. Jesus Christ. The news was announced by both the Simon Wiesenthal Center Latin America, or SWC, which provided an expert affidavit that the court relied on, and also by Bedard himself. He referred to Israel as racist and genocidal and called for Israel to be eradicated and replaced with a single Palestinian state from the river to the sea. Such statements under Argentina's law contravene the IHRA definition-based anti-discrimination dogma. He also equated Zionism with Nazism at third post. This is insane to like lock somebody up over this, though.
Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib for a while there.
Yeah. I'm on the side of peace. Or the other guy's like Louai Ahmed or whatever. There's a Yemeni version of
the one who they were posted like fucking Ethan Klein quoted him. Oh,
yeah. He was like, Hasan,
I'm a staunch advocate for the Palestinian people. Here's this paid token Arab who happens to agree with every single Zionist talking point.
Dude, paid token Arab from the Atlantic Council. Like, here is the guy that works for the fucking Atlantic Council. Like, are you kidding me?
The Yemeni one as well, or is he talking about?
No, I think that I don't know what the Yemeni one does. I didn't even look at him. He's hotter than the Palestinian token. I'll be honest.
The Palestinian token guy. Oh my god, he's. I don't know if I have a video on where I cover him, but his story, it's incredibly sad, and then it's also pathetic because he lost like 20 family members in Gaza during the war.
Yeah,
and he weaponizes that to do pro-Israel propaganda. He's like, I don't blame Israel.
Is this the son of Hamas person?
I blame Hamas. Blah 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 blah. Oh my god, it's so pathetic and disgusting.
I mean, no one will touch
I initially
son of
thought
Hamas.
he could be saved, but I was wrong. Son of Hamas is just a joke.
I mean, he's a Mossad operative, isn't he?
No. His story is way funnier. Okay, he wasn't a Mossad operative. He was a Shin Bet operative.
Oh yeah, Shin Bet.
So in the West Bank, and he ended up like he had to leave the West Bank for his own safety, obviously because he was a Shin Bet operative. And the Israelis did not help him. The Israelis did not let him enter Israel because he's a Palestinian. He's still a Palestinian, so he had to go to the U.S. and beg for refugee status. He was initially denied refugee status, until the Israelis like shipped over a bunch of former Shin Bet members to testify that he was a great servant to Israel, and then they gave him refugee status. So, like, he worked for Israel. He sold his soul. He sold his soul for Israel, and he still was not allowed in Israel. He had to go to the U.S.
Is he now allowed in Israel at least?
I don't think he's ever been to Israel, as far as I know.
No.
He went straight from Palestine to the U.S.
No. That motherfucker is not even.
I'm not sure, but
bro,
he did not let him live there.
It says Yusuf was held by Shin Bet agents in '96. While in prison, he decided to accept a Shin Bet offer to become an informant on the basis of this.
Wait, he must be because like, dude, I feel like I've seen him on Israeli television.
He lives in the US. He usually is like on video link and stuff, but he speaks like he does the tour, the speaking tour in US universities is how he makes his money, most of it. And he might have visited Israel, but he's not allowed to live there.
Bro, he's such a nasty little fucking freak, dude. I hate him. He is the worst of the worst. Like
He went on to say that Islam as a whole is comparable to Nazism and must be defeated. Okay.
I mean, the thing, at least he's so bad that like he's so bad and obvious that he's easy to ignore. I feel because it's like most people will discard him out of hand unless they're already Zionists.
Well, also because half of the people are going to be like, "You're Muslim, I don't care about you." So there's that too. But no, it's my favorite. My favorite Zionist is like Rabbi Shmuley because I think he's basically creating anti-Zionists everywhere he goes. Like you could have motherfuckers who are like, "Listen, I went to Jewish camp. Like I grew up loving Israel," and then
doesn't say anything about his refugee status though. Because he said, Badempanada said there was a condition for him becoming a refugee, but I don't see that here.
Time that they stand next to Rabbi Shmuley, they're like, "I'm done. I'm over. We have to dismantle."
I don't know anything about him. I mean, I've mostly heard him because I've seen anti-Semites talk about how much they hate him. So you're anti-Semitic by association. I'm sorry.
No. I think that he is not like he's gross, but I don't think he doesn't anger me. I think it's like funny is what I'm saying.
He went on Piers Morgan and said on October 7th there was 400 bloody breasts that were cut off of women.
Yeah, and they played soccer.
Like
they said they chopped off Jewish women's breasts and played soccer with them.
400 of them as well.
Man, that's where Ethan Klein gets all the shit that he makes up about himself from Israel. It's like they mailed me the skulls, they cut off the boobs. It's the same sort of.
Dude, there is no way. I don't think Ethan Klein is getting any of his info from Rabbi Shmuley.
Shit.
I don't understand what any of that. See, that's the other thing. Like, I don't give a fuck about the drama stuff that happens to Ethan at all. So like, that was also really weird when he was like trying to fucking pin the shit on me, and I was like, "Did you ever get evidence that like someone called CPS?" And he was like, "No."
That's another thing. Like, I have not seen him provide any evidence.
Dude, I'm trying to see what Piers Morgan thing he's talking about or whatever, but he's been on Piers Morgan a lot. He's like a favorite there.
That it even happened. And I mean, we're talking about the CPS. They're going to be so angry about it. I don't know. I'm not going to take anything this guy says at face value. He doesn't deserve that, given the shit that he says about other people and given the fact that he just makes shit up all the time. But
I just don't understand how this is like pinned on whoever the fuck he seemingly is beefing with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, he's someone who was backed into a corner. I feel like he knows deep down that he can't. He's defending something that is indefensible, and when you're in that situation, you scream victim, and that's what he's been doing. Even if the CPS call did happen, like creating a victim narrative out of that is insane. It's just like a little checkup on your kids for a day or two. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. He treats it like he was raided by SEAL Team 6 and the concubine guy took his kids to be like his janissary or something.
I mean, like, I don't think
concubine guy.
Is this about the CPS
did happen,
thing?
like creating a victim narrative out of that is insane. It's just like a little checkup on your kids for a day or two. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. He treats it like he was.
I feel like he's downplaying this. Maybe you have to be like a parent, but I don't think like, even though like Ethan, he's like a rich dude and he'll be fine. CPS visiting his house or whatever. It's like nobody wants their like kids to end up being involved in this shit. Like their internet beef. Which is why Ethan should not be oversharing about like fucking his kids having giardia and him having like diarrhea and shit, because he knows that there's like crazy fucking people that watch and will do shit like that. If people swap people, they'll like do stuff like this.
He was raided by SEAL Team 6 and the concubine guy took his kids to be like his janissary or something. The concubine guy, if you don't know, is the guy one of the SEAL Team 6 is the one who killed Hassan bin Laden.
Yeah.
I'm going to pretend they are. But one of them, like a bunch of twinks on Twitter that without social media.
It's like you could be like the perfect parent, right? You could be rich and all of that, but it's not going to be fun to talk to like CPS,
Well, that's my reference. Yeah. So he's treating it like that guy came in with SEAL Team 6 and kidnapped his kids to be his fucking concubine or something, okay? That is the narrative that Ethan Klein is going with here. It sounds like he got swatted, basically. And, dude, it's just a visit from CPS. Should someone have called him on you? Like a random viewer? No,
it's like, I think swatting is more immediately scary because there's people with guns that literally show up to your house. But with CPS, it's like, is it a checkup in the sense that it's like a social worker coming? It's like, yeah, but if things go wrong, your kids could be taken away. The only counterpoint to that is like the state does not want to have custody of people's kids. So they will do a lot of things before they resort to like taking people's kids away and stuff like that, but it's a lot of fun.
Guy and his kids enough to do that. But like he's treating it like he's been victimized in a fucking absurd way.
Like what I didn't like off of the back of this is that he was trying to say he knew who was responsible directly. Even though it's like, unless you have direct information, and he had information that was like contradicting what he was saying, because he said that like the CPS people were like, no, it was someone close to you. Could that person be wrong? Yeah. But like, if you have that and you also don't know directly who did it, then you should not be blaming individual creators or saying that, for sure their communities did it if you don't have proof.
It's not what happened at all.
Because he was saying like Snark did it, and then he was saying like Denims did it, or like their communities, you know.
And he's been doing this more and more and more. He's a victim of harassment. Everyone's harassing him. People call Hila a terrorist. There's no discussion of whether by his own definition she merits that label or not, which is, by the way, how I got involved in this in the first place. Because I saw what he was saying about Rashid, and it fucking offended me that he sees a like Arab teenager when by his own logic, his wife fits that definition that he was using. So, you know, think a little bit before you say dumb shit.
Luckily, this fucking CPS agent certified, you know, CPS, or not CPS, sorry, Customs and Border Patrol, CBP agent certified, Rashid al-Haddad vindicated. The American government's official position is that Rashid al-Haddad is not a Houthi, okay? I think we could put the bed these claims, because I would otherwise be in jail right now, I guess, and be a precedent-setting legal case that undermines free press and free speech in this goddamn country.
Yeah, I mean, and then are the Houthis terrorists aside from by that definition? You don't come in because they might arrest you. In my opinion, they are not. Because,
I told him that. I did tell him that. I was like, I think.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that. That's a bad idea.
No, I know. I told him I did like this off the.
Him talking to them was a bad idea. You know, he has the privilege and like money to do it, but I wouldn't have fucking spoken to them.
Approach. I was like, I'm of the mindset of the Brookings Institute when they wrote a report in 20.
LMAO, didn't Badempanada roleplay hunting down Ethan's wife in a video game? Yeah, they talked about that earlier, and he downplayed what he did and like misrepresented it. Because he was like, oh, I just went after like Ethan, and then like I pulled up a clip of him being like, and he was like, I never said Ela Klein's name, and it's like, no, you didn't say her name, but you like were playing the game and were like, oh, I'm looking for secretaries. It's like, dude, everyone knew what you're doing. You're relying on like Hasan not having the clip in front of him to like get away with that spin on
Trump's assessment on his way out of the administration to make the Houthis, to declare the Houthis a terrorist organization was actually quite problematic because it actually rendered aid. It stopped the rendering of aid, and it actually had zero impact on the Houthis because they had no financial incentives tied outside of Yemen. I told him that.
Yeah. And I mean, the entire reason that people are calling them terrorists is because of the blockade. If they weren't doing the blockade, none of these people would even be talking about them. Like, I don't know enough about what the Houthis have done aside from that to say that they haven't committed terrorist attacks or not. But that specific.
I mean, once they were put back on the United States terrorist list, plus when they like kidnapped those like UN agency workers or whatever, there was going to be discourse in North America about them.
The instance is not terrorist attacks. That specific action that they're taking isn't terrorist attacks, you know? And people just harp on that. Like, if this guy was actually Houthi, if he had actually helped to hijack ships, good on him.
Yeah, this is the thing, like, that I tried to explain to everyone that doesn't listen, because I think that they care more about, like, a gotcha in their minds, but I was like, I don't care if he's a fucking Houthi, dude. I thought he was before I interviewed him. He has no reason to fucking lie to me. He said he's not a Houthi, and then we moved on to other shit. Like, but even if he was a fucking Houthi, it's not going to stop me from interviewing him, and I've stressed this so many.
Like this. He's like, no one would care. Yes, they would. You have these huge outlets reporting on them detaining, like, UN staff. Back in February of this year. UN said Monday it suspended humanitarian operations in the stronghold of Yemen's Houthi rebels after they detained 8 more UN staffers, affecting the global response to one of the world's worst humanitarian disasters. And then Houthis didn't immediately respond to messages seeking comment. The rebels in recent months have detained dozens of UN staffers, as well as people associated with aid groups, civil society, once open U.S. embassy in Sana'a, Yemen's capital. None of the UN staffers have been released.
Many fucking times, and people literally don't understand. They're like, nah, we got you, bro. You admitted he was a Houthi, and then you lied and you said he wasn't because you're scared. And it's like, no, I'm not. I think it's my constitutionally protected right as an American citizen to actually fucking conduct an interview with a member of the Ansar Allah administration if I fucking want to. Okay, I will have a Al Houthi family member if I want to. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
I saw some of the slop tubers set up the argument that you shouldn't have done that by saying like, well, you know, Osama bin Laden was interviewed, and that's not necessarily something that, you know, shouldn't be allowed to happen. But in Hassan's case, it's actually different for actually no reason at all, just because.
No, the reason is because they say Hasan glazed them. He asked them about fucking One Piece and shit.
You talked
That's
about
what it is. Where they're so stupid. It's like,
Question of free speech in the UK is super scary. You straight up can't support some groups without going to jail. Yeah.
Anime with Osama.
I asked a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager who, even if he was a part of the fucking,
I mean, that might be happening here too.
Houthi movement, I would not consider.
I smile, but like that's terrifying to think of.
To be like an enemy of America, or even if he was an enemy of America, fucking good. We deserve to have a lot of these fucking enemies. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? What are they supposed to love us? Like, we did a fucking man-made blockade that created massive famine in the goddamn country, and we weren't even brave enough to do it ourselves. We let the fucking Saudis do it with our goddamn weapons and our fucking Air Force and our munitions. It was Boeing rockets that blew up the goddamn school bus in fucking Sana'a and shit. And oh my god, I can't believe they're walking over the Israeli and the American flag. Like, suck my dick, dude. They can do whatever the fuck they want with the American flag and the Israeli flag. I wipe my ass with the American flag. Fuck this.
Oh yeah. Do you?
But,
you might get arrested for that soon.
I know, but it's like, I mean, this is the shit I do say all the time, and then people will clip it and be like, look, he's so radical and he's so scary. And it's like, yeah, let's not investigate why people would be so resentful about America. Let's just simply talk about how Hasan only says America bad. You know,
the next
Yeah, I
time
mean,
someone
like,
yells at you about that
in
and they
most of
clip you, you
these
should be like,
situations, it's true.
hey, send them to me and tell them to debate me. Not because I want to like be your champion or something, but because I need people to debate because I destroy them and they're all scared. And I need someone to send them to me. So could you think about that?
okay, I'll ask them to debate you.
Could you think about shouting me out? He said.
That would be the biggest fucking debate, bro. But
It's like, dude, Hasan won't even do this on his main thing. He's probably not going to send people to Badempanada. I could be wrong.
Can't fucking find people to debate.
You know, I wouldn't have thought that he'd do this conversation. He did it for this fundraiser or whatever, but I don't see him like directing people to Badempanada's channel that explicitly.
Like the people who debate me, like random Reddit commenters who like send me emails and they're like, hey man, I'm an Ethan Klein fan. And I wanted to talk about this thing that you said. And it's like I respect that you're willing to debate me, but I prefer to speak to someone who's like a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer or something rather than a random guy.
It's not gonna happen. The only reason why they do it to me is because one, I have a lot, like, no disrespect to you, but you are in the filth all the time. So like, it's very hard to tackle your image in that way. Like, it doesn't matter if they clip you out of context. Like,
yeah, I mean,
and then also on top of that,
like this.
Not only that, but also like you're what was I gonna say? I'm forgetting. It's fucking so late. Holy shit! I've been live since 11. I'm on my 10th hour right now.
Poor baby.
I've been live since yesterday, 4 p.m. Get ready.
Yeah, for Hasan.
They'll never do it because like they don't care about anything. They just like want to drive home a fucking narrative. That's it.
I mean, I get views. I actually like people when they put me in the title, they actually get views, which is surprising. So that might entice them. I mean, I'm not that well known.
Okay, the mic. You guys are muted. 1 sec. Oh shit. I fucked up. 1 sec. Oh no, they're laughing.
No, it's still live after 3 days. I don't know how he does it.
They're sharing so many laughs anti-Semitically. Okay, you're back. Ethan Klein debate me. He said
Hello.
that you got challenged.
Yeah, I was saying, Ethan Klein, debate me, Ethan Klein. Don't be a pussy. You can confront me. You can ask me why I called TPS. Did I call TPS? Let's find out, Ethan. You can ask me why I sent the skulls. Ethan, let's do it. Let's go. Ethan.
See, that's what I mean. Like, I'm not interested in any of these conversations. I
This
don't.
is activism. This is revolution.
That's what I mean. I don't really care about this stuff at all.
Oh,
I mean, it's a good entry point for you potentially to get Ethan to talk to you, but I don't think he's gonna do it. Like I was saying,
There's no way. There's no way Ethan's gonna talk to him.
Chop this up. They're gonna chop this up in a way where it's like they'll chop it so much that it'll come across like I said I called CPS or something. Like right now, at this very moment, they're gonna cut it like 2-second clip.
Is it a sleep stream?
And his fucking audience is so stupid that they will believe it. That's what pisses me off about everything.
He dyed his hair.
Sure, we talk about politics, we talk about the pessimism that we feel, but goddamn, there's nothing dumber than a fucking slop tuber enjoyer who unironically has an inflated sense of fucking intelligence from watching some of the dumbest people on the planet try to talk about complex political issues. There's nothing that breaks my brain more than like having to fucking entertain.
To me, I don't really care about the way that they go about it. Like, memes aside, I don't think that you really need like credentials or there should really be like a barrier to entry to like talk about any of these things. I just want it to be accurate. So when they go around being like, you're a video gamer, know your place, it's like, y'all are all like Twitch and YouTube streamers and like content creators at the end of the day. You know, what does Hasan have? Hasan has like a bachelor's degree in something. What does he have? Does Hasan have a bachelor's degree? And like poli-sci from Rutgers and communications, you know? Like, we're not talking about like physics or electrical engineering or something like that, where you need a lot of prerequisite knowledge and like years of study and attention paid to the discipline to really be able to like enter the discussion and provide something like meaningful. All you need is like, you know, we're talking about like philosophy and morality and politics. Like, anybody can comment on these things, you know? The easy dunk is being like, you're a video game or like drama, slop tuber thing, stay in your lane or whatever. The better thing would just be to like debunk the shit that they're saying if you disagree with it.
Entertain a guy who can't even string 3 fucking sentences together, being like, trying to repeat the talking points.
Thank you for subscribing.
They got from the likes of Ethan fucking Klein, who a couple years prior they would have openly recognized is a dumbass who is only predisposed with goofs and fucking gaffes. Or
what about Ethan Klein's like original, like
Hasan isn't D-writing Bad Empanada anymore. I mean, like, they're agreeing in this conversation, but do I think it's actually going to lead to, like, Hasan promoting him, like, more than this? I guess this is promotion in, like, some sense or whatever, but if he wouldn't actually, he went onto Noah's stream to do this. He didn't bring him onto his. I don't think he wants to do that.
The way he gets the talking points in the first place.
Like, Hasan barely brings anyone onto his stream.
It's from like a game of telephone from his 5 staff members in ChatGPT. So, and then by the time it gets to the slot
he's like Dan Stalkman and fucking Sex Pest and Boner Box. Like, I think it's those guys that are giving him talking points.
You could tell, like, in the debate,
Loner Box,
when he started talking over, he was actively asking ChatGPT for talking points, and he would just read them verbatim, and he had never actually read them before. He was just going over them in that moment, especially during the part about like the Jewish expulsions. Yeah. Holy shit, that was the most.
I do get the sense though that like someone was sending Ethan stuff.
Obvious ChatGPT moment.
Because there were points where he was like reading off the iPad.
Dude, I don't think it was ChatGPT. I suspect it was Boner Box that gave him like he clip chimped Avi Shlaim, dude. That was so fucking devastating. I was like this is such a disservice to hundreds of thousands of people that are gonna fucking watch this and believe you. Like, you are deluding hundreds of thousands of people. It makes me so
was such
mad.
a fucking shit show as well. Like, literally just talking over you, reading like an entire thing that someone else sent him while you're still speaking. Like, oh, holy fuck. That would be my debate with him. But the thing is, I would like scream back at him. I would scream louder and I would win. So it's okay.
Yeah, that's not how that works. If I had screamed at any given moment in that over the course of 5 hours and 40 minutes, that would be the only thing that they plastered. Because the conversation that I had with Ethan Pryor, where he like cried at the end of it because people were being mean to him, was literally only remembered by all of these fucking debate pornographers who only care about the blood sport, except for that one conversation that me and Ethan had 2 fucking years ago at this point, where Ethan Klein left crying. At that point, they said, Hasan, you're so mean. And that was the only narrative because they recognized that there was no fucking argument that Ethan could present that looked good. So they...
First time chatter, Reshless says he did scream. So...
literally just hyper-focused on how fucking mean I was when I told him I was
but yeah, he did. He was like, didn't he say like, you racist piece of shit to Ethan? He did scream at different points.
And it's mind-boggling how quickly these fucking debate pedophiles will switch off. At one point, they fucking love the blood sport. But as soon as it's like no longer fashionable to love the blood sport because their side in the conversation is like losing the conversation, then the debate pedophiles turn around and hit the optics point to be like, I can't believe how sad he made his podcast co-host.
But yeah, I mean, like, what is it? Ethan was the one who came in hot with that debate.
Yeah, like, if those people give a shit about that. And so, I mean, it's also like, I hope you've learned since then that these people do not deserve you being nice to them. These people either directly support or tacitly support child murder, mass child murder. That's ultimately what it is. This is the main point of contention. Be mean to them. If they feel bad, if they feel harassed, honestly, great. I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. Fuck each and every one of them. We need to be mean to these guys. We need to be assholes. They deserve it. They really do deserve it.
I think that there's no winning over the fucking slop tuber audiences. They have a stranglehold. They have a stranglehold on so much on the dumb guy contingency. And I think there was a point.
Like the same
dude just admits he'd scream over him. Nice one. I mean, I've seen clips of Bad Empanada debating other people, and it usually, even if it doesn't, I don't remember involving screaming, but it involved a lot of like talking over the other person.
People who used to like screech about people crying about anti-Semitism are now doing that because suddenly Ethan Klein is their friend.
Yeah. I know. It's fucking, it's.
I mean, this isn't wrong. Like, the people in Ethan's corner for some of this are people that, like, say, like, goy slop and shit regularly, and now they're worried about, like, Jewish microaggressions or whatever. Like, give me a break. You just want... Ethan is your, like, vector for, like, shitting on Hasan.
It's so ridiculous. I mean, the people themselves, they say anti-Semitic shit. They say actually anti-Semitic shit, and then they turn around and they're like, wow, these guys are being big anti-Semites. Fucking so annoying. Anyway, I gotta go to bed. I'm so tired.
Okay.
All right, thank you guys.
Do you have someone else? No problem. It's finally great to talk to Hassan Piker, the perfidious Ottoman.
He is too toxic for Hasan to actually promote. It's obvious from the way he's talking to him that he doesn't want to promote him. He doesn't want to promote anybody, honestly. Is what it seems to me. He doesn't want to push back on the insanity, though, because they disagree. No, well, there were points where he did push back because he was like, you treat these people with kids' gloves and like you're legitimizing points of views that aren't worthy engaging with. Like, who cares about like anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Semitism? Just ignore that. And he was explaining like why. He was like, no, I disagree. I think there's a value to those voices and like it being included in the movement. Watch BE's debate with Lonerbox and his debate with Stockton Left. I've never seen the Stockton Left one, but I saw the Lonerbox one. That's the one where he's like, Lonerbox is like, I was talking about puppy play.
The Ottoman Hassan Piker has been confronted by Bad Empanada, wanted international...
Okay. We get it. You're a villain. You're a villain. Okay. I'm going to do Adam Conover versus Tim Pool next. Hold on. But if you're watching and you enjoy... and you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, you should subscribe. You should also like the stream. If you want to support the stream, you can donate via my Streamlabs link, which is in my YouTube description or pinned in the comment section of my Twitch chat. If you want to subscribe to me on Twitch, you can go ahead and do that now since I'm affiliate. Let me pull this up. Okay. No, wrong thing. Okay, an actual debate. That was more of a conversation. The other one. Yeah, he's crazy. Wants us to actually show anything clear and not just accuse.
Not necessarily about a core issue. It's we're being joined by Adam Conover.
Hey, thanks for having me. Nice to be here.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming, man. Who are you? What do you do?
I'm a comedian.
I gave a like. I did my good deed for today. Thanks to your mom.
I've made a couple television shows in the past. Did a true TV show, did a Netflix show.
Isn't this the guy who did Adam Ruins Everything?
I'm a stand-up comic. I'm going to be in Charleston, South Carolina this weekend, and you guys invited me. Thought I'd swing by.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
You had what year was?
Is politics your niche, or do you want to be known as a variety streamer? I mean, like, so far all I've done is cover politics for the most part. So I don't know that I'm going to do variety.
That show,
unless
Adam
this counts as, if this counts as variety, then I'm doing variety.
Everything.
It first came out in 2015, I think, and ran until 2019. We did like 4 or 5 cycles of it.
My mom loved your show.
Oh.
And I think she watched regularly. I watched a handful, to be honest. I'm not gonna
That's fine.
But you did have one really good one on gun control that I thought was good because you pointed out Reagan was the start of gun control. And you had probably one of the most, I think, honest portrayals when you had a Black Panther and like a white rural, like fat guy, both being like, yes, guns.
Yeah.
Because we often see this depiction where it's like racists are mad, like they lump all 2A people in with like all white supremacists or whatever.
Yeah.
And they try and act like conservatives are mad that black people have guns. And it's like the 2A guys are not racist. It's a totally different ideology.
Well, yeah, we made the point in that video though that those people tend not to defend like black people who are the Philandros Castile case, right, was one of the ones that we talked about. But that's comes
that actually was a really interesting case too because there were a lot of people on the right. For people who don't know, this is the guy got pulled over. I think he was smoking weed. He had a gun. He didn't draw it or anything, but the cop just shot and killed him.
I believe what happened, this is so many years ago, and I've done so many things that like my memory for stuff like this isn't as good as it used to be, but I believe he said, like, officer, I have a firearm, and, which is what you're supposed to do, and the officer shot him, I think, at that point.
Yeah, like he did.
Tim Fools in Politics is a comedy podcast.
Didn't draw it or anything.
Yeah.
It was interesting to see the rift between.
He like had it stored in the car properly. Yeah.
Yeah. And then a lot of conservatives were like, yeah, well, he shouldn't have been smoking weed. And I'm like,
people think Tim Pool is doing politics. When I reviewed the debate that Pisco had with him in person, there was somebody who left a comment and they were like, you smug like Zoomer, because I said like his demographic is divorced dads.
Like, whoa. Like, yes, but you don't die because you're armed. You have a right to keep and bear arms. So that was an interesting contrast. But anyway, that was, you got a lot of praise from the pro 2A people because they were like, hey, this guy's, he's being honest. It's like, there are pro 2A people. They're not all going to be racist, white supremacists or whatever. But anyway, I digress. I'm curious. Well, I guess I can ask you something simple first. Like, what are you currently working on?
Currently, everything I'm doing is like podcast YouTube, right? The like mainstream entertainment industry kind of stopped making the kind of comedy I make, and so YouTube has like replaced television for so many people. It's the #1 streaming app on televisions. Their top format is television sets, and so that's where I've moved all my shit. And so yeah, I do kind of similar stuff to what I used to do on cable, doing it on YouTube on a weekly basis, and I'm a touring comic.
Right on. Well, let's jump into the current state of affairs. We've got a second Trump administration, non-consecutive. What's your take on what is currently happening politically and culturally?
Damn. Yeah, I mean, you're going to disagree. Your audience is going to disagree. That's
the point, right?
It's hard. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to, Tim Pool destroys woke comedian. It's fine. You can start the clip at this point if you're doing your response videos, Yeah, I mean,
and he's a musician. He put out a banger punk rock song. Oh yeah, you're a Tim Pool fan. Name 5 songs.
It looks like a pretty clear fascist authoritarian takeover of the U.S. government. It's we got people being thrown into unmarked vans. We got like the destruction of the civil service, which is like a pretty standard authoritarian tactic, like early on in a administration of that type. Yeah, it's like sort of remains to be seen how far they'll get and if they'll actually be able to transform America in the ways that they're trying to. But yeah, it's pretty. My side of America, people are a little on edge. It's a little frightening to folks.
Yeah. My take on that would be largely because corporate press is lying to them, largely. And
what corporate press? There's no corporate press left, hardly.
Well, I would say their viewership is rapidly diminished.
Yeah.
But still, when you look at, there was a Real Clear Politics aggregate polling found.
This isn't entirely true. I talked about this with Smug once, that yes, there's a decline in people consuming like mainstream media outlets, and a lot of people report getting their news from like Facebook, Twitter, etc., which is very scary. But there has also been data that shows that a lot of people, yes, they're engaging with a ton of misinformation, disinfo, etc., but they're also watching mainstream media clips, just the clips on social media. So it's not entirely lost its relevancy.
Found that they didn't do it necessarily by demographic. They did it by decade age bracket. So
Tim will be on his deathbed with that beanie. The beanie stays on once in the casket.
It was like 20 to 29 or whatever. Every age group except for 70 plus was pro-Trump. Was a few points above.
Real Clear Politics did an average, and they said that every age group in
Except
America,
for 70 plus.
Every age group except for 70 plus is pro-Trump.
Yeah, let me see if I can try and find it.
And this is contrasting to like all the approval rating stats I've seen have him at like what, like 40, 47% and dropping or something that.
It's largely based on the older crowd.
Just old. That seems like the opposite of every stat I've seen in the past. But I don't like follow this really closely.
Yeah, I don't know how to find this image because it was a few weeks ago. But let me see if I can try and pull it up and talk at the same time, which I probably can't. But I don't actually. Do you want to see if you can try and find it while we talk? Otherwise, I'm going to be sitting here typing.
No problem.
Out of my mind.
So like,
yeah. So what I would say is like the
simple. Yeah, he is underwater on nearly every issue. The one issue that he's not is border security.
The obvious story, we debated this last week live, is the Abrego Garcia story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so the take that I've typically seen from liberals is, actually, I'll use a specific example. The David Peckman subreddit. Peckman, of course, has millions of followers. He gets 100 million views per month. And his audience on Reddit was saying, this is just a family man who is trying to escape harsh conditions in Central America, who has been effectively disappeared by the Trump administration.
Mm-hmm.
Which
they always want to do this. This is why, like, to the extent that I've heard George Floyd mentioned in the past few years, one, it's exclusively brought up by the right. And two, they act like the left or like liberals in America are like making cause heroes out of these people, when in reality, it has the person is like, you know, the catalyst for these issues being discussed, but it's not so much a character defense of these people as it is them talking about their like rights being eroded. And George Floyd's, he's, you know, the victim of police brutality. And in the case of Kilmar, it's like, it's really not about him. It's the way that the administration admitted that he's not been charged with a crime in the United States or in El Salvador, yet he's currently being held in an El Salvador prison. And the Supreme Court has already unanimously ordered that he needs to be brought back to the United States because he had special protections, you know.
Which is a gross mischaracterization of what happened. If we were to say that a judge granted Abrego Garcia withholding of deportation due to Barrios 18 in Guatemala and threats against his life in El Salvador, then the question of due process is...
Like, I hate this genre that conservatives do. It's like, yeah, like nobody really cares about the guy. The only reason why he is notable is not because he is a particularly like good or bad person. It is because of the circumstances of his deportation. You know, these people, we wouldn't even be talking about these people if the Trump administration had not illegally deported him with no due process, even when he had a staying protection.
He needed to get a hearing as per...
What was the case of Garcia? No one could show any legal case against him. So his wife at one point, according to the New York Times, had filed like a restraining order or something like that. But she said later it was like, I don't think she formally filed it. And he was accused of like hitting somebody 30 times or something like that. You know, not good things. But one, it's if you're, you know, holding to the credo of innocent until proven guilty, that's not actually been proven in a court of law. He's not actually been like convicted of that. And two, yeah, like the wife dropped it.
Pertaining to that withholding of deportation. But he did already have two hearings in which he was determined to be an MS-13 gang member. He was pulled over and law enforcement believed to be...
And like even that, the evidence that he is part of MS-13 like has been disputed since he entered the country.
Believed to be human trafficking. He has 2 filings from his wife for beating her. She was filing orders of protection. And so it's fine if, you know, in my view,
Okay. So he just lied a bunch. So here, okay. So he entered illegally into the United States in March 2012 through the U.S.-Mexico border near McAllen, Texas. Let's see. Wife. His wife, Jennifer Vasquez Sura, said he worked in construction at the time and often drove his coworkers from job to job because he was arrested. Yeah, like the Trump administration's accusing him of human trafficking based on an episode in 2022 when he was pulled over by a highway patrol in Tennessee while driving 8 people from Houston to Maryland. He was not charged with any infraction, but he was given a warning for driving with an expired license. Again, driving within the United States where he is allowed to be. And his wife says he was driving people, his coworkers, from job to job because they worked in construction, which is not uncommon. And since he wasn't charged with anything, there's no reason to assume that there was anything fucking fishy going on, you know? But I mean, to these people, it's like Mexican driving people around, that equals human trafficking. He's raising 3 kids with Miss Sura, 2 from her previous relationship. In 2021, she filed a protective order against her husband, alleging domestic violence. In a statement last week, however, she said she did so in case things escalated, adding that they never did. She has publicly campaigned for her husband's release. And then if I put like 30, let me see. Hitting. People mentioned, like, he said that, like, oh, he, like, hit people or something. But yeah, MS-13. To be clear, Mr. Abrego Garcia has never been charged with, let alone convicted of, being a member of the gang. But during his deportation proceedings, some evidence was introduced that he belonged to MS-13, and the judge decided it was enough to keep him in custody while the matter was resolved. But other judges have found the same evidence to be lacking. But of course, Trump's administration didn't hesitate to say that, you know, yeah, AG Pam Bondi was saying that he was a member of it, but that statement was misleading. The evidence against Abrego Garcia consists of nothing more than a Chicago Bulls hat and hoodie, and a vague, uncorroborated allegation from a confidential informant claiming he belonged to MS-13's Western Clique in New York, a place he has never lived, Judge Zinnis wrote in an order this month. And that photo of, like, Trump holding up that, his hands are like this, where it says MS-13, like, that's photoshopped on. It doesn't actually say that. So let's contrast that against what Tim Pool just said.
By the Trump administration, which is a gross mischaracterization of what happened. If we were to say that a judge granted Abrego Garcia withholding of deportation due to Barrios 18 in Guatemala and threats against his life in El Salvador, then the question of due process is he needed to get a hearing as pertaining to that withholding of deportation. But he did already have two hearings in which he was determined to be an MS-13 gang member. He was pulled over and law enforcement believed him to be human trafficking. He has 2 filings from his wife for beating her. She was filing orders of protection. And so it's fine if...
Nice.
You know, in my view, the liberal side of things, or the, you know, podcasters like Pac-Man and Brian Tyler Cohen and others are going to say, hey, he was supposed to get a hearing.
So do we deport DeSantis as he actually trafficked people? In a just world. Like the Red Scare, all it took was to call someone a communist, LOL. Yeah, he's a gang member. You know, what's my proof? My proof is that I say that he is.
Agreed. But it is a gross mischaracterization. So when you mention that, you know, people on the left are on edge, I'm like, yeah, well, they think that a guy who lives in Maryland who was working like a regular union job or whatever.
And that's the other thing, is like, they admitted. Oh. Yeah, he was deported in what the Trump administration initially called an administrative error. This is from the AP. In its court filings on Monday, the Trump admin said ICE was aware of his protection from removal to El Salvador, but still deported Abrego Garcia because of an administrative error. And then Miller contradicted that later. And on April 14th, he said he was not mistakenly deported, abruptly changed the administration's position on a critical fact in the case, and he declared on Fox News and in the Oval Office that Mr. Abrego Garcia had not been wrongfully deported, blatantly contradicting other members of the admin.
Just disappeared one day, as opposed to a guy who had gone through several hearings, was arrested with MS-13, had symbols on his hand that law enforcement believe were MS-13 gang tattoos. And so the real question is, what was the error in that deportation? On the right, it's legally called harmless error, in that He didn't get a hearing as to the withholding of deportation. However, he wouldn't have got it approved anyway. So the answer now is a formality. It's paperwork. It's a Zoom call, and then
And he doesn't know that. He has no idea until you actually put this person through this process that his return to the United States is just going to result in his deportation. There's no reason to think that, considering that Trump's admin was willing to say at the beginning that it was a mistake. And now the Supreme Court is saying he has a right to come back and actually be given due process.
It's done.
But what they're pushing is that, well, it's all but sealed that he's going to be sent back there anyway, so why are we wasting anyone's time?
But people on the left, the liberal side of things, they think that this is a working class family guy who's vanished one night, an American citizen. And I think it was actually Hasan.
No, I think most people know that he is a fucking resident, a legal resident of the United States who works here and has been here like a fucking decade.
People don't think he's an American citizen. I mean, they're up to speed on like
Hasan Piker thought he was from Maryland. Legit. And so
okay.
and we're talking, and I know
the claim went from like people think this to one person said this.
Not
you
you.
know, Hasan is a big audience, but it's one person. And I don't even know if Hasan said that.
But this is like the 7th biggest live streamer in the country. Almost every single day, Hasan gets 50K. And he actually said on his stream in response to the comments I made at the White House.
We were looking at his stats earlier, and that's like more like what Asmongold polls, not Hasan.
What do you mean he's not from Maryland? Are you saying he's from DC? He's from Maryland. No, he's from El Salvador. He only lived in Maryland for a few years.
Okay, I mean that guy talks for 8 hours a day. Like you can parse any particular
for sure
statement, but like I mean that to me everything that you said. First of all, half of it sounds unrelated. like he's had past interaction with law enforcement, like domestic violence and stuff like that. To me, that's like neither here nor there. It's like character stuff. I don't really give a shit about like the character of the guy, and I didn't think that was a big part of the story. It was like the fact that he did not receive due process before being rendered to a prison, like this bizarre prison in El Salvador. Like that's the strange part.
That's
right?
El Salvador's government with an El Salvadoran citizen. That's not our purview.
I mean, he's like sent directly to this like gigantic complex. It's in a like highly.
But it is, because he's like him being like, oh well, it's not our purview or whatever. He's a legal resident of this country.
Public way, in a way where like,
and if he committed a crime in this country, he would be tried in this country. It would not fly that like, oh well, he's not even a citizen, so we can't try him here. The
administration is making a show of their refusal to follow the law.
It's mostly that they don't. Like Trump's administration is not going to back down. They've already tried to pretend like they didn't make an error. Now with Stephen Miller like contradicting what the admin had previously said, and they don't want to be seen having to actually succumb or bow down to the Supreme Court, even though it's stacked with Trump judges and picks. And 2, they don't want to have to deal with the fallout of like, you brought a criminal back, because they've gone around insisting that this guy's a fucking criminal.
It's bizarre to witness, and like this sort of narrow legalistic. Oh, he had a hearing. He was da 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 da.
Tim Pool complaining about creators with huge platforms getting facts wrong is hysterical. I know. I was just thinking that.
It's
Tim Pool famously never made a mistake, uttered a mistruth intentionally or unintentionally. It's not like he, was paid by Russians to promote, particular political agenda. Nope.
Irrelevant to like the purposeful spectacle of the Trump administration, sending this guy who they admit they should not have done this, but they're like, we don't give a shit. We're doing it just because we hate guys like this, and we want like even people who are in the country legally to, be afraid and to self-deport. Like it seems like the only justification is purposeful cruelty for doing
I don't think they call on any legal immigrants to self-deport. They're calling on illegal immigrants to self-deport, offering up $1,000 if they do.
The guy had a legal status to be.
Wow, $1,000. Yeah, I'm sure all these fucking people are thinking, oh my God, Mexico's looking great. You didn't tell me I was going to have $1,000
in the country.
He did not.
Legally.
Withholding of deportation.
Like the people that literally, cross illegally, work here without actually getting access to like, the ability to vote or, access to like social programs in the United States. Yeah, I'm sure $1,000 is like a huge incentive for them to go back.
Deportation isn't legal status. Withholding of deportation means he was ordered to leave the country, but the U.S. was barred from sending him to El Salvador, specifically because Barrios 18 in Guatemala had threatened his family. So the question as to due process was, this is why I think the actual legal standard is called harmless error. If he actually got either USCIS interview as to the withholding of deportation, it would have been voided because El Salvador no longer has the crime rate that it did 12 years ago or 10 years ago. The issue is, are you still at threat from Barrios 18?
Yeah, but they don't have the crime rate because that president, who is ridiculously popular, rules with an iron fist. Like the place that he's being held now, this like CCOT thing, like Look, again, imprisoned without trial in the Salvadorian Maximum Security Terrorism Confinement Center, despite never having been charged nor convicted of a crime in either country. This is a place that is like, you know, fucking Gitmo as far as I can tell. Like, human rights abuses are obviously going down in here.
The answer is no. And so then your
Thank you for subscribing.
withholding of deportation is void. We can deport you. The issue is that for deportation of someone like Rego Garcia, he has a home country, El Salvador. He has a withholding to that to El Salvador, withholding of deportation because of a gang in another country neighboring El Salvador. We can't deport him to Venezuela. We can't deport him to Mexico. That requires treaties. The U.S. doesn't have those, though we do have a treaty with Venezuela, with El Salvador as pertains to Tren de Aragua. So what ends up happening is he had 2 orders of deportation. He conceded in 2019 through his lawyer that yes, he was here illegally. Yes, he had been found to be here to be removable under the law, and he requested 3. There's withholding of deportation. There was asylum, and then there was I forgot the third one is it's you can't deport him because of a fear of torture. It's like a UN thing, and they denied 2 of them. Asylum was denied because he didn't apply for it in a timely manner. Deportation to El Salvador was granted.
So because he doesn't apply for something in a timely manner, that means imprisonment without trial is the only way to go forward, I guess.
Because of Barrios 18 in Guatemala. And then the last one was denied because there's no torture provision. The remedy right now would be a Zoom hearing where he gets on a computer, talks to these are executive judges, by the way, and they would just say, withholding denied. Welcome to El Salvador. You're an El Salvador citizen. I think the real issue is, yes, it was an administrative error. Shouldn't have happened. But the remedy.
But again, like, he wasn't just deported. He was deported and then put in a fucking like supermax prison.
Is a 10-minute Zoom call. If we did that, nothing would change. If he was brought back to the United States, he'd immediately be turned around and sent back because his withholding would be voided.
He did it for, I mean, like, Trump literally pardoned a bunch of like J6ers or whatever. Clearly, like, crime is not the issue here.
So
how is this something that you're certain? I mean, the man was, did a judge not order the Trump administration not to remove the guy? Like,
I think, it was under the first.
Here's why Tim Pool knows better than the Supreme Court that is stacked with Trump judges. Okay, get ready.
First Trump administration, he was granted the withholding. He wasn't supposed to be removed. He got caught up in the sweep, essentially. But again, if the due process due to this man would be a hearing under withholding of deportation.
So is he receiving this due process?
Oh, I agree. They should do it. I actually asked Secretary, why not just send the USCIS guy?
Literally, didn't he just say like 2 seconds ago, he was like, what is the point of fucking doing this? Because he's just going to end up being deported anyway. So we're wasting time.
Why don't you think they're doing it?
I think there's 2 potentialities. Trump, actually it's probably more than 2, but Trump doesn't want to look weak. He doesn't want to look like he's going to be pushed around by the judiciary. But
again, pushed around by the judiciary means complying with American domestic law. For one. And then 2, it's like, you're already admitting that this is for political reasons. This is not because this guy is some particular criminal, flight risk, nothing of the sort. This is literally just, Trump is not doing it because it would be politically disadvantageous to do so.
But I do agree with you.
Otherwise known as following the law?
No, not necessarily.
Yes.
I mean, the universal...
In this case?
No, actually, universal injunctions are unconstitutional. So there's a concern that precedent will be set by Trump adhering to universal injunctions pertaining to the Alien Enemies Act or mass deportation, and he's not going to allow that to happen. So he doesn't want to set a precedent in the future. Universal injunctions don't exist anywhere in the Constitution, and we've seen some 40% of all injunctions ever issued.
Okay, that's different. Universal injunctions not existing in the Constitution is not the same as them not being constitutional. There are plenty of words, phrases, things that are not explicitly enumerated in the Constitution that are nonetheless legal and constitutionally protected.
Issued in this way against Trump and his administration. He's got more, I believe he has more universal injunctions in the first 4 months than all other presidents ever got individually. And that is, I mean, that is unconstitutional. These judges are issuing these mandates which plainly violate their constitutional authority. So the check on that is plainly, Trump says, no, I'm not going to adhere to something you can't do.
Right. So this is,
Okay, so what the fuck? Hold on. What is the conservative argument as to like why this doesn't work? Will the Supreme Court stop nationwide injunctions? Supreme Court justices appear divided on the issue of national injunctions. During the U.S. Supreme Court's arguments this week on birthright citizenship, one legal concept took center stage: nationwide injunctions. This is when a single federal judge blocks the president from implementing a certain policy, and they've been front and center in the news this year as various groups have sued to block orders and other actions by the Trump administration. Long before this week's arguments, though, one law professor had argued that these injunctions are a serious problem. Nicholas Badgley, a law professor at the University of Michigan and former legal counsel to Gretchen Whitmer, made the case in articles in The Atlantic and elsewhere. Joins me now. Let's see. What is the general purpose of them from the court's perspective? What do? When they encounter a law or a policy they believe is unconstitutional or illegal, then they think that the president has exceeded his authority or an agency has overstepped, aka checks and balances. In those cases, a nationwide injunction is a way to put that policy or that law on ice as to the entire country. And what that does is prevents the policy from taking effect and hurting anybody else who might be subject to the policy in the meantime. And then he says, you're a Democrat, you're a progressive, right? Badgley, yep. And then he said, many progressives have been grateful to these injunctions for stopping what they see as illegal and dangerous criminal acts by the Trump admin, and yet you're continuing to make the case that it's a flawed system. Walk me through your thinking. Nationwide injunctions are more useful if you're an opponent to the person who sits in the White House. There's no doubt about that, and especially if you're concerned about the kind of brazen unconstitutionality that characterizes a lot of President Trump's actions. Then it's pretty hard to make the argument that you should drop this weapon. But the thing about nationwide injunctions is that they're equal opportunity offenders. When Biden was president, Democrats were deploring all sorts of nationwide injunctions that would be issued from single judge courthouses in Texas, really out of Amarillo, Texas in many cases. And so if they were a problem during the Biden admin, you want to pause and think before defending them just because they're opportunistically useful against Donald Trump. How many times do you think Tim Pool talked about the unconstitutionality of these injunctions prior to this year?
Again, this is authoritarianism, right? It's like
How's that authoritarian?
Well,
I agree. The judges are acting authoritarian.
Yeah, I mean, it's like he as an executive is trying to destroy the power of the other branches of government by ignoring their authority, by mounting
but they don't
aggressive legalistic defenses like the ones that you're making in order to.
I mean, they do have the authority. It's just the reality. He can say he doesn't like it or that he thinks it's like an overreach or whatever, and that doesn't even seem to be something that's not currently being debated, but he's literally only saying this because he wants to defend Trump.
Expand the power of the presidency and be able to act with impunity, which is part of why he's sending them. Sure. I mean, look, I'm not a legal scholar. Generally, I would have said that, presidents, I think, tend to follow judicial orders more than Trump tends to, right?
Let me ask you a question. If a judge ordered you to shoot a man in the head, would that be illegal? I'm using an extreme example on purpose. Yeah. It's obviously no. A judge can't order.
Okay. How is this in any way comparable? How is it comparable when a judge asks you to abstain from doing a particular behavior because of the law, like their opinion is based on the law, versus a judge out of nowhere compelling you to do something like committing an act of murder?
Order you to kill somebody. That's crazy. But we're not talking about a judge ordering Trump to kill anybody.
I cannot believe he thinks that's a fucking checkmate. You say you're for these injunctions, huh? But what if a judge said that you need to kill someone? Then you're not for them anymore, huh? I won.
We're talking about judges in, I think we're up to like 87 instances, issuing universal mandates across the entire nation based on lawsuits of single individuals. So what, for example, a recent one was the transgender military ban.
Yeah, checkmate, liberal.
Donald Trump issued an executive order saying, DSM-5 mental disorder, you are now going to be inadmissible from the armed forces and will be severed unless you are not showing symptoms. A judge ruled from this point forward, the military under Trump must admit all individuals regardless of any mental disorder. The judges only have the authority over the people in their courtroom unless it's a class action lawsuit. Universal injunctions are not constitutional.
Like Brown versus Board of Ed. When a person brings a lawsuit to the government,
country, right?
So a person brings a lawsuit to the government about to a judge or the Supreme Court about a law being unconstitutional, and the ruling should only affect that case. It shouldn't affect
it literally affects
law.
The law. It affects the law.
Uh-huh.
So in the issue of lower courts and this universal injunction, lower courts have the authority over the singular individuals in their courtroom unless it's a class action. So they could have made it a class action. They could have sent out the letters. They could have gotten the signatures and said, we need X amount of transgender military servicemen and women because we want this to apply to all. Instead, what happened was, and I'll argue this. This is where it encroaches.
I mean, we're talking about trans people being barred from the military at a time where the United States is having to lower the physical requirements because that's how much of a deficit they have when it comes to new enlistments. Allowing more obese young men to be part of the military because they just need more bodies. But he wants to argue this is a matter of health and safety. It's no, it ain't.
Authoritarian.
If that, like, they are actively trying to relax and loosen restrictions to get more people in, not to keep people out. He literally just did that to target that group of people.
The judge said all means all. That's a quote. This created a huge uproar because it meant...
Is he just playing Pokemon cards here?
That the military now had to enlist schizophrenics. That if someone showed up suffering from manic depressive disorder and they were paraplegic, they were now under this universal injunction entitled to join the military. But I mean...
Is this a thing that he just made up in his brain, or was this a serious argument that, like, the judge made in their dissent?
A schizophrenic bipolar who's suffering delusions is not going to be able to complete basic training. Now, perhaps there'd be an argument, as you're saying it, if the judge only said...
Looks like magic cards, unforgivable.
This stay will apply just to transgender military men and women, but they didn't. It was a woman. She said it applies to everybody. So Trump said, okay, I'm not even going to defy that. We're going to appeal it. He didn't even ignore the order. They went to Scotus, and Scotus...
You think Trump even knows any of this was happening?
Probably not.
Like,
well, I mean, like,
I don't think...
Then why are you bringing it up?
I'd say he probably knows...
If you're admitting he probably doesn't know.
But I don't think he had a hand in the day-to-day operations of it.
I mean...
For any boss.
Yeah, it's just funny that we go, oh, Trump said this, Trump said that. Trump, I mean, he certainly hates trans people, but I don't think he's like, and doesn't want them in the military, but I don't think he's like following the day-to-day of the case.
I agree.
He's like, you know, doing loop-de-loops out on the golf course. But like the legalistic like points that you're making to me, it's all a fig leaf for like the larger thing that he's doing, which is bending the law in these bizarre ways. What is the point of like sending people to El Salvador, right? To like this prison in El Salvador. Part of the reason to send him there, to send Abrigo Garcia there as quickly as possible, is it just shields him from the rest of the legal system, right? It makes it harder to get him back, right? If you send
he's El Salvadoran.
Yeah, but my point is like he's entitled to due process as someone who's in America, right? If you shove people into this like hole in another country as quickly as possible, it gives you plausible deniability. I don't really give a shit about the various again legalistic like little nuances of the ruling. The important part to me is Trump,
and he is representing a normal person's opinion. This is the average person's opinion. That this is not about like the minutia of the law or whatever. It just seems like it's like they admitted they made a mistake, don't know what it's regarding or whatever, but he should probably have a day in court in America.
Trump saying, being under an order to bring the guy back and saying, I can't because the president of El Salvador, my best friend, says he won't return him, right?
How would he get him to do it?
Saying El Salvador is basically a client state of the Trump administration at this point. He'll do whatever he wants. Like Bukele will suck his dick. Like it doesn't matter.
Want something in return?
Yeah, sure. What give him what like they're friends. Yeah. So it's a fig leaf, right? It's like it's in order to.
It's him like dumbfounded at the idea that there could be like diplomatic talks over this guy being brought back to the United States. He's like, how the fuck would he even do that? It's like he's the commander in chief of the free world. What the fuck do you mean? How would he do that?
The reason to do it is to.
It could be someone we even have a more adversarial relationship, and there would still be ways to get this done.
Is to just make it more difficult to do the right thing.
I suppose the issue is when Abrigo Garcia got deported. The administration right was like, this is an administrative.
Like there is way less precedent for this guy being just expelled without any sort of due process than there is for trying to get him back.
Error, it was an oversight on the withholding of deportation. The Supreme Court ultimately ruled that Trump must facilitate his return. And now the political debate is, what does facilitate mean? The Supreme Court hasn't clarified, which they definitely need to do when you have two factions arguing. The left argues it means literally bring him back. And the right says, no, it means provide him the means to return should he be able. And then I say, okay, the Supreme Court can literally just come out right now and issue like a writ and be like, no, we mean go and negotiate. However, the other challenge is Supreme Court also stated that no one can direct the executive branch to conduct foreign policy. So this would mean that Donald Trump could get him back in the sense that he could negotiate simple terms very easily. He could literally say to Bukele, listen, you're going to release the guy from prison. You're going to do it. If you want to keep working with us, if you want our money, you're going to do it. And then we're going to bring him back. Bukele would begrudgingly say yes, probably. There is the concern that Bukele would say, I win my presidency on going after MS-13. You've got to give a concession publicly.
There is no incentive for Trump to use political capital to get him back. Oh, I know. Tim admitted that is pretty much the reason why he's like, none of this stuff has been addressed by the Trump admin. He was like, it would be hard for him to do it because he would lose favorability with his base. And yeah.
Publicly in some way so that it looks like, but you're not going to look, if you shrug or not, the issue is, are we going to direct the executive branch through the judiciary to conduct foreign policy? And you can't do that. So I agree. Trump, here's what just happened right now. The executive courts, this is what they have, their immigration courts, should conduct a Zoom meeting with Abrigo Garcia, and we're done. It's over. That's his due process.
Look,
he's in El Salvador.
like the way that he's like, and we're done, it's over. Like he's assuming and presupposing that is necessarily going to result in him in the U.S. court saying that he needs to be there, that it's all but a foregone conclusion, even though it's not true.
Salvadoran citizen in El Salvador who was imprisoned by El Salvador.
My point is this: the reason there's any number of things that they could do. There's some things that both of us agree that they should do. There's more things that I think they should do than you do. But
you should get him to acknowledge that he's a legal resident of this country,
etc. The point is, they are like loudly and proudly not doing any of that, deporting a guy they know shouldn't be deported.
But that's hold on. That's not true in any of the media. The media, the full reporting.
That's not true in any of the media
that we get across the board, from the New York Times to CNN to even Fox News, was he was accidentally deported without his hearing on withholding. So it wasn't an intentional, we're going to get this guy and get him out. It was a, oh crap.
So when Trump is like holding.
Okay, yeah, but when they continue to, when you have Stephen Miller say, actually it wasn't, then it does seem targeted. And now you won't actually give him his due process because it's inconvenient to you. That seems politically motivated.
Up photos of his tattoos with like MS-13 on it, and like they're giving press conferences about he beat his wife. They're doing character, assassination on the guy. Like all of that is accidental.
No, that's
like,
a political attack against Democrats.
Yeah, right. So
again, so you're scapegoating this individual guy who's not actually been charged with any crime here nor in El Salvador and using it for political ends.
And so here, let me just get to the end of my point, okay? Is that, they turn it into a political attack because they are acting lawlessly. They're proud to be acting lawlessly. The point is to demonstrate on this issue we will act lawlessly. You're not safe if you are, even under the protection of a court order in this country, and you should be frightened and you should leave.
To me like they were intentionally pushing boundaries and trying to set a precedent. Oh yeah, if you wanted to argue like it didn't start off that way, it's like maybe it didn't start off that way. That's the most that Tim Pool could say. But everything he's like continuing to explain is demonstrating how it has become more and more targeted, and now it's become a matter of principle.
It's just like it's an authoritarian attack against immigrants directly, and it's designed. It's a leveraging of the state to try to frighten immigrants and other groups, not only illegal immigrants. Okay, so let's talk about the
like when Tim keeps like leaning over to say illegally, and into his mic while he's saying that, he is expressing that there is really like he is stupid, but he knows that immigration in the United States and most developed countries is a very, very slow, arduous process. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not you go from being a non-citizen to a citizen instantly. It takes years. Most people wait years, to obtain green cards, residency status, visa. So when he's trying to force it into this black and white dichotomy of either you're an American citizen or you're not, what he's really saying is that we should close off all avenues, even to immigrants coming the right way. Usually the rhetoric with these fucking types used to be, oh, we're fine with immigration as long as they come the right way. But this just lays bare that there really is no right way. Because any slip up, in this case, this guy didn't even make the mistake. It was the Trump admin. You are going to be punished for it. And what's going to be leveraged against you is your lack of citizenship, even though you're doing everything possible to attempt to become an American citizen legally and naturalized legally.
The students who have been detained and deported, right? These are people who are under student visas, right? They appear at a protest or two. And, they're thrown into vans, they're held in, these bizarre facilities, they're blah, blah, blah. There's multiple cases.
Crossing the border is not a serious crime outside the entire immigration system being completely unsustainable. Yeah, even if you overstay your visa, that's like literally not even a crime. It's just a civil violation.
If you want to say
so the point of this is to frighten people at universities, pro-Palestinian protesters, and that means any protester on the left, of course, and immigrants of all types, including those who are here on legal immigrant visas. Like the details of the individual cases don't matter. They like creating a firestorm around someone who is here legally, creating a huge controversy about them, and then saying, we don't give a fuck. We're going to do whatever we want to these people because we want you to be afraid, right? But that to me is that's an expression of like pure authoritarianism. It's a leveraging of state power to frighten undergroups in society that these people don't like. It's like,
and he'll continue to say, but that's not illegal. But that's not illegal, even though the entire Supreme Court is against Tim Pool on this.
Very straightforward. We can mount as many legal defenses as we want of it and say, blah blah blah, according to this statute or that statute. But the actual action is just designed to frighten people Trump doesn't like, and it's bizarre to see him do it.
Let's say yes, but none of that's illegal. That's all actually codified law that they're allowed to do.
Okay, yeah, sure. It's fucking bullshit. It sucks. It's bad. It's bad for the country. It's bad for the American spirit.
We can talk about a lot of bad things that every administration's done in the past that liberals and Democrats have covered up or participated in or didn't argue against.
Yeah, I guess why. I mean, we're talking about this one currently. It feels disingenuous to talk about one thing the Trump administration is doing because Democrats have done bad things.
Like openly saying, how about we do some whataboutism?
Things too?
Well, like, for instance, Donald Trump, through Marco Rubio specifically, revoking student visas, say...
Okay, before we get to Marco Rubio or whatever, I'm going to play some music. I will be right back. Get back into it.
Saying that these incidents covered up or participated in or didn't argue against.
Yeah,
So
I guess why. I mean, we're talking about this one.
Like, what's funny is that, like, Tim Pool will keep going back and forth. You'll notice this and this between being like, Trump is actually upholding the law and then saying, actually, they're breaking the law. He'll go back and forth on which one he cares about because he says this is unconstitutional, but he's an illegal, but he's this, but he's that. The entire Supreme Court's against him. Trump's admin at first admitted it was a mistake and is now trying to use the argument that these national injunctions are actually what's illegal, even though the Supreme Court didn't say that and the entire Supreme Court's against him. So Trump is actually in some way upholding the law, and he's using the minutia of the law to justify that, except he's not.
Currently, it feels disingenuous to talk about one thing the Trump administration is doing because Democrats have done bad things too.
Well, like, for instance, Donald Trump, through Marco Rubio specifically, revoking student visas, saying that these individuals represent a threat to our national security by adhering to our enemies. And literally, that's what they're claiming. I think it's ridiculous to claim that a student who's anti-Israel is working with Hamas. That's silly. But that's the argument he's making, and under the INA, he has the authority to do it. So you say, okay, well, when people come in here on student visas, they do sign agreements saying they won't do certain things. They do it. They get kicked out.
So this is okay with you because it's narrowly legal under Marco Rubio's purview?
I would say it's what's fine with me is the revocation of a visa for someone who's not a citizen who's here conditionally. Like Mohammed Khalil, who was on a conditional temporary visa. So if it gets revoked, I just say, like, well, that's a conditional visa. I don't go to Singapore and spit on the ground.
But he doesn't interrogate that, like, okay, but why was it revoked? Was it revoked on grounds that are good? Does he really? I guess he just shuts his brain off because he's like, we can do it for whatever reason we want. It doesn't matter if it's as vapid and as silly as somebody saying, you know, I like French toast or whatever. We can deport them on that, but he doesn't care.
I'll get caned.
So sorry, you think what's happened to those students is like, that's okay with you, not legally, I'm talking about like as an event that occurred in the country, you're like, oh, it's good that happened, it's okay with me, you think it's moral, you think
yeah, of course,
it's right, you think it's just. I'm not talking about legally, I'm talking about like, you know, you say you
60%?
60%.
Yeah, like nothing so easily.
Rumesa Ozturk, who, you know, she wrote an op-ed. The only thing that anybody has even claimed that she's done is she wrote an extremely mild op-ed in her campus newspaper asking that the college.
This is the like young woman who was like literally disappeared.
Like sort of Turk, who, you know, she wrote an op-ed. The only thing that anybody has even claimed that she's done is she wrote an extremely mild op-ed in her campus newspaper asking that the college like sort of consider, you know, being supportive of the Palestinian cause in some vaguely defined way. Yeah. Her visa is revoked. She, you know, we've all seen the video, right? People come and like.
Yeah, her name's Rumesa Ozturk.
Grab her and literally put her into a vehicle. They're wearing masks.
And like Tim Pool is trying to downplay it or whatever, but this chick. So they approach her, they talk to her a little bit, but like people that are like masked take her away. This is apparent in Tim Pool's mind. Of course, he's relying on people not having seen this. That's routine.
Right. I mean, she's stopped in an alarming way on the street, right?
It's not like they filmed that and published that footage, though. That was security camera footage.
Yeah.
Does it matter? What? Why would that matter? That's like saying, well, the cops, you know, who were watching, none of the cops that were watching George Floyd's neck being nailed on, it's like, you know, none of them actually filmed it. It was like people on the street.
They did it in a, hey, if you want a student, like a young woman, there's other ways to arrest them than have 6 people show up wearing masks, surround her in a pincer formation. Like it's designed to create terror. So like what's
that way.
Agreed. Okay, great.
They didn't have and Biden's DOJ didn't need to show up at Roger Stone's house at 4 in the morning.
And and you know what? If you want to bring up another example, I'll say I condemn that as well.
Agreed.
If that'll keep us on this topic for a second.
We've had numerous instances across administrations that have acted similarly.
Okay, so let's stay on Rumesa Ozturk. Why do you think that, like, what was the administration's purpose? Not the legal argument for
Tim Pool's mind.
For whether they can.
The great legal mind that's Tim Pool under that beanie.
Do it or not.
Israel.
What? Yeah. Okay. So
it's literal Israel, and it's absurd that they'd argue they're, you know, what they're doing when it comes to these students is they're saying they're a threat to our national security. And that's, I mean, it's
do you think she was a threat to the national security?
It's technically the truth.
He's like working through like, how do I both sides this one?
Truth, which is the best kind of the truth, in that, yes, opposing U.S. alliance with Israel is bad. Rallying in any meaningful way students to oppose Israel is bad for the U.S. foreign policy. But come on, you know what I mean? Like a woman writing an op-ed that's not from here is nothing compared to the people from here writing the same op-eds. What they're doing is they're basically saying I agree with you in that they're saying, do not do these things or we will deport you. We will find the thinnest of hairs of a reason to revoke your visa if you come out against us. I'm not completely in disagreement. So the reason why I say 60% when you asked me if I thought it was morally right is because obviously they don't need 6 guys swarming her in a pincer formation. One guy could have knocked on her door and said, ma'am, your visa's been revoked. I'm gonna need you to come with me. We've got a black SUV you can sit in. We're gonna deal with this in a rather kind of boring way. They didn't need to do that. The claim about a threat to our national security is grossly overestimated. The claim that these people have adhered to Hamas is grossly overestimated. That being said, it is still completely legal in that an individual who comes here on a conditional visa not violate the conditions of that visa.
Sure.
So like every single argument that underpins that is exaggerated or doesn't matter to Tim Pool, but he will still defend the end result of it.
So
it's legal. No, but dude, I'm asking you, like, do you think it's good for America that like college students who are here on a student visa because of political speech are being thrown into vans and having legal things be done? Sure, it's narrowly legal, but like, you know, she's being put in a prison and then she's being like forcibly deported. Do you think that?
So the standard, did he just say it's not torture?
And having legal things be done. Sure, it's narrowly legal, but like, you know, she's being put in a prison.
So as long as it rises above the threshold of torture, we're Gucci.
And then she's being like forcibly deported. Do you think that's good for America? Like, this is okay. So you know,
marginally.
You think what do you think is good?
If it's only marginally good, why exert so much energy like defending it?
Even marginally, like what's the minor small benefit to America?
Do not come to our country and rally against it and its interests.
But you just said that a woman writing an op-ed criticizing Israel, or like criticize, and it wasn't even that, it was like criticizing her school's policy towards Israel or something like that. He already said, what's the difference between that and a native-born U.S. citizen saying that? If anything, that's more of a threat to national security, quote unquote, because, you know, those people would actually be voting, I suppose. But like,
to America,
do not come to our country and rally against it and its interests.
So like, but now he's saying conflating criticism of Israel with rallying against the interests of the United States.
I apply this too.
So what is the U.S. interest that her writing an op-ed?
Suez Canal.
The Suez Canal?
Right. The United States, the reason why the U.S. is so, I love these Jews people that are like, Israel controls the foreign policy. Oh, shut up. The U.S. interest.
He won't say like anti-Semites, so he has to do this like soy right shit of like the Jews or whatever. He's talking about just people that are like anti-Semitic.
With Israel, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia has a
Thank you for the raid. No Justice MTG.
lot to do with like the Red Sea and the Suez Canal.
Welcome everybody. We're watching Tim Pool versus Adam Conover, but so far Adam's been just like dog walking Tim Pool.
Now, this is why Donald Trump is obsessed with Panama and Greenland. He wants to control the global trade routes. This is what America's largely done. That's why I say it's a gross mischaracterization to claim that an op-ed is a threat to national security, in that it is in the smallest of senses. Students coming here and telling us to oppose our support with Israel puts us at risk in terms of the sentiment of a younger generation as to whether or not we'll fund Israel and control the Suez Canal.
But I asked you if you thought it was good to deport her.
I said marginally.
Right, because we have national interest in the Suez Canal, and she wrote an op-ed.
That's the U.S.'s interest.
Okay, so why do you think it was good to deport her?
Asserting U.S. sovereignty. Do not come to our country and tell us what to do. You've got a condition of your visa.
Okay, so we've just moved the argument off of like security entirely, and now we've pivoted to you can't tell us what to do.
You are a guest in this country.
You know, fucking. Yeah, because immigrants are definitely dictating things around here.
Okay.
Adhere to the agreements we have.
So you think that America should be a country where if you come here on a student visa, you're paying into our, university system, you're coming here for the reasons that,
do not rally against U.S. interests. Okay, Tim Pool, should that not apply to people paid by Russia to speak against America's interest in Ukraine? No, see, that's bold truth-telling, But when this Muslim woman does it, that's her fighting against U.S. interests.
Completely legally. We've invited you to come, right? This is why America is the country it is, partially, because people like this have come for decades. If you express a political opinion that is like mildly at odds with a U.S. interest in another country of a canal, that you should be deported. You think America should be the kind of country where if somebody comes here, they write an op-ed that says literally anything about U.S. foreign policy, they should be deported. So going forward, literally everyone in the world should know if you are on foot on U.S. soil, you should not say anything in public about U.S. national priorities of any kind, or else you could be deported. Do you think it's good to have a country where that's the understanding?
All right. So you're saying that
this is what I'm trying to go down to.
The individuals who come to this country and apply for student visas have made that agreement already. So while I would argue the deportation of
Wait, what is this
You
argument?
understand it?
All right. So you're saying that
this is what I'm trying to go down to.
The individuals who come to this country and apply for student visas have made that agreement already. So while I would argue the deportation of Romesa is the thinnest of hairs, Mahmoud Khalil makes more sense. I mean, he organized and helped lead protests that resulted in damage, occupations of buildings, several staff at the University of Columbia.
Let's stay on Romesa because then we don't have to split hairs.
Right. The issue is do not come to our country and tell us what to do. That's it. If you're here as a guest of this nation, you do not start rallying.
He's voicing an opinion is now telling the United States what to do.
It's people in opposition to the will of the voters.
The nist of hair is projecting.
And what the government is doing.
I mean, I really thought the point of America was, freedom of speech was like a main value here. That I think that's why people come here.
Tim's going to say, yeah, for Americans, not for illegals.
It's why I like living here, because I always felt,
even though we're talking about people with visas and residency status here,
that, hey, I can express an opinion, especially about U.S. foreign policy, and not have anything happen to me. So that's a right that only citizens have. And you think America should be a country where if you are not literally an American citizen, if you express any opinion about U.S. foreign policy, I mean, and we both agree the opinion she expressed was pretty mild. It wasn't like a very inflammatory opinion, right? It was like, it's pretty.
And even if it was, who fucking cares?
Mainstream political opinion to have. It conflicts.
I mean, these people could have come to the United States and burned a flag, and I would still argue that it's fine.
With U.S. interests about the Suez Canal,
I just don't functionally see the difference between immigrants doing that versus U.S. citizens doing it.
I understand that point, but let's just say that it does. That should be grounds for being forcibly removed from the country. And like whether or not it's legally the case that we could do that. Do you think it's good? You think it's good to have a country where things like that happen? You think a thriving country is one where people come to the country, they write an op-ed for the paper of the organization of which they're a member. She's paying tuition to go to this school, and she's working for the student newspaper or whatever. She's writing.
I mean, Tim will just be like, yep.
Not bad. Yep. She's probably not employed there, but she's writing for the student newspaper, and that is grounds to be deported. And
always was. I mean, so my attitude.
You think that's the kind of country America is?
Always has been. That's why
I guess.
I mean, yes, but that's not a good thing.
That's where we fundamentally disagree.
But hold on. The Immigration and Naturalization Act has multiple provisions that outright say this is the case. And so that's why I say it's marginally good, because the issue is the U.S. asserting.
Again, like he already said, he's really not interested in like the technical minutia of the law. He's talking about like the spirit of the law, and just like generally, he is saying this is flagrant overreach, violations of existing law. These people have more rights than Tim is willing to admit, and it just goes against the spirit of like what a melting pot, country like the U.S. is supposed to be.
Its sovereignty and saying, as a guest in this nation, we ask you not do certain things.
We ask we ask you don't write mildly worded op-eds about U.S. foreign policy vis-a-vis a different country's war.
Let's not load it. Let's say, do not speak out against our foreign policy.
So, okay, great.
So she can think it, she just can't say it. She just can't write it down. You can think it in your brain and your head and exist in the country, but you just can't say it.
So America is a country where, if you, in your view, if you are a foreign national, you are here on a student visa, you've been invited to the country, you should not.
Every time.
Oh, okay. It's fair. To me, Tim, it's a very baffling position.
Listen, you're arguing that I should call for illegal activities.
Let me phrase it this way. Sure.
Again, illegal activity in this context, meaning people writing op-eds in their college newspapers while being resident status, like legal residents of this country.
My attitude is Congress has passed a law. It was passed in the House and the Senate, signed by the president, and upheld by the courts. This law states it is the purview of the Secretary of State to make the decisions as to whether or not these visas can stand for a variety of reasons. I say it's marginally good. Her opinion was mild, and I don't think it. I think it's silly to claim that she's adhering to Hamas because of an anti-Israel position. My point is, for the government to assert its authority under the law as codified by Congress, the president, and the courts is marginally good. Marginally is, I said 60% maybe. If I was president, I wouldn't do it. But the idea that our country asserts its authority to say, you are guests in this country.
I can't with this like simultaneous ambivalence, but also like principled defense of it. He just like goes back and forth between these two things.
And we will make the determination whether you can stay or not is a normal process. And to argue that the government should not assert its authority when it feels it should, I think is silly.
I'm still looking.
There's a world we want to live in, and then I'll put it this way. I think people have a right to keep and bear nuclear weapons. The founding fathers were clear in their intent on the right to bear arms, which included privateers with grape shot. Now we've changed that and said only large corporations that the government approves of can have nuclear weapons. Agreed. Nobody should have nuclear weapons. My point is that if you want to change the law, you have to do it through the constitutional process, and adhering to that is typically a good thing.
Okay, but the laws already exist. The laws have been changed. The laws are on the books. The Supreme Court ruled already, and he's saying ignore all of that and create new laws that will undermine this, but then he would fight on that. Like there's no way out here.
I don't know how we got on nuclear weapons.
It's a point about process of law.
Yeah, but
and saying the government has
just Tim out of nowhere is virtue signaling that like, yeah, you have the right to own a nuke.
Right to do something. So if they choose to do it, okay. If you have a problem with it, then Congress should repeal those, specifically amend the INA to remove those provisions. It is
so speak out against the government, but don't do it too hard because you might get deported.
Completely legal under the United States at the will of the American people that this happened. You don't like that it's happening now, but this was the will of the voters and Congress, and it's been law for like 50 years.
Dude, just because something is legal doesn't mean it's right.
Correct.
I was about to say, he's just like bouncing back and forth between like an is and ought claim. He'll say, he's like, what do you think it ought to be like? And Tim's like, this is what it is like. And he's like, okay, but I'm like asking your opinion if it should be that way. And he just keeps backing up and being like, well, I'm just saying it is this way. And then I'll finally say like, oh, sure, I'm like kind of in favor of it, but it is this way. Therefore, it ought to be this way.
Should change it then. So my point is upholding the law is marginally good. Sometimes the law is bad, and that's why it's not always good. In this regard.
So wait, you're saying simply the fact that Marco Rubio exercised his legal authority to do something was good. It's like he had the legal authority to do it. He could have enforced this law as he saw it on anybody. He could have enforced it on a comedian, right? Who's in town and goes on stage and says, "Hey, you know what? I disagree with this or that." Or, "Hey, I just did shows in
Canada,
I just did what?
You're not from Canada.
No, but I just did shows in the UK and Amsterdam, and I made fun of UK politics, made fun of American politics."
You wouldn't dare make fun of Islam, though. Go to the UK and mock Islam. Do it.
Well, I don't have any jokes about Islam.
Why not? They got Pakistani grooming games for raping little girls. Why won't you go to the UK?
What?
Why won't
Dude, he's so mad. He's so mad.
You go to the UK and make jokes about Islam?
I don't think it's very funny. I don't have any jokes about it. I'm so confused. Dude.
Okay, let me help unconfuse you.
Are there?
He's like literally about to say like you're controlled by the woke mind virus. That's why you don't dare speak out against Muslims or whatever.
Are there jokes that can be made about Islam? Yes or no?
Wait, I don't want to. I don't want to go to this particular rabbit hole.
Oh, no. You're terrified.
Okay, he is like grasping at straws. This is painful to watch.
You're a hypocrite.
What?
Are there jokes you can make about Islam? Muhammad banged a little girl, right?
Put a different guest in front of him asking the same thing. He'll answer anyway. Yeah, he's like Rogan. He's just going to agree with the last person he talked to.
What?
Are there jokes you can make about Islam? Muhammad banged a little girl, right?
Yeah, I did not realize the extent to which Adam had like gotten under his skin. Because he is just like off the rails right now.
I'm really baffled.
I'm terrified of the subject. I'm not.
No, I'm not.
In the UK, you can be jailed for making jokes about Islam or even bring up the grooming gangs. There are people who go online and pointed out that a stabbing was carried out by a Muslim and they got arrested for it. I'll bet you $1,000 you will not go to the UK and make a joke about any of that stuff because you will not go to a foreign country and in violation of their laws speak out against what they've said not to speak out against. Do it. I dare you. $10,000. Cash in your pocket if you go to the UK and make a joke about Muhammad having a 12-year-old wife.
This we got here faster than I thought we would in this conversation. Where you're shouting at me about something I don't understand. I don't really understand how you would think it's incumbent upon me.
Do you think anybody watching this right now thinks you are confused by the notion that in the UK you go to jail for mocking Islam?
I don't understand how we got onto you shouting at me about Islam.
I have no idea, like, how we ended up here.
Specifically, I'd like to return to.
Okay, it's because you said people should be allowed to come to this country and speak out against it, and you said you're a comedian, and you go to other countries, right? And you said you go to the UK, and I said, okay, if you go to the UK, speak out in violation of their laws and see what happens. And you said, I'm confused, I don't understand. What don't you understand? Will you go to Turkey?
It's like, I know that the UK is not as like gung-ho about free speech as the United States is, but like the idea that you're more likely to be detained as like a US citizen doing like a guest appearance there than, you know, the instances where they have imprisoned people for making jokes, which obviously they shouldn't be doing, but it's like, you know, you're probably at less of a risk for being imprisoned if you're a United States citizen just touring there making these sorts of jokes than you are if you're like in the UK and you're like continually trying to, you know, push the limits. Like no one should be in prison for any of this shit, but he's like, this rests upon the assumption that you're in more danger for doing that.
Will you go to Turkey and speak out against Islam?
I mean, if I have a joke to make sure, I don't have a joke about those particular topics.
You would.
I would.
You're saying if you had a joke about.
Oh yeah, sure. I would try to do the best I can. I always try to poke the bear as much as I can. It's part of the job of a comedian.
Because as it pertains to one of the world's largest religions. I mean, come on.
I mean, I haven't written a joke about that recently. All
right.
So look, hey man, I'm a free speech guy, right? I think that something that's nice about America is that we're a country that has that value, and that we don't generally think that you should be tossed into a van and kicked out of the country for expressing an opinion. I think that it is a change. I think it's a change in America to most people around the world to feel that, oh, wait, if I go to America and I express a mild opinion about their foreign policy in my own student.
It's not illegal to joke about Islam in the UK. Oh no, sorry. Like according to Tim Pool, like they'll have like a fatwa put on you for making that joke.
Paper, or maybe on a stage, or maybe somewhere else, I could be, without any warning to me, accosted by 6 people on the street, thrown into a van, and taken out of the country.
Oh, come on,
right?
Austin.
Oh, let me finish. I think that's a strain. I think that's a new idea for a lot of people that America is that type of country.
Tim Pool, after like this like screed about him being scared to make jokes about like Muslim grooming gangs or something like that, is going to police Adam on his rhetoric.
I think that Donald Trump's purpose is to turn America into that type of country. I think that that's bad. I think it makes the country smaller. I think it makes the country worse. I think it's a violation of most of the values that I grew up with as an American, and that's my view of what's happening in the country. Now, if you want to say, hey, I don't like free speech for foreign nationals who are in the country who express mild opinions about other countries' foreign wars, then that's your prerogative. It's a big difference between us that you don't like free speech in that way.
I mean, that's loaded language, right?
Yeah, all the language you're using is pretty loaded.
Well, you keep using adjectives to describe things to diminish one thing while exacerbate or exaggerate something else.
I do use the English language to express my thoughts and opinions. Yeah,
I was about to say.
But it's straw manning. It's not a legitimate.
He's getting mad at him for unpacking his adjectives.
Attack of the ideas, right? So accost.
Ordering them in a series of words to create sentences that construct arguments against the things Tim Pool is saying.
On the street, come on. She was arrested. Okay. She was arrested by a relatively large group of men compared to what a normal arrest would require, which I think they didn't need to do and was silly. So we can say she was arrested by several men, unmarked or plain clothes, which didn't need to happen. But I don't need to say like she was accosted by men on the street and like it was about a mild opinion. It's like, okay, listen, the facts of the case, like I said, I don't like the idea that people come to this country and then try and tell us how to do how to live our lives.
You're not for free speech. I understand.
I think American citizens have self-determination and sovereignty. And I will say this even of the Canadians who keep coming here and they keep getting involved in our politics. I'm friends with some of them. But I think it's fair to say that there is an issue with Canadians.
It's like most of the online right. Like Jordan Peterson, Lauren Southern, Stephen Crowder, who else? Stephen Molyneux.
Largely conservatives who come to this country and then start advocating for conservative values in a country they're not from. So, to be fair, there are liberals, Canadians who do it too. I find it to be silly. That being said, Canada as a bordering nation with a largely overlapping culture is a morally different question, but still applies in much the same way principally. So I do take issue with foreigners coming to my country.
It's a nice way.
Wait, what?
I find it to be silly. That being said, Canada as a bordering nation with a largely overlapping culture is a morally different question, but still applies.
Okay, so you would... There is absolutely no way he applies this to like Mexicans who come here and are like legal residents and telling the US what to do or whatever. This literally is just because they're white people coming from Canada.
Much the same way principally. So I do take issue with foreigners coming to my country.
It's a nice white country, so we like it.
Canada's,
yes.
They call it what? The most multicultural country in the world, I think. Mm-hmm. They big on immigration. I think Toronto is considered to be the most multicultural city in the world.
Yeah.
Okay, but he knows that the majority of the people that in the United States that are like conservative pundits from Canada are white. I can't even think of a single non-white one. I'm sure they exist, but...
Yeah. So Canada actually is, you can call it a nice white country. That's technically the truth, but it also is.
The point is correct from Adam here. It's a sudden shift. People in America really care about complete free speech, while, for example, people in China don't care about the same way. Material conditions are more of a priority.
is very, very much in favor of immigration and diversity and all these things, largely what many of the conservatives are coming here speaking out against. But without you know,
this is a country where if you're from another country and you're in America, don't say anything about our politics, or you could be forcibly removed from the country. You're comfortable with America being that kind of country. That's something that's like that's a value of yours. Those are your values.
See, you're doing it again.
No, I'm trying to.
Tim Pool will like outline like Adam has like outlined to a T what he's advocated for and what he wants. And then when he tries to follow it to its logical conclusion, Tim's going to disagree with that.
Understand what you actually believe.
Yeah, I'd say marginally it's a good.
Because I think that's a point of distinction. Like it's useful in a conversation like this to be like, okay, I have my value, you have your value, and my value is like I really like it when people say what the fuck they think about any country's politics.
We can simplify it. My value would just be, to whatever mathematical degree, American sovereignty supersedes the right of foreigners to speak about our policies.
But in this case,
that's my value.
So you think that literally any time America is exercising its sovereignty, that's like a good thing in that particular case? Like, because
what does that mean?
Like,
oh my God, he's the one who said that, who introduced this whole like America's just exercising their sovereignty into it. Now he's asking what it means.
You're a guest in our with all due respect, I think I said it like 6-7 times. You're a guest in our country. Adhere to the rules. That's it. That includes conservative.
They were adhering to the rules. You have the right to write op-eds. You have the right to protest, even as a legal resident. What?
Canadians, conservative Brits. That's Carl Benjamin. That's Paul Joseph Watson. That's Viva Fry. That's Seth Rogen. And it's also
okay. So all those people should not speak about American national interests, like the Suez Canal. We shouldn't say the Panama Canal or like was Puerto Rico a state or not. Visa. They should not speak about American politics.
You can speak about what you want, but speech has consequences.
I mean, okay, so
this is like what I've heard some people that they've argued against on like the lib progressive like left side or whatever, like freedom of speech doesn't equal freedom of consequences or whatever. And usually in those instances, they're talking about people like getting fired for racist shit that they've said, or transphobic shit, whatever the controversy of the day is. But now we're applying to this, we're applying like having constitutional rights and protections stripped from you. That's the consequences in his whole speech has consequences argument.
We can move on. I'll say, to me, that's a radical,
like literally legal consequences.
Different America than I thought I grew up in. And I think it's fucked up that we're becoming that kind of country. I think it's really bad.
That's true.
Yeah, you don't believe I think that's true?
Well, I mean, I suppose
like what I just said, I believe. You're like, you don't believe that.
Well, because if we go back several administrations, that's not been the case ever. I mean, look at New York in the 2000s when the Bush administration rounded people up, and well, I'm sorry, it wasn't Bush, during the Bush years, and they put 200 people in like a bus. They locked them in a bus cage.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's the country you grew up in. The idea that these things haven't been happening. George Carlin got arrested for swearing. We had blasphemy.
I need him to defend slavery. This country has a long history of slavery. 400 fucking years. So fuck it. Just say it, Tim. Say slavery is fine. I mean, that's the legacy of this country, right?
It was bad. Yeah, and it was bad. And then we said, we shouldn't do that anymore.
And it never changed. The idea that you think you grew up in a nation where you could say whatever you wanted is an absurdity. George Carlin went to jail for swearing.
And that was good, you think?
No, it wasn't.
And you think it's good that Rumesa Öztürk is being forced into the country.
So she's on a conditional visa as conditioned by the INA and the existing administration and the will of the voters.
Okay, but you're arguing.
No. My argument is,
you're arguing that Öztürk's deportation makes sense because George Carlin was arrested for swearing.
No, you said I grew up in a country with free speech, and I said no, you did not.
And
it's never been true.
And you're like, okay, you're right.
So more of that, please.
So under your view, America,
more repression, more anti-free speech.
As a country that doesn't have free speech, never had free speech.
Yes,
and that's a good thing.
No,
because we're exercising our sovereignty.
No.
Okay, but you think it's a good thing that Rumesa Öztürk doesn't have free speech?
And you understand the distinction between a non-citizen here on a conditional visa and an American citizen being arrested for swearing?
Like the argument started off as like, well, they're not technically American citizens yet because they're like legal residents or they only have student visas. So like the veracity of the Constitution doesn't apply to them, even though it's not true because the First Amendment says people, not citizens specifically. But even if I took his argument at face value and like, okay, let me engage with it on that point. Now we've moved it down to, well, even George Carlin didn't have free speech, so no one really has free speech. So, you really shouldn't be complaining about it because that's, that's legal in this country. Okay?
I understand that there's a distinction. I don't think that either of those people should be treated differently in that case.
Let me say this.
I don't agree with you, man.
This country has never had free speech.
Okay, I think
it's a fact. When the founding fathers finalized the Constitution,
do you think we should?
Yeah, but it's so gross hearing him make this argument because usually when people make that argument, it's like a hyperbolic way of saying that, like, we need to expand and protect free speech in the United States and freedom of the press. It's not usually used as like an argument as to why you should be grateful for what you have and you should just shut up.
To have free speech?
Yes, but there are limits on what free speech is based on the moral worldview of the individual argument. For instance, do you believe someone should be allowed to direct someone to commit a violent crime?
That's that's not the moral worldview of an argument. That is the effect of the speech. So you think that whether you have free speech should be
But that's not constitutionally protected speech. If you're making like threats against people. But even then, even if you say it, even if you grant it's not constitutionally protected speech, it wouldn't follow that like they need to be imprisoned necessarily. It would depend.
Your words should be based on the moral worldview of the argument.
So to understand
certain
your view
arguments
of what free speech means, I'm asking you a question. If somebody says explicitly,
it's actually Adam who doesn't understand free speech. It's Tim that totally gets it though.
Right now commit crime to that person. Is that free speech?
Someone says you right now commit crime to that person, and what, do they do it?
Yes.
I mean, I guess
Tim's also at the point where he's arguing that because you can't put a whites only sign on your business, that's a violation of your free speech.
Not a free speech scholar, but like that is there's probably be legal consequences for that free speech.
It is illegal to do that. Do you think someone should be able to yell fire in a crowded theater?
I mean, this is the canonical example of speech that's not free speech. So
it actually is. That's Brandenburg v. Ohio. It is, in fact, legal speech. I don't think people should. I understand the Supreme Court.
Yeah, Tim is going with the you can't yell fire in a theater, therefore you don't have free speech. This is such an I'm 13-year-old and this is deep logic. Yeah.
It's ruling on that issue. These in fact legal speech. I don't think people should. I understand the Supreme Court's ruling on that issue. The challenge with free speech, let's go back to the beginning of this country. Blasphemy laws were on the books after they even had the First Amendment.
So
like they literally said you can't blaspheme. We would say that's not free speech, but how did you have a First Amendment if you arrested people for blaspheming? My point is, and this is an anarchist philosophy, the laws of the country are dictated by those with the power to enforce it. That's why.
Okay, got it.
It used to be illegal to put a pie on your windowsill, but
this is actually him making like a leftist position argument, you guys.
But even though it's still illegal, nobody arrests you for it. So free speech does change throughout the generations. Of course. We never grew up in an era.
Did you know we didn't really have freedom in this country, guys? Because you're not allowed to kill other people. So really, there's never actually been any freedom in the United States. You know, not being able to murder people is technically a restriction on your freedom. So
we never had a time in our lives where you had true free speech the way the absolutists want it to be.
Yeah, I'm talking about the story that we tell about ourselves as a country, man. I'm talking about
not true.
I'm talking about the value.
If foreigners want to influence public opinion, they should do it the American way via foreign state-funded media org employing people like Tim Pool. Yeah. Just get yourself a nice little licensing agreement with Tenant Media.
That we have collectively as people. And of course, those are always changing a little bit and people are trying to pull them in one direction or another.
Split in half.
I would have thought, that like, I don't know that much about you. I know you're very involved with Occupy and stuff like that and protest movements, which I think is cool work. I would have thought that like a student writing an op-ed about another country's war and her own institution's support for it, vis-a-vis our country's foreign policy, would be the kind of thing that you would think is a sort of free speech that we should value. That is the kind of free speech that I think, I personally think like a lot of the idea of America is built upon. I think it's one of the good things about the country, that this is a country where you can come here and you can express your opinion mildly in the newspaper.
What happened to Kent State?
And I think Kent State was bad.
My point is,
I think it was bad, man.
America was, but I kind of feel like a non-citizen.
But this one you said you think is good. You're not sitting here going, man, yeah, that's
a bummer. She got deported, dude. What are you talking about? You didn't get shot in the face. A conditional visa was revoked. I'm not crying about it. I don't care.
I mean, I think she cares. I think
that's
her family cares. I think the people of her university care. I think
change the law, man. This is a marginal issue for a single person who was in violation of the INA as it's enforced by a government that was elected by a popular majority, or I should say by a plurality, but the popular vote.
I mean, this is really what it comes down to, right? He doesn't care. This is not about some principle, like some esoteric legal, like narrow legal argument that's being invoked to justify any of this shit. It comes down to, I don't care. These people don't really seem like Americans and Trump can do what he wants and it would be too hard for him to undo it without making him look bad. So fuck it. I don't care.
So let me pull this up. This is what we were talking about earlier. This is RCP from April 22nd. Every age bracket, to be fair, 40-49 is a tie. But Real Clear Politics aggregate shows from all of the latest polls, 70 plus is the only age group that is a negative.
What if Biden deported a student for calling colleges too woke? I mean, he'd be ranting about civil war for the next, like just being a product of that for the next year.
Negative view of Trump's job.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
This is a popular majority.
I'm just trying to make sense of your position around free speech, because you agree with me about all the past things in America that you're talking about. Kent State, you're talking about George Carlin and all these other things, and these were bad abrogations of free speech. And
Indeed, deportation is not a murder. You're going home. I'm giving you a ride home.
But
if you came to my house, I let you in the door. I said, you can hang out tonight. And you started shit talking my brother. I say, bro, I'm going to give you a ride home. I don't think you should be here. That's not an affront to someone's sovereignty or free speech. It's like the worst thing that happened to you is I give you a ride home. I'm going to cry. She's going home. What's the problem?
So being asked to leave someone's home because you're rude is the same as being deported to a different country when you're already a legal resident because you wrote an op-ed that offended the current administration. These are basically the same things.
Well, home's nice. She was here conditionally. We said, hey, we kind of think you're being a dick. We're going to give you a ride home. That's it.
I mean, when I get a ride home,
Kent State,
6 guys don't normally shove me into a van, and then my family doesn't know where I am. That's
you know. How about you're at a bar and you're acting out in some way, and they say, listen, buddy,
do you feel
security throws you out of the bar?
Do you feel this woman was acting out? Do you think she was acting inappropriately? Do you think that she was acting?
I've already told you I did not.
Okay, so then how are you justifying what happened?
I don't think
it's legally narrow that it can happen. Therefore, it's good.
I don't think you know how to separate. I just don't think you know how to comprehend the separation between. I have no issue with a woman making her argument. I think it was absurd to claim she's adhering to Hamas because she's critical of Israel. But her
nonetheless, she should be deported.
Visa is conditional, and it is the authority of these.
And she should not complain because it's not like she was getting shot in the face.
United States and the Secretary of State to revoke that. So it's okay. Right? Trump won the popular vote. This is the agenda.
Man. Sorry, man. This is the hump that I can't get over.
Clearly.
You don't have any problem with what she actually did, right? But Trump and Rubio had the narrow legal ability to do it.
What is this marginally shit? Just say yes or no. It drives me crazy.
You're not following.
Do you agree with their decision to
do not.
It?
I think there is a net negative, to a degree, that foreigners come to this country to dictate our politics. Canadian, British,
dictate our politics, or just give their opinion in the newspaper that's dictating?
Let's I'll turn on the language. To come here and advocate.
We was policing Adam earlier about hyperbole or whatever, and he just got called out so bad.
For policies of the American people.
So you feel that foreign nationals of all kinds, when they're in the United States, should never speak about our politics ever, upon pain of legal punishment. That is a position that you have about America generally.
Did they agree to it?
Pool saying, okay, we'll change the law, but she's not able to petition the government to do so because they just say no, LOL, no, and deport her. That's the other thing. It's like, again, they are the ones contravening the law. They are the ones defying and ignoring the Supreme Court. They are the ones not adhering to the law. But somehow there's some way and some legal loophole that she was supposed to use or invoke, even though he's already made it abundantly clear she's a foreigner trying to dictate policy. The most charitable interpretation of his argument is that he means Americans need to change the law, but those laws already exist. It just falls apart.
When they applied for the visa under the INA, did they agree to those terms?
I don't know.
The answer is yes, they did. It clearly states when you're coming on a condition, you can't do certain things. It literally says you won't protest.
Also, these like fringe interpretations of like the INA can like technically deport you for like any reason or whatever. It's like, my understanding is that like, yes, they can technically deport you for any reason that they want, because they can always basically invoke like, oh, you're a security threat or whatever. But in this instance, what they're trying to launder into what counts as a security threat is, again, someone writing an op-ed for a college newspaper, someone going to a protest, someone having driven people from one state to the other for a construction job. These are the security threats that are supposed to justify taking these people out of the country without due process.
And we still would allow them to hold a sign up or something. But maybe if they didn't.
But apparently we don't allow them to hold a sign up. So I'm not asking about what they agreed to. I'm not asking the legal justification.
Don't agree to things
Do you, Tim Pool, believe that as a moral issue, as a practical issue? Do you think that America should be a country in which every foreign national in the country should feel that they should never speak about American politics under pain of legal punishment?
No.
You don't think that that's...
Well,
you don't agree with that?
You presented me an absolute. Right? You gave me the extreme end.
Okay, so Rumesa Öztürk, I think, is
the extreme end in this case is, again, the logical conclusion of everything he's argued up until this point.
A really illustrative example because it was such a mild
understand
version.
That they've made an agreement upon entering this country that if they are in violation of the terms of their visa, it may be revoked. If they come here with the intent of advocating against U.S. foreign policy, that is a consequence. Speech has consequences. I think we're getting hung up on the issue that I've clearly answered, and I understand maybe you don't understand, but we can.
I think I've pinned you down
This speech has consequences line is just so fucking despotic.
well enough that like you just like
Like in the context of like people being disappeared for like assembly and like free to, like, and just like expressing opinions.
really have a much smaller view of free speech than I do, and I think a lot of Americans do. I think it's a change to the American spirit. I think it makes the country smaller. It's a shittier country to live in. Is a country where people live in fear of what they say when they're here on a student.
They always
visa.
have.
Yeah, and that's bad.
So,
it's bad to live in fear of saying shit.
This is not. You see, here's the issue. I suppose
your whole bullshit culture baiting thing about the Islam stuff in England. If what you say is true, and it may be, I don't know, because I don't really I don't really follow that as.
Yes, I mean, just finally call him out for this bullshit or whatever. He was like clearly just grasping at straws by going off on that tangent about like, well, why don't you go to UK and make jokes about Muslims or whatever? Because you're fucking scared to.
You would never.
I think it's bad. About that country.
You would never go to the UK and do those things.
If I were now, look, I don't know of the policies of which you speak, okay? But if I were to be in England and I were to make a joke on their stage and I were to be put into a van and removed from a country, I would say this is a bad thing about England, and I think that the country sucks, and I think that they should change it, and I don't think people should go there anymore, and that sucks for them and it sucks for us.
You wouldn't make a joke about Islam in the United States. You wouldn't.
Okay, sure. What's that meant to prove?
You don't actually believe in free speech. You fear the consequences.
Because I don't make a joke about the topic that you demand me to.
Because this topic in
I don't believe in free
has resulted
speech.
in people like a Charlie Hebdo getting murdered.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, but you just said that in the United States. Charlie Hebdo didn't happen in the United States.
Bad.
And
bad
like
that they were murdered.
South Park tried just showing Muhammad, and Comedy Central wouldn't let him do it.
Yeah, that's bad.
So yeah, that's bad, and that's the result of like corporate television networks being scared of like getting sued or being met with violent reprisal. It's also bad.
Let's see you stand up for that value and come out and make a joke about it.
I've stood up about free speech plenty of times. What are you talking about?
Take it to the next level, brother.
Okay.
How about we do this? You believe in free speech?
Dude, this is what you do when you've lost an argument, is that you just
Tim's at the point where he's saying if Adam Conover won't like go hold a Nazi rally, he's like actually scared of testing the limits of free speech.
To this, you just jumped to this. What did you say?
You brought it up.
What did I? Oh, the Islam piece of it. Yeah, no.
And now I'm continuing the conversation, and you're derailing into you must have lost the argument.
No, because
Brother,
because
let's stand up for South Park, for Matt Stone and Trey Parker.
I stand up for them.
So go on stage and show a big picture of Muhammad.
I'm sorry. What the thing that you're doing?
Stand up for free speech, brother. Do it.
So
I'll do it with you.
So you're demanding me to go on stage and do.
There's something about Tim Pool getting like angry that just makes me so uncomfortable.
Care about free speech.
And unless I do, I'm a coward.
It just like gives me the energy of like rejecting a guy and they immediately become like really, really like terse with you.
I'm saying
this is
for like telling them no or something.
This is a bizarre rhetorical move. This is a bizarre rhetorical move.
I didn't call you a coward. I said prove you care about free speech.
Yeah, I prove
do something that creates real risk to your person for free speech.
Yeah, I speak about shit all the time, dude. I'm happy.
Tim Pool looks like a mouse. That's mean. That's mean to mice.
To live in America where
Mice are
the
cute.
things I say don't create real risk to my person. In fact, if I were to say the things that you're saying, I would not be creating real risk to my person.
You don't think so?
I do not think so.
Then why not just do it? Prove me wrong.
Because I don't have anything in particular to say about those topics.
Just put a picture of Muhammad up and say praise be. Prove I'm wrong.
I'm really glad we got here again because it's just very fun to sit in how weird this part of the conversation is.
Remember Charlie Hebdo?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, a bunch of people were shot because they
put a picture of Muhammad.
Yeah, that's bad.
You think if you did that, they might want to shoot you too?
Yeah, maybe.
So you shouldn't do it.
I mean, I don't have it. Well, the particular images that they showed, I didn't think were like very funny. Like it was their right to do it.
South Park do it either. They censored the whole thing.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that's bad, and I think that's contrary to American values.
Why won't the free speech people who believe we should live in this country stand up against that?
I'm sorry, I'm not standing up for free speech unless I do what exactly?
Like the most maximally like what this is like a 13-year-old's idea of like being inflammatory is like making fun of Muhammad in 2025 or whatever, even though this is some literal like 2015 like Reddit atheist tier shit. But because Adam won't do that, he's like trying to suggest that that's indicative of like a lack of free speech, even though he's like, that's just not my comedic style.
I didn't say the only way for you to stand up for free speech is to do something. I said, why won't people who are claiming...
You called me a hypocrite, and I don't understand what's hypocritical about me only doing jokes about the topics that I'm interested in.
That you would not go to the UK and speak in violation of their speech laws.
I mean, I went there. I made fun of their government. I talked about,
This is like Adam arguing that you should have the right to like post obscenity online and like post like whatever you want to say online. And then Tim Pool's like, yeah, you should have the right. Why don't you post a photo of yourself naked? And he's like, no, I'm good, dude. And he's like, oh, because you're fucking scared of it.
The fire at Heathrow, because that impacted my travel when I was there. I talked about, yeah.
You can make fun of white people, but you can't make fun of non-white people. You go to jail for that.
Okay, yeah, I think that would.
Wait, and where?
About the fire at Heathrow, because that impacted my travel when I was there. I talked about, yeah.
You can make fun of white people, but you can't make fun of non-white people. You go to jail for that.
Okay, yeah, I think that would. If it's as you say, that sounds like if it applied to me as a comedian,
I would not.
I think it would say that's a bad law.
I would not go to Turkey and speak out against Islam, and I would not go to the UK and violate their speech laws.
Oh, okay. So are you a coward? What's your point?
No, I actually agree with the sovereignty of nations, and if they have laws, I'm not going to violate them.
Oh, I see the point that you're making. Okay, so when things are legal, they're just.
No.
Okay. So then what is your point?
Your argument is that foreigners should come here.
So one of your values is you should respect the sovereignty.
No, that's not my argument. I'm not going to explain how. I'm just going to say it's not.
Of other nations, but again, look, this is a this is a recent change in the way that the U.S. prosecutes and selectively enforces the laws that are on the books, and that's what happened to Rumeysa Öztürk, and again, that's like a material change in like the spirit and values of America.
Just because I think we spent like an hour on the one subject.
Yeah, I've been having a great time. Yeah,
I agree. It's been fun. I have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
In terms, you mentioned that Trump is, it's the makings of authoritarianism and things like that. Do you think that's distinct from any other administration?
Keep going.
Is the authoritarian push from the Trump administration? Obviously, there's going to be procedural distinctions, but I mean, like, were other administrations not also doing similar authoritarian maneuvers that were aghast?
He's already going to say, yeah, but it was bad when they did that.
Yeah, I mean, every single American administration could. I'm sure I can find things that I disagree with. Absolutely.
I think,
but it's like nothing's comparing to this particular administration that we're living through, where they're like speed running the erosion of like basic constitutional protections in the administrative state.
One of the challenges that we have in the United States right now is the people that largely support Trump and voted for him, particularly in his first term and largely carrying over in the second one, non-consecutive, had never voted before. We saw parts of the country that normally don't vote start turning red, start lighting up with new voters. I was at a rally for Trump in Fort Lauderdale, and most of the people that I met were like, I don't vote. I never voted before. So these were new voters, which were like poor, white, working class people. And so I think we end up seeing happen, especially right now, is for younger voters, it's interesting.
It's like not just poor people. It's like non-college educated specifically.
Considering they are shifting to the right, but they also have less.
FDR was far more authoritarian. I mean, yeah, like at the point that like FDR had 4 terms, and at the point he was probably the closest that the United States has come to like having a dictator in terms of like the sheer amount of power that he commanded when he was the president. But, he's remembered more favorably because he didn't rule like a tyrant. In popular memory, yes. You can find instances, I think, where he was like, he ignored like the Supreme Court and whatnot. But not the shit that like Trump's doing.
Memory of administration.
Like, for the most part, people remember FDR as like having used that power to like expand freedom and like, social delivery in the United States, not deport people.
Passed. For me,
without due process.
I voted for Obama. He was an evil man. And I didn't vote in 2016 because I said the system is corrupt. I've lived through, I was a teenager when the Gore v. Bush stuff happened, and I just saw bickering and arguments, and I'm right, then war and bullshit. Then Obama comes around, and I was, how old was I, 22 or something, and people were like, you got to vote. I was 21, no, 22. You got to vote for him. He's changed. It's new. He wasn't supposed to win. Hillary Clinton was supposed to be the person, so I voted for Obama. One of the first things he does is he bombs a Pakistani village, kills a bunch of women and children. And I went, holy fuck, stopped voting. Didn't vote in 2016 either. I said, fuck this. The issue we see largely now is to see so many people who are, older millennials, Gen X,
but then voted for Trump, who is like currently in the middle of like openly endorsing like the ethnic displacement of Palestinians in Gaza. Like, any comment on that, Tim?
Boomer, acting like,
or like Trump in his first term, like, assassination of Soleimani.
Donald Trump is an aberration. For a lot of people, it's like, you're fucking lying. You're lying, or you have a myopic view. I lived through when Barack Obama signed the indefinite detention rendition provisions of the NDAA, or when George W. Bush lied to the American people, didn't declare war, got a bullshit AUMF. And at the time, during the Iraq and Afghanistan war, it was if you did not agree, they'd blacklist you from media and all these things. I don't see a functional difference until now. What I see now, I wouldn't necessarily call authoritarianism in that Trump gutting the budget.
It's weird that he'll use this line of argumentation to say that Trump is the natural conclusion of previous American administrations undermining constitutional freedoms within the United States, which I don't disagree with. But it's in service of saying that like Trump is simultaneously not uniquely corrupt, but also he's like part and parcel with the rest of the American establishment. But then also he's an outsider.
And shutting down departments is weakening federal authority for the first time in my life.
I mean, he's not weakening federal authority. He's weakening state capacity. He's, destroying our ability to like predict the weather. He's like firing scientists and like park service people and stuff like that. In terms of authority, they're beefing up the law enforcement departments and they're sort of, reaching out legally in stronger ways than
Reportedly told Bibi we will abandon you if the war continues. Yeah, they're having their little lovers quarrel, but they always make up in the end.
ever. So like the law enforcement, the capacity for the state to sort of
You guys, I'm at 999 followers on Twitch. If I just get one more, I'm at 1K. Who's going to be the 1,000th follower?
control your behavior is, the people with guns there's more of them and they're more powerful than ever. Now, there's some I'm sure that will disagree about, like the EPA, you'd probably see as, the sort of department that's forcing people to do things. I think the EPA is mostly good. We probably disagree about that. But like,
yay! Thank you, 16-bit Mango, for being the 1,000th follower. Congrats.
Most of the stuff that that he's firing are just the basic, like, good things that the government does. Like, the government does a lot of really bad shit. Government does a lot of really good shit. One of them is like predicting the weather, firing like thousands of NOAA scientists who are like, predict like when tornadoes are going to come hit, places like this here in West Virginia, right?
We don't get, we're in the mountains.
Okay, sorry. I don't know. Yeah.
I think as, like most places, you can get a tornado, and there were sometimes they form, but it's not like Tornado Alley or anything.
Yeah, it's just funny, like some of the people who like interact with the weather service the most are are in like the reddest areas, the tornado prone places, the storm watch people, stuff like that. And
they voted for it.
So a lot of it is and it's really sad because it's just sort of like ignorance, like anti-science, anti-intellectual sentiment sort of sweeping the country is really bad. But I think the interesting thing that you point out though is there are past authoritarian things that other past presidents did, and I'll agree to that and say that's really bad. The difference is you're stumping for it when Trump does it, and I find that really interesting. Well, you're stumping for we should deport foreign students who write an op-ed. Like that's your.
Should.
You said it's good that they did it.
Marginally good.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So you're stumping for it.
So you're still saying it's good.
I'm saying it's good.
Marginally good.
Point. Yeah.
But I think the important
Okay,
distinction is should implies whenever it happens. I don't agree with that. I think, as I've said a million times, I don't understand. I don't want to go back on the issue. It's an absurdity to claim that someone who's critical of Israel is pro-Hamas.
Yeah.
People who are pro-Hamas are pro-Hamas. So there are nuances in all things. What I see largely right now is Trump won the popular vote. He's got approval as of April 22nd. To be fair, this is pre-tariff, so I'm sure it's gone down. But he's got general approval from most demographics except for the 70-plus bunch. And I don't see the removal of government agencies as authoritarian, especially when he promised to do it and then did it based on the people who voted for him.
I'm listening to...
Okay. But there's a difference between making promises on the campaign trail and then getting into office and by whatever means necessary, even if it means flagrantly going against like congressional, like American domestic law, the Constitution, the Supreme Court, get it done at all costs, and he just tries to frame that as like, but Trump's just doing his agenda. This is what any president would do.
Just finish an audio.
Or like he's talking about like past administrations, like, George Bush and Obama. And it's like, we don't need to whitewash anyone. There have been constitutional violations and bad things that these administrations have done as well. But like, Obama and George Bush sent people to Guantanamo Bay, right? But what they used is like, this was like during the like war on terror or whatever, but like what they were attempting to do is like, they were holding people there illegally, and this is not good. At the very least, these were people that were like plucked off of a battlefield and taken to Guantanamo Bay and then held there indefinitely or whatever. None of this is good. Human rights violations galore. But like the Trump administration is trying to leverage these sorts of laws beyond even their like intended narrow legal purpose. And now we're just using it against like migrants and illegal immigrants, quote unquote, and just residents or whatever, like far beyond the original scope. And Tim Pool would have you thinking like these are all basically the same, you know, contraventions of law.
Audiobook about the rise of the Third Reich, just putting up a little history. And one of the first things that they do is that they destroy the civil service, right, and that kind of state capacity, frighten those people, get them to fall into line, and that's what a big part of what Trump has done, and I think it's been like really effective.
Frightening who?
Frightening like the actual people who work in the civil service, right? Like yeah. Well, firing them and frightening the rest, right? And getting them to behave differently, installing loyalists, stuff like that. I think that's plainly authoritarian. Every administration will change out the department heads. They won't. There's I did a show about the U.S. government, and I met some department heads who are like, oh, this person's a political appointee, and they're not that bright, right? From both both administrations, but the civil service underneath them, right? The people who are like the trained experts, the weather scientists at NOAA, the regulators at like the FDIC who like keep your bank balance safe, stuff like that. Then wiping those people out and replacing like the actual people with expertise with loyalists, right? And that's where you end up with the primary value is loyalty to Trump rather than actually getting the thing done properly. The DEI push to that's a fig leaf for removing people who are not sufficiently loyal, as well as there's a lot of reasons that they're doing that.
I'll say on that regard,
it's all pretty
like racism.
I won't make a direct counter argument to that, but I do think that's pretty assumptive.
Because he doesn't have one.
Oh yeah, I'm making a claim, and you can get into it or not.
Yeah, it's trying to read into the intent, which may or may not be correct. Maybe.
Yes, I think it may or may not be correct. That is my view.
Who's to say? Who's to say what's right and wrong?
Right. My point is, and I respect that. Like your view is based on those actions. There actually absolutely is an easy vehicle for firing people if your move is DEI. It's like these people here, I don't want them here. Oh, you were hired incorrectly. You're part of a department. I don't want to get rid of them. On the surface, outside of that, I think the DEI stuff is illegal, and I'm glad to see it purged and removed. I think it violates the Civil Rights Act.
DEI programs, you think violate the Civil Rights Act?
Yeah, I think, there's an interesting conversation around what is legal and what's not. A lot of people think if SCOTUS has it true, it's legal. I don't think that's fair because that would mean that Roe v. Wade should have been overturned. But
attempting to promote diversity and integration, that actually goes against the spirit of what MLK said, believed, and the Civil Rights Act itself, you guys.
I think most liberals think it shouldn't have been, so they would argue that it wasn't constitutional or legal. But the Civil Rights Act says we're not supposed to discriminate on the basis of race, sex, religion, gender, etc.
He's literally doing the 3 IQ move of MLK said, judge people not on the, color of their skin, but by the content of their character. So actually, affirmative action is racist. Okay.
And when you create DEI programs where you're specifically targeting based on those factors, you're clear violation of the Civil Rights Act.
MLK was anti-woke. I mean, these people know that MLK is a national hero, so they can't openly say or express their disdain for him. They just have to convolute his memory and politics and attempt to say, actually, he would have agreed with me.
So, you got to amend the law or change it or create new provisions. But how I grew up, I would never want to be in a circumstance where race was a determining factor in whether or not I could get into school or get a job.
Yeah.
There was a point where every other sentence, Tim Pool was bringing up that he's half Korean, that he's been discriminated against that.
Neither would I, but for a lot of people, it fucking is, man.
But that's why we got the Civil Rights Act. And you have a right to sue the institutions that are in violation of that. And through those laws, we've eliminated largely blockbusting and redlining. And then Democrats largely started to enact.
DEI doesn't always mean affirmative action. To these people, it does.
Redlining still, but it's better than it used to be.
It's true. And that shouldn't be allowed. And it's through the Civil Rights Act, through the lawsuits, we've gotten rid of those things. I don't understand how we've circled back, and it's largely through the liberal side of things, to start using race again. That's crazy to me.
To start using race again.
Well, let me clarify that.
This is what drives me insane. I don't even need to keep watching to know what he's about to do. He's about to draw an equivocation between racial awareness, race conscious policies that attempt to promote integration within the United States, that attempt to rectify historical wrongdoings against marginalized groups and races, ethnicities, minorities, etc. in the United States. That is on par and equivalent to times in this country where we've had Jim Crow laws and attempted to oppress, segregate, and discriminate against people on those same criteria. That's the same thing.
Obviously, everybody always was secretly trying to use race, because this country has a history. I don't think it's fair to say just this country, but people are racist. I think everybody's racist. And we're trying our best.
I think everybody's racist, guys.
I think civilizationally to be
and of course, that's true. Everybody has racism within them. Everybody has racial blind spots or whatever, but he's not using that. He's using that to flatten the plane of we all do it a little bit or whatever, equivocate between everybody's, versions of racism.
Let's stop doing that. But there are a lot of people that don't because they're racist. So when I see, I don't care if it's a white redneck dude saying he doesn't like black people or whatever, these people online that want to make, anytime they post a video, They like, you know, they'll post a video of black people committing a crime, and it's like, brother, I could find videos too of white people committing crimes. If you want to do like a multivariate study of every single instance of video crime or whatever, we could. There are FBI crime sets, I get that. But there are racist people out there. But the Democrats are still engaged in racist practices through DEI and gender-based discrimination, et cetera, which
Race-conscious policies have historically been bad. I probably disagree with you, but like, I don't find, like, he is trying to say that like race-conscious policies, like regardless of like good or bad or whatever, your assessment of them, that is the same as like a policy factoring in race, which is something that, you know, doesn't truly exist, but, you know, moves throughout the world. Like, people navigate the world as though it does. Like, that's the same as like racial discrimination codified into law, like segregation.
It's just clear violation of everything.
Which is like, you can disagree with like affirmative action, DEI, etc., but it's not on the same plane as like actively attempting to segregate people, you know.
The title of the Civil Rights Act.
Jim Crow is racist, race-conscious policy. No, it's not. Jim Crow is racially discriminatory policy. It's not the same as like race-conscious policy.
I mean, there's a million different programs that get lumped in as DEI. I'm interested to know, you do think racism like exists in America?
That's a very reductive understanding of like what constitutes like a racist policy. It's just saying like if it involves or acknowledges race, that's racism or whatever. This is like silly to me.
And it's a problem that we should keep fighting.
Profoundly exists in this country, and I think I don't think it'll ever go away. I think we have the proximity is the best cure. You know, you grow up around people and you understand they're good people, you tolerate them. I think we have a challenge with enclave.
It's like talking about like contact theory, but this is like, there's some evidence for it, some evidence against it.
So you'll find, and I think a lot of conservatives need to hear this too, because I was in Virginia, near Hampton Roads. There's a lot of racism there, and I mean like literally white areas that are predominantly white that don't like black people, don't like Mexicans, don't like Chinese people, and that exists, and they're going to be racist. But you get a similar.
Might be silly to think our race-conscious policies aren't racist. Who knows what the future holds? No, I think it's silly to think that they are racist in every instance. I'm not saying that there's never been something that's gone on under the umbrella of like a race-conscious policies that didn't constitute racism. I'm sure there has been, but I'm saying just like a blanket rule to say if it mentions, involves, invokes race in any way, it must necessarily be racist is silly.
But different kind of function in white uppity liberal conclaves too.
Yeah.
And so I do think it's a problem. But the problem that I see now is affluent white liberals who have this, you know, let me use an example. Do you know about the Yale study that found that white liberals they reduce their vocabularies to talk to black people?
I do not know about it, but it's.
Am I a communist? Yes, I'm a communist.
It sounds like it could be true. Like it sounds.
But if you're scared of that, I have no power, so don't worry.
Totally, you know, yeah. There's a lot of racist white liberals.
They present themselves as less competent in interaction with African Americans.
Yeah,
conservatives tend not to, but there still are obviously like racist parts of the South, especially in the South.
Racist parts all over America. And by the way, racism isn't unique to white people either.
Right.
You know?
I mean,
yes, I was gonna say this. Like, you're telling me that even white liberals do racism? What? No way, dude.
I mean, brother, go to Asia. Anybody who's been to China or Japan or Korea, it's like.
Well, and in America, we have a form of.
You're telling me that it's possible for like supposedly like well-intentioned people to, you know, be condescending towards people of another race? No way, dude.
Racism that's like, you know, based around white supremacy, but it's like non-white people can like participate and like be a part of it. You know?
I think that exists, but I don't think it's the predominant anymore. It may be largely.
So let me ask you this: when like you know, there's a plane crash or a fire or something like that, and the Trump administration, the first thing they do.
If DEI is combating racism, it failed miserably. I mean, it's like turned into the same way that like critical race theory is this like boogeyman that exists now. And, you know, DEI is like it's like the next version of it. It's a new critical race theory. So like, I really don't think it's like, it's that it's failed or whatever. It's like, it's a new boogeyman to go after or whatever.
Do is they say, too many black air traffic controllers. Like that's the first thing they do.
When did they say that?
That was like immediately they just come out.
DEI is the new Jim Crow. These are big brain takes.
And they're like DEI in the FAA. That's the problem. That was like the first thing Trump came out and did, and then that became the narrative.
Maybe. All I can tell you is,
does that seem like racism to you? Because it does to me.
What I can tell you is I interviewed the Secretary of Transportation. He actually rejected that premise.
Did you guys know we were living through like Jim Crow up until like Trump was put back in office? Then he got rid of Jim Crow. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that you rejected the premise that. Sorry.
Right. So I asked Secretary Duffy, are we actually seeing an increase in these airline accidents because we've seen these high-profile stories. Some have argued it's DEI finally catching up, which I don't think makes sense. That all of a sudden just planes crash because they hired diverse people or whatever. And Duffy said no. He said we've not seen a significant uptake. It's largely just a phenomenon of the media, and people are getting riled up. And of course, the right wants to say it's because of DEI, which makes no sense. The left is saying it's because of the Trump administration, which makes no sense. The issue is we had stories that were sensationalized in the media.
Oh, I didn't know you were a commie. What school do you lean more towards, Straighter Aid? And we're not doing a theory stream, Mr. Green.
People perceived an increase in air traffic accidents, but we are going to try and streamline and fix the FAA.
Yeah, no, I felt that. Well, look, the air traffic controller system is in obviously a terrible state, and it's probably.
I've taken all of the DEI trainings. Wow, every single one. So, like, what was the Jim Crow shit that they made you like institute at your workplace or whatever?
Did you see the computers they have?
In the new work thing is, I mean, look, there's something to be said for old computers. There's a lot of people who make a lot of hay about government systems being written in Fortran and COBOL, but that stuff is actually really like future proof. Like it's old code bases that are like really well run and stuff.
It's not future proof. It's subject to ICS hacks. It's insane.
In some cases, I've read engineering analyses for like.
When they made us identify ourselves by our race. So you being asked to talk about your racial background, a thing we all know exists, thing that influences everybody's lives. That's the same as Jim Crow segregation.
In some cases, we don't need to make fun of the old code. It's okay to have old code.
Remember the Jubilee Sam Cedar video? Is this what he was saying he was arguing against? I actually haven't seen that whole thing. I need to, though. I only saw that exchange with that, like, blonde bimbo who is like, we need to, like Trump is too liberal or something like that.
Same reason why, hey, punch cards weren't so bad for voting sometimes. Like the old shit works well in some cases. But the FAA, air traffic control, we got to fix it up. It's an infrastructure problem in the country. And so based on what and I believe that a lot of the crashes were clustering, right? A couple crashes happened in short order, happens randomly. Well, not just media, it's like the human psychology, right? Three random events happen together, and you think a whole lot are happening all at once. But like Donald Trump, the man, the human being, his literal first response was to come out and go, too many black air traffic controllers, too many. I mean, I'm paraphrasing for comedy.
Yeah, I don't think he specifically said black people.
No, he didn't say black people. He said DEI. He blamed it on DEI immediately. And there is this odd, like, look, I'm not a fan of corporate DEI programs, especially. The right was really smart to seize on DEI as a slur to tar all attempts to address racism with, because it's an acronym.
They're calling it didn't earn it.
Yeah. I've been through some seminars that were like a waste of time or whatever, kind of annoying. And I think that, the corporate response to, George Floyd's murder and everything that happened afterwards was like pretty toothless and stupid.
Yeah, he's like not wrong that like a lot of shenanigans that go on under the umbrella of like DEI are like silly, awkward, dumb, ineffective, any number of like endless criticisms for all of this shit. It's just not like Jim Crow.
But I find it bizarre to watch the right, like something goes wrong and they're immediately like, oh, the problem is that we have a...
Plus all of these same people that like bitch about DEI and like actually all of these minorities are getting the recipients of this, like it's like crickets when you're like, oh, okay, so should we get rid of like legacy status and admissions, Nothing about that. Even though that confers like far more of an advantage to applicants when it comes to college than DEI does.
Woman fire chief, or we have a, people of color air traffic controllers. It's like, oh, that's just straight up racism. Like,
but it's a communication.
Wow, but you've like somehow done a little loop-de-loop where you're like, oh, I think DEI is racist. Therefore, me yelling at black people in positions of power is not racist.
I mean,
like it's bizarre.
But that's not the case. I mean, the right wanted to elect Larry Elder to governor of California. The meme
the right as a token black guy,
among all conservatives is that Clarence Thomas should clone himself and replace every other Supreme Court justice.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about the rush to blame these infrastructure problems on.
So I would call that a failure of communication for sure. The issue
call it racism,
but it's not the target. The target is people who are hired without passing, not the fact that they're black. So Charlie Kirk got a lot of flack for this because he said, I go on a plane, I see a black pilot, and I think, am I supposed to be worried?
Yeah, well, that's racist.
But the point he was making was he was calling you racist, dude, and you guys didn't get that. He said you have created a situation where...
Why am I like being faced with this again?
Am I supposed to be worried?
Yeah, well, that's racist.
But the point he was making was he was calling you racist, dude, and you guys didn't get that.
Did you get like Charlie Kirk was literally trying to give the impression that corporations are just like letting random black people off the street like fly planes in the name of diversity.
He said, you have created a situation where average people think you are hiring people who can't do the job based on race, and we don't want to live that way.
It's like, is that what's happening, or is there a right-wing like media ecosphere dedicated to making people think that that's what DEI is?
I mean, he's the one getting on the plane and seeing a black person and saying that person's not qualified. I don't get it.
That's not what he's saying. He says Democrats are intentionally hiring underqualified people based on race. Why are they putting us in a situation like this?
He's saying that if a black person is in the seat, it means they're unqualified. That's his assertion.
No, he's saying he doesn't know because he knows you are advocating for it.
I'm just listening to the words that he's saying. It seems pretty straightforward.
I would say that when the left and the right only listen to the surface level clips and arguments, they don't actually understand what the person is conveying. And so the argument then is Charlie Kirk is a racist, which is not true. Charlie Kirk's point on that plane was, let's just map it out 1, 2, 3.
Charlie Kirk has like literally said that the Civil Rights Act was like a mistake. No. Just to be like crystal fucking clear. Charlie Kirk plans to discredit MLK Jr. in the Civil Rights Act. Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk is preparing to launch a campaign against MLK and the landmark civil rights law that he helped enact. God, I wish I could get into this article.
Democrats have created policies by which they will put people in positions of authority who don't have the same caliber degree or have passed certain tests because of race. We've seen policies where they will actually go down the list of top candidates until they get to a race. This creates a concern among people that
this is like a stupid understanding of like the way affirmative action works in like most instances is that if all else being equal between two candidates and you can't decide and one of them is a minority and the other is not, you're supposed to go with the minority. That's an example of it. It's like the final consideration. It's not they make it sound like it's the first.
That individuals are being hired without the capability based on race. That's the idea he's trying to convey. Not that he doesn't want to fly the black.
You think that when you think that in the time when we only had white pilots or white executives or white whatever, all those people were hired on merit. None of them floated through for some other reason, like
nepotism.
I was about to say like the underlying assumption is that things are already naturally skewed in favor of being like fair, and that when white people were prioritized at different points in the country, which has historically like been the case when it came to like hiring practices, positions of seniority, promotions, etc., that was like totally fair. That like race didn't factor into that whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you watched Nosferatu? Yeah, I did. I watched it on Valentine's Day. It was very good.
Like there's
I bet some people gave BJ's.
Yeah, exactly. The systems are like they already do that for everybody. So like so for him to go in and say, oh, when I see a black person, that's when I think that, not
because
when I see a white person, then that's racist on his part because he's only focusing on when the black people.
But it's because the policy is race based. The policy is race and gender based. And so the issue is not Charlie Kirk saying he doesn't like black people. He's saying Democrats are hiring people who are less qualified based on race. This is creating a concern for people, which we don't want to experience.
So the counter argument would be if you have a system that has no black people in it, right? You have a pool of people doing the job that has no black people in it. That clearly is not based on merit because, black people are X percent of the population, and surely some would have gotten through if it was really based on nothing but merit. So some of the existing white people must actually not have gotten there via merit. It must be because of a race-based system. So instead, let's adjust the system so that we give everybody an equal opportunity. That is going to mean that there are going to be more black people in the system. Now that happens, he now gets on the plane, he sees a black person, and he says, now it seems they seem unqualified to me? That's pretty straightforwardly racist.
I actually think that it was racist systems that kept out qualified candidates. What I would say to your argument is the only distinction between what you said and white nationalists is that you want a system to bring those people in and white nationalists don't. So you both the left and the right agree that there is some kind of phenomenon where
this reach to try to like equivocate between like DEI and like white nationalism is like pathetic.
Black people should be qualified and aren't qualifying. I disagree with that. I think that there were institutions throughout history that hampered the process by which minorities were able to go to schools to effectively get those degrees. Mm-hmm. It's very difficult. The liberal argument floats dangerously close, I think, to what white nationalists are hoping for. It's not to say you're wrong or anything, but it's a similar argument. That is the implication. So I'll put it this way: Ben and Jerry's. Do you know what the 1350 is?
They
call it the 1350.
Is that a Ben and
1350, 13% of the population does 50% of crimes or whatever, even though that stat's misrepresented. Because really, the more accurate stat is like, it's 13% of Black Americans, right? But half of those are men, half of those are women. And that stat reflects arrests, not convictions, and is actually indicative of like systemic bias against Black men in the criminal justice system. It's not what they think it says.
And Jerry's thing?
Yeah, not intentionally, but this was like.
I don't think it's murders. I think it's just like violent crime.
Holy shit, brother. Like, maybe you shouldn't be tweeting this. The 1350 is a meme which references despite being 13% of the population, Black people commit 50% of the crimes. And so that is a meme shared among white nationalists. Ben and Jerry's put out the exact same meme, but tried approaching it from a DEI standpoint. And this lit the fucking internet up with people mocking Ben and Jerry's, being like, holy shit, they've gone full white nationalist. They said, despite making.
So people's inability to recognize satire, if I'm to take him at his word that that's what went down, is indicative of liberals being fascist.
13% of the population, Black people make up 50% of the arrests. And the white nationalists said, you're correct, 100% correct. We agree with you on everything, and started cheering for Ben and Jerry's. And I was like, whoa, guys, don't take their arguments from them. Like, I think it's fair to say that there are racist, components of racism that have existed throughout this country for a long time. The solution would be colorblind hiring processes and educational benefits.
I literally can't find any evidence of this, like, 1350 Ben and Jerry's thing.
That target class and not race, because then you remove the racial component from the argument completely, instead of creating a racial argument for the white nationalists.
But if you admit that people in America are racist, you can't, if you want to, you can't build systems that are completely blind to race, or you have race continue. Then you have individual racists continuing to exert their power over the system.
So what you do is
you accept racism. You're just like, okay, yeah, racism will continue to affect every part of the system,
and we can mitigate it, right? So, for instance, for hiring practices, when it comes to the hiring managers, they should have no access to the name or the race of the individual. It should literally be, here's the resume, here's their qualifications, is it a yes or a no? And what we do then is we should target class-based opportunities for the younger generations. Meaning, if we go like, so for instance, I grew up in Chicago. Heavily racially segregated. We had 47th Street was a dividing line where on one side it was all Black. On the other side, it was largely white, but there was some Latino there. This created a lot of problems. Two different neighborhoods looking at each other like others. And if you were white and went to the Black neighborhood, you got arrested. If you were Black and went to the white neighborhood, the police wouldn't go near them because they were scared of being called.
This is not real.
Racist. The gangs would come from the Black side and rob people on the white side, creating a lot of anger, where the white people would be like, it's Black people doing it. And then I'd be like, I actually think it's a different community. It doesn't matter if it's white or otherwise. They just don't view as part of their community, so they don't care if they rob you. But if I robbed you, all the neighbors would get mad at me, right? The issue isn't the race, but this created massive racial tensions. If you went into that neighborhood and gave the Black...
The issue isn't the race, but there was racial tensions. Okay.
The Black neighborhood, a ton of benefits, resources, checks, or whatever based on race, brother, there'd be murders. It'd be fucking nuts, the racial tension you'd create. But if we do it based on income and class, then you'd have equal amounts of both neighborhoods now going to the same schools, making friends with each other. And then you're gonna have one guy's gonna be like, yeah, I live on 46th. And I'm like, no, wait, I live on 48th. Like, bro.
I mean, that's just a huge indictment, though, of like the majority power group trying to like level the playing field between like disadvantaged racial minorities in the United States is going to lead to like white people attempting to fucking lynch them, according to Tim Pool, who somehow has like a lower opinion of white people than I realized.
Oh, you're south of 47th? Let's hang out, man. Now they're friends. They don't view each other as others. They don't feel like their taxes are going to one racial group. Instead, what's ended up happening is DEI programs have said it's going to be based on race. And so then you get, if you go to like Appalachia, for instance, these are the poorest of the poor, and they feel like what little they could have is being given away to other people based on race, and they're being left behind, which breeds racial animosity.
Yeah, I mean, the pitting of, poor white people against Black people is like just part of the strategy of, the people in power, and they've always done it. And
liberal or
it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate to watch, it's unfortunate to watch the country like descend into that again. Racial issues are hard to tackle because it's we're very susceptible to it, and unfortunately we've backslid into a period of white racial backlash again, where the people around the country are they're just like, I mean, the Trump administration literally just treats any Black person as unqualified and fires them from the federal government. Like, that's what Pete Hegseth is doing in the Department of Defense. It's just like out and out racism. It's like a racial purge of the government. It's really bizarre. They're trying to like resegregate the country.
Where did that happen? Where they were firing Black people?
I mean, I don't know the names off the top of my head, but yeah.
That sounds not.
Let's see. Let's fact check Adam for once. Did the Trump administration fire Black people in the name of eliminating DEI? Smiling because the White House fact sheet that comes up is like Trump's protecting civil rights. This is from January 23rd of this year. Trump puts all U.S. government diversity staff on paid leave immediately. President Donald Trump has ordered that all U.S. government staff working on diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI schemes be put on immediate paid administrative leave. On Tuesday, the White House confirmed that all federal DEI workers had to be put on leave by nighttime the following day before the offices and programs in question were shut down. In an executive order also issued on Tuesday, Trump also called for the end of a dangerous, demeaning, and immoral programs. It's unclear how many people are affected by the order. The American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, which represents 800,000 federal workers, said since his inauguration, the president has acted swiftly on a number of key pledges through a raft of unilateral actions, including a crackdown on DEI. In his inaugural address, he pledged to forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. Another executive order preceding the one on Tuesday declares that all DEI positions, offices, and programs be terminated within 60 days. DEI programs aim to promote participation in workplaces by people from a range of backgrounds. Their backers say they address historical underrepresentation and discrimination against certain groups, including racial minorities, but critics say such programs can be themselves discriminatory. On Tuesday, a memo was sent from the U.S. Office of Personnel Management to the heads of government agencies, instructing them to place DEI employees on leave. The illegal policies of DEI, framing them as being opposition to U.S. law. The executive order requires federal hiring, promotions, and performance reviews reward individual initiative rather than DEI factors. The order evokes a civil rights era executive order signed by former President LBJ that made it illegal for federal contractors to discriminate on the basis of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin when hiring. This was later amended to help also prevent discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. Revoking that order could have ripple effects in the federal and private sector, said Alvin Tillery, a political scientist and co-founder of the 2040 Strategy Group, which does DEI training in the private sector. He said that theoretically, a company with only white employees that now refuses to hire black people or Latinos or women, for example, can go for a federal contract without showing that your processes are compliant with federal diversity standards. Could also eliminate training programs aimed at curbing discrimination or reinforcing positive behavior, critics say. People are going to be ill-informed about what discrimination is and what it looks like. A DC-based civil rights lawyer says, who represents federal and congressional workers, good-hearted people are going to be wrong about some things that we do, and it's going to have consequences. I mean, the most devastating thing is that, like, we're eroding like civil rights era protections in order to like eliminate DEI. This is supposed to be like reinforcing civil rights somehow.
Not true.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, because like, I'll put it this way, even if it were true, it's so overt that like...
Yeah, they're being really overt about it. I mean, Donald Trump is going on television and going, planes are crashing because of DEI. So it's
but DEI
really,
is a philosophy, it's an ideology.
He's saying because they're unqualified air traffic controllers, because they were hired because they're people of color. It's racist. He's racist. He's a racist man, and he's issuing racist policy, and the entire country's going along with it because we're in a period of white racial backlash.
When do you think he became racist?
I think he's been racist his whole fucking life.
How did he win all those awards then? Like, or like those accolades and like...
Tim Fool is about to make the argument that being racist holds you back in American society. Okay. Especially like talking about a guy who's like approaching like 90.
I don't know what accolades he won. He's won accolades.
Yeah, it was like a civil rights leader awards and shit.
Donald Trump has won civil rights leader awards.
Let me see if I can find something. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, that's.
I can't believe Adam's not talking about the time that he literally paid money to talk like. What was it? The New York Chicago 5? I can't think of their names. Fuck. Donald Trump pays for full page ad in the New York Times. And this is ignoring that like his father's building or like some of their apartment complexes were sued for racially discriminatory like tenant practices. To be fair, they said they did it. What do you mean? New York Times to call for imprisoning like black people. I don't know what to say. The Central Park 5, not Chicago 5. They admitted to it at the time. Many many were fooled. Racially charged rise of a demagogue. In 1989, 5 black and Latino boys were wrongfully convicted of raping a woman jogging in New York City. Leading the charge against them was a real estate mogul whose divisive rhetoric can be found in his presidential campaign today. Nearly 3 decades before the rambunctious billionaire began his reign for president, before he called for a ban on Muslims entering the United States, for the expulsion of all undocumented migrants, before he branded Mexicans as rapists, he was accused of mocking disabled people. Trump called for the reinstatement of the death penalty in New York following the horrific rape case in which 5 teenagers were wrongfully convicted. The miscarriage of justice is widely remembered as the definitive moment in New York's fractured race relations, but Trump's intervention, he signed a full-page newspaper advertisement implicitly calling for the boys to die, has been gradually overlooked as his chances of winning the Republican nomination have rapidly increased. Now those involved in the case of the so-called Central Park Five and its aftermath say Trump's rhetoric served as an unlikely precursor to a unique brand of divisive populism that has powered his rise to political prominence in 2016. So these boys are picked up. They later deny any involvement in criminality that night, but they were rounded up and interrogated by the police at length. They said they were forced to confessing to the rape. Four of the boys signed confessions and appeared on video without a lawyer, each arguing that while they had not been the individual to commit the rape, they had witnessed one of the others do it, thereby implicating the entire group. The city erupted. The case came to embody not only fears that accompanied the dramatic rise of violent crime in New York, but also its perceived racial dynamics. The case of a black woman raped the same day in Brooklyn by 2 men who threw her from the roof of a 4-story building received little media attention. Just 2 weeks after the Central Park attack, before any of the boys had faced trial, and while someone remained in a coma, Donald Trump, whose office on Fifth Avenue commanded an exquisite view of the park's opulent southern frontier, intervened. He paid a reported $85,000 to take out advertising space in 4 of the city's newspapers, including the New York Times, under the headline, "Bring back the death penalty, bring back our police."
I mean, awards are dumb, so I don't. I think he won them because awards are stupid. I don't know. Bad job, awards committee, for giving the.
He did get the Ellis Island Medal of Honor, but there's a correction. It wasn't particularly over racial issues. I don't know what that means.
You love Trump so much. It's funny you're pulling up his awards.
I don't know how you think I
he's won so many racial awards.
I think it's weird that you think I love Trump.
I mean, you're here talking about how great his approval numbers are. Like
that's a fact. That's a fact statement.
Your YouTube headlines are all like Trump is crushing. His numbers are up. And the rest of the press is like his numbers are down. And
I never said his numbers were up. I literally just told you right now because of the tariffs, his numbers have gone down.
Dude, look.
I went on Piers Morgan and said Trump's approval is absolutely down. And I said you don't got to look at corporate press. Take a look at Rasmussen. They love Trump and they have Trump down 4 points.
Let me ask you something.
I don't think you watch my show.
I don't watch it that much. But I've looked at like your YouTube headlines.
We never said Trump's polls have recently been rebounding, but that's a fact statement from Newsweek aggregating like 3 or 4 different polls.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie and claim his polls are down if they're not down. And if his polls are down, I'll say they're down.
Okay, I mean, I use all the reporting I saw in the last week. Like, oh, his numbers are down. I saw you were going, they're up. And I look at your YouTube headlines, and a lot of times it seems like, look, the easiest way to get people to click on YouTube is tell them that their side is winning. I have trouble getting sucked into this in my own YouTube headlines.
I just go, and you know what I try to do? I try to avoid singular polls as well.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was on Piers Morgan. He asked about this. Carrie Lake, of course, said, of course he's doing well. The polls are lying. I said, they're not. I was like, the issue is that people don't. The one thing that's challenging is that the polls are so dramatically different from each other that it's going to create this perception. But my point was simply track a single poll. Find one you trust. If Trump supporters love Rasmussen, okay, well, Rasmussen had Trump go down. So even if you think ABC is lying, is Rasmussen who had Trump up yesterday? Well, he's down today. So Trump's approval went down with, oh, come on. It went down with the tariffs. The tariffs were bad for him. But
the tariffs are bad. They're really stupid. He's losing his mind.
So, for instance, like Rasmussen currently has him up 3 points.
Yeah.
The challenging thing, I think, is like if you look at Economist and Big Data, they cover nearly the same span.
Mm-hmm.
+1 -8.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I'm like, I don't know how you track singular polls. And the aggregates are also confusing as well. So what I say is, I always show this. I'll always try to show all the polls and the aggregates. But then I'll say, let's just track an individual poll. Maybe it had Trump minus 10 yesterday. Maybe he's minus 12 today, showing a downward trend. But like, then where the favorable poll?
But like,
why favor individual polls over aggregates, though?
I don't watch your show that much. I click around. It seems like you support Trump generally. You're normally saying, here's why the thing that he did. Yeah, okay. So you like him generally.
He did a lot of bad things, too.
So I'm saying, you know, he's behaving in an authoritarian fashion. He's abridging free speech. You're like, oh, but presidents in the past did that. They were being authoritarian and they were abridging free speech. And here's why Bush did it and it's bad.
Well, that's not how I phrased it. My phrasing was, do you think it's distinct from other administrations? Like,
you thought it was good when they were doing it before?
My question for you is, do you think it was good when they were doing it before?
It was bad.
Yeah, and my point is there are instances where you didn't care and instances where you did. So again, I think.
How do you know that?
I wasn't on this show then, so I cared about it then.
Let me. So Piers Morgan had a great question for me when I went on the show, and I keep bringing him up, but you know he does a good show. It's kind of sensational, but he asked me how I thought Trump was doing, and I said B plus. I think that the universal tariff thing is I'm skeptical of it. It's a little wonky. Selective tariffs I think are a good thing. And then Piers asked me, would you say the same thing about Joe Biden if he did this? I said, of course not, probably not. And the issue is that Donald Trump's moral positions more largely reflect my own. Mm-hmm. And just like liberals who would defend Biden, we're more.
What moral positions? What moral center does like Trump command? Like, what is he talking about?
More forgiving of the individual who does errors and makes mistakes if they're more in line with our worldview. So if Joe Biden, like the Afghanistan debacle, the Burisma scandal, Nord Stream, all of these things, Keystone Pipeline, I'd look at as a litany of negative compounded with another negative. I'd say it's bad. Donald Trump, I see, is doing is bettering of bad things, but largely good things. So I say I can tolerate some bad things from Trump. I'm not going to condemn his whole presidency. Because
so you're like, it's tribalism on your part. Like you're like, he's my guy. You know, I agree with him about I don't know what you really like. You hate trans people or whatever. And so
well, I'll reiterate it. Right. I praised Joe Biden when he was fighting to remove ATM fees. Mm-hmm. But you have a litany of negatives with the Biden administration that I see. And so when he does something wrong.
For one sec, I can see where Tim Pool is coming from on this or whatever. It's like, yeah, we're more likely to like favorably judge the administration that we voted for. Even at times where you don't like the policy choices that they're making or like the compromises that they're making, because you're not just usually judging a single thing in isolation. You're judging like the entirety of their administration up until that point. But Adam's not wrong that if you're being consistent, you know, which like Tim was calling for Adam to do earlier, because he was like, you don't get to be mad about things happening now because you weren't mad then. And Adam's like, no, I was mad then and I'm mad now, you know, but they obviously disagree because he's like, well, everything he's doing is fine.
Wrong. I'm going to say one more grain of sand in the heap of the bad things he's doing. With Donald Trump, the policies enacted, I largely agree with. So when he does a bad thing, I say, yeah, that's kind of bad. But, you know, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt for now and we'll see what happens.
Well, you're also talking about
liberals do the same thing on all their issues. It's not unique to me or you or any other person. Obviously,
you're talking about human psychology. When someone's on your side, generally you forgive the bad things that they do a little bit.
Well, I don't forgive the bad things. I'm saying we tolerate them.
Mm-hmm,
we say like
close. Those are close to each other, but sure.
Well, the difference is I'm not going to forgive Donald Trump.
Well, then, okay, now he's like lost me, because there's a difference between saying overall I'm satisfied with a president's job despite points of disagreement, even major points of disagreement on certain policy issues, versus like grading it on a curve and trying to downplay how much you dislike something because you like other aspects of their administration. Now I don't see this as valid.
For, you know, he's accused of killing a 7-year-old American girl in Yemen. I want that criminally investigated. I'm not going to forgive him for 59 Tomahawk missiles into Syria in his first term. That was ludicrous that he thought that was going to be good, and it's ridiculous the media praised him for it. These things always deserve condemnation. In fact, I'll criticize him now because he said to me personally in an interview he wouldn't bomb Yemen, and then he did. Now he's claiming he's not going to do it anymore, but that deserves criticism. I don't need to forgive him for that. I will challenge him because of it and demand he do better.
Okay, see, again, completely lost me. Now we're at like one-to-one things that he has heartily criticized Democratic administrations for, but when Trump does the exact same thing, it's somehow different. This is now stupid.
I see largely what he's done as things I want to happen, and the bad things should be called out when they are. I'm not going to condemn his presidency over the bad things. I will criticize them. For Joe Biden, I see a litany of bad things. I condemn largely what he's doing. You know, periodically he gets praised for the things that he's trying to do, and I'll say, look, yeah, that's a good thing, right? ATM fees are fucked up, and that's bullshit. A tax on the poor through the corporate banking system that shouldn't be. However, Biden, you know, look, when he defies the Supreme Court over the student loan thing or tries to decree an amendment, the criticism there is, you don't have the authority to do that, to just decree an amendment. That's a ridiculous overreach. Nice try, buddy. When the courts say you can't forgive student loans twice, and he does it anyway, we're like, holy crap, look at what he is doing once again. With Donald Trump, we say, Yeah, he shouldn't have done that with Abrigo Garcia. That was wrong. What's the solution here? Let's just try and mitigate that, but it's harmless error. There's a difference in the scale and scope of actions taken.
But they're making such a big deal out of it, right? They're not treating it as a harmless.
It's a political attack against Democrats.
Yeah, I think, and against immigrants,
illegal immigrants.
Well,
there's a distinction.
A political attack against Democrats by targeting immigrants.
Yeah, and also foreign students who are here studying, and like it's a full-pronged attack against all types of immigrants. Like he's trying to frighten every type of immigrant in America. They've gone down the list, you know. When he's like talking to Bukele and is like, "Oh, you gotta make a prison for citizens too," you know.
Yeah, that's wrong.
He's doing that on purpose to frighten people. That's what I'm talking about with authoritarianism, and I think that's bad.
I agree. Yeah, I think it's bad too.
Cool.
Indeed.
Great.
Yeah, we've had that conversation many a night about how Trump shouldn't do that. In fact, the Trump base is split on whether he should or should not be doing it. Half of them are saying, no way. There a lot of the most prominent voices have come after him over saying American citizens, because that's, clearly wrong and authoritarian.
Yeah, well, they came for the Jews and I said nothing, like it's
this is how I feel.
People voted for this guy he doesn't give a shit about anybody. He wants to just throw anyone he doesn't like away to El Salvador and lock them up, and that's the deal the American public made, unfortunately.
Like for me, I remember when Barack Obama killed 4 American citizens, and his staffers publicly stated, "Too bad." One of them was a 16-year-old American citizen named Abdulrahman al-Awlaki.
Was it a drone strike situation?
The drone strike in Yemen, authorized by Barack Obama, and their response to the extrajudicial.
Okay, this is true that this happened, but where the claim about the drone strike, the kid was like, his father was in Al Qaeda or something like that, and he was visiting him at the time, but. He just said that like someone said he's too bad or what? Hold on.
One of them was a 16-year-old American citizen named Abdulrahman al.
Oh wait, no. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about how like one of the staffers was like, if this kid didn't want to be killed, I simply wouldn't be like, he should be asking why his father was affiliated with Al Qaeda or something like that. So actually, it's not like he's not too far off from characterizing it as too bad.
Lucky.
Was it a drone strike situation?
The drone strike in Yemen, authorized by Barack Obama. And their response to the extrajudicial assassination of a 16-year-old American who was not a criminal, not wanted for anything, was, oops, we were trying to kill somebody else. So it's like, country we're not...
yes, that's always the justification given.
War with was bombed, killing dozens of, or several civilians. I don't know
the horrible program.
Terrible. And these people that are complaining about Trump are just, it's platitude. It's not real. Now, I'm not saying you. I'm saying...
Because I also complained about...
Okay, so is this... 16-year-old U.S. citizen who was killed by U.S. drone strike in Yemen. He was the son of Anwar al-Awlaki. What is it? When pressed by a reporter to defend the targeted killing policy that resulted in his death, former White House press secretary Robert Gibbs deflected blame to the victim's father, saying, "I would suggest that you should have a far more responsible father, that if they're truly concerned about the well-being of their children, I don't think becoming an Al-Qaeda jihadist terrorist is the best way to go about your business." Yeah.
But the drone strikes.
Indeed. And, every liberal I talk with is like, yeah, that we all condemn that. And I'm like, I think there's a general agreement among the populist factions of left and right. We are mad at Obama for doing these things, but the establishment forces that are empowered never gave a shit, and that includes the Republicans. So, like recently I was complaining to Sri Tanadar, who's trying to impeach Trump. And I said, I'll give you this. I will give you my full support of your articles of impeachment against Trump if you also draft retroactive impeachment against Obama for the extrajudicial assassinations of American citizens. He said, no. And I said,
wait, what?
Recently I was complaining to Sri Tanadar, who's trying to impeach Trump. And I said, I'll give you this. I will give you my full support of your articles of impeachment against Trump if you also draft retroactive impeachment against Obama for the extrajudicial assassinations of American citizens. He said, no. And I said,
is retroactive impeachment?
It is, in fact. So because of presidential immunity, you can't go after Obama for having killed a 16-year-old American citizen.
Like the new Supreme Court ruling, you can no longer do it? Or presidential immunity?
Presidential immunity in general, it was presumed to be the case. There is, however, an argument that you can't even impeach at this point, but I believe the general legal consensus is, in order to convict a president for actions conducted while president, he has to be impeached and convicted for those actions first. Nobody, I think, even the people who don't want to bring it up, I think everybody would agree Barack Obama should not have killed that 16-year-old American citizen. And if it was an accident, well, I'm sorry, but if you accidentally run somebody over, you get some kind of penalty.
This is what it was. Okay. I was like, I swear to God, there was this moment early on in the first Trump administration where he said something really callous to the family of veterans. And now I can remember what it is. One notable incident involved the family of Army Sergeant David Johnson, maybe Sergeant Lieutenant, I don't know, David Johnson, who was killed in an ambush in Niger in October 2017. His widow, Maisha Johnson, stated that during a condolence call, President Trump struggled to remember her husband's name and remarked that, quote, he knew what he signed up for, which she found deeply upsetting. Trump denied forgetting the name and claimed the conversation was respectful. Like, what is the functional difference between, you know, what Obama's like press secretary was saying in that instance versus this, you know?
And if it's like a fine, I think, you know, you might get some kind of court supervision or revocation of license. I said, look, I'll tell you what, let's impeach Trump. Do me a favor. Draft articles of impeachment for Barack Obama for the extrajudicial assassination of American citizens and keep it specific to Abdulrahman al-Awlaki. Because you want to argue Anwar and the other guys who were jihadis or whatever, but Americans, fine. Just a 16-year-old. He said, no. He says, I'm focused on here and now. And I said, if he's impeached and
Trump told her he knew what he signed up for, but it hurt anyway. Johnson recalled, it made me cry because I was very angry at the tone of his voice and couldn't remember at the tone of his voice and he couldn't remember my husband's name.
Convicted, we can get criminal charges for a president who murdered an American, even if it was negligence.
To be honest, I'm down for impeaching Obama for that too. I mean, like, drag him before the ICC for all I care.
Or accidental. He said, listen, I'm concerned about now. I was like, exactly. And you know what?
The thing is that these incidents are not brought up as like a genuine outrage at like humanitarian violations. They're brought up to equivocate and downplay what Trump is doing. That's why it's gross.
Single Republican would do it either.
Because he doesn't give a shit about that kid. He's just like the go-to example.
When it comes to the executive authority, what we have learned over the past 50 years since the end of World War II is every politician in this country will get on their knees and lick the feet of the president and allow them to blow up whatever fucking country they want. And no member of Congress, no senator. Well, to be fair, Thomas Massey would probably say no, but they all just allow it to happen. And it's bullshit.
Yeah. And
Thomas Massey is like, for the most part, yeah, but even he's voted for some stupid shit. Like he voted to like give money to the CIA for the Havana syndrome shit, even though there's no such thing as Havana syndrome.
So I guess I don't understand why you are so supportive of Trump, because part of his entire presidency is about expanding the executive power of the president. Like that's the whole Heritage Foundation's whole thing, the imperial presidency. You know, they're trying to increase the amount of impunity that the president has and remove checks and balances, which I think is the few that did exist, which I think is bad. Like Congress is more supine than it was during the Obama years. Like they're not even protecting their power as a branch.
I think they were always pretending. I think it was always.
It sure seems like it's at a fucking ebb, man. You know?
The Republicans right now have a 2-seat majority and
like Trump's impounding money that Congress has like already spent. Right? It's bizarre.
So the challenge is you've got two rogue branches, the judiciary and the executive, by this argument. I think Trump is applying the language of the executive branch in any way that's beneficial to him to enable himself to do these things. And actually, I think that's what Kristi Noem actually said to me, that, you know, they're going to use the language of whatever is codified to try and get these deportations through. The problem is you've got a judiciary that is rogue at the same time, and Congress has abdicated their responsibility for checking either branches. What do you do? You know, I think largely you'll find there's this diehard MAGA base, which is like Trump can do no wrong. You'll find the liberal,
which he doesn't consider himself a part of for some reason.
By saying Trump is clearly everything he's doing is
even though the biggest criticism that he could muster is I'm not a huge fan of the tariffs.
Wrong. And then you'll find this like spattered middle of the road of no one's doing what they're supposed to be doing, and it's just fucked. It's just pure chaos. And that's not you know, like Chuck Schumer says that's Trump, and I'm like, oh please, it's everybody. You know, the issue then is the liberal side of things can allow Trump to make his assertions under like the Alien Enemies Act without challenge, and then Trump steamrolls them. They're not going to do that. Trump could allow the judiciary to enact universal injunctions unconstitutionally and get steamrolled. He's not going to do that. Congress isn't doing anything. So there's no check or balance between either of these branches, and it's just going to come to a point we're in a perpetual state of constitutional crisis until one side finally says, I don't think it matters anymore what you say at all. I would argue that there's...
I mean, that's what they're currently doing.
Both sides, both the executive and the judiciary are doing this.
I mean, the judiciary, like,
there's no authority for universal injunctions.
To me, what it sounds like is you're participating in the campaign by the executive branch to discredit the judiciary. Now, I'm not going to like go to town, go to the mattresses for like any particular injunction, but like the observation that I'll make is that weakening the judiciary, setting the legal groundwork for why, they can defy any particular court order they want to, because if it goes against the Trump administration, it's de facto illegal.
But they're co-equal branches, right?
And then B, destroying the civil service. Those are just basic authoritarian steps. And that's what Trump is doing. I personally, I'm not like,
that's not an argument.
I'm not as like apocalyptic currently as a lot of really frightened liberals are, who are like, we're descending into Nazism or whatever, because I think Trump is like ultimately a lot weaker than that, and I think he's like kind of too old and dumb to like really do it. He's losing his mind. It's what's really funny. It's very funny to see. I came here from LA, and like a couple days ago, he had that truth post about like we need to put 100% tariff on movies, on foreign movies, and then the Hollywood press for
this like Trump doing the movies thing. This is literally based on fucking John Voight.
Like the next 4 days was like, oh no, like what does that mean? What's gonna happen? Like, oh, John Voight has a plan, like all this shit, and I'm like, do you guys think that he remembers posting that? Like the man is like on pills or something. Like he got a text from John Voight about like you should do this.
But this is less to me like a partisan thing about Democrats like Trump derangement syndrome, and more the fact that like print media and really all media now trends towards sensationalism. So yeah, they will make big deals out of like nothing.
We're gonna put 100% tariff. One of the fucking cabinet guys goes, "We're right on it, sir," and then they're just waiting for him to forget about it, because the idea of putting a tariff on movies doesn't even make physical sense. They don't come here by fucking boat. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, the other,
people are trying to make sense of like the Mad King's like drool coming out of his mouth.
Well, that one for sure, because what if a movie is based in Africa? It's like Safari featuring Tom Cruise, but you can't do it because you're filming in Africa. It's like, well.
Trump wanting to reopen Alcatraz after watching a movie on TV as well. I mean, it's like when Reagan thought that he liberated Dachau because he saw it in a fucking movie.
And also every film is, it's like any other product. They're made multinationally, like every Marvel movie, they ship all the footage off to Korea, to do the CGI, right?
So this is the real argument. I think the issue is, the saying has been for a long time that the left takes Trump literally but not seriously, and the right takes him seriously but not literally. So the question is, what does that mean? Like the question is, what's going to happen from Trump's directive? You can't tariff a movie. Like, how? However, he can find ways to penalize offshoring of CGI or choosing to film Chicago, but in Vancouver.
But he's not going to do that because he doesn't have coherent policy about literally anything. Even tariffs, the one thing that he the regular tariffs, right? The one thing he really cares about.
This got like rolled back already.
He's just fucking winging it, like saying random shit, doing math that doesn't make any sense, making deals, canceling deals, like just causing chaos because he has the attention span of a gnat. The reciprocal tariff stuff where they like did it
like the way that they arrived at those figures or whatever, it was like reverse engineering it
based on the trade deficit and all that shit.
But it was on the chart
again.
The chart said
you're going to stump for the chart. You're going to back up the chart.
Well, you're arguing they didn't argue.
Well, because it was on if it was on a chart, must be serious business.
A thing that was literally on the picture they showed.
Oh yeah. The math was very dumb.
The math they presented said including trade imbalance and things like that.
Yeah.
So it's like they said, here's our and then someone did the math and they were like, he basically took existing tariffs and then added in the trade deficit.
Yeah.
And then gave us a number. It's like,
so you exist in like an info ecosystem where what he did made sense. Like you hear people saying, oh, this makes.
Yeah, this is. How were Donald Trump's tariffs calculated? What were the calculations? When Trump presented a giant cardboard chart, which Tim is currently simping for, detailing the tariffs in the White House Rose Garden, it was initially assumed that the charges were based off of a combination of existing tariffs and other trade barriers like regulations. But later, the White House published what might look like a complicated mathematical formula. But if you unpick the formula above, it boils down to simple maths. Take the trade deficit for the U.S. in goods of the particular country, divide that by the total goods import from that country, and then divide that number by 2. It just goes to show like how little thought is like going into any of this shit. They're using the example of the EU. Trade deficit with goods in the EU, 235.6 billion. Imports from the EU, 605.8 billion. 0.338 or 39% equals what the US says the EU charges, and then they divided it by 2, so 20%. Many commentators have pointed out these tariffs are not reciprocal. Reciprocal would mean they were based on what countries already charged the US in the form of existing tariffs, plus non-tariff barriers, things like regulations that drive up costs. But the White House official methodology document makes it clear that they have not calculated this for all the countries on which they have imposed tariffs. Instead, the tariff rate was calculated on the basis that it would eliminate the US goods trade deficit with each country. Trump has broken away from the formula in imposing tariffs on countries that buy more goods from the US than they sell to it. For example, the US does not currently run good trade deficit with the UK, yet the UK has been hit with a 10% tariff. In total, more than 100 countries are covered by the new tariff regime. Just nonsensical. They're just throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks.
Makes sense, and you felt that those charts like were ultimately
I'm saying
sensible.
you said the math didn't make sense because he was using the trade deficit.
Thought he asked ChatGPT. Probably. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if like AI is behind this in some way.
And all I said was it said on the chart he showed the trade deficit.
Yeah,
like-
well, and that's a stupid way
like a fact point,
to
not an
make a tariff. I'm
not giving you.
Also, the idea that like the United States is getting screwed over in these trade agreements that we have with these impoverished countries.
My opinion, and I'm giving you a fact point.
Yeah, the policy making is chaotic and erratic. It has no thought process behind it. So the idea that the idea that Trump, that's a judgment on my part.
Like, hold on.
The idea that, my point is just the idea that Trump would like look at Hollywood and go, oh, there's like a problem here. What if we disincentivize them from doing? That's not how he operates. He doesn't actually make
he saw it on
real
Fox News.
policy. He's
watching Laura
like does
Ingraham.
loyalty tests. He does he misunderstands things. He has a whim, and people
do you remember?
He forgets.
Do you remember the story in the tariffs where they claimed that Trump was tariffing an island only inhabited by penguins?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
But you know that's not true, right?
Okay.
So
sorry, correction. Actually, there's actually a population of 300 there in that whole country, sir.
This is the challenge we face communication-wise. There are a couple islands that operate companies but don't have a living population that we do import from. So Trump imposed a tariff on any region that he could. That was the point, closing loopholes. The corporate press, Newsweek, CNN, they all, and prominent liberal personalities started running this lie that Donald Trump was tariffing a island with only penguins on it, which is, we call that factual but not truthful.
There's businesses that are on this island.
Fishing refineries, and they do ship products to the island as corporations, and then when they're done, they transport them to the United States. Trump wants a tariff on anyone who's trying to use that island loophole. But instead, the media just claimed he was so stupid and didn't think about his plan. And I'm like, why don't you just say you don't like the tariffs? I don't know why you have to make up that weird story.
Well, I mean, everything about them was senseless. This was simply the silliest detail without...
But that's what discredits the actual argument. Look, I think the universal tariffs were a bad idea. I think selective tariffs on like particular
but I will still defend them.
Products on nations can make sense, especially like Canada or China. Universal tariffs seemed like a scatter shot that was going to cause more problems in the short term.
Mm-hmm.
I can say that. Nobody fucking cares. The right goes, interesting point, Tim, but our problem is the left is lying about what he's doing. And then I go to the left and they go, you're wrong, our story is right. And I'm like, but that's not true. It's this shit all over again of the first Trump term of, quote, stop making me defend Trump was the trope, where Trump would do something that was like, I wonder why I did that. The left would then lie about what he did. And when we come out and say, but he didn't do that, they'd say, stop defending Trump. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like the very fine people hoax, the koi fish hoax, the fucking injecting bleach stuff. It's like, bro.
Wait, what is the koi fish hoax? That photo of him like dumping fish food into the like pond. Hold on. What's the hoax about that?
Donald Trump dumped food into a fish pond after Shinzo Abe did. Why are you trying to make that a negative
I don't
story?
even know what that
it was like.
That is he triggered because people took like a screenshot of this moment when he like did it? Hold on. That. These are deep cuts.
All of these hoaxes. The very fine people hoax.
I mean, I remember the line. Yeah,
Trump never called Nazis fine people.
He said there were very fine people on both sides.
Except the neo-Nazis and white nationalists who should be condemned totally.
He said that?
Holy shit. Brother, it is.
Again, he thinks that like critics of Trump are like staking their understanding of him being a racist on these like singular things when it's like it's the collection and culmination of like all of his administration's policies and his general attitude, you know, not these like, oh, it was this one event that made me think that. Rare wholesome Trump moment. I know, it's funny. I didn't think anybody thought that was like, I just thought people thought that was funny.
Live in your bubble, man. You
don't live in the fucking news, dude. Come the fuck on. You don't read the fucking news. This is what fucking blows my mind.
No, I just don't have
Snopes.
I don't have your
No,
obsessions.
Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people.
Okay, but here's I've seen this Snopes article before. Here's what he leaves out. No, Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people. However, the accuracy of what Trump did claim, that there were very fine people on both sides of 2017 Unite the Right debacle, is in question. So he's just showing this. Claim on August 15, 2017, then President Donald Trump called neo-Nazis and white supremacists who attended the Unite the Rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, very fine people. False. Context. In a news conference after the rally protesting the planned removal of a Confederate statue, Trump did say there were very fine people on both sides, referring to the protesters and the counter-protesters. He said in the same statement he wasn't talking about neo-Nazis and white nationalists, who he said should be condemned totally. Editor's note. Some readers have raised the objection that this fact check appears to assume Trump was correct in stating that there were very fine people on both sides of the Charlottesville incident. That is not the case. This fact check aimed to confirm that what Trump actually said, not whether what he said was true or false. For the record, virtually every source that covered the Unite the Right debacle concluded that it was conceived of, led by, and attended by white supremacists, and that therefore Trump's characterization was wrong. He was like, oh, I'm not talking about the neo-Nazis and white nationalists. It's like, yeah, but one side of these fucking two groups of people was comprised mostly of these types.
Bro, it's been almost 10 years and you still think he did. That's
no, I didn't say I think he did. I just don't know what you're talking about because I don't listen to your shit.
It's not about listening to my shit, bro. It's reading the news. It's fact checking. Bro, I got Snopes for you. They're not a conservative publication. Even Snopes was like, guys, stop saying this.
I don't know why you're shouting at me. I was just asking you to explain.
Because the issue we have, and I apologize, because I'm not trying to shout at you. I'm shouting in exasperation, that we've had two liberals on in the past 2 weeks who didn't know this. And I'm just like, for the love of all that's holy, all I do all day is I read probably 500 news articles every single day from CNN, the New York Times, MSNBC, and all their aggregates. And then liberals come.
Me when I'm a morally neutral civilian defending a Confederate statue. No ideology here, folks.
Come on, and they believe things that were debunked 8 years ago.
Can't believe we're still arguing about this in the big 2025. Well, if the liberals just didn't have Trump derangement syndrome, we could stop talking about it, obviously.
I was just asking what you were talking about.
You didn't know this.
Yeah, I don't know everything that you know.
But this is what Biden launched his campaign on.
Adam could not give less of a fuck.
Made a public announcement to launch his presidency in 2020 off of this lie. And you didn't know that. 5 years later.
I don't know why you're getting on me about this, but
again, I apologize. I'm not trying to get on you. It's the exasperation largely with liberals. Like, this is when this happened. And like the Covington kids hoax, remember that one? Kids on the
that is closer to being a hoax.
So the Lincoln Memorial back, this is 7 years.
But like, what does that have to do with Trump?
Years ago, and
and the kid that was smirking or whatever.
Yeah, and that kid got money for being defamed.
Native American guy goes up in his face, banging a drum.
Yeah.
And CNN gets sued over it. All these outlets, all these journalists were pushing this lie, and I was just thinking to myself,
yeah, but it's like there was justice in that instance because that kid got like a fat settlement, and then later he spoke at like the RNC.
This 1.0 stuff was cringy, sure, yeah.
But I mean, here we are today. We had a journalist on. She's a Brooklyn journalist, and I thought she was very nice. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but she was like, "No, Trump did this," and we're just like. I don't understand how we've come to this point where there are so many stories like the Penguin Island hoax, very fine people hoax, Covington, injecting bleach, Maryland man. It's like the media just lies and the liberals believe all of it.
Look, man, So I'll tell you what it looks like from my side, which is that it looks like Trump does stuff that is either completely fucking moronic or completely indefensible, right? And then you guys find...
And yet the Republicans will defend it all.
One detail, right, where you reinterpret or you find a, you know, a place where like, oh, the liberal media went too far. Yeah, sure, whatever.
You like find the hair to split.
And then like harp on that one little point forever, and then miss like the larger thing that's happening to distract from. In the same way that, you know, again, we're talking about Rumesa Öztürk, and it's like, was it legally possible, and like blah blah blah, and like what's the narrow legal justification when it's like, do we want to be a country where, you know, you can your speaker mind or not?
This guy.
I don't want to talk about Brian Tyler Cohen.
You know who he is?
Yeah, of course. But let's talk about something.
The media do be lying sometimes. I know. The failing New York Times.
Else. Do we have to talk about what some other guy who's not me said?
I'm not talking about what he said.
Okay.
I'm making a point where he said you guys harp on one thing.
Sure.
Okay. This guy, David Pakman as well, and many of the other most prominent liberal podcasts.
David
I won't defend any of these people.
And that's fine. I'm only bringing this up because you made the point that you guys find one thing and then harp on that. I don't.
Look, dude, I'm just a little bored of this, like, sort of 10 minutes of conversation, because I'm like, I don't say this stuff, and like it feels like this is a thing to like fill air with rather than talking about what's actually happening.
You just
complain about what the liberal media says. Okay. Sure.
Okay. Should I just say?
Okay.
Or should I have a conversation?
Make your points or show. It's cool.
What we've been seeing prominently, there are three areas in the podcasting space.
All Adam was saying is that Republicans are like missing the forest for the trees, and they attempt to do this by obfuscating the point and zeroing in on the minutia of like one event. But for every one that you can disprove some minor instance of it, and like, sure, we should always be rigorously factual, you will find 100 other incidents that they'll ignore or replace or not agree with you on.
There is the liberal, like this guy, where every single video he makes is Trump. Literally every single one. Not to be fair, figuratively, because like every 10th video might be one other person. All just generic screenshots of Trump. Hey, look, Cory Booker. And nothing.
Yeah, this is like blue Fox News, you know?
Else. And he gets 200 million views per month. Okay, I do a show where we talk about whatever the news may be, which includes AI, solar storms. We talk about power outages, India, Pakistan, talk about everything. Trump comes up. Prominently, he's the president.
Like, what I noticed, though, is that they're usually not wrong about the criticisms of Trump. It's just that there will be, like, they're insignificant because they're, like, day-to-day gaffes that, like, Trump is obviously prone to. Do I have an issue with people, like, categorizing, like, documenting them? Not really, but, like, you know, these things like Midas Touch or whatever, it's like, yeah, like, a lot of the criticism is, like, not, I want to say, like, a little bit unfocused, because there are things that, like, won't matter, like, in... Not even just in like the next 24 hours. It's like, no, only liberals like notice this stuff. Sure. You know, but he's making it sound like they don't make any substantial or like worthwhile criticisms of Trump. But that's just not true.
But we don't defend literally everything he does. But you come and say, you guys do it as if I am, and I'm not.
Oh, okay. Yep.
My concern is when I look at the prominent left podcasts, they do.
We created a Tim Pool drinking game, it'd be insufferable. Anytime he brings up like Burisma or like Democrats drink.
There's a distinction between the left and the right that I think is important. The left calls the right everyone from anarchists to neo-Nazis, which clearly don't align. It makes no sense. There's...
Wait, what?
From There's a distinction between the left and the right that I think is important. The left calls the right everyone from anarchists to neo-Nazis, which clearly don't align. It makes no sense. There's sovereign citizen anarchists with nebulous political views beyond that, called the right wing. There's
you don't think you caricature the left at all? You don't think you lump them all in together? You don't think you engage in, you know, the
hyperbole?
Okay.
For instance, we often make the distinction that leftists are pro-guns and liberals are not. We recognize the distinction between a progressive and a moderate liberal, or like Gavin Newsom and, say, an Antifa protester. They're very distinct.
Yeah.
And so we always draw that distinction. Liberals, where I will lump them together, do not. So
this is the like conservative equivalent of like being misgendered. You called a sovereign citizen a fucking anarchist when in reality they're a very particular strain of libertarian thought that's based on John Locke or whatever. It's like, dude.
This is like, but you literally are, because you're saying that like liberals do that to the right. I am sitting here, you'd probably define me as a liberal or a leftist or progressive, whatever you want to say. But like, I also believe myself to have a nuanced view of the variety of political positions on the right?
And the point I'm bringing up is not pertaining to you as an individual, because we understand that it could be granular. The point I'm making is, say, ADL, for instance, and other left-aligned political organizations use the phrase the right to represent anything not left.
I wouldn't define the ADL as a left political organization at this point.
I know they're just like a pro-Israel, like lib or
perhaps I would agree with that. Yeah, like at this point, it's very weird. Where
I mean, yeah, the
pro-Israel,
the politics of to me, it's less about Israel. It's more about what's happening in Gaza, specifically, and like that, But yeah,
I mean, there was a point where like Trump was on the debate stage with Biden back in 2020, and he like called him a communist or something, and Joe Biden was like, "I beat the communist." It was so clear that like Trump had been prepped to debate Bernie because they probably thought Bernie was going to pull it out of the primary.
And they've been like bizarrely sort of pro-Trump in all these like weird ways. They came out when they were like tweeting about Elon's Heil Hitler salute, going, don't worry about this too much, like it's fine. Like that's very odd.
It's Israel. Elon has been pro-Israel. He's been making statements in favor of them, and so I think especially when we're talking about like Romesa and all that stuff, Israel is the issue. The reason why they wanted to ban TikTok is because of Israel. And when they come out and make these arguments about anti-Semitism, they're not talking about any other bigotry or racism. So I'll agree with you on the ADL thing. As of now, they're leaning more into Trump camp because Trump is pro-Israel.
Yeah, the politics of like, there's some really weird shit happening with politics when they go after a student protester, right? Because I look at Trump's coalition and go, he's got a lot of fucking anti-Semites on his side for sure. Like all the anti-Semites are definitely Trump fans, but so are the like fascist Israeli, pro-Israeli people.
The anti-Semitic right hates Trump. Go watch their live streams. I don't want to say their names because it just invites brigading for either of us.
Mm-hmm.
But the white nationalist Christian right wanted Trump to lose. In fact, they were pro-Biden, and not because they thought Biden was good. So here's why I try to be careful on this matter.
What? Okay, what? He's not wrong that there are some like dissident right people or whatever that are like so, they think like Trump is like cuck to Israel or whatever, like literally like Fuentes to your arguments or whatever. But why would they embrace Joe Biden? Because Joe Biden is also like a massive Zionist. That doesn't make any sense.
Because you get it. You're gonna get trolled, you're gonna get death threats, you're gonna get blasted. We were getting tons of chats on IRL where they were like, I would rather Biden win because at least he is bad on Israel. That's the statement these people were making. And so
never Trumpers, no, because those never Trumpers tend to be like establishment, Republicans, people like Mitt Romney type, like never Republicans or whatever, or never Trumpers. These are people that are like Groyper tier,
So there is this.
There's some who feel that way, yeah.
Watch some of their streams and how they talk about Trump. Trump's pro-Israel. They're mad. They're very mad. Yeah.
Liz Cheney, exactly.
It's sort of weirdly scrambled.
It is. Have you seen?
Because there's definitely also anti-Semites.
Even though Liz Cheney, like when she was still in Congress, voted with Trump like 90% of the time. She agrees with everything that Trump has to say. She just thinks he's like personally embarrassing and thinks his tweets are mean.
And his coalition, like the people at that rally.
Have you seen? Let me see if I can find this. There's a meme.
I mean, Trump literally said that like Jewish Americans that don't vote for him need to have their head examined.
Here we go. What is this flag? Let me show you this picture. This is the new horseshoe theory.
Wait, what? Sorry. Oh, left, right. I'm confused as to the axis.
So there's Ukraine, Russia, and Israel, Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like on the left, the moderate liberal types are pro-Israel. But then from the moderate right to the conservatives are pro-Israel. But the far right are pro-Palestine. And the centrist, like the more moderate, I shouldn't say moderate, but the left to the far left are pro-Palestine. Then you have on the Ukraine-Russia axis, moderate conservatives are pro-Ukraine, but largely...
This is a pretty good meme. I think there's some accuracy to this.
The conservative to far right is pro-Russia. And then on the left, it's largely pro-Ukraine, except for the far left, it's pro-Russia. They call this the new horseshoe theory as a joke.
Yeah, and it's the problem with nationalism, when it gets involved in the political system of a country, is it like scrambles everything and you get like all these weird alliances. And it becomes very hard to parse out like who's connected to who. So when you guys are being paid by the Russian government, you didn't know.
We never got paid by the Russian government.
But the Russian government paid Tenet Media and they paid you.
They didn't.
They didn't pay you. I wanted to
never
know.
got paid by the Russian government.
Oh, but
that came out of nowhere, Adam.
Case, as far as I know, has been dropped.
But I thought that you were making statements like, "Oh, we were the victims of
Should this prove to be true, we were defrauded and victimized." But I guess the challenge is right now, the Trump administration has no priority in going over a story they don't give a shit.
Tim Pool was actually a victim when he was getting $100K a month for a licensing deal from a shady Russian oligarch.
But the Biden admin dropped it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. They didn't go forward on the prosecution.
So I don't know exactly. What I can say, and this is what the challenge is that my understanding is during the Biden administration, they dropped it. I don't know because we're not party to anything having to do with it.
But like when they were like, I saw there's a thing in the Guardian about someone had like told like RT or whatever had like asked Tenet Media, oh, could we do some anti-Ukraine story? And then Tenet Media is like, oh yes, one of our people will get on that.
Was not RT, but the evidence has never been released. It's been denied. So what
of course it's been denied, but
Well, I mean, but this is the challenge.
But you were doing content that's like broadly consonant with what the Russian government wanted to be said about Ukraine, right?
I mean, like this podcast that we're on right now was licensed to Tenet Media.
Mm-hmm.
Was it 400K a month? It was something insane.
Just being paid by the Russian government.
That's not true.
Okay, I think it probably was, but
I mean, maybe they dropped it and there's no evidence it was ever true. So I don't know how you resolve that circumstance, but I'll put it this way. This podcast that we're currently on right now, we host a variety of subjects from...
But like Adam was saying, he's like dodging the main contention, which is that the things that you say for free perfectly align with like the Kremlin's goals and like Russian propaganda as a whole.
Like we did one on polar shifts, we did one on theology, we did one on aliens, we did one on cryptozoology. None of that had any...
Okay, what?
It was, but
I mean, maybe they dropped it and there's no evidence it was ever true. So I don't know how you resolve that circumstance, but I'll put it this way. This podcast that we're currently on right now, we host a variety of subjects from like, we did one on polar shifts, we did one on theology, we did one on aliens, we did one on cryptozoology. None of that had anything necessarily to do with politics. We did.
Okay. No, I don't want the AI overview. Let's see. If I search game pool, it paid at least $8.7 million to the top 3 influencers who were not named but who appeared to be Mr. Rubin, Mr. Poole, and Mr. Johnson. This Benny Johnson guy, based on the details in the indictment, such as the number of followers on social media. According to the indictment, Mr. Rubin received $400,000 a month plus a $100,000 signing bonus to produce 4 videos a week on Tenet's YouTube channel. Mr. Poole was paid $100K per video, which he produced weekly. So he basically got, it was like $400K a month. And he tried to argue to Sam Cedar and other people that have pressed him on this, that this is somehow his market rate and in line with that. Standard arm length deal. Arm's length deal. Like to these people, they were like, nothing wrong here. And it's like, really? This didn't raise any flags to you that this like random person wanted to give you $400,000 a month for a licensing agreement?
Did talk Israel, Palestine. Dave Rubin, for instance, had contract with them for licensing, I think for half a year, where he did he did reaction content to viral videos, like a woman getting pulled over because she had too much milk in her car, some weird shit like that. So it was a particularly strange circumstance. The narrative that emerged from it is largely fake. So this is a show that is owned by me, has been owned by me for a decade. We've produced for years, and a Tennessee company approached us to buy a license for it. Non-exclusive, meaning we distribute it wherever we want.
No one is disputing that like he still retained ownership of like Timcast and the Culture War or whatever. No one's disputing that.
But they also wanted to live stream it. They had no say or control in anything we had to do, and they bought a license. The Fox News lied about it. The left continues to lie about it.
Yeah, they didn't need to influence it because you are already saying things that are favorable to their ends.
I think it's largely just... I'm not going to get conspiratorial on what happened because I honestly don't know. The case has completely been dropped as far as I can tell. I suppose I could put in a request for the Trump DOJ to investigate why they did it and why they dropped it.
He's not going to do that.
But I mean, so let's talk about what you have right now is an indictment of 2 Russians without any charges to Americans with no evidence that anything actually happened. I mean, if you want it to be true, you can say it is, but there's no evidence anything...
Like licensing is like a free advertisement for like Tenet Media, effectively. Free, quote unquote, you know.
Actually happened.
Do you think Russia should have invaded Ukraine?
Thank you for subscribing, Muffin86.
Ukraine, you think that was good? No?
No, I think Russia's a bunch of... I think the Russian government... I say this even like China. Yeah. The governments are the shitheads. I think Putin is a despot who has used manipulative means like, I don't know, killing his political opponents to retain power.
Yeah.
I think he shouldn't have invaded Ukraine. I think Russia lost the soft power battle and resorted to violence because they were losing an expansive cultural victory from the West. And I think the outcome was...
Okay, so this guy, this is like who we're dealing with.
But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Okay. We get the point.
Inevitable to anybody in military because Russia's never going to give up the Black Sea. But I think Russia's a bunch of shitheads. I just don't think we should be involved in it. But that's not even like a thing we
Russia shitheads, but Ukraine is our enemy and they should be apologizing to
talk
us.
about on the regular.
Okay.
A lot of people on the left latched onto one video I did where Germany accused Ukraine of bombing Nord Stream and accused a Ukrainian citizen of criminal actions against NATO. To which I said, if this was sanctioned by Ukraine, that makes them an enemy of ours. I mean, but let's be literal. If the Ukrainian government sanctioned an attack on NATO resources.
Oh, did I get a raid? Thank you for the raid. Whoever raided me. Welcome. We're just finishing up Tim Pool versus Adam Conover.
That would literally make them an enemy of this country.
Queeman, thanks Queeman for the raid.
People took that and they're like, aha! And I'm like, but that's a fact statement. Germany accused this Ukrainian national of bombing Nord Stream. Germany is NATO. Like, what am I supposed to say?
Mm-hmm.
So, the long story short is I look forward to anybody digging up what happened with the Tenet thing.
Yeah, it sounds like you lucked out. That's great. If it was dropped and like nobody.
But it sounds like there's no case. There's no story.
Yeah, that's great for you.
But why would it have been good or bad in the long run?
Well, it could have been bad if the case had gone forward and it could have turned up, some.
I wanted to keep going.
Okay. Do you really?
Jesus Christ, that was painful. That fucking fake ass laugh.
Yeah, that's great for you.
But why would it have been good or bad in the long run?
Well, it could have been bad if the case had gone forward and it could have turned up, some.
I wanted to keep going.
Okay. Do you really?
That was definitely the laugh and smile and face of a guy who wants to be investigated because he knows he did no wrongdoing.
Really, I wouldn't want it to keep going. I would be like, sick, give me the money. You know what I mean? Like, I look, I one of the reasons I want to come, I was just curious to see your operation here. You're like
the money that we were paid by Tenet is completely negligible,
mm-hmm.
and this is what a lot of people don't realize.
Dude. 400K a month is fucking negligible.
I don't know how much you were getting paid for your shows. I mean, your shows were pretty big.
Yeah, that was in the days that cable still existed, before it was all destroyed by.
But I mean, we do ad read sometimes for 50 grand.
Yeah.
So when the story came out, the insinuation was that like, oh, holy shit, Tim Pool was getting $100,000 to license a show.
Well, that was literally printed in the press that it was $100,000.
The indictment said it, and but I have no problem saying like, that we got a license for 100K. It was a market rate negotiated by lawyers. That's why Dave Rubin and several others in it negotiated the exact same rates, independent of us. You have to take a look at like, for instance, this show is on average 7th biggest live stream in the country. So like, what do you think you're going to sell an ad for on the 7th biggest live show in the country that pulls in hundreds of thousands, between on a low day, 200, but maybe upwards of 5.
Dude, but it's not a license. It's not a sponsorship. It was a licensing agreement. So they had permission to be like re-uploading and promoting as content. And when you looked at the Tenet Media channel, which I can't even pull up because I think it's been removed off YouTube, it wasn't even like netting the views that would justify the amount of money that they were putting into it so they could have permission to restream it and promote it.
500K for one episode. Well, with a 2-hour show, you could
like a sponsorship that would make sense. Maybe, even though I think he's like over exaggerating the like market rate of like a sponsorship, what like how much it would like you could reasonably pay somebody like this, somebody who can get like 265,000 views in 3 days. That's still not going to get you 100K per episode with a sponsorship.
You could probably get in 4 or 5.
Let alone for like a licensing agreement.
Ad reads at 10K each. So you're looking at for one show selling ads upwards of $50,000. And if we do premium buys, like Adam Conover is a big get. A clothing company wants to sponsor it because they know people are going to want to watch.
Oh yeah.
We go to them and say, if you want an ad read, it's 50.
Yeah.
So singular.
I mean, Tim does kind of cook him in this interview, but I think that's more to do with Adam being a bit dim. Noah Brown, where did he cook him?
Episodes could actually run as.
This is just like Tim running interference desperately at different points to like play defense for the Trump administration's like erosion of due process and constitutional protections of immigrants and Americans, and he had like no answer.
As high as 250.
That's 100, but
and then resorted to being like to randomly saying that like Adam wouldn't do like jokes related to Islam in the UK because he's scared of free speech repercussions or something.
But every episode of your show being worth 100K? Like, how is an episode, how is a 2-hour podcast of people talking worth 100K license fee? How are they going to make more than 100K on it on the other end? It sounds like a crazy number.
It's pretty standard, right? If we're doing a show that is routinely averaging the 7th biggest in the nation, when someone comes to you to...
And this makes no sense because, again, it wasn't a sponsorship deal. It wasn't like he promoted Tenet Media multiple times or like had it in the backdrop or said like brought to you by Tenet Media or anything like that. All of this only came to light because of the DOJ or whatever.
To make a licensing agreement, they're saying, I can make your show bigger and make more money than you could on your own. That's why Joe Rogan did the deal with Spotify. Like,
okay, but who is Tenet Media? And that channel like never took up. In the bit where he asks him about Hillary, there's 10 minutes left. Maybe ask someone about Hillary in the next 10 minutes.
How is Spotify going to make more than Joe
Rogan?
Rogan?
This is just that's like a platform. This is like a company that's just licensing it. What were they doing with it?
They were airing it on their platform to...
their platform.
I'm sure Adam does well on the rest of it. But you didn't say that. You said he cooks him in this interview. I just saw a clip. Okay. Well, now you're making more sense.
It's like tenetmedia.com.
No, not even on their website, just on YouTube and Rumble.
They were just they were just re-airing it on YouTube and Rumble, and it was going to be worth 100K an episode to them.
It already was generated.
Some Russian guys show up and they're like, "We will give you 100K," and you're like, "Ah, this is legit."
Russia was never involved. So a conservative personality.
Yeah, I don't think he said
100K an episode to them.
It already was generated.
Some Russian guys show up and they're like, "We will give you 100K," and you're like, "Ah, this is."
He said a Russian guy, and then he tries to change it into Russia was never involved.
So
that's not what he said. But
a conservative personality who's been in the space for a decade, who worked for the Blaze Media, said, "I've got funding for a startup. We want to license one of your shows. I licensed to Discovery. Should
look? I take tons of dumb money. I've done dumb money gigs before. I'm like, I don't know why people are giving me this much money for this, but all right, if you want to do it. Like,
I don't know if you don't have to say if you don't want to, but like, what's the biggest sponsorship you've ever gotten?
The biggest sponsorship. I just did something. If you asked me in 3 months, there's something I could tell you about because it's too recent. But
we've done one ad read for $100,000 before.
Yeah.
And so here's the business proposition.
Okay, an ad read. Whatever company it was got ripped off, but like at least you were promoting the product throughout the time that you're getting this sort of viewership. You know, there's more of a fucking argument there versus the licensing agreement where Tenet Media, this unknown but somehow incredibly wealthy org, is giving all of these influencers money, not even to promote anything, just to re-air their content with permission on different things like Rumble.
Comes to me and says, we want to license your show. I say, okay.
Don't take my ADHD opinion too seriously. You're good. No, Ron.
Okay. Right now we're doing, I don't know, maybe like 10, 20K per episode.
Yeah.
Why would I license this show to you when I have full control of it right now? They say, we'll give you 50. I say, in a year, I think we'll be doing 50. So why do a deal with you if I'm a year going to lose that money?
Yeah.
So then they say, what do you think you're going to generate? I say, okay, well, we're planning on expanding. We're doing live shows. Excuse me. Sometimes we do special events. And I think the biggest ad read we've ever done was 100,000. We've done some that were 80, some that were 50. So if we're going to give up on that and lose the ability to negotiate those terms, you're going to pay a premium. They say, okay, we're going to pay a premium because we bet in 1 year, we're going to make more than we're paying you now. I say I'll make the deal because I'm going to make more now and not have to worry about doing development and hiring people. That's any license agreement anyone does with anything. Spotify doesn't actually have Joe Rogan's podcast exclusive to Spotify. Joe Rogan's podcast is on all platforms, but they paid him, I think the number they gave was like $250 million for the latest up, because they're saying, Joe, we are confident we can sell ads better than you, and we will make more than $250 million. So we will pay you that.
Yeah, there's just a huge difference between Spotify, the largest audio platform in the world, and like people who are rebroadcasting it on YouTube. It's just like it
and like fucking Rumble as well. An unknown company like Tenet.
And the Blaze?
It makes less sense, you know, but like...
And the Blaze, an even more relevant platform.
That's fine. I mean, like, take the money. I was just like, you know, I wish I could get a foreign government to sponsor my show, then I could...
I don't, and I never did. Never did. So
you know, we can't get too passionate about it without looking really, really bad.
The issue is,
so he's like trying to just subtly like correct him.
Blaze Media, right? American company, American personality says we're launching a company. We're going to license your rate at a market standard that a lawyer negotiated, non-exclusive.
This is not a market standard for a fucking licensing agreement. There is no way. Like when Sam Cedar debated him on this, he was like, I had a licensing agreement with Peacock, and I'm telling you, like, what you earned in a single month is like approximating what I got paid and had to split among all of my employees for the entire year of licensing with Peacock.
And then the government came out with an indictment and then dropped it almost immediately.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but isn't that sheer luck because, you know, Trump came into office?
They do that.
Thanks.
It's more of a
Yeah,
function
I mean,
of that,
well,
no?
I guess they were about to be out of power. They thought it maybe couldn't keep going, or
Why wouldn't they just release some evidence or do something?
Yeah, it's a good question. I was just curious to hear you talk about it because it's like
It was a fake Hungarian guy who gave them money, I thought. Something like that, man.
when I told people I was doing the show, the only thing anybody said to me was like, "Oh, that was a guy who was paid by the Russian government," and "Oh, the beanie guy." That's it.
Would you concede the paid by the Russian government thing is unproven? What evidence is there?
Yeah, I mean, I was just I read all the articles when it came out. I didn't follow the case, so I guess I would look into
this. Does exemplify, I think, the problem left and the right has currently. Right? You've said several times, rather insinuating it directly, that we intentionally took money from a foreign power. That was
I was curious to hear you talk about it. So
right. So the issue I see is liberals largely don't. I'm not saying you. Online, the argument is always, aha, Russia, which was never accused of us. We were the feds reached out to us for victim statements and asked us to help go up against them.
For victim statements.
And provide assistance against the literal Russians that they accused. We agreed, and then they dropped it. So I don't understand what happened, other than the liberals' side of things. The podcast have largely run with a narrative that never happened and used it as a smear against my companies.
I want to be that kind of victim. That's a great kind of victim to be.
Well, I mean,
get like $1 million.
If that was the
oh no, make a statement about how hurt you got.
If that was the story, right now the only story that we know of is a media startup paid a license fee that was a standard market rate for one of the biggest podcasts in the country. That's it.
Thank you for subscribing, Noah.
And that's why I said, if it is true, we were defrauded into,
That's it. Just a little business transaction. Nothing to see here. Totally normal when a, anonymous foreign investor approaches all the top conservative figures in the country and gives them just buckets of money to license their content, not even promote a product or platform or anything like that, really.
We were lied to. This was never part of the terms of any agreement. I've never accepted money from any foreign governments or anything like that. I think largely what we end up with is a political vector for liberals to disregard the points we make on our show. Regardless, still, Timcast IRL is the biggest live show in the country.
It was the seventh biggest.
The Culture War, 7th.
Oh, I see. They're different shows, but this is just like your Friday show, right?
The Culture War was licensed to Tenet, but Timcast IRL and the Tim Pool Daily News Show were not.
Got it. Then you record those in this room, and
everything's recorded here.
Yeah.
And I will caveat when I said the biggest live show. Obviously, there are live streamers who do like chats who are bigger than us and everything.
Like, I just keep returning to him being like, Russia was never officially involved, as if that's like going to that is of no comfort to anyone except Tim Pool.
But in terms of like
it's shady as shit. Nobody thinks that any money that's going around in Russia or through the Kremlin is not dirty. And the idea that like every single top conservative influencer in the United States is saying shit that's favorable to Russian billionaires is disconcerting, but he doesn't want you to like make any sort of connection, or tries to frame it as like crazy to see that. Yeah, he is really bald.
News produced.
There's a video of like another neo-Nazi like pulling his beanie off.
We're number 1. Crowder, depending on the metric you want to use, Steven Crowder is a comedy news sketch show. He's bigger than us.
Comedy doing a lot of work there.
By like 10,000, per day or whatever, which is tremendous.
Got it. We got this problem with classifying shows in Hollywood. Right. I always get beaten the Emmys by some talk show that's pretending to be a best hosted informational nonfiction series or special, and then fucking David Letterman's talk show would crowd us out for the nominations.
Would get it
fucking category abuse.
But what I will say is
that'll follow you anywhere you go on the internet.
Hard numbers throw my opinion away. We were number 2 of all streams, only beaten out by Vatican Watch. So with all the lies, the smears and manipulation, we're hitting 800K a day, bigger than all the cable shows. So they can say whatever they want about me, I guess. The people watch the show. We give them the facts. We give them the documents. We show them the articles. We don't do any story without pulling up the article from any source, which includes the New York Times. And then people watch.
Okay, which includes the New York Times, but most often is shit like the Daily Mail.
I think this is the challenge I brought up as my final statement, because I know we're going.
There's a lot that goes on in the show, but like news is not one of them.
We'll try to end here.
Nor journalism.
The challenge I typically find when we bring on liberals in the show, when they do rarely come, not the Culture War, that's different. But for IRL, liberals largely say no, because every story we do is predicated upon Newsweek, or CNN or the New York Times or even sometimes MSNBC. And there's a problem that many liberals end up having.
Yeah, to like rip into it, not to flatter it or agree with it.
I'll give a shout to Luke Beasley or Hunter Avalone is a good example. When they make claims asserting like things like, Donald Trump called neo-Nazis very fine.
A Hunter Avalone name drop in a Tim Pool podcast? What is going on?
And then we just pull up the article and say, hey, it didn't happen. And then what do? They end up with a viral clip where it's like they were wrong about something. And that ends up being the principal issue for why I think liberals don't come on this show.
Well, it's also you tape in West Virginia in studio. It's like hard to.
You fly everybody out.
Yeah, but it's
sometimes first class too.
You flew me out first class. It was really nice. Travel was it was really nice, man. But conservative. But the travel was like I got like 4 hours of sleep last.
So Tim paid for this humiliation.
Night. I'm like, man, this was rough getting out here. It's like hard to. I went like out of my way to come on because I was just curious to come on and see what you do and like meet the weirdest guy on the internet.
The weirdest.
Hunter went on Timcast. I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah, you're.
I know.
Okay.
Last night, I'm like, man, this was rough getting out here. It's like hard to. I went like out of my way to come on because I was just curious to come on and see what you do and like meet the weirdest guy on the internet.
The weirdest.
Yeah, you're.
I know. I love it. I appreciate that.
He's like subtle digs that like Adam's getting in.
Whatever we are, whatever we do. We got Magic the Gathering, we got skateboarding. But to be fair, we're an hour and a half.
Oh yeah, they did. But this is 4 years ago. Report says Dominion machines flip votes. Bill Barr resigns with Hunter Avalone.
Outside of DC, so it's not easy, but it's not the hardest.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I know you got a hard stop. So if you're
no, we should probably wrap it up. It's on kind of an equivocal note, but
I thought you were fantastic. And
I appreciate it, man. I had a good time and it was fun mixing it up.
Absolutely, man. Where can people find you?
So I do a.
Where is he getting befuddled, Noah? Link this clip or something, or direct me. You can't drop links on YouTube, so like tell me where it is because there is about a minute left, and I just did not see at any point where Adam wasn't commanding this conversation and had Timple on the back foot for the most part.
Really, it's a lot like you were explaining to me your different shows. It's all on one YouTube channel. I do a podcast called Factually. I do monologues that have no name. It's on YouTube. The name of the podcast feed where all that stuff is Factually. And I'm in Charleston, South Carolina, doing comedy at the Wits End Comedy Club this weekend. If people want to come out.
When am I going on Timcast? Yeah, I have no clue. There's like, if they know who Wick is, maybe they let anybody on.
I think we still got some tickets, and
we are airing this a week later.
And like Prime Kai's got on there, but like no one's approached me yet.
Oh fuck, man. Okay, well air that, and you just missed it.
Tomorrow, you're going to be. Is that what it is?
Tomorrow, yes. Yes.
So by the time people watch this, it'll happen.
It'll be too late, so you can't see me in Charleston. And then I'm about to announce a bunch of other dates. The only dates that are currently up right now are Oklahoma and Brea, California. If people want to go to adamconover.net, there's going to be more in June. I'll have a whole fall tour up. But
all right, we love Adam. Go see Adam, I guess. Okay, what are we doing next? So I probably want to start. Can't finish it, but I want to at least start Pisco debating these like people that were like calling into his stream. They didn't think that Hasan actually was detained or deported or something. And I just want to get a little peek. Wick was fun to watch until October 7th, 2023. That's how I know you. It's so funny that you say that because everyone was like, you got destroyed in that debate again with Wick or whatever. But like the only person who complimented me on it was like just Stilk from what I remember. It was universally panned.
I'm not going to give this administration the benefit of the doubt that they're not stopping people who are opposed to Trump at all, because they're already doing it. So all of you doubters who just trust the government and say, no big deal. I'm not telling you to trust Hasan, but don't trust Trump and his policies in the CBP when they're pushing him and asking him about stuff related to Trump. Don't get mind by your hatred over this man.
I cannot get fired up over Hasan's story because it's Hasan. If it was someone else,
that's up. The enemy is Trump. Now you might say that they're lying or they're wrong about stuff, they're cringe on other stuff. That's your cross to bear. But when we're talking about immigration policy in this country and who we're gonna give the benefit of the doubt to, I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt to the people who aren't run by Kristi Noem. All right, Kristi Noem brought her puppy out to a gravel pit, shot it in the head. The drunk guy made more sense.
Well, I remember you from the other Wick panels, such as the dog fucking one. Oh, a classic, a classic.
This is perhaps top 5 most insane calls I've ever had in my.
So any lurkers who don't know what I mean, what I'm referring to, is like on a panel a couple of years ago over like a meme. We were like debating literally like Yif Nation. I don't fucking know how to describe it. We're debating people that were like clearly into bestiality and like arguing against the ethics of it.
My life. Hey folks, please like, comment, and subscribe. And make sure to check out my newsletter. Information is in the description. Popular streamer Hassan Piker claims he was
his newsletter that he never updates.
detained for hours by U.S. airport officials over his political views. The influencer, who has more than 6 million followers across Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, and X, said he was held when he returned to Chicago from France. Mr. Piker, who was known for his pro-Gaza stance and criticism of Donald Trump, says he was quizzed on his views about the Middle East and the president, and accused the U.S. government attempting to silence opposition voices with intimidation. So why was he asked about his views on Trump? That's not about the Houthis. In a post on X, she said there was a routine inspection that could have happened to anyone. Claims that his political beliefs triggered the inspection are baseless. He was asked about his views on Donald Trump, Israel, Houthi rebels, Hamas, and his bans from Twitch. Have they denied that?
Yo, we're debating nodding. Yuck, yeah, basically. Dog brothel conjecture, yeah.
Is there a denial from the government when they asked about that?
Let me tell you folks, the TikTokers that talked about being detained, they were right. It was an insane situation. So it's very obvious that they knew exactly who the fuck I was. It's very obvious that they knew how to like navigate the conversation. And it was a really, really interesting conversation that took place. It was very cordial. Okay. It was very cordial, which I thought it was strange how cordial it was. Because I've had run-ins with like cops in the past. I've had run-ins with feds in the past. Well, I guess the FBI was very cordial as well when I had some talks with them in the past. But overall, I was not expecting CBP agents to be cordial. I will say that. Okay. Now, having said that, the entire process is supposed to be intimidating. So it's like suck my cordial or whatever, okay? I think they were being cordial because they wanted me to say something that was incriminating and say something that was enough to justify further detention from
Yeah, or they flip on you real fast.
All like speculation.
that point on.
But I want to know what they actually asked. That's the most important.
Let me tell you, they certainly did do that. So he knew exactly who the fuck I was, but he was basically like broaching the conversation in a way where it was like free-flowing, where in the process of discovery, he was adding on additional talking points.
Also, they clearly knew who he was. They knew it was a public figure, so they're incentivized to treat him better than any other like detainee because he will go and talk about it on his platform.
He always made it seem as though he was asking certain things that after discovering in the process of that conversation, he would ask additional questions. So, you know, he's like, oh, what are you doing in Chicago? And I was very revealing. I was like, well, I was in France because I want to take my family out for Mother's Day to France, but I had to come back early from France, even though today is technically Mother's Day, because I have a speaking engagement at University of Chicago. And he was like, oh, what kind of speaking engagement? He's like, I don't know, some like journalism school stuff. And he's like, oh, well, since you mentioned that, he kept saying, oh, well, since you mentioned that, what do you do as a job? And I was like, I'm a Twitch streamer. And he's like, well, since you mentioned that, you were a Twitch streamer, what kind of things do you stream about? And at first I was like, do I just tell him I play video games? Because I don't think someone's going to believe me if I say I just play video games to him, right? So I was just like, yeah, I play video games, but I also do current events sometimes, drama, internet. And he's like, oh, do you talk about, since you mentioned that, you talk about the things that you talk about, do you talk about the news? And I was like, yeah, I talk about the news. And he kept saying, okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war? And I was like, what do you mean by that? He's like, do you talk about Trump? And that was the first time.
Okay. So if
it's like, do I believe that like there's no part of this story where he's like playing it up, hyperbolizing or whatever? It's like, no, he probably is. But here's the follow-up. So they're doing scary shit. He's an American citizen. It's not a routine stop if you start asking them about their political opinions.
If that chronology is accurate, I'm going to say.
Okay, it was probably in the video you watched, but here's a search string and time code. Timpool versus Adam Conover debate. 1 hour 47:02. Okay. I'll look into it, Noah.
Hassan vindicated. I am not going to give this administration the benefit of the doubt that they're not stopping people who are opposed to Trump at all.
Yeah, like whatever your feelings are on Hassan, fucking Kristi Noem's Homeland Department, which is Trump's Homeland Department, is far less trustworthy.
Because they're already doing it. And I have no reason to think that this is all just a good faith stop. They didn't, when they're asking these questions to get to Trump and the war, that they're not instituting.
Even if Hassan had time dilation, how do you say it like that? This was un-American. Yep.
In the policy that they're instituting across the country, which is to deport people and to fuck with people on the basis of their First Amendment views and stated beliefs on Israel, Palestine, and to go after people who don't
I also saw a quote from people being like, I've gotten stopped all the time. You know, it's like, did you get stopped when you came back to America and they asked you about your political views? No. There's a difference between going for an additional screening because they arbitrarily select you or they detected something in your carry-on or something like that that they feel qualifies you for more inspection versus pulling somebody aside and then doing a line of inquisition regarding their political thoughts, opinions that are like constitutionally protected free speech.
Trump. They're already using AI to search people's history online to see if they're pro or anti-Israel. And so in no world am I going to give this government the benefit of the doubt. So all of you doubters who just trust the government and say, no big deal. I'm not telling you to trust Hassan, but don't
we're concluders here.
Trust Trump and his policies in the CBP when they're pushing him and asking him about stuff related to Trump. In no world am I going to give the benefit of the doubt. And don't get mind by your hatred over this man to now give Trump and his policies for the CBP the benefit of the doubt when they're doing this.
Why do you think not trusting Hasan equals trusting the government? Because you have to give the benefit of the doubt to the government in certain instances or whatever in order to do that, no?
To dozens and dozens and dozens of people when there are documented cases of trying to use the immigration authorities to infringe on Americans.
But the government already acknowledged, they didn't dispute that they interacted with Hasan.
Green card holders, other kinds of...
The only thing that seems to be in contention is like how long it was.
Non-citizens' rights? Bullshit.
Time where I was like, what the is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, why are you asking me this? Like, I was like, what does this have to do with anything? And it was interesting because the dude asked so many insane questions, none of which is illegal, by the way. I just need you to understand. Nothing I've done online is illegal as of now. If that
Also, by the way, I'm not saying that it's illegal to ask questions about people's political views. I'm not saying that either. But I'm just saying it is indicative of a policy.
Makes sense. Now, laws may change in the future, and they might actually start prosecuting speech, which I do fear is the goal of this administration. But so far, everything I've done is fully protected under the First Amendment, okay? And none of these questions are actually valid questions to ask. But I was entertaining it because, one, I didn't want to present it as being difficult because I didn't want to extend the attention. And two, I actually wanted to see how far I could take it. Maybe it was up of me to do that. Maybe it was not appropriate for me to do that, to play fast and loose with a person that has complete control over my life in that very moment. But I wanted to see like what they were trying to take from this conversation. So,
all right, that's different as how it's presented. How that quote was presented to me was, I'm trying to bait them into asking me questions about politics. And that initially they had no interest in that. That's not what this quote says. This quote is saying, I'm being open and answering their questions and not closing off the conversation to see what they're going to ask me. Not that he's prompting the kinds of questions that they're trying to get at. So that's whoever said that to me is distorting what he's saying. He's saying, I'm not.
All right, we got an ad break coming up on Twitch. So if you want to avoid the ads, you can go ahead and do that by subscribing to me on Twitch. Of course, you don't have to subscribe. You could always just tip me, ! Tip, or donate in chat. My Streamlabs link comes up. Or if you're watching on YouTube, my donation link to my Streamlabs is in the description box, as well as my Ko-fi if you want to pay $3 and buy me a coffee.
Not answering. Not that he's trying to provoke them into asking.
Also, like the stream if you haven't done that already on YouTube. Thank you.
Asking political questions. You understand that difference? Whoever quoted that to me?
Even if he had prompted the politics, there was no way that they would have known, if I'm taking Hasan at his word, that they would have known about him talking to certain people on stream or like the extent of some of his political positions and opinions if they weren't already like aware of them.
So, you know,
he did say something like that. Just keep, okay, we'll see. Just that is not that.
Instead of just pleading the fifth, as I'm supposed to do in situations like this, I just kept giving him answers. And there were definitely areas where I was very revealing about my position, knowing full well that they know exactly what they're looking for. I saw no reason to hold back on certain things. So I said, I don't like Trump. And I was like, what are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment. I don't like Trump. Yes, right? Like, I was like, I'm not fond of him. I don't like him. He said he was going to end the wars. He hasn't ended the wars. What the f is up with that, you know? And the guy actually was very sympathetic. The agent was very sympathetic. And I don't know if it was like a JCS style interrogation technique to come across as sympathetic to like invoke some kind of positive feelings out of me in an effort to like get me to reveal something maybe that'll trip me up, or because he just genuinely was sympathetic and he had the vibes of someone who was like, I don't know why I'm doing this, right? But he was like, listen, I'm Iraqi, so I know. And let me tell you, I do think that him being Iraqi played a big role in this, because if he wasn't, there was a lot of Redditor ass white boys that are at Customs and Border Patrol at O'Hare Airport. I saw them walk by. There was a dude who looked like he was like 25 max, but he was balding, and I knew.
Is this racial discrimination? Is that racist? Think about it.
Knew immediately, if that is my agent, I'm screwed. I'm going to CCOP. This dude is going to literally cook me. So I got a little lucky. All right, I will admit. So basically, I think the reason why they sent the Iraqi CBP agent is because they bracket you into different categories. For me, they wanted to conduct an investigation about my involvement with Hamas and my involvement with the Houthis, or they suspected my involvement with Hezbollah. Straight up. That's literally what this conversation was about. And it's not even a joke. Like, they literally tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently, which is insane because there is no direct connection or direct involvement. So we're talking, you know, I'm telling him like, oh, I'm U Chicago. I'm going to be speaking there at the journalism school. I told him like, you know, I don't like Donald Trump. And I was like, so why are you guys doing this? And he's like, oh, it's just like routine. It's a routine process. I was like, it doesn't feel.
It's a routine process. It's a routine process to ask if you like Trump, if you talk about Trump. It's a routine process to see if you talk about the war. That's routine. Yeah, it sounds routine in the sense that it's the policy of the United States to favor some views over other views and to give a harder time to people who harbor some views over other views.
Yeah. Okay, so I already watched this and I got the general gist of where Pisco is coming from, general premise of like what Hasan's stop entailed. Now I want to skip to like where he starts actually confronting viewers that are like highly skeptical of him.
How are you?
Hello, Pisco. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing quite well. Okay, you're coming in good. Thank you. You're triggered.
Even though it's already like, is this story really that inconceivable? You know? Like, Pisco is an audience full of libs, you know? Full of libs that fucking hate Trump. And it's like, only Hasan can make them give the benefit of the doubt. Or like start to like really raise questions about whether or not this is something that Homeland Security would be up to.
Okay, so my main point was just that Hasan is an unreliable narrator.
Okay.
And I don't want us upplaying stories from an unreliable narrator. They're going to make us look bad once certain details come out that could be potentially untrue, like this whole duration thing. First, it was 2 hours. Now it's 30 minutes. These are additional holes that we're adding to the story that makes us look weak. So there's other stories that we can focus on that are not
So fucking parasocial. This whole like makes us look weak. It's like we're talking about YouTube videos, dude. Chill.
Hasan related.
Can't we just calibrate that by adding like some
Thank you for the $5, Noah. Appreciate it.
degree of uncertainty? So it's like it looks like the Trump administration did something really like that they're stopping people just because of their First Amendment views, and the government doesn't deny the questions they ask. So like the base facts, even putting aside Hasan's embellishments, or you could say outright lies and distortions, like I don't hear the government denying that they're asking about this stuff, and it seems to be in line with their other policies and what they're doing. So at least like the base.
Oh wait, I got distracted by that donation. Sorry. It says it's not. That's the point. Even if Hasan was there only for 30 minutes, time just kind of stop when you're isolated from the constant stimuli we're exposed to daily.
Base facts here don't
I
seem
can
to be
hear
in
that
dispute.
argument.
So I don't know what they could say that would challenge those base facts. Perhaps they could say something, but I don't know. Is there a reason to doubt them other than Hasan's inherent
like
unreliability?
The whole George Floyd thing. It's like he's a drug addict, therefore we just dismiss the whole story. And the same thing with Kilmer Abrego Garcia. They're focused on he's a criminal, he's a gang member, and then they stop paying attention to the rest of the complaints. They don't want to engage. And I see this as a filter too. It's like, oh, he lied.
I feel like the thing that he is saying that other people are doing is the thing that he's doing, which is that you feel like the person at the center of this is someone you personally find distasteful or unreliable. Sure, you know, Hasan has said things I disagree with, stupid things, I'm sure. But it doesn't mean it should be used to like delegitimize every other point that I'll say related to this.
Lied completely about a story. Wasn't 2 hours. He's making a whole drama out of it. We can dismiss the rest of it.
Okay, but you just cited two of the like some of the worst abuses of power that we've seen in the last 5 years. Like George Floyd was murdered by police.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
So what are we supposed to do? Just like not.
For these people, it's not what we need to be focusing on because they will never hear that. We need to look at we need to frame it in the way that they understand, not focusing on things that they care about.
So NBC reports that when they asked Homeland about this, nothing called his account nothing but lying for likes, claimed that his political beliefs triggered the inspections are baseless. Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement, "Our officers are following the law, not agendas. Upon entering the country, this individual was referred for further inspection, a routine lawful process that occurs daily and can apply for any traveler. Once his inspection was complete, he was promptly released." Like, really, is a routine for an American that's pulled aside for additional screening to be asked about their opinions on the sitting president? This is like the new normal or what?
Because they don't.
And again, there are people. Hold on, I saved one. I know I did. Fuck, I think I did. I think it's us. Government confirmed he was lying for likes. And it's like, again, we're like at the point where, again, like Trump's government is supposedly more reliable. It's like, oh, well, if the government said he was lying, Trump's government no less, well, then he must have been. Case closed.
Care about the same things that we do.
But I'm trying to use your analogy. Is it like if that were the analogy, we should not have talked about the George Floyd murder or the Kilmer Abrego Garcia illegal rendition.
Yeah, exactly.
I do.
We should have
not
talked
think
about that
that focusing on Kilmer Abrego Garcia as the sole person is the best strategy. I actually think they should have framed it more like putting him aside and focusing on this is happening to other people as well.
I don't know, man. I think that the Kilmer Abrego Garcia case, the polling shows.
Please check that one. You want me to react to that one clip? Okay, fine. Fuck. Okay, I'll go back since you donated $5. Let's see. Hold on, you guys. We're rewinding. We have to go back to Adam Conover because apparently I missed where Tim Pool utterly destroyed Adam. You said it. I saved it. Hold on. An hour 47:02. Come on, ad block. Let me through.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Culture War. We got a special episode today. It's not necessarily about a core issue. It's we're being joined by problems in the short term. I can say that. Nobody fucking cares. the right goes, interesting point, Tim, but our problem is the left is lying about what he's doing. And then I go to the left and they go, you're wrong, our story is right. And I'm like, but that's not true. It's this shit all over again of the first Trump term of, quote, stop making me defend Trump was the trope, where Trump would do something that was like, I wonder why he did that. The left would then lie about what he did. And when we come out and say, but he didn't do that, they'd say, stop defending Trump. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like the very fine people hoax, the the koi fish hoax, the fucking injecting bleach stuff. It's like, bro, Donald Trump dumped food into a fish pond after Shinzo Abe did. Why are you trying to make that a negative story?
Yep. What that
It was
is
like,
talking about there.
it's all of these hoaxes. The very fine people hoax.
I mean, I remember the line. Yeah,
Trump never called Nazis fine people.
He said there were very fine people on both sides,
except the neo-Nazis and white nationalists who should be condemned totally.
He said he.
Noah, this is supposed to be where, like, okay, then I know what exchange is about to unfold. This is supposed to be where Adam looks bad. I mean, we pulled up. One, I still have the Snopes thing. The own article that Tim will go on to.
I just don't have
this Snopes article. Okay, look, you've got Snopes fact checking. Okay, and it says, yeah. Trump did say there were very fine people on both sides, referring to the protesters and the counter-protesters. He said in the same statement he wasn't talking about neo-Nazis and white nationalists who he said should be condemned totally. Editor's note. Some readers have raised the objection that this fact check appears to assume Trump was correct in stating that there were very fine people on both sides of the Charlottesville incident. That is not the case. This fact check aimed to confirm what Trump actually said, not whether what he said was true or false. For the record, virtually every source that covered the Unite the Right debacle concluded that it was conceived of, led by, and attended by white supremacists, and therefore Trump's characterization was wrong. Is that an opinion? Sure, but like, tell me, again, this is about the removal of a Confederate statue. The Unite the Right rally, which had, like, again, neo-Nazis present. So it's like, Noah, tell me what sorts of people are going to show up to this sort of rally with like, you know, they're neutrally defending a Confederate statue being left up in the company of neo-Nazis, white supremacists, and every other fascist scum in this country. This is the own.
That the public
I was bribed to go back to that. I was.
Is against what occurred there.
No, okay, but do you agree? Do you think that like Adam was like crushing, or like Tim was really like crushing him on this?
No, Trump did not call neo-Nazis and white supremacists very fine people.
Because he goes on to say that like he feels like the right latches on to the minutia to avoid kind of looking at the broad picture, the bigger picture, and like the bigger, like they're missing the forest for the trees by hyperfixating on things and mistruths that are like frequently repeated but don't really matter, you know?
I think that it's
like Trump led people to believe he was saying very fine people. He was praising white supremacists and neo-Nazis. And no, I don't care if he carves out an exception for them. If there's nobody on one side of the protests that's doing anything other than displaying that they're like open fascists, you know?
Clear case of overstepping. And there have been, you know, at least in my interactions,
I needed to work out why I was disturbed by Adam's defeatist attitude in the sleep. Well, you said you're going to go to bed soon. Maybe you're sleep deprived.
These people who try to fight it otherwise look foolish. I don't see, like, what you're suggesting is that when there are unsavory people or potentially unsavory people who are a victim of government overreach, that like we should not talk about it. But that's like the initial steps of authoritarianism are always going to be applied to people that are not sympathetic. That's, you know, hence that classic, you know, first they came for the communists, first they came for the trade unionists, right? So I think that it's more important for us to
first they came for Hasan. First they came for Twitch LARPers.
Protect the rights, especially of the unpopular people. And I don't know that we're going to lose, like, we can make that point to the American people. I think that they're amenable to that. And the proof is in the pudding, right? The George Floyd situation, if you ask people, overwhelmingly, people think that he was murdered. And people think that it was an abuse of authority. And so public sentiment, I don't think really, it shifted on Black Lives Matter, but on the specific case, I don't think it was wrong for us to put a focus on those two cases.
But I think that the most of MAGA is still against us on that. So I don't know if this will ever help win any of them over.
The MAGA heartland, I think we're playing a losing game if we're trying to like convince them. They're in a fucking cult.
But then we're just preaching to the choir then, no?
No. There are these people called moderates. There are these people called, you know, unaffiliated. It's
Oh, it's triggering me that the audio is off for some reason. 24:38.
And I don't know that we're going to lose. Like, we can make that point to the American people. I think that they're amenable to that. And the proof is in the pudding, right? The George Floyd situation, if you ask people, overwhelmingly, people think that he was focused on convince them. They're in a fucking cult.
Okay, maybe it's just this video, but like, does anybody see how it's like off?
But then we're just preaching to the choir then, no?
There are these people called moderates. There are these people called, unaffiliated. It's also
No such thing. There's no moderates in the Republican Party and barely any left in the United States. But preaching to the choir, I mean, like, that's one way to look at it. I look at it as like you're hyping up your base and reminding them, like, that this is why they should be vigilant throughout the next 4 years, because this administration is making it clear in no uncertain terms that they are attempting to erode constitutional protections and fundamental rights within this country, and they're doing it at a breakneck speed. I think drawing people, like keeping people focused on that, making sure they're aware of like who the real obstacle to freedom in this country is, and corruption and whatnot, is not just like a matter of preaching to the choir.
about people who, firing up your base, right? Think about it, like when Van Hollen went over to El Salvador, it fired up part of the base. The people now are more fired up than ever. When prior there was a lot of like residual complacency and kind of depression and inactivity. I think some of these cases, just like, for example, George Floyd, ultimately, I think it was problematic the way those protests carried on, because there wasn't a pure focus, and it wasn't calibrated in the way the Kilmer Abrego Garcia case is, where there's a specific desire, specific outcome sought. But no, I think that there are goals that one can have in terms of messaging that don't rely on convincing the hardened members of the opposition.
Okay, but then I'll concede that my point is I cannot get fired up over Hassan's story because it's Hassan. If it was someone else,
that's up. You
Really?
can't get fired up for people. So yeah, that is up, because
I just don't trust it.
This is the ultimate test, though. What happened to, I might not like what you have to say, but I'll defend your right to say it. Isn't it supposed, these sorts of things are supposed to be like the litmus test. It's not just free speech for people who agree with me or don't offend my sensibilities, It's supposed to be difficult in these instances,
I don't trust it.
What do you think is more likely? That Hasan wasn't asked these questions and they didn't flag him for some speech-related reason? Or that
This would be like if, what's an example of this? Like, it would be disturbing to me if, like, Tim Pool were detained and, like, saying that, somebody was asking him about his opinions on Biden. That would be equally as bad to me. I would speak out against that.
There was just like a random stop. What do you think is more likely between those two scenarios?
And that's because, like, to me, I think Tim Pool's a fucking liar, But I think if that did happen, it's so serious that I think it's more important to give the benefit of the doubt in those instances and verify it, as opposed to just instinctively be like, no, the government would never do that, so I can, like, have a reason or an excuse to disagree with Tim Pool.
Random stops. I've been stopped, and we've had like 20-minute conversations with them where you're showing them all your documentation on all this
I'm asking,
stuff.
what do you think is more likely? Do you think it's more likely this was a completely random
Hassan derangement syndrome? I mean, if you're at the point where you're like trusting, you really think that Trump's Department of Homeland Security couldn't have done this, and it's literally just because it's coming through from Hassan's mouth? I mean, that a little bit, yeah.
Stop had nothing to do with Hassan's statements, or do you think that his...
Because there's like a million criticisms to make of Hassan, but this does not seem like one of them to me.
First Amendment views had something to do with either the stopping or the questioning? Which in your mind is more likely? Complete random, or that his First Amendment activities had something to do either with the stopping or the questioning? Which is more likely?
It really depends on if the officer was aware of who Hassan is. And I can't, that's the roll of the dice. Sometimes you get a 65-year-old officer and you don't know.
You think it's 50-50. You have no clue about which is more likely in your mind.
So in terms of getting stopped, I don't know. But in terms of him talking about his political views, I would bet money that Hassan instigated that, and he started telling him, oh, this is what I believe in, that's what I believe in. I don't think it was the officer asking the questions and then, what do you think about Trump? What do you think about this? What do you think about that?
And your basis to conclude that is because you're...
Pure haterade.
Okay, so you admit that is irrational, right?
Okay, so he cops to it. Oh my God, he admitted it.
No, it's not. It's.
You said pure haterade.
Oh, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub, Def Meta.
5 minutes of this video, he's yapping about everything.
Okay. Just because he's yapping about stuff, how does that affect our priors on which is more likely given the two stories?
Because this is how I imagine this scenario. They ask him, "Oh, what do you do for work?" He says, "Oh, I stream on Twitch. I talk about politics. I talk about Trump. You know, I don't like Trump. I talk about Israel, Palestine. I support Israel, Palestine."
That's not the narrative he presented. What he presented was they asked him questions where they were leading on to stuff like what was the conference, and then they specifically asked him about the war and brought that up.
Yeah,
they brought up what his views on Trump are.
That's my because this is how
what business do they have asking? What legitimate business do they have asking what his views on Trump are?
100% none.
I thought he was going to say, I don't believe that they actually did it.
No interest in it.
That's fucked up. I agree. But I don't think that they asked him that.
But why? Why is that so inconceivable?
What basis do you have to believe that they didn't ask on him? Just because Hasan lies about everything?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And there's no way for us to cross-check this, right? Like that's also, he can say, they made me pull down my pants. And, you know, we have no way to verify it. He can say whatever he wants.
Well, the government's not denying it. They're not denying they asked those questions.
Okay, but did he claim that? Okay, one of those is, you know, I can understand someone being a little bit more skeptical of a claim like that. Fine. But he's not claiming outrageous things like that. He's claiming that he was asked about his political allegiances and thoughts. So why is that so inconceivable in a moment where they're disappearing Americans and legal residents off the street for penning op-eds and protesting and being affiliated with like pro-Palestine movements?
Because guess what? They're doing it all over the country. All over the country. People are getting immigration
Okay. Let's
punishment.
focus on that then. Let's focus on that.
No, we're talking about this specific case.
But we can walk and chew gum at the same time. What?
Like, it's proven to lie all the time.
Like all across the country, you're seeing a systematic top-down attack using immigration authorities on people who espouse the wrong view on Israel-Palestine. And they're revoking visas.
Oh, we're close to a hype train. If somebody donates or, you know, gifts a few more subs, we're very, very close.
They're detaining people for hours and hours and hours. They're harassing individuals. They're arresting people on those views. They're trying to deport people based on those views, specifically for the kinds of views that Hasan has harbored. And you think in that climate, with that top-down policy, that it's just as likely that Hasan himself is provoking that line of question as opposed to, maybe these officers have been given a mandate to needle into that stuff. I think it's much more likely the opposite.
Why do you need Hasan's story at all? Isn't the other stuff enough?
What do you mean you need? I'm just asking about your priors, about what actually happened here. What do you think?
Because it's starting to escalate to the point that now we're talking about American citizens, right? The Hail Mary that MAGA is holding on to with trying to downplay the actions of the administration up until this point is that it is applied to, you know, legal residents and people they want to write off as like, well, they're not technically American citizens yet, so it's not as serious. They're not afforded the same constitutional protections. I don't agree with it. I think they're grasping at straws, and I think they just don't care about immigrants and whatnot. But fine. Now we are getting testimonies and irrefutable proof because DHS didn't say that they didn't detain him, so it did happen. That at the very least, right? Of United States U.S. citizens now being detained and then questioned about their political beliefs, you know?
Thing actually happened here.
This is like McCarthyism shit.
So before we get into whether the messaging part, let's talk about what you think is more likely on this outcome.
Okay.
Also, why is it inconceivable? Because again, he is like a, you know, he's more than a micro celebrity. He's one of the largest political influencers. And easily the most notable, like, left-wing one.
But okay, I can flip that.
Should I gift the pet chud that just showed up? Sure.
I can flip that. How likely do you think it is that Hasan's seeing all the stuff that's happening in the U.S. with the visa cancellations, et cetera, all the stuff you mentioned, and that he's playing this up because he knows that there's a story to sell here? Look how giddy he looks.
I know he's playing it up. Wait, I know he's playing it up, but I don't in essence have a problem with that. I have a problem with lying. But look, answer my question. What do you think is more likely in the actual facts of what happened? That Hasan is intentionally provoking inappropriate questions, or that there's an inappropriate line of questioning?
Thank you for the sub, Mr. Braindead1. Enjoy it. What's your name? OOOJ33. Oh, and I'll read out your comment. Oh, great. Another Trump derangement channel. And look at your viewer count. You'll surely be a huge success. Yep.
And that's
thanks for your support.
Been sort of funneled top down that the CBP is operating under. You understand what I'm asking? Which is more
Hype train, 41 seconds left, 92%. If somebody gets one more sub, we're like at a hype train or something.
Likely of a scenario that Hasan is bringing about this onto himself, this line of questioning, or that the line of inquiry is one that's being given as a mandate.
Okay, it is just a haterade then, because I can't get past it. Because if you said Hasan, if you put another name instead of Hasan, I would agree with you that there's more likely that it's coming from the top down. But just because it's him, it just feels like it's being milked for content. That he's going there and he's trying to provoke them.
Okay.
So Hassan's the one provoking them, even though they're the ones that pulled him aside for a routine screening, which they don't dispute.
I mean, that I think is the definition of irrationality. You're giving more of a benefit of the doubt to the Trump administration CBP than to Hasan Piker. I'm sorry. I give more benefit of doubt to Hasan.
Hours and hours and
who do you
hours.
trust more, Hasan or Trump?
But that's not the question. It's who do I trust more, Hasan or a random CBP officer?
Working under the dictates of the DHS under Kristi Noem. Who do you trust more?
Are there any CBP officers that voted for?
Oh my God, he won't answer this. How can you not answer that? Obviously, Hasan is more trustworthy than fucking Kristi Noem.
I'm sure there are, but it's overwhelmingly.
Could it be one of those?
It could be, but they're also working under mandates from the DHS head, which is Kristi Noem. I trust. I'll ask you that fundamental question first. Who do you trust more, Kristi Noem or Hasan Piker?
Hasan. Jesus.
Yes. Okay. So I think it's
Jesus, that should not have been that hard.
It's wild that we would give more benefit of the doubt when the Trump administration is not denying those questions were asked, when they're instituting that very line of either inquiry or detriment to hundreds and thousands of other people in this country using the immigration authorities, that we would, yes, it's possible that Hasan also lied and embellished. And if he lied and embellished, that's wrong. And it's possible, yes, that Hasan is making a meal of it. But I don't have a problem with making a meal of it because this administration is a criminal authoritarian regime. And I don't want us to downplay it, right? My fear is that we're going to downplay and say, oh, it's no big deal. It was random. It was whatever. We need to take this seriously. And if we start getting into the weeds.
The safer option is to overplay it than downplay it in this instance.
And trying to downplay it, I think it's fine.
That's actually erring on the side of caution actually means drawing far more attention to it.
And if you want to get to the truth, and if he's lying or if he's embellishing, that's fine. But if we're saying it's no big deal, I have a problem with that.
I've crossed the border in the last 15 years under every president that's been there.
Mm-hmm.
And it had no correlation of what the experience at the border was. Sometimes you get an asshole CBP guy that's all up in your shit, asking a million questions, and then sometimes you get these people that just smile and hand you your passport and say, welcome. I can't
your
just
experience is
assign
not necessarily
the views of Kristi Noem and of Trump to that CBP officer without directly, right?
These agents are working under new policies and mandates from the government. It would be like saying, oh, I don't know, the ICE officer that stopped, Ozturk or the ICE officers that detained Mahmoud Khalil. They're not working under the policies of the Trump administration. The on the ground people, largely who support Trump. I just want to be clear about that. DHS officers, this CBP union is one of the most unhinged unions that's ever existed in this country. You understand that? The CBP union, the members fucking hate Democrats. They hate Biden. And I would be shocked if their union voted anything less than 75% in favor of Trump. I would be shocked by that if it were anything less than 75% for Trump. These are people that largely...
So it doesn't even have to be top-down orders. These people some of these people already act that way. So I can't just take it and say, oh, it's Kristi Noem and Trump that are making them do this.
How can Pisco look at himself in the mirror? Very easily? What do you mean?
Under Biden, we don't have these stories, right? Because
I crossed the border last September and I had a 30-minute conversation where I had to shell out 1 million documents to prove that. Oh my
God. Okay, but did they ask you about your political beliefs?
I can get into the country. And it was under Biden. And the guy had a thin blue line catcher on his desk.
Yeah, okay.
I'll die on the hill. He didn't know how long it was because he's online 24/7. He's got no frame of reference.
Did they ask you about your position on Gaza war and what you thought about Trump or Biden and whether you like Biden?
No. But
okay, then why bring this up as an example that's comparable? What he's describing is truly a routine screening. What Hasan described is not.
I'm not doubting that they feel more emboldened now.
Yeah, I think they do. And I think that they've been given specific policies to attack people who.
No, I mean emotionally. How can he live with his own lying self type beat? But what is he lying about?
Are pro-Palestine and anti-Israel.
Okay,
to deny that, they've been giving marching orders from the Secretary of State, from Kristi Noem, and from the President to target people who are pro Palestine and to target people who are anti-Israel.
But then why don't we focus on the visa cancellations? That's 100 times.
We are also doing that.
Worse.
We are also, but this is why it's why I think it's also important to focus on this. This is a U.S. citizen. Piker's a U.S. citizen.
But nothing happened to him. They just had a conversation and he was let in.
Bro.
Oh my God. Nobody is saying he was abused or anything like that. What is that? Like, it's like inherently harmful that they are screening people for political beliefs.
Thousands of people have that experience every day.
This is like the Tim Pool defense to Adam, where it's like, she's just getting deported. It's not like she's getting shot in the face. Who cares?
If there is a
it's not torture.
That's premised on, or a policy that is favoring some U.S. citizens in terms of that policy based on First Amendment criteria, it's a problem, right? It would be as though you said,
yes,
I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you an example, right? The First Amendment protects both expression and religion. So if there were a policy from the CBP that said something like, if you're Muslim, you get additional checks in this country, would you say that's a problem, even though it's only a 30-minute extra?
100%.
Okay,
100%,
so then
but
we should have a problem if under the First Amendment, that same amendment that protects religion, also protects speech, where we have those kinds of stops premised on protected speech activities.
Okay, but then how do you determine what the reason for the stop was? Could it have been just random? Could it have been he's using his global?
I think we can determine it by the fact that they were asking him questions about his stream content and political beliefs.
I'm asking you,
not related to security, not really related to his like travel or circumstance or whatever. It was like the bulk of it was about his beliefs. No,
that was him.
That's why I'm asking you. What I'm asking is like, what do you think is what's your prior?
Make a determination. I cannot make a determination.
Their goal was to have him talk about it, to make people consider not speaking up during the Trump admin. Yeah, it's like, it's have a chilling effect. It's a mind games.
About that, because I don't even know what this global entry process is like. If this is normal, if this is standard operating procedure, I really don't know.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
No.
Oh, well, could that have affected why you were stopped for 30 minutes under Biden?
I'm a Canadian. I've been to the U.S. a gajillion times.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, but you're still a fucking Canadian. This is where I came into the chat. This is where I saw parts of this and I left.
But I was stopped because they thought I was crossing, going to overstay.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with speech and stuff.
But it has to do with their whole hard-on about illegal immigrants coming over the border and staying, illegally.
Right, but that's okay, right? We would necessarily have a problem with them doing that, right? At least in terms of their authority to do so.
No,
that happens all the time. As a matter of course, people who have visa waiver or under the visa waiver or ESTA, right? They're stopped and asked if they're going to stay here forever. That's just as a matter of course.
Yeah.
Mira says CBP failed when they let this guy in. Dude, you guys have the biggest hate boner. Have you ever been stopped returning to Canada? A question in the chat.
No.
Well, I think it's a little different for a U.S. citizen. Okay, I think there's different issues here. And yeah, the one legitimate reason why you could stop someone who's not a U.S. citizen is to see if they're going to abuse.
So Hasan, so far, the only one out of 100 million travelers who got asked these questions. Lol, yeah, ha ha ha. What's funny about that? He's a more notable public figure than the vast majority of travelers. No shit. No shit, it's more likely that it would hit him. That actually makes it more believable.
The visa waiver program. That has nothing to do with speech. Hello?
So you're telling me that you can look at this story, and you can.
Also, he's not, to my understanding. There have been reports of other people saying that they've been stopped and detained and questioned for similar things.
Say, I want to talk about this, and I want to support Hasan, or I want to amplify.
I'm
the
not
story.
saying.
You serious? Is a heart attack? Fish is dead.
I support Hasan. Holy.
Okay.
That's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
Support is the wrong word.
You have proof that he's lying. DHS confirmed it. They don't dispute that they met with him.
Amplify. Do you want to? You said upplay. That's what you want to do. You want to upplay this.
Yeah. If it happened to a conservative who was pro-Palestine, right? Let's say that it happened to someone who was pro-Palestine or who was conservative, and I hated him, I would also be talking about it. It's called being principled.
Okay. And if next week or tomorrow the government comes out with a tweet that says
Where did I see these reports? The fuck are you talking about, dude? Look. NBC News, known leftist outlet. Twitch streamer Hasan Piker says he was questioned by U.S. Customs at airport. When asked for comment about Piker, a Department of Homeland Security official called his account nothing but lies for likes. Claims that his political beliefs triggered the inspection are baseless, Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement. Our officers are following the law, not agendas. Upon entering the country, this individual was deferred for further inspection, a routine lawful process that occurs daily and can apply for any traveler. Once his inspection was complete, he was promptly released. So they don't dispute that they did detain him. They just dispute the way that he recounted it.
It was a part of standard operating procedure. And actually, here's a transcript where Hassan said Hassan volunteered all the information without even being asked about it.
Okay, then we'll have a different conversation. If they make
How do we look then?
Yeah,
How do we look then?
Yeah, if they have proof of that, but if they're just like, yeah, guys, it was all done by the book, I'm not going to believe this administration when they say that. Okay, I'm not going to believe this administration when they say that at all. So when they have facts,
what you just said there, I feel the same way about the administration and about Hassan. I don't trust either of them, and I would rather.
Who do you
focus
trust
on other
more?
Stories. It's like 0 and 1. I'm not gonna, it's like.
Really?
Do you want to invest?
Oh my
Do
God.
you want to invest in Enron or Blockbuster? Which company do you want to invest in? Or not Blockbuster? Give me another scam company. I don't know. It's like, why? Why they invest in any of them?
Probably Enron, because maybe there might be some.
Here, you were asking for this. Give me a second. Where are you at? Fish is dead. It's a stop. My God, you ever leave the US? Yup, and they never asked me about or I've not left the US, but it was not just a normal stop because a routine stop doesn't include the US government asking you about your political affiliations or beliefs or criticisms of the current administration. Florida woman details horror of being detained despite being US citizen. Florida woman and TikToker says she was detained by federal authorities at a Miami airport despite being a U.S. citizen. Savannah Pinder shared a detailed account of the incident at Miami International Airport in a video posted on TikTok describing her experience returning from a month-long trip to Spain on April 26th. I was taken to around 5 different officers. Every single one of them told me they could not tell me the reason why I was being detained. I was treated like a literal animal, she said. Newsweek has contacted Pinder for comment via email outside of office hours. Why it matters. Donald Trump's admin is carrying out plans to deport migrants without legal status as part of a hardline mass deportation policy. Trump officials have maintained the government would target serious criminals. However, concerns have been raised over due process and racial profiling as dozens of U.S. citizens, green card holders, and legal permanent residents have been detained. So, Fish is dead. Here's the account that you wanted. Got anything to say about that? Or is this chick lying and Newsweek has been duped?
Some cause of action I could have. Blockbuster kind of just bit the dust.
That was a bad example, but you know what I mean? It's like one scam versus another. Let's just not invest in scams.
Okay, but if a scammer gets killed by the government, would you be like, hey, maybe that was a problem? Right? Like, if let's say that, who's this guy who scammed all the Twitch streamers? You know his name. I think he's a Muslim. He's what's his name? He's British. You know him?
No idea.
Slicker. Hey,
Oh.
Slicker. You know Slicker? If all of a sudden
No.
the U.S. government just like summarily executed him, would you be like, that's a problem? Would you be like, well, this is wrong because.
Oh my God, bro. Okay, that's not an argument. You have an argument or a rebuttal? Or are you just gonna continue laughing?
We don't like Slicker.
But the consequences there for him are very high, and that's the reason why we would support him.
I
even though he's
take
a
my
scammer.
rights super seriously as a U.S. citizen who's similarly situated in the sense of Hasan, in the sense that I hate Trump, I hate his policies, I hate his policies even specifically on Israel. As someone who's in that position and similarly situated and cares about the First Amendment, guess what? That's a big fucking deal to me.
If Slicker was killed, we would have proof that he is killed by virtual.
Did they ask the quote-unquote TikToker if she likes Trump? Why this TikToker? You doubt that she's a TikToker or what? And now you've moved the goalpost. So now you're like, oh, so there's other instances of this happening? Okay, where is it? And I'm like giving you another instance and you're like, oh, okay, but did they ask her the specific question? You see the difference with what happened to her and Hasan? Yeah, what happened to Hasan is actually worse because he's like a notable public figure and they knew that he would go talk about it.
Of him not being alive. We have no proof that Hasan was in any way oppressed by the government because it's only his words that we have to take at face value.
Well, the government's not denying it. They're not denying that they asked those questions. They're denying that it's political at all. But the questions.
Do they have to deny it? Could they just ignore it? Like,
well, if they're not denying it, I think that's, I have no reason to doubt that they asked Hasan those questions, especially since they're asking those questions of a lot of other people, and because it's a pattern in practice. And so when Hasan says it, yeah, it rings true to me. It rings incredibly true to me, those questions, not necessarily every detail of it.
I don't know. To me, it's just so, like, the Jussie Smollett thing. It's very.
No, how are you going to compare this to Jussie Smollett? Do you know what Jussie Smollett did?
Faking it. This is like when a guy faked a hate crime. Okay.
At this point, I forget the details, but I remember that he lied. That he used something that
anyone
everyone
who
was like,
lies about anything is Jussie Smollett. Anyone who lies or exaggerates, and yeah, if it's an active malicious lie about the amount of time and that he purposely did, that's up. He shouldn't do that, and I disagree with it, and I'm okay with people fact checking that.
That's just now. What if in 3 days? What if we find out more stuff?
Then I'll call him out as the time comes. But I know who I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to, and it's not the DHS, and it's not Kristi Noem or her policies or random Iraqi CBP agent who's enacting the policies.
I would never do that either. But I'm just not giving the benefit of the doubt to Hasan. I can be agnostic here.
Okay. Well, at least you're agnostic and not anti, or I don't know, pro-Trump. I think you should be more than agnostic. I think you should be like, unless you're shown otherwise, if the administration is doing this, but across the, you can calibrate your statements and say, listen, I don't trust Hasan, but this rings true to me, and I think they probably did ask those questions. I think that's the more likely scenario, in which case your rights are under attack. I think that's a perfectly calibrated statement where if it later comes out that Hasan lied about everything.
Fully agree.
Great.
That makes sense to me. But I just don't want to see the wider spread of pushing this story. And then, you go on Fox News, they're talking about, oh, look at this fake story about Hasan Piker. Everything is fake news. And then they just spread this mythos that we always lie.
Yeah, the problem is the First Amendment, not the stop. Okay, but they asked that woman about her social media posts and things that she's talked about online. It didn't just pertain to her whereabouts or anything like that. They asked me to provide my social media accounts for them to go through, my TikTok, my Snapchat, my Instagram, and my Facebook, as well as show them how much I was making daily on TikTok. So what part of that is relevant information for them to ascertain whether or not she's a safety hazard or needs additional screening?
And then they can just disregard everything.
But they always lie. That's the thing. They're lying when they say we always lie. They are the ones who always lie. And so you're never going to convince them that we're not liars because they're lying about us lying. You realize that? Fox News hates you. Fox News hates me. Fox News is run by the Murdochs, okay? They're going to run with some crazy fucking conspiratorial anti-democracy shit no matter what because they're the enemy, okay? MAGA is the enemy. They're not your friend. You have to stop thinking that these people are operating in good faith and just reporting the news. They're lying, okay? So we can't just be like, I guess...
Yeah, never let them compel you to open your phone. It's illegal for them to do that. I mean, yeah, she shouldn't have even complied by showing them her social media or any of that.
Let's do extra stuff. Let's not even push stories that are potentially large stories of corruption because they might accuse us of lying after they've shown themselves to be bad faith actors this entire time.
But then how do we win when the moderates are believing their lies? Because it's so easy to say, look, he said 2 hours, it was 30 minutes. And then everybody that's paying $2 million.
The moderates is this is he's what do we do when people don't believe his lie or whatever? And it's one, you're assuming he's lying, and two, it's you who doesn't believe him.
Seconds of attention.
He's not been proven to be lying. Because the government disputes it, that means it's not true.
Sees that one thing because it's pushed all over social media, and then they just disregard
because
everything.
Trump's admin says, no, that's not what happened. You're going to believe them over him.
I don't believe it. If you just hate Hasan, right? I mean, you just hate Hasan.
Yes, obviously.
That is part of it, yes.
Yeah.
But if it was
I hate Trump.
That's even worse then.
Because they're also cringe lefties that lie.
So Sam Cedar comes home and says, they ask me these political questions. You're going to be like, oh, let's not upplay that because they're cringe lefties.
So cringy makes them untrustworthy.
These who lie. Bro, I just want to say, come on. Let's not make Sam Cedar the enemy. Let's not make them the enemy. The enemy is Trump. Now, you might say that they're lying or they're wrong about stuff, they're cringe and other stuff. That's your cross to bear. But when we're talking about immigration policy in this country and who we're going to give the benefit of the doubt to, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the people who aren't run by Kristi Noem, all right? Kristi Noem brought her fucking puppy out to a...
The fish is dead. You're awfully quiet now.
Gravel pit, shot it in the head. She's also unhinged on policy.
Yeah, she's insane. So
yes, Hasan by all accounts loves his dog.
Okay.
So don't you think that makes Hasan a better person? Who's a better person, Kristi Noem or Hasan?
Hasan by 10x maybe.
Thank you for saying that. Come on. Now, you don't have to like Hasan. You can hate Hasan. You can hate, but the thing, when you say like, even if Sam Cedar got stopped, if Sam Cedar got stopped and said, yeah, they asked me these questions, you're going to be like, yeah, don't talk about it. Why? Because you think he's a cringe leftist and he's lied about some stuff before?
Yeah, I don't know what there is to gain by allying with these people or like being on the same side as them, because then you inherit all of their.
I'm not asking you to be on his side. Am I asking you to be on Kilmar Abrego Garcia's side with everything he's done? Am I asking you to be on the side like
again? Like this is the huge strawman that they keep referring to. It's the same thing with George Floyd. It's the same thing with Kilmar. It's the same thing about Hasan. Like there's this overemphasis on the person who is the subject of the controversy and not enough on the administration behind these actions. You know,
this is
or the like authorities behind these actions. Like really the story is about, for Kilmar, is about Trump's administration and violating due process. The story about George Floyd is one about police brutality in America. The story about Hasan is overreach of the Trump administration and Kristi Noem's insane Homeland Security Department. Kristi Noem shot her dog. Yep. Yeah, she did. She talked about it in her, like her autobiography, or like she admitted it. It wasn't even something that was like found out. She talked about it openly, and I don't think she expected the backlash from it.
The kind of thinking.
But that's how it will be portrayed.
Sorry, watching that show Border Patrol from 2020 to 2024. So like reality TV show. Lol, you should see the stops. So now you've moved the goalposts all the way down the field, so now it's not as bad as other Border Patrol stops. Very cool.
Portrayed. That's how it will be portrayed.
You can't help that, right?
Correct. Hasan getting detained and being asked about his political opinions is not going to be a sensationalist or look as bad as a poor Guatemalan person who is like detained or questioned by Border Patrol. Got him.
How that's
they're going to spin that narrative no matter what. We need to stop playing scared, right? They're fucking lying, degenerate scum, right? They lied about eating the cats and dogs. They're lying about which before your plain eyes, they'll lie about it. So you can't run your game based on what they're going to spin. They're going to spin everything.
Okay, so then we have to stoop to their level. That's it.
I'm not saying lie. I don't. The thing is, if he lied about the time,
it feels like to me. If you ask me to make a tweet that says, "Look at what happened to,"
it feels like that's what it is. It's just feelings here.
Oh, this is crazy to me. That
it's a struggle session. Very hard for me to accept that Hasan might be telling the truth.
It feels like lying because I can't trust this guy's words. How can I amplify?
Don't write it that way.
Words that I don't trust?
American being questioned, yes, about what? Fish is dead. Their political opinions, their constitutionally protected speech that the government has no business asking them about in the context of screenings at TSA.
And I can't trust Hasan because of but I believe it's more likely than not that and I don't know if you can see this yet, but okay, I think it's more likely than not that they probably did tweet, they probably did ask him these questions. So even though I don't like Hasan,
you should Google the horror stories from DHS over the last 20 years. What does that have to do with anything? Now all you're doing is equivocating, and the only thing that you have left is that it's not as bad as other people's interactions with DHS. Yes. No one is saying this is as bad as other interactions with DHS. They're saying it's a scary precedent that now we're getting credible reports of people saying that they're being screened because of political opinions. I call BS on the questions that he was asked. Yeah, I know, clearly. But there's literally no reason to trust the Trump administration over Hasan.
It's horrible when the government does this. And that would make you principled. You stand on principle, you stand on business, and you show people that you love this country, even though you're Canadian. I assume you love this country.
I do, yeah. I have family over there.
Yeah, of course. So if you love America, you got to respect the First Amendment. And that means standing up for the First Amendment, even when it's applying to the people who are most odious to you. That's what it means to be an American. That's what it means to be a patriot. And I want.
No one said he was not stopped. No, there have been people that were, before it was confirmed by DHS, that were calling into question the whole thing. But once that was confirmed, the only thing that they're fighting on is like the content of the interview. But again, that requires that you trust Trump's administration, which is currently in the process of like eroding due process, ignoring the Supreme Court, subverting law, ignoring congressional laws. That requires you trusting people part of that administration over Hasan, which makes no sense.
I want my Canadian brothers and sisters who are true American patriots and who want to come to America and build close relations to not give the benefit of the doubt to the enemy. The enemy is the state right now. The government is your enemy right now. And we need to stop believing the government. We need to start taking a very skeptical stance on every single thing the government says.
You know, you're a very good debater, and I think you're right.
Oh,
so
hey.
I concede.
I love you, brother. Hey.
I mean, he is, but in this case, it wasn't even that. Like, Pisco is a particularly great debater. It's that this guy is a fucking dunce.
Love you.
You just had a hate voter. It's like clouding his judgment on this.
You can still drink the Gatorade, man. If you want to hate.
It's going straight into the veins, so that, you know, I'll just do it privately.
Okay, all right. Stay cool.
All right, take care, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Hello, Dirt. How you?
Okay, there's more of this. But first, I want to say to all my viewers, appreciate you sticking around with me and covering this content. If you're watching on YouTube and you haven't gone ahead and liked the stream, please go ahead and do so, or subscribe to me. You can also subscribe to me on Twitch now since I'm an affiliate. You can follow me so you can keep up with my streams. I'm live like 6 out of 7 days, and my streams are only going to be longer as I continue to go on. So if you want to support the stream, you can also donate. My donation link is located in my YouTube description box. You can buy me a coffee on Ko-fi for $3, or you can donate via my Streamlabs link if you want to continue getting more content from me. And subscribe to me on YouTube so you catch all my live streams. I'm also going to be uploading videos soon. And yeah. Appreciate everybody who's hung out today, who's lurked, watched, chatted, etc. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I don't know what time yet. But yeah. Follow me and you can tune in tomorrow, and I'll be reacting to more news, American politics, drama, who knows. So, but until then, thank you for watching.